Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Hero I Need by Nicole Snow, narrated by Carly Robbins and Jason Clark. 1. True Stripes, Willow. No, 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 and also no. This is not how I imagined my life. Red lights flashing on the dashboard like evil eyes. Headlights dimming. The engine losing power. Panic like a thrumming war drum in my pulse. Tears in my eyes. And worst of all, none of it's for me. I'm letting him down when he needs me most, and it makes me sick. This can't be happening. Not here. Not now. Not in the middle of Nowheresville, North Dakota. The farm fields and cute sleepy houses yawning on forever in the hills like a painter's wet dream are too adorable for this. Too anticlimactic a backdrop for a disaster this big. Ugh. But let's back up. Once upon a time, I had plans. Go to a good school and work my rump off. Travel internationally. Work with endangered animals, especially big cats, the first and, probably, only love of my life. Win accolades for my work, just like dear old Dad. Maybe get interviewed by National Geographic, or at least land a few articles in hotshot science journals. Talk to kids about the living wonders of every four-legged beast in the Felidae family. Finally, meet Prince Charming somewhere underneath an African sunset with layers of light that show off the love in his eyes. All his dreamy, growly, infinitely obsessed with me goodness as he gets down on one knee and asks me to marry him. Of course I'd say yes. Then on to an awesome life with my best friend, taking time off from our illustrious careers to work on our picture-perfect family. 3 smart, well-behaved little angels who'd grow up surrounded by Mother Nature, our third wheel, and who might even follow me in my work, just like I followed Dad. Yeah. So it's funny how fate works. I think God must have a soft spot for every department of transportation under the sun, since he loves long, winding, entirely unpredictable detours. Like the one I'm on now. Holding in a scream and gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles go ivory white, because it's the only thing I can do not to start pounding the dash like an angry little monkey. Welcome to my detour of a life. So far, all I've accomplished is school, resulting in one big fat unremarkable BS in zoology. If I didn't love animals so much, I might get hung up on the BS part. But Dad stepped up and put me through my program, which I'm endlessly grateful for. I just wish I'd known everything after graduation would be a one-way ticket to hell in a handbasket. Oh, sure, my father had a comfy entry-level field job lined up for me. But I'd been like, oh no, Dad, you've done enough. I can take it from here. I'm a big girl. Why? Because he understood. He knew it was coming. Unfortunately for me, I inherited just enough of the Macklin family pride to make it a driving force in my hamster wheel of a brain. So rather than take a cushy job where I would have been welcomed as the world-renowned rhino expert's daughter, or have people sneering that I'd only gotten the gig because Peter Macklin is my father, I took a job at the Exotic Plains Rescue in Minot, North Dakota. Mistake number 1. Seriously, North Dakota, where there are not a large number of exotic cats roaming the wilds, unless you count the occasional cougar, or Bruce. I glance in the rearview mirror nervously, wondering how he's holding up in the stock trailer I'm pulling. He might be over 500 pounds and host a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth that could shear the flesh off a Christmas turkey in one pull, but he's as mild as a house cat. Honest. A cat who eats 5 pounds of raw meat for breakfast and will never see the inside of a litter box, maybe, but a big kitty nonetheless. He's an adorable lumbering hunk of orange and black-striped sweetness, born and raised in total captivity. I'll spare you the lecture on how you can take the tiger out of the wild, but you'll never rip the wild out of him. He's as gentle of a giant as he can be, but that's not the point. I'm worried. His front paw was so swollen this morning, he wouldn't put any weight on it. A quick check showed there's nothing broken, but an infection could cripple him. I fix my eyes on the road and try not to let my lip quiver for the 100th time. Easier said than done. Bruce stole my heart the moment I met him. I'd been so full of myself then, so sure that my job at the rescue was my calling, or at least my launch pad. A delusional part of me even thought my rescue work in North Dakota could lead to something real, a door to the kind of fame Dad has in his work with rhinos. Nope. Within weeks, I noticed things that made me shiver. Little inconsistencies that didn't add up. Owners who seemed to enjoy being evasive. Today was the straw that broke the camel's back and gave me an ethical dilemma I doubt any fancy-schmancy philosopher ever thought up. What the hell do I do with a ginormous contraband tiger who desperately needs my help? The truck chugs again, and my attention goes to the dash lights. A grim reminder of just how little I'm able to give poor Bruce the help he needs. The battery light, which was flashing off and on, stalls and stops on an angry F-U red. A second later, the headlights go out. Boom. Not just a flicker like before. My heart sinks into my gut. They come back after another jerking motion, but I don't feel any sense of relief, or hope, or anything. Even on high beams, the headlights are so dim I can barely make out the faded white line painted along the edge of the road. And it's far too late after sunset to keep going safely through the darkness with no lights, even if these highways are so deserted they're practically haunted. Forget the fact that I'm breaking down on the side of the road with a stolen tiger for a second. It's worse than that. I'm sputtering out in the middle of flipping nowhere. Just when I'm ready to swallow my own dried-out tongue, I see it. Like some kind of miracle. A pattern of flashing lights ahead, catching my eye. Not the police, because that wouldn't be the kind of miracle I need right now. But it looks like a billboard? Oh, yes. It's a business, and if I'm lucky, it'll be a quaint motel or rusty gas station or lonely truck stop. I lay my foot on the gas pedal, hoping to juice enough power out of this baby to get me to the lights. They're looking a lot more purple now, winking on and off. Make that literally winking. I smile when I see the shape of an exaggerated cartoon face with one big happy winking eye. Fate must have a sense of humor because it's actually a cat. This billboard was meant for Bruce and me. I used to be a believer in those things. Signs from above, good luck and synchronicity. Whether I've lost my faith in fortune or not, I can't deny how excitement fills me as the truck snorts onward, like a stubborn horse. Despite the fading headlights and the hateful red battery light, I'm stalling out completely, just as I lurch into the parking lot that belongs to the Purple Cat billboard. The Purple Bobcat. That's what the sign says the name is. A bar, I think. A very closed bar, by the looks of things. Sigh. The only signs of life are a couple of tall area lights in the lot and the neon purple flashers on the billboard. My excitement wanes as the truck rolls to a grunting stop and the engine dies in an empty lot. Welp, so much for that miracle I ordered. With a defeated sigh, I put the truck in park and try starting it again, but nothing happens. There's a sharp click when I turn the key and then dead silence. Holy hell, now what? I mutter, stabbing at my belt buckle and popping open the door to climb out. A minute later, I've got the hood propped open, frowning at the vehicle's metal guts. It's times like this when I wish I'd paid more attention when Dad would break down on Namibian dirt roads. Somehow he always managed to doctor up the old field jeeps and 40-year-old trucks just enough to get us back to camp. But I didn't inherit the Macklin knack for repairs. I'm a zoologist, not a mechanic. But I have to try. It was the battery light flashing, so maybe one of the cables is loose or something? Before digging around under the hood, I walk back to the trailer and step on the hitch so I can peer through the wide opening in the slats. Bruce is flopped down on the same hay pile that was there when I loaded him. His glassy eyes shimmer in the darkness as he lifts his head and looks at me. "Yo, what's the story, lady? Are we gonna get back on the road or what?" I imagine him saying. I smile even though my heart aches. "Sorry, my dude, we aren't there quite yet. Car trouble. This is just a brief pit stop, so don't worry. I've got your back, furball." He yawns, showing off that insane cave of a mouth, then licks his paw like the overgrown kitten he is. Even in the darkness, I can see the rusty stains from his injury. The same wound I'd discovered this morning, the one I couldn't ignore. Consequences be damned. Before I get angry for him again, I jerk myself away from the trailer and scan the highway, trying to see if there's anything else nearby. We haven't gone far enough to be safe, not by a long shot. Minot's only about 2 hours away, and so are Priscilla and Niles, who are going to be very pissed off when they find out they're missing a very valuable tiger. "It's gonna be okay, Guy," I whisper to Bruce again, then pull a few deep breaths from the night into my lungs, trying like mad to hold it together. Back to the truck. It could be worse, I think. I'm glad I picked a well-lit place to break down. The light from the parking lot shines into the engine, even if I feel like I've just opened the lid of a 2,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. It doesn't make sense. There's no rhyme or reason, no order to what I'm looking at. I feel like I need a mechanic standing over my shoulder just to make sure I don't cross a wire and accidentally blow the whole world up. Crud. Recognizing the battery, because even a hapless zoologist knows what a battery is, I climb up on the bumper for a better look, then grasp the cables attached to the posts on the battery, one at a time. They feel tight. I mean, they don't jiggle or fall off as I tug on them. The metal clamps don't move either when I try to give them a twist. Now what? Now, I hope. Hope that maybe I've given it the golden touch, a simple adjustment to keep this baby running for another 100 miles. Hope that I'm not completely whacked out of my head for betting everything on long odds. I climb down, lean into the driver's seat, and reach in to turn the key. Nothing. Just that single damning click. Too much like the guns you hear in movies when they're empty. With my brain on fire, I slump down, exhausted, planting my forehead against the seat. It's still warm from my butt being stuck in it for hours, on a mission I'm so not made for. Why couldn't I have stolen a reliable vehicle? Why? Oh, right. Because this truck and its trailer don't have exotic planes plastered all over them in huge glaring letters like the rest that were at that sick joke of a sanctuary. I try the key again, just for the hell of it. I'm grinding my teeth at another awful click, 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 when an epiphany strikes. Could there be a loose wire under the steering wheel? Sticking my head under the column, I shove my hair out of the way and feel around, unsure what I'll do if I find one. "Car trouble?" A deep voice booms behind me. The back of my head smacks the steering wheel in my rush to get up. Ow. Pressing a hand against the stinging pain, I stand up, close my eyes, and say a quick prayer in my head. The gruff voice isn't Niles or Priscilla Foss's, but only God knows who they'd send after me if they've figured out Bruce is gone. "Lady, you okay?" The stranger thunders again, this time closer. "Yes, never better," I strangle out, not easily with my heart pounding in my throat. "Funny kind of better." The voice growls to my back. "Looks more like you could use a hand." Hoping it'll help, I gather my hair in one hand and lift it off the back of my neck, which is slicked with sweat in the humid night air, and finally turn around. Holy Ohio! I have to release my hair in order to tilt my head back far enough to see more than a massive chest covered with a black t-shirt sporting a picture of a purple bobcat, mouth open, teeth showing. And it turns out that slab of a chest is attached to a mountain with arms and legs. He's tall, dark, shredded, and deliriously handsome. I won't call him muscular because it would be an injustice, just like calling Samson a bodybuilder. This man looks like he could hoist Bruce over his head without breaking a sweat. Moving my eyes up over shoulders that'd make Atlas seethe with jealousy and a thick neck worthy of a bull, my gaze lands on a face. An amused one, with deep manly lines around flinty, hazel-dark eyes. This looks like a face that's used to smiling, even if he's rocking that scary, hot vibe like he invented it. Only right now, there's a smirk carved on his chiseled face that says he might be insane enough to try lifting a full-grown tiger as a feat of strength. Oh, crap. Bruce, if there's one thing I can't do, besides let this guy climb inside my head and eat crackers nice and slow, is let him catch on to the fact that I'm hauling around some very illegal cargo. And it's alive. "What kind of trouble are you having?" he asks, his eyes twinkling in the dim light. At the moment, breathing. Next up, peeling my eyes off him and finding the willpower to mutter more than a squeak in reply. His jaw is square, his nose straight, his hair short, but not too short, and his mouth, that smile, it's officially too much to handle. I huff out a loud breath to stop a heavenly fantasy from forming and get my thoughts back to hell. Because that's where I'm actually at right now, blundering around an isolated parking lot in the middle of the night with a strange man and a not-so-well-concealed monster in my trailer. Fun times. The battery, I think that's it, I rattle off, having to clear my throat to continue. The light just started flashing while I was on the road, but then it stayed on and my truck up and died. Now there's just nothing, not even the battery light, no power at all. He nods and glances around me like he's heard it 100 times, gazing into the cab of the truck before he makes a sympathetic grimace. "Sounds like the alternator." "Oh, of course," I say just a little too eagerly because I'm that hard up for good news. How'd you know?" I wonder if his sympathy is for the broken-down truck or the fact that I'm alone. I'm not alone, though, nor am I afraid. Hurt paw or not, Bruce is the best protector a girl could ever have. He's been as defensive of me as I've been with him since day one. Call it a twisted kinda love at first sight. "Well, don't know for sure till I take a closer look," he tells me. "But what you described sounds like what happens when an alternator craps out." "An alternator," I repeat, nodding as if I totally get what that thingamajig is. "The alternator," he corrects, amusement sparking in his eyes. "There's usually just one, unless you've got a real special ride." I nod again like I knew that. "I guess I'll have to fix it. No big deal, right?" "Replace it," he says, reaching up to stroke the dark scruff on his chin. "You'll need a new one, or a rebuilt unit, possibly, if we can dig one up for you." Uh-oh. Something tells me all this talk about digging and fixing means I'm gonna be here a while. Not good. "Where were you headed?" he asks. "Wyoming, close to Sheridan." I flinch as soon as the word falls out. It's not quite a lie, but it was a half-baked plan at best. Yes, there's another big cat refuge there, a legit one with zero ties to exotic planes that I need to get Bruce to before infection sets into his paw. But I sure as heck don't need to be broadcasting it to a complete stranger. I don't even know if this guy is an employee here, though his shirt is a pretty good hint he is. I'd offer you a jump to charge up your battery, but that would only give you enough juice for a short hop. Not all the way to Bowman, which is a few towns over before you cross the state line." "It wouldn't, huh?" "Nah, but I know a damn good mechanic. He could probably replace your alternator tomorrow, if you can handle staying in this little town overnight." He offers me an easy smile I wish I could return. Tomorrow. I whisper, holding my breath. He might as well have said next month or next year. By tomorrow, Priscilla and Niles will definitely know I'm gone. They'll have the hounds out in force looking for me, and the wonderful creature they consider their property.
Yep, he's good at what he does. Won't take him long once he gets the part, the stranger continues. You got stock in that trailer?
With my mind spinning with all the reasons why tomorrow will be a total disaster, I nod.
Is it a 2-inch ball with your rig?
Excuse me? I bat my eyes, trying to unhear him talking dirty. What ball? Did he mean bull? In the trailer? His question ignites my greatest fears, like facing major jail time for stealing an exotic animal without ironclad proof I had to. Seeing him looking at me expectantly, I do the only thing I can. Yeah, it's a bull. I lie.
Bull?
He cocks his head, adorably confused. Isn't that what he meant? If I had a bull? Or did he say ball? That wouldn't make any sense. Gah! I'm confused. That's what I'm taking to Wyoming, I continue, biting my tongue. A bull. He looks at me like I've lost my mind. I'm closer to a straitjacket than he knows.
You misheard me. I asked if it was a 2-inch ball on your truck, he says, fighting back a chuckle. The hitch, I mean. They're usually a 2-inch, but some are bigger. 2 5/16.
Oh. Well, at least I'll have plenty of time to relive this embarrassing conversation when I'm sitting in prison. I'm a flipping zoologist and still don't have a clue what he's talking about. I don't follow. Why do you want to know? I venture.
Because I have a 2-inch ball on my truck. We can unhitch your ride, pull it out of the way, and then hitch my truck up to the trailer to get that bull moving.
It's official. My brain is a stress-fried omelet. He might as well be speaking a foreign language. Come again? I whisper.
Miss, you sure you're okay?
For a moment he sighs, giving me a long look.
So I can give you a ride to Dallas. There's a bed and breakfast here where you can spend the night. They also have an exercise area for stock when needed.
Oh, sure. Stock, I whisper meekly. I'm too dumbstruck by the situation to even lie anymore when I know I'm about to be busted.
You're lucky you hit a rough patch here. This is cattle country and horse country, even a little bit of goat country too, besides being pumpkin and oil country, he says, chuckling at an inside joke that goes over my head. His sense of humor, sticking pumpkins in there, is just odd. But his laugh is nice, wholesome and real enough to make me smile back through my rapid-firing panic brain. Or maybe I grin because I'm SOL, and there's nothing better to do than smile at a handsome stranger who will probably be the dude to call the cops on me. He sticks out a hand bigger than my head. Grady McKnight, the pleasure's all mine. I own this joint. I just locked up for the night and was about to head home when I noticed you.
For some unholy reason, I shake his hand. It's warm, solid, weirdly comforting, just like him. Willow, I breathe. Willow Macklin.
Mighty nice to meet you, Willow.
He releases my hand and steps away.
Now, if you don't mind, I'll take a look at that hitch and make sure it's the right size.
I'm rubbing my palm on my thigh, dispelling the tingling shock left by his hand, when his last sentence clicks in my mind. The word hitch makes sense, and so does how close he'll be to Bruce while looking at it. Crap. I can't show my true stripes. Not like this. Not ever. No! I shout, running toward him. Actually, I do mind.
2. Tiger Thief. Grady. The panicked shout from that seriously pretty down-on-her-luck stray has me spinning around, but it's the growl, no, the fucking roar behind me that turns my blood ice cold. What the hell? It came from inside the trailer. 1,000 monster movies and dinosaur flicks whip through my brain. I've never heard any bull make a racket like that in my life, a feral, full-bodied rip in the night. Before I can even think about checking the trailer, along with my sanity, she's on me. Little Miss Bad Luck grabs my arm and her soft blue eyes are bright. Scared.
"Mister, please,"
she whispers, a dry rattle sliding off her lips. I straighten, instantly realizing that whatever's in that damn trailer, she doesn't want me to know about it, which tells me I need to know right now. Her hold on my bicep tightens fiercely as I step closer and peer between the slats, half expecting to see a pack of velociraptors inside. Even if it's not a dinosaur, my mind stumbles, trying to process what I'm seeing. Maybe those bikers smoking a roadie out back before they left around closing time hadn't been puffing on some run-of-the-mill pot. I'd gotten a lingering whiff when I'd carried out the trash. Was that shit laced with something? A hallucinogen? Because I've got to be frigging hallucinating. The monster cat head staring back at me is as broad as my chest. Two flinty, pissed-off green-gold eyes blaze like bonfires in the night. A powerhouse of a body, muscle and sinew and bone layered with princely pumpkin orange and a latticework of licorice black stripes. Something pings off the metal wall of the trailer, its tail thick and heavy as a knotted rope. Then the beast peels back its lips, showing knives for teeth, and lets out another low snarl like a twister descending on a cornfield, promising destruction. Holy shit. The girl, Willow, a fitting name because she's willow-like, thin but not skinny, with shapely legs, makes her move. She jumps up on the tongue of the trailer beside me, making us eye level. I glance at her, willing my heart to beat normally again, and then look back to the trailer as she puts her face near the slats. As soon as the cat sees her, those deadly lips uncurl, and an odd, almost soft purring starts. The rumble could rival a boat motor, but it sounds calmer? I'm gonna hope so.
"He has a sore paw."
She glances at me, her mouth in a tight frown, as if she's talking about a pint-sized puppy. Sore paw? I repeat, my tongue like leather. She nods slowly. Dumbfounded, I stagger away from the trailer, pressing my thumbs into my eyes and swallowing a groan. Is this real life? Jesus, lady, you can't be hauling a wild tiger around in a trailer in these parts. I grind out. Words I thought I'd never say.
"Oh, he's not wild. He was born and raised in captivity his whole life, and I'm a zoologist,"
she says cheerfully, flashing me the world's most awkward thumbs up. Yeah, like that explains everything. Like I'm supposed to smile and thank her for this unexpected trip to Crazy Town. I suck in a deep breath and try to pick my next words very carefully. I don't give a shit what you are, Willow, pardon my French. I grunt, hating how her eyes flash, trying to soften the blow. This is North Dakota cattle country. Even the odd mountain lion plays havoc on livestock around here. If that damn thing got loose, he'd chew up a whole herd in no time.
"Okay, I know you're freaked out, but look,"
she jumps off the hitch.
"He's not a mountain lion, he's a Bengal tiger, and he won't eat any calves. He's never so much as hunted a bird. The only beef he gets is already dead and butchered and comes from me. And I promise you, letting him run wild is the last thing I'd ever do. I take good care of him. He isn't dangerous. Hand to God."
She lifts her slim fingers for emphasis, her hand shaking in the darkness. Sighing, I tilt my head back, looking up at the stars, begging somebody up there to explain what in Hades is happening down here. Also, why somebody decided to choose me to deal with this hot mess. Oh, don't get me wrong, I've seen plenty running my bar. I'm no stranger to weirdos of all stripes. UFO cranks, crystal healers, aging hippies who never got the memo the summer of love ended, and folks who think they're secretly cloning Richard Nixon on Mars. I've had to deal with everything from crackpots to crackheads since the day I bought the purple bobcat. Yet none of it's ever come close to this. Crackpot doesn't begin to describe a woman who thinks a 500-pound Bengal tiger isn't dangerous. This woman is clinically insane. Okay, look, I say gently, pulling my phone out of my back pocket. I don't know what's going on here or why you're trucking him around, but lady, I can't have a tiger on my property. A tiger? Part of me wants to burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all.
Grady, wait!
She moves like lightning, lunging for my phone, those blue eyes spinning.
Who are you calling?
I wonder if I can eyeball some sanity into her if I just stare hard enough. I can't stop thinking about the shit show coming if that behemoth escapes and heads for the ranches around these parts. Holding the phone out of her reach, I swipe the screen. Sheriff Wallace. It's not like I'm happy about it, but he'll know what to do with this.
Oh, no, you can't!
She grabs my wrist with both hands like a vice, still clinging even when I lift my hand higher in the air.
Please, if you'll just hear me out.
I've heard all I need to, and seen it too. I grumble. Willow doesn't seem to be the reasoning type. Big surprise. Her feet, covered in her knee-high boots, are dangling off the ground, but she still refuses to let go of my wrist.
Please, Grady, I'm begging you.
Her voice cracks, and there's a jerky sniffle.
If they find out he's here, they'll kill him.
Apparently him means the tiger. She has my attention, unfortunately. I pause. Who wants to kill him?
Really awful people. They're abusive traffickers, and I can prove it, but before I could do anything, I had to get him away.
She whimpers, rubbing at her reddening face with her free hand. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Maybe the sight of a damsel in distress plays my heartstrings like a fiddle, but fuck no. I can't let her sob story talk me out of common sense or law-abiding citizen territory. Time to shut this down. If somebody isn't treating him right, then that's more reason to call the sheriff, I say.
You can't. You don't understand.
She whispers, digging her nails into my skin, those teary eyes locked on mine and whirling.
If he finds out, your sheriff will call the closest cat sanctuary, and that's where I took him from. That's the place he can never go back to.
Took him? My brows go up. You're telling me you stole this tiger? She doesn't need to answer. Her face says it all.
I didn't have a choice. I rescued him.
Her face droops, framed in brown-haired silk. Tired of holding her off the ground with one hand, I lower my arm till she's standing evenly again. My gut tells me I shouldn't dive deeper into this madness, but there's no denying I'm intrigued. What motivates a brunette pixie like this to run off with a tiger? She mentioned abuse. What kind? More importantly, how did she manage to get this quarter-ton Bengal beast as far as she has without anybody up her butt about it? I hold in a sigh and lay my hands on her shoulders, gentle but firm. 2 minutes, Willow. That's what I'm gonna give you to fess up and tell me what's really going on here, or we'll both be telling it to Sheriff Wallace.
Okay.
She pulls out of my grasp, rubbing her face, inhaling several deep breaths before she turns to face me again. I watch her pull the hem of her oversized sweatshirt down over her black leggings, suddenly bashful. Clock's ticking, I remind her, pointing to my old-school watch.
Okay, so we're not just roaming the highways for fun. We've only been on the road for a few hours. I'm taking him to a sanctuary in Wyoming. A good one, a legit one.
She rushes out.
He'll be taken care of properly there, not sold for his fur and everything else.
Her voice cracks on that last remark. Unshed tears in her big blue eyes shimmer in the overhead light, but I refuse to let crying make her case. Yeah? And how'd you wind up being his chauffeur? I ask, leveling my best court-is-in-session look on her. She huffs out a breath, planting both hands on her hips.
I stole him, all right? That's what you want to hear. I admit it, and I'm not sorry I did.
Her feistiness is too real. I fight back a smile. If she's a crackpot, at least she's an honest one.
Look,
she says, pointing at her truck.
I have money. A credit card with unlimited spending and a debit card with more than $10,000 in my bank account. I'll give them both to you for your pickup truck. I'll drive away and you can forget I was ever here.
Now I chuckle. Forget her and that illegal cat. I think it'd take more than a few blows to the head to wipe that from my memory. Of course, I don't tell her that. What a deal. My sweet new ride that's under a year old for a beat-up Dodge that doesn't even run, $10,000 and a credit card I'd never tap if my life depended on it. Woman, I don't think so. She has no earthly clue who I am, and it's not the kind of dude who'd ever agree to any of that.
Please. You're right about the clock ticking. In a few more hours they'll realize I'm gone. Then they'll come looking.
She whispers it so darkly, a chill rides up my back.
I need to get far away by then, over the state line at least.
Away from where? Willow hesitates, then lets out a sigh.
My knot, okay? The more miles between us and that town, the better.
Only a couple of hours from here, I say, rubbing my chin. You're telling me you only got this far before your ride clunked out? She throws her hands up in the air.
I know.
Grasping her chestnut brown hair with one hand, she lifts a long lock off the back of her neck, spinning it nervously around to brush her cheek, just like she had earlier.
I can get you more money. Enough so you can buy another new truck. Anything. Grady, please. I swear I'm good for it. I'll even throw in a reward for helping me.
I'm not thinking about a reward or money at all. I make a good, honest living off the Purple Bobcat. The place I could lose if anyone finds out I had a damn tiger in my lot and didn't report it ASAP. Even if this place has always been a magnet for trouble, it's never burned me. I've worked my ass into the ground, changing the clientele from the lowlifes who'd frequent it under the previous owner to good, hard-working townsfolk who just want a safe place to unwind. Still, we're located off a back road near the highway. The joint still gets its fair share of shady men and desperados wandering in. Some came looking for people I consider friends. Good friends. Best friends. Brothers. How many times have I helped bail out my buddies? Always the sidekick, never the hero. And that was fine by me. I'm not a movie star rescuer like Ridge or a data hound ex-FBI dude like Falk, but... hell. It's my turn, isn't it? My time to step up and deal with the epic pile of crap Dallas brings in like it's always been the price of living here. Fine, I grunt out.
Fine?
She clasps her hands together and holds them to her chest like she's praying. Or maybe just winding up to bounce over and squeal in my face, which she does a second later.
Oh, thank you, Grady.
Before I know what's happening, those slender arms are pinched around my chest, holding on for dear life, a look in her mellow eyes like I just breathed life into her. Shit. I'm stiffer than a board when she flounces back a second later, her cheeks cherry red.
Sorry about that. So, how much do I owe you?
She whispers. Come again? I growl back.
I'll have it sent to you ASAP, whatever it is. 20,000? 30?
My jaw nearly slaps the ground for the 10th time tonight. Who the hell is this woman? Tossing out fat numbers like she's made of money. If she's some kind of secret millionaire, then why didn't she hire someone to steal the cat for her? I swallow, hard. The groan I push back into my gut feels jagged on the way down. Yeah, I'm gonna regret this in the morning, but right now, I can't think of a better solution. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I sure as hell don't need someone showing up at my bar looking for their stolen tiger. I don't want your money, and I'm not selling my truck, I say slowly, watching as her face falls. But I know a safe place where you can stay till your ride's fixed. Then you can be on your merry way to Wyoming, and we'll pretend this never happened.
Oh, you do? Where?
She glances around.
Here?
Definitely not here. I walk over, unlatch the hitch, and lower the bulldog jack on the trailer so I can move her truck.
Then where?
She asks, her voice tight. I unhook the safety chains, taking my sweet time. Not that it delays any bit of this misery. I almost can't even force it out. My place. I rumble. Willow's feet scuff the ground as she sways back a few steps.
Oh no, I couldn't. I can't.
What's the alternative? I'm searching my own mind for one and coming up blank. A contraband tiger is sure to cause a ruckus sooner or later, and it ain't happening in my lot. Her full pink lips flutter open a couple times and then clamp shut. Exactly. Shaking my head at myself as much as at her, I say, "Wait here, I'll get my truck and tow yours behind the building." I walk across the parking lot to my truck, still questioning if there's really no alternative. Honestly, I've got no love for letting a crazy chick and her tiger crash at my house. My girls aren't home and won't be for a couple days yet, thank God. Still, I really don't need this. What happens if the girls come home and these guests are still around? My face burns behind my whiskers. I've got half a mind to step back into my bar and pour myself a few fingers of something potent to help me face this bullshit. The timing works, though. Barely. As long as my nephew can get her truck running tomorrow, she and her murder kitten will be gone before they get home. Gone before anyone ever learns about this. Besides Weston, no one ever needs to know I lost my frigging mind and took in 2 strays who could kill me. Plus, I'll still have a solid day to figure out what to do about Sawyer and Avery. My heart aches at the thought of them. This is the longest we've ever been apart, but with Aunt Faye gone for the summer, a week of summer camp was my best option to keep the bar running full-time in its busiest season. Joyce was a godsend, helping keep an eye on them as much as she could before camp started, but I can't ask her to watch the girls day and night. Or Hank, once my brother-in-law. He helps too much as it is. At 10, the girls think they're old enough to stay home alone. Nope, not for the long hours I'm gone working at the Bobcat. I let them come with me now and again well before bedtime, but I don't want them raised in a bar, watching their old man keep this town fueled up on 2-for-1 specials and bingo fish fry nights. The life of a single dad sucks. It's harder than I ever imagined, and scarier too. But it's my sole responsibility to make sure my girls have everything they need and grow up right, blossoming into good, happy people. I wouldn't give it up for anything. Every square inch of my heart, my soul, and my love belongs to my girls. And maybe part of love is taking a weird detour or two to protect our lives, which is exactly why I can't have a stolen goddamn tiger at my bar. I'll text Weston as soon as I get her to my place. Then I'll buckle up and deal with getting the Tiger Princess out of my life fast. It doesn't take long to pull her truck behind the bar, where no one will notice it, and then to hook mine up to the trailer. My property is only 5 miles away from the Bobcat, and it doesn't take long to get there or to back the trailer into the old barn. I try not to think about what's inside. For once, I'm damn grateful my dad was a practical man who went for brute efficiency over style. The walls of this building are more than rustic, made from heaping concrete blocks back when my father tore down an old North Earhart oil building. In the old days, he and Old Man Reed, the oil company's head honcho, were close friends, always making crazy deals for land access and supplies. Most of these schemes worked out well for our family, including the barn. It was built stronger than some army barracks. Even the hog pens on the outside are concrete, designed to withstand time and the elements, and they've done it beautifully. After unhooking the trailer and parking my truck, I run a hose into the barn to fill up a water trough while Willow gets her Hellcat settled. Bruce. She told me that's the giant's name. He's even larger and more menacing than the first glimpse suggested. I've never seen a tiger up close, and have to admit he's a magnificent animal, if you ignore the fact that he's an exotic predator capable of snapping your head off in the blink of an eye. Yeah, flesh-ripping teeth and claws aside, he's not half bad. I've never seen anything devour a hunk of meat like the tiger does either. She takes a red, raw roast out of the cooler we'd transferred from the back of her truck to mine. I nearly have a heart attack when she struts over and lays it down in front of him, like serving dinner to a king. The beast doesn't go for the meat till she steps back and tells Bruce to eat. Oh, he eats it up all right, every fucking morsel, in about 2 hulking chomps.
I've never seen a barn like this,
she says as we exit the building a short while later.
It's so sturdy, almost like it was made for him.
Amen to that. Don't know if I'd feel safe keeping this boy behind nothing but wood, I tell her, closing the solid steel door and securing the outside latch. My father built this place years ago. Designed and built it, I should say.
What for?
She asks with a giggle.
Doomsday?
I snort, because that's exactly the running joke whenever people see it. My dad wanted to raise pigs originally, but my mama told him any pig that got her vegetable garden would be a dead one. Pigs are notorious escape artists, so my father got the supplies from our local oil company and built himself Hog Alcatraz. She snickers, batting her soft blue eyes in a way I'm careful to ignore. I'm not letting those manic pixie stranger good looks do more damage than they already have.
But there aren't any pigs now?
Willow asks as we head for the house. Nope, that was over when I was young. My folks died in a car accident shortly after I joined the army. The pigs were sold by my brother, and when I came home, I didn't want to be a pig farmer. That's close enough to the truth. She doesn't need to know I couldn't pig farm, even if I wanted to try it. Didn't have the time, not with Brittany's illness and the girls.
Is that when you bought the bar?
I answer with a nod, though technically I hadn't bought the bar till a few years ago, well after Brittany was dead and buried along with my parents. Luckily, between the army pay and my inheritance, finances weren't a dream killer. Some days when I struggle to balance the girls and work, I wonder if I should have chosen something else. If it wasn't for Aunt Faye, I might have. I hadn't realized just how much I depended on her watching the girls till she'd left this summer. Just a couple months. I thought it'd be fine. Simple and easy. Right. We step on the front porch, and embarrassment strikes. I'm not a messy dude, but even after strict military training, I'm not the neatest person born either. Between my aunt being gone and the girls leaving for camp, the place isn't in the best shape. I'd planned on cleaning it before they come home, and still do. It's like I'm waiting for a miracle. Mary Poppins to drop out of the sky and take care of the girls till Aunt Faye returns, which won't be till school starts, probably, over 2 months from now. Whatever, I'll figure it out. Ideally, after I sort out this crazy tiger chick dilemma.
Wow,
she says with a gasp that yanks me from my thoughts.
Such a beautiful home. It reminds me of the big old farmhouses you see on TV all the time. You're not Netflix famous, right?
I shoot her a glare of disbelief. Do I look Netflix famous?
Sorry, bad joke.
She flushes and shakes her head, her bottom lip dipping into her mouth pensively. Forget it. I'm the one who's sorry for being on edge, I whisper, dragging my door open. There's a bedroom off the kitchen you can sleep in. It was a back porch once, but I'd turned it into a bedroom and bathroom for Brittany in her final days. Climbing the stairs was too much for her then. Pushing those dark thoughts away, I click on the overhead light in the living room. This way, I tell her, leading us through the house. We walk past the living room with its sofa and both armchairs still covered with clothes the girls pulled downstairs. They wanted to take the outfits to camp before they figured out there wasn't enough room in their suitcases for everything. Ignoring the clothes, I press onward to the kitchen.
Gold star for having an actual home. I was expecting a man cave. Who else lives here?
She asks. My daughters, but they're off at summer camp. Knowing she saw the piles of clothes, I add, sorry for the mess. They didn't have time to put away everything before they left.
And your wife?
I almost fucking choke. It's such an innocent, honest, disarming question, but I don't expect it. I'm used to dealing with folks who know my situation. Deceased, roughly 5 years ago, I tell her, pinching my jaw. I click on the kitchen light and flinch. The dishes are piled high in the sink. Another fun thing I forgot. Shit.
I'm sorry for your loss,
Willow says over my shoulder, her voice so gentle. I nod tightly, eager to get off that subject. At least the dirty dishes can help. Haven't been home much this past week, so things are chaotic, I say, squaring my shoulders and turning to look her in the eye. She gives me a syrupy smile that says she gets it. Does she? If she comes from a rich background, I'm sure she's got the creepy crawlies right now in my very lived-in, messy family house. Sure, I can blame it on spending so much time at the bar this past week, training a couple new part-timers. Then again, I can't blame the bar for truly needing me there for 16 hours a day. Without the girls, the house is too lonely, so I've purposely kept busy all day and half the night since the day they left.
How old are your girls?
She asks, sensing a change in the air. 10. I cross the room.
Both of them?
Yep, that's the beauty with twins. Sawyer and Avery are their names. On the far side of the kitchen, I open a door. Thankful this room is tidy. Flicking the light switch on, I give her a minute to take a good look. It's not a 5-star resort suite, but it's a place to bed down in peace and quiet. Bathroom's right through that door, I say, pointing. She steps into the room and nods at the door I pointed out.
It's lovely. Smells like wildflowers in here. Absolutely perfect after a long day.
She turns and looks up at me, again wearing that sunshine smile. My breath snags in my chest. It's the first time I've stopped and really seen her up close, face to face, with enough light to fully make out her features. They're damn near flawless. Her eyes are sky-blue gems in the mellow light, lined with dark lashes and highlights of wispy dark brows. They're partly hidden behind a thick set of dark brown bangs. A perfectly adorable nose has a tiny line of faint freckles extending to her plush cheeks, which I already know ignite too easily. The peak of her top lip is prominent, making her mouth look heart-shaped. Too nice a fit for a man's hungry lips, much less his... Stop! You're doing that thing again. An ugly voice nags in the back of my brain. She's not your friend, and definitely not your eye candy flirt. Pull your shit together, man. I tear my gaze off her and turn to the door, trying to forget how achingly beautiful this unexpected mess of a woman really is.
Thank you again, Grady,
she tells me. My mouth feels like cotton, and I realize I'm not breathing. I inhale deeply before answering. You're welcome. I'll call West first thing in the morning.
West?
Weston, my nephew. He's the mechanic I mentioned. We can trust him not to open his mouth about anything. He'll be able to work on your truck where it's parked behind my bar. I'd planned on texting him, but there's no need to wake him right now. Morning will be here soon enough.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I stop at the door, wondering why she's following me. Everything okay?
I just forgot something. I need to get my bag out of your pickup,
she says shyly. I'll grab it for you. Stay here, I tell her. I don't care how much I've opened my home like a good Samaritan or how screaming hot she is. I'm not trusting her more than I need to just yet, and letting her roam my property. Besides, the fresh air will calm my ass down. I'm still trying not to focus on how pretty she is, how cute she makes an oversized gray sweatshirt and black leggings look as I collect the bag quickly and carry it back into her room. Here you are. Good night, then.
Good night, Grady. Thanks again for all you're doing. I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. And so does Bruce.
Does that mean he won't bite me in half? I stop short of saying it and leave her with a conflicted smile, nodding as I pull the door shut and plod through the house. Great. Apparently I'm due for a blue ribbon and stupid to go with my purple heart. Leave it to me to be attracted to a tiger thief and actually bring her home with me. In all the years since Brittany's death, no woman has caught my eye long enough to come here, and I see plenty of them at the bar. There's something about this girl that's caught more than just my eye. It's odd and inexplicable and wrong. She'll be gone tomorrow, though. That's for sure. As I cross the living room to the stairs leading to my room, I look at the mess I'm too damn exhausted to start on now. Let it linger another day as a reminder. I have enough chaos in my life, and sure as hell don't need more, especially not the kind that comes in hilariously illegal black and orange and could overpower 100 men. Maybe it's divine punishment for my 3 unbreakable rules. 1, I've sworn off critters of any kind long ago, no matter how much the girls begged. 2, I've also walled myself off from drama. And I've been pretty successful at keeping it out of my life in a talkative little town that loves gossip more than it does its famous rodeos. Finally, I've always given a big hell no to romance, and that's how it's going to stay. Half the ladies in Dallas see that as a challenge. They think I'm one more rock-hard, closed-off caveman who traded his badass card for a dad card, and every last one of them are wrong. Many have come calling with flirty smiles and lipsticks so bright it burns the eyes. All have failed. When I say I'm a bachelor whose life begins and ends with his girls, his bar, and his best friends, in that order, I fucking mean it. Shame some women still don't get the message. Gotta admit, before today I did a pretty good job of obeying my rules like gospel. As I climb the stairs to my room, I cringe because the cracks are forming, annoying and unwelcome as a hairline fracture. Even if it's just for a day, Willow and Bruce are threatening my resolve with critters and drama. Thank fuck the romance rule is solid as marble. A shiver stabs me then, so fierce I roll my shoulders. Willow's face flashes through my mind like lightning, damn her, for the first of many times this restless night.
3. Tiger Fight. Willow. Even though the clock beside the bed said it was after 3 when I'd climbed between the sheets that smell like freshly cut flowers and sunshine, by 7 o'clock, I can't stay in bed a second longer. I'm too worried. My mind keeps spinning in all directions simultaneously. Priscilla and Niles Foss must know Bruce and I are gone by now, along with the laptop. I'd snatched that, too. A damning indictment of everything wrong at Exotic Plains. That's what I want to believe. Anyway, if I can find someone who can break through the password encryption for proof, hopefully. And I'm going to need plenty of rock-solid proof to save my own butt from a prison cell when, not if, the law steps into this. Right now, I'm running on pure jittery instinct, too wound up to sleep and too worried to try. I climb out of bed, make it up real quick, and then tiptoe into the bathroom. Once I'm showered and dressed, the reek of adrenaline gone, I head for the barn to check on Bruce. He's still sleeping inside the trailer Grady backed into the barn through the big sliding metal door, but I can see paw prints. He was up during the night, pacing, without putting much weight on his injured front foot. I should have waited until this morning to feed him, but I hoped if I could get some food into him last night, then he'd sleep like the huge baby he is. The ache in my heart makes me look away. This is way out of the ordinary for him. Other big cats wouldn't adjust nearly as well. They'd be pacing all the time, anxious and growling and afraid, hurt paw or not. But Bruce? He takes it in stride, trusting the situation as long as I'm with him, trusting me. One more reason why I can't let him down. Not for anything. He's such a unique animal. Personable, tender, and entirely gorgeous. Even his markings are a living masterpiece, from the layered orange and creamy white fur to the charcoal black stripes cutting through his coat in sharp, slashing intervals. He groans in his sleep, opening a lazy eye, glancing at me for a second before he's out like a brick again. Sleep, big guy. Just a little longer until we sort this crap out, I whisper. Huffing out a worried breath, I walk to the gate that separates the center of the barn from other areas around the old empty farm. No exaggeration, the building is put together like Fort Knox. Even while I'm terrified my luck could run out any hour, I have to admit I couldn't have picked a better place to crash land for the night, or a better stranger to crash into. Grady and his fortress of a barn are a double miracle. The center of the building where he backed the trailer in is a large space that runs the length of the barn with big, heavy sliding metal doors. On both sides of the area are walls of cement blocks, broken up with metal gates every 5 feet for entrances into cement block stalls. There's also a sweeping storage room, which is where I left the ice chest, my next worry. It's got just enough meat for one more feeding before I'll have to scramble for Bruce's meals. Next to the storeroom is a set of stairs leading to the loft overhead. Yeah, I couldn't have dreamed up a better place to house Bruce overnight. I'm also happy about the row of windows near the ceiling, where plenty of sunlight spills in. A tiger needs natural light, and lots of it. The lack of it at the refuge bothered me from the start. His pen there was cave-like and cramped, and they barely gave the poor cat enough caged-in space to step on the grass in his minuscule enclosure outside. It was more mud than anything else. I worried about muscle atrophy from day one, and that's not counting the effect on Bruce's moods, or the other poor animals there in similar condition. Opening the door leading outside, I exit and make sure the latch is secure before walking back to the house. If the barn is an unexpected fortress, the old farmhouse is almost too normal, and I mean it in the best way. The place looks picture-perfect by day. All stark white with a green metal roof, a huge front porch, and gabled dormer windows on the second floor. Those cute windows are framed with wide shutters, each painted a rustic red. There's even a tall brick chimney running up one side. The room I slept in must have been a back porch once from the looks of it. A sliding glass door off the dining area is how I'd walked outside, and I used the same door to re-enter. Very quietly, because the handsome owner must still be sleeping. I can't help smiling because Grady reminds me a little of a big cat himself. Silly, I know, but the comparison kinda hits you in the face. He's big, tough, totally built, and a little scary on the outside, but deep down, I already sense a walking teddy bear. That's where the similarities end, though, because if I'm being honest, Bruce doesn't scare me one bit, and Grady's intimidating good looks and snarly pants style are only scary because he's scary hot. Back in my room, I peel off my boots and socks, but decide lying back down would be useless now that I'm wide awake, so I return to the kitchen instead. The house is clean enough, despite its discord. No cobwebs, dirt, or trash piled up, but it's a bit cluttered, like things just haven't been put away for several days. I smile, remembering how Grady's skin had a hint of red behind his thick scruff last night when we'd first walked in. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. He shouldn't be embarrassed. I know all about single men raising daughters. It was tough on my dad, and I can only imagine how much harder it would have been if he'd had 2 of me to deal with. A tiny giggle burbles up my throat, knowing the damage double Willows could have done to Dad. I raised plenty of teenage hell all by my lonesome, thank you very much. Double trouble would have sent him to the nut house. Orderly to a fault, as my father describes me, I walk to the sink that's piled high with dishes. Cleaning up a few plates is the least I can do to thank Grady for his hospitality, taking me in after midnight along with, a freaking full-grown tiger. Dad also says I'm impulsive and too stubborn to know what's good for me. Maybe so, but he loves me anyway. I also know that had I called him, told him to send Grady thousands of dollars, Dad would have questioned me up and down, but in the end, he'd send the money. Not because it's ever happened before, of course, but because he trusts me. I don't make a habit of running off with exotic beasts without one hell of a good reason. And thank the holy stars, this is a first. I don't want Dad involved. Sure, I'll tell him when it's all over. Someday when he's knocked back a few glasses of good wine and my life is awesome. He'll be drunk and laughing so hard he'll always wonder if I'm making the whole thing up. But until then, I shake my head. Priscilla and Niles Foss were way too interested in my father to begin with. They knew I was the Peter Macklin's daughter, And if I'd had my head screwed on sooner, I should have seen them chasing after the connections I had right from the start. Even when they started fishing, I'd made it a point to say I don't have any connections to researchers or wildlife refuges around the world. My father does, not me. Being his daughter doesn't work like that. A cold chill whips up my spine, making me work faster to chase the bad thoughts away. I keep finding things to do like a domestic goddess. Bye-bye, dishwasher. You're unloaded, reloaded, and started. Spotless dishes dried and put away, with everything located where I'd expect. That tells me a woman organized this kitchen once upon a time. Perhaps his wife's style stuck around, or maybe his mother stepped in. My heart sinks. Big Daddy hasn't had an easy run, that's for sure. I can't help feeling a little sorry for him. Been there, done that, and seen what it does to a man. After wiping down the counters and appliances, I take glass cleaner to the little fingerprints on the sliding glass door and then sweep and damp mop the tile floor. I hit the living room last and fold up the clothes piled in a chair, all little girl stuff. I stack them in sorted heaps and then give the room a quick dusting before mopping the hardwood floors. All in all, the house is in great shape for one growly man and two likely rambunctious little girls. Even for its age, the place is structurally sound and looks like it's been beautifully kept up over the years. Yes, I appreciate old things. I love their souls, and I like to see them taken care of. The fireplace on the far wall of the living room completes the whole scene, and the marble around it makes me think it, too, was refurbished recently. It's flipping gorgeous. Black and white marble makes up the hearth, and the bricks going up the wall have the shimmer of a white oil-based paint. The mantel for this fireplace is a large slab of wood, a foot or so square. When I check my dust rag after swiping the top, I'm once again convinced this home is normally very neat and tidy. Hardly any dust at all turns up from the mantel. Yep, Grady was telling me the truth when he said things were messy because he hasn't been home much lately. Not that I'd thought he'd been lying, but it's nice to confirm what I already suspected. He's an overall decent, small-town guy who offered to help me out. Thank God. Who knows where Bruce and I would be right now if he hadn't been at the bar last night to bring us home. I plump the pillows on the furniture, and then, satisfied with the room, I walk back to the kitchen. Having discovered the laundry room a few paces away earlier, I rinse out the dust rag and hang it over the edge of the laundry sink. Back in the kitchen, I look at the microwave. Cool. I've done all I can, and it's only 9 o'clock. I suppose I could start opening doors, cleaning other rooms, but that would be intrusive, even to my impulsive, stubborn, must-make-everything spotless mind. Still, I can't resist opening the pantry door. It could use a little reorganizing, but I tell myself to chill, ignore it. I'm on my way out as I notice the canister marked coffee. I could use a pick-me-up, and I bet he wouldn't turn down a fresh pot as soon as he's up, so maybe I take a few seconds more than I really need when I drop the can back off after getting our coffee on. Maybe I can't stop myself from grinning when I enter the large walk-in pantry, flanked with lovely shelves on both sides. Maybe I stare longingly at an antique pie tin cupboard on the back wall. No judging. I'm only snooping a teensy bit, and only with my eyes. The cupboard makes me smile. It's a gorgeous old piece with glass upper doors, a porcelain counter, complete with a pull-out wooden rolling board, a flour bin, and punched tin doors on the bottom. It feels like a crime to hide away a piece of furniture this unique. No, I'm not insane enough to move it, but I do straighten things up a bit, so its beauty is more noticeable. I'm busy organizing the canned goods by variety when I sense I'm no longer alone. Eep. Last I checked, that's the sound a woman makes in her own head when there's a tall, dark, and insanely hot slice of man nearby. Heat fills my cheeks as I slowly turn and see Grady standing in the pantry doorway, very much the lord of this manor. His hair is damp like he's just stepped out of the shower. Oh, he definitely has. I can smell a spicy soap mingled with raw testosterone from several feet away. He's wearing black jeans over those lethal hips and a white and blue striped button-down shirt, which only makes him look more handsome than the tight black t-shirt last night. Sweet mother of alpha pearls.
What are you? Some kind of witch who sweeps and mops with her broomsticks instead of throwing around curses?
He smiles, then glances behind him.
Looks like a whole platoon of maids came through here on a mission. You got a few stowaways somewhere?
Is he for real? His silly, unexpected humor makes me laugh. I'm sorry, I say hurriedly, as I finish arranging the canned goods. I had to keep my hands busy. Couldn't sleep.
At all?
He lifts an eyebrow.
The room wasn't comfortable?
Those eyes like dark brown amber almost glow when they're open wide. I'm not sure if he's joking or not. No, I slept for a few hours. The bed was perfectly cozy. I don't tell him the nerves were all my fault. He backs out of the doorway and opens a cupboard.
How long have you been up?
About an hour and a half, probably. I'm not the kind to lie around. Once I'm up, I'm ready to rock and roll, I say, looking at the ground. And honestly, when I'm nervous, I like to clean. It takes my mind off the things I'd rather not think about. No easy confession. And I don't tell him I think I could clean 10 more of his houses right about now. I walk out of the pantry then, closing the frosted glass door before looking at the clock on the microwave again. Grady looks up, beaming a warm smile at me. He'd taken 2 cups out of the cupboard and finishes filling them both. Handing one off to me, he asks,
You did all this in an hour and a half?
I mean, there wasn't that much. Just a little dusting and...
Dusting? You dusted too? Shit. Because I see you did dishes, folded clothes, swept, mopped, organized the pantry, and made coffee. You must be a morning girl on steroids.
He sits down at the table near the sliding glass door and does a double take that makes me grin. It was nothing. Really.
Jesus, you even got the fingerprints off the door too.
He says slowly, his eyes flicking over the glass in awe. Guilty, I whisper, nodding as my cheeks flare with heat. I swallow a long sip of coffee, amazed by how observant he is, before saying, The dishwasher's still running. There's some work I can't take credit for, if it makes you happy.
Happy?
Grady tosses his head back, releasing a laugh that shows off his straight white teeth.
I owe you an hourly wage, woman. My crew at the Bobcat doesn't work half as fast as you.
Keep it. I think I owe you, remember? Bruce is sleeping like a kitten, by the way, I say, slurping more coffee.
Had time to check on your cat, huh?
That's the first thing I did. Well, after I showered and made my bed. He chuckles again, a deep, resonant, weirdly pleasant sound.
My girls could take lessons from you.
A frown forms as he stares at me.
How old are you, anyway?
24.
And you're a zoologist. Licensed and educated?
He nods at a chair across from him, motioning me with his big hand to take a seat. I cross the room and do it. Yep, I have my master's degree. I was going to keep going and snag my PhD, but my father suggested I should spend a few years in the field. Practical research working full-time with animals before I commit myself to 4 more years of college.
You already did 4 years?
6. My first 4 were for the bachelor's and the next 2 the master's. I doubled up on courses that would count toward my PhD, so it'll only be 4 more years instead of 5 to finish it. If I ever get the chance with an arrest record, I think glumly. Grady lets out a loud whistle.
That's commitment. Major respect,
he tells me. I shrug. To me, it was just life. I did what I had to. He traces a thick, calloused finger around the top of his coffee mug, intermittently staring at me. God, his gaze alone feels like an interrogation, or else I'm just primed to go to pieces around single men carved out of pure boulder.
So, with that education, how the hell did you wind up in North Dakota?
He asks gently. I hold in a sigh and set my coffee cup on the table, wondering where to start.
I've called Weston, by the way. He's checking on an alternator now,
Grady says. Oof. Does he think he needs to guilt me into telling him? Thanks, I say, then add, I appreciate it, and I wasn't trying to avoid telling you the dirty details. I was just trying to figure out where to start.
How about at the beginning?
His grin is so cocky I have to retaliate. Well, there are a lot of stories. Some start with, let there be light. Others think there was a great big bang at the beginning of time and, very cute, smartass. He blurts out, chuckling so much his chest rumbles.
I've heard those beginnings.
Have you? I ask, secretly enjoying the good-natured way he flings my humor back at me. Some people don't get it. Heck, sometimes I don't get it either. Also, he called me cute. Sort of.
Yes, and I deserved that one,
he tells me, shaking his head. I touch my finger to the edge of my lips and hold it up in the air. He bows his head, signaling his acceptance of the score. Sassy chicken peril, 1. Big Daddy hotness, 0.
Start with Bruce,
he says, his tone turning serious.
What made you steal him?
Love, I answer instantly. Seriously, it was love at first sight. He was my baby since the day I started at the refuge. I took extra time to treat him well, always making sure he got everything he needed. I don't care what he is. I think he appreciates it too. I have to press a hand to my heart, feeling a flood of adrenaline, love, and anguish for my poor lost tiger.
When was that?
Grady prompts, taking another pull off his coffee. A few months ago. Jobs with big cats are hard to come by, so I was floored when one of my old professors forwarded me a job announcement for the rescue in Minot. I don't mention the fact that it arrived on the very day Dad told me he'd secured me a position with a prestigious wildlife group he's affiliated with overseas. That job wasn't working with cats, though. The Minot job was. I followed my heart to flyover country and one big beast who still needs my help. I sent off my application that morning. Within an hour, I had a phone interview and the rest was history. I shrug. They hired me practically on the spot.
Impressive. But...
He holds his coffee in the air, waiting for the catch. I'm getting there. I swallow hard. There are so many things I wonder about now, in hindsight. Like, I thought it was weird when I searched the rescue's website, and there wasn't a job announcement on it. There wasn't even a posting archived in a Google cache. Of course, they had to do some background checks, but in a week, I was packed and on my way to Minot. I met Bruce my second day there. That was also when I noticed that their actual cat facility was lacking. Nothing like what I'd been told.
Yeah? How?
He urges, leaning in, those eyes like mocha swirl as the morning light hits them. Well, I started noticing other odd, quirky things. Pretty minor at first, almost forgettable to a normal person. Lights I was sure I'd turned off the night before glowing in the morning, markings around the cages. When I asked for maintenance logs, I was told the database crashed. We recorded everything electronically. They said their IT person was still working on recovering everything. I look away, taking a deep breath, before I fall back into Grady's eyes. But when animals started appearing and disappearing, always in the middle of the night long after my shift ended, and little blue stickers started showing up, I pushed harder for answers. I close a fist on the table and squeeze. I knew something stank to high heaven.
Let me guess. They didn't give you squat,
he growls, his brow cutting down like my anger is contagious. Everything got weirder, creepier. I started seeing my name on things like work orders, purchase orders, transfers, documents I never authorized. I didn't have the authority. I sigh, shaking my head. When I showed an order to the owners, they didn't see the issue. They swore it was an honest mix-up, and since it was all feed and supplies, I should just let it go.
Bullshit,
he bites off.
Sorry, go on.
That's what I said. My name on those orders made me responsible, the one liable. My gut said panic time and told me if something went wrong, the owners would blame me. That was why my name started showing up in these stupid mix-ups. I pause for another breath because, whoa, the look on Grady's face takes my breath away. He's bowed up, tense, a human thunderhead charged with righteous indignation. For me. Anyway, I continue slowly, I knew I couldn't sit back and do nothing. So I contacted a state conservation officer at the Game and Fish Division after I stumbled across some animal permits that also had my name on them. Game and Fish oversees exotic animals? Grady leans back in his chair, clenching his mug tight. Not quite. It's confusing because laws vary between states, even counties. In North Dakota, the actual license for a rescue facility comes from the North Dakota Department of Agriculture under non-traditional livestock. But lots of Class 3 animals, your big cats, primates, bears, reptiles, and more, require permits to possess for every animal. Those come from Game and Fish. The state can get things mixed up between the two departments pretty easily. I look down at my coffee, tapping my finger against the ceramic cup, gathering my words for the rest. Maybe it was stupid, wishful thinking, but a small part of me wondered if that explained the errors. I hoped I was wrong to be suspicious, so I met the conservation officer, sure he could tell me how to change the name back to Priscilla and Niles Foss, the actual owners. My throat tightens, my tongue feels like cotton. I don't know how to go on. After several long, silent seconds, Grady stands.
More coffee, Willow? Can I get you some water?
He's too good. I'm boring you, aren't I? I joke.
No, I'm intrigued. But you need a break and I want more coffee. Keep going while I grab us a refill. What did the conservation officer say?
He asks, over his shoulder. I shrug, watching him walk across the room. Digging at the truth lodged in my gut hurts. But I owe him that much. Nothing. He never got back to me. I called him, sent him texts, emails, even called his supervisor. His boss told me Wayne was the one in charge of those permits, and he'd have him contact me. He said other people were on vacation and Wayne was busy covering them, but it was just... I look up at him as he fills my cup with coffee. Nothing but excuses.
You got a full name for this dude?
Grady asks, walking back to the counter. Officer Wayne Bordell. I take a drink of fresh coffee and wait for Grady to join me again. Those permits to possess, I questioned, were for animals that disappeared. Some were for animals I'd never seen show up at the sanctuary, several jaguars and leopards mostly. Then, a couple days ago, I saw one for Bruce. I have it in my suitcase, so legally, I'm the only one who can possess him.
Glad you did your legwork,
he says, stroking his thick, dark beard.
But your boy has to be in a licensed facility, doesn't he?
I sigh, flustered that he'd catch on so quickly. Unfortunately, but I had to get him out of there, I hiss. Yesterday morning, I noticed his paw was hurt. It looks like it was burned, branded, and maybe the iron had stuck to his pad and torn it. It kept oozing blood. I called the vet, insisting on a visit. It wasn't a total emergency, so he said he'd be out the following day. Then, toward evening, when I went to check on Bruce again, I saw it. A little blue sticker above his cage. Never, for as long as I live, will I ever look at a simple little sticker the same way. To me, they're omens, the darkest kind.
Sticker? I don't follow,
Grady says.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I'm not sure. Not completely, but I know it's nothing good. I have the one I peeled off Bruce's enclosure in my suitcase. They have some kind of odd numbers embedded in a different shade of blue. It's subtle, but it's there. I can't figure it out. Every animal that's disappeared had one above their cage before they went MIA, though. I knew what was coming. I swear to God, I couldn't let that happen to him, so I...
You jacked him,
Grady says with a nod. Basically. I waited until everyone else left before I loaded him up, the closest sanctuary without any ties to Minot. is in Wyoming, so I figured if I could just get him there, he'd be safe while I sort out what's really going on. He holds up a hand as if he has a question. I wait, taking a sip of strong black coffee. Hold up. Am I assuming correctly that the truck and trailer are also stolen? Uh-oh, there go the wheels turning behind that handsome face again. I nearly choke on my coffee, but manage to swallow it ungracefully without making a mess. Maybe? My throat burns and it comes out like a low squeak. Shit. He closes his eyes and shakes his head, grasping the bridge of his nose before sweeping his hand away and leveling a razor-sharp gaze on me. What else did you steal? I swallow another boulder. It hurts because my throat is locking up. Just a laptop. Honest, that's the end of it. A laptop, he echoes coldly, his entire demeanor shifting as his thick hand flops against the table. Not quite slapping it deliberately, but the effect is just the same. I wince. We both know it's not just a laptop, Willow. It's data. Probably the incriminating kind that's gonna piss off a whole lot of people who will want to keep it under wraps. Grady, I know, I throw back, worried by the lines showing on his forehead. He stands up in a quick, angry burst. Damn it, woman! I've got 2 kids. They're just little girls. I can't be roped up in— I know! I shout again, this time louder, pulling at the ends of my hair. He sounds so worried, so stunned. My heart is pounding, harder than it was when I'd left the rescue last night in a stolen vehicle with a stolen tiger. Grady, I didn't mean to drag you into this. I won't. As soon as my truck gets fixed, I'm gone. No one ever has to know I was here with Bruce. You'll never hear from us again, I swear, and I'll still give you a reward for helping me. Every penny I can muster. My voice cracks. Dad won't be happy to have me come begging for money from my trust fund after blowing my life savings on rescuing Bruce. But I know he'll understand. Who knows? If I'm lucky, maybe there'll be some reward for turning in the faucets, if it gets that far. But Grady stops pacing, pushes his hands behind his back, and turns to stare at me. For the 1000th time, Willow. I don't want no damn reward. He grabs his phone out of his pocket. I leap to my feet, ready to do the same desperate snatch and grab as I did last night. Oh no, please, Grady, please don't. Don't call the sheriff. Please. I have to think fast, searching for a way to convince him. I circle around his massive shoulders to face him. One paw, just one freaking paw of Bruce's is worth over $1,000 on the black market. Did you know that? His bones are worth over $150 a pound, and if they're made into wine, it'll sell for over $30,000 a case. It's sick. His hide is worth $20,000 and his eyes— Wine? Grady stops in his tracks, flaying me open with a look. Here come those tears. Yes. Tiger wine is a specialty, highly sought for its supposed medicinal benefits. What the fuck? I know! That's why I couldn't leave him there. I couldn't let him disappear to be killed and harvested or— who knows? I'm sure Priscilla and Niles are connected to the black market. There are just too many shady things going on there for them not to be, so please, just let me get my truck fixed and I'll be off like a rocket. I promise you'll never hear a peep from me again. He's back to pacing the floor, much like a big cat does, slowly and angrily moving back and forth, turning his head to look at me every now and then. Court is in session, and something tells me I did a bad job pleading my case. But I bite my lips together, standing there, holding my own just like I would with a pissed-off tiger in a cage. Like Grady, they're strong, silent when mad, and don't like to be told what to do. He stops in the middle of the floor. My heart freezes, because whatever he decides to do, I won't be able to stop him. My fate is in this stranger's hands, one way or another. I'm doomed. He could turn me in. He could get Bruce confiscated, but he's also the only one who can help me right now. With those bourbon dark eyes locked on mine, he squeezes his thumb against his phone and swipes the screen. My heart goes crashing down in a flaming heap of loose knees and breathless prayers.
4. It's a jungle. Grady. Willow watches me the entire time I'm on the phone, but I rip my eyes away. I can't look at her anymore. Can't let her tears affect my judgment. Can't put my girls in danger. That's the bottom line. No woman, no corruption story, and no crazy-ass tiger is worth more than Sawyer and Avery. The things she's talking about are fucking Twilight Zone territory. Black market bones, eyes, tiger wine? Ludicrous. Still, I don't have the heart to turn her in and leave the tiger to state officials. Not yet, anyway. This nagging pulse in my petrified lump of a heart says, "Wait, you idiot. Help her." So that's why I press the phone against my ear, ignoring her longing looks and stalled breaths, trying to do my damnedest to save both of our gooses from being cooked for Christmas. Tomorrow, I grunt. My mind stops to clarify what Weston just said. "Yeah, Uncle Grady," he says. "Tomorrow at the earliest. I had to order the part from Bismarck, and you know how it goes shipping things from there. Rain, sleet, snow, and timeliness don't apply here in Dallas." Fuck. Too bad he's right. I keep the curse silent as Weston talks up the condition of the truck, how he spent time giving it an oil change and tuning it, then went looking for other issues that could trip any driver up. "All right, man. Thanks. I'll see you later." I click off the phone and set it on the counter.
"So will my truck be done today?"
Willow asks, hope gleaming in her wet, shiny eyes. She's stopped freaking out for now, after she realized I wasn't calling the cops. "No," I say, as disappointed as she is. "Weston's got your part on order, and he found a few other issues."
"Oh."
She freezes and casts me that helpless look again.
"Like what?"
"Bent tie rod, for one. You can tell by the wear on the driver's tire."
"A bent what?"
She shakes her head, giving me a skeptical stare.
"Wait, wouldn't I have known if something was bent?"
"How does it steer?" I ask, mainly because I'm trying to process what the hell I'm gonna do with this chick and her man-eater being holed up here longer.
"Fine, I guess. I never had any trouble."
"Even turning corners?" I ask.
"Yep, it turns just fine."
Her face falls, and then she does the thing where she touches the end of one long lock of chestnut hair to her lips. Her nervous tick sends an instant rush of fire to places it damn well shouldn't. I pinch my jaw. Yeah, I need her gone as fast as possible, along with that tiger. And it's not just the danger they pose. The longer they're here, the more I realize it's not even a question. Bad things will happen. I've got half a mind to load up her cat and offer to haul them both down to Wyoming myself, except she looks at me again. The girl's a blue-eyed Medusa, and my train of thought is already flying off the cliff as she opens those pert strawberry lips.
"Well, come to think of it, the truck sorta jerks whenever I'd turn left on ramps or streets going through little towns. I just figured that was the trailer or something. If it's not that..."
She huffs out a breath. "Crap. Told you. Classic case of bent tie rod if I ever heard it." I'd already believed Weston. Having her confirm it was just for her benefit. I wish like hell it wasn't. I really need her out of here, damn it.
"Call me crazy, but here's the thought,"
she says, brightening and snapping her fingers.
"I'll buy a truck. There must be somebody around here willing to part ways with wheels able to pull a trailer."
My brows go up. "Using your unlimited spending credit card?" I try to soften the blow.
"Yes,"
she says, matter-of-factly. It's hard not to groan. Instead, I level a solid stare on her. "So anyone looking for you can track your purchase nice and neat, huh? Find out what you bought and when?" For a second, her mouth opens, then closes again into a thin, frowning line. Her eyes grow as round as quarters before her shoulders droop.
"Oh,"
she mutters sadly. My heart doubles over for the poor girl. She obviously has no clue about the weight of the situation she's put herself in, the same trouble I've stepped in by helping her. She also doesn't know the first thing about keeping a low profile. Not good. Tell me this, did you use your card on your way here? I ask, studying her closely. Sighing, she runs a hand through her wavy brown hair, making her bangs bounce as they fall back in place.
"No, I'm sure I didn't. The truck had a full tank of gas. I never stopped until it up and died at your place."
Thank God for that. Relief escapes my lungs. Rule number 1 of not being found: you don't use plastic to pay for anything. No fill-ups, no fast food, definitely no ATMs. It's cold hard cash or nothing. She nods slowly, then shakes her head and looks down at the floor. I know a look of shame, and I feel for her. I'm not here to lecture her into the ground, just help her jog her common sense. Also wish I could stop fucking noticing her so much. Only my traitor eyes flick down, staring at her bare feet with their pink-painted toenails, shifting slightly apart as she ponders. The gray leggings she's wearing today show off her legs as much as the leggings did last night. The pink t-shirt with a cartoon tiger on it defines the curve of her chest a lot more than the baggy sweatshirt last night had. Without realizing it, I suck in a sharp breath and hold it. Christ, how much torture can a man take? A lightning bolt attraction is the absolute last thing I need in my life right now. Actually, make that second to the last, because the biggest blunder in my entire life would be catching feelings, any feelings at all, for this frayed slip of a woman and her homeless tiger. What the hell happened to me last night? Is it just a twisted dream? Am I gonna wake up without Willow and Bruce and a colossal mess on my hands? A man can still hope, even if the sad pout on her lips tells me I'll never be so lucky to pinch myself and make it go away.
"Grady, I have to say, I'm sorry. I truly am. This isn't your problem, and—"
Enough. Save the apologies. I hold up a hand, needing her to zip it. If what she says is true, and there's some sort of illegal black market animal shit going on here in North Dakota, she could be in real danger. Probably already is. And that makes me the asshole who should be apologizing for not giving her total assurance I've got her back. Trouble is, I don't know how to help her. Not with this insanity. I'm a 36-year-old bartender and business owner pushing 40 sooner than I'd like. Juggling danger like falling knives ended for me the day I hung up my Army sniper rifle. I straight up don't know enough about the illegal animal trade to save her bacon. I've never heard of tiger wine, and I wish I fucking hadn't when the fact that it exists makes me gag. Still, I've got connections. If anybody would know about this illegal bullshit or where to find out more about it and would tell me, it's my buddy Quinn Faulkner. As a former FBI agent married to his best friend, there's little he doesn't know, and even less he hasn't at least heard about, especially after I helped him get that giant freak of a convict off his back when he came to Dallas, gunning for Falk's head.
"Grady?"
Willow looks up at me. Hang tight. I promise I'm not calling anybody to turn you in, I say, picking up my phone. She turns her back to me and hangs her head. I'm calling a friend. Just give me a minute. She doesn't turn around, but I can see her shaking her head.
"The fewer people who know about this, the better, you know?"
She whispers. Like I don't know that. Right. The last thing I want to do is dump this crap in anybody else's sandbox. But I have to know what I'm dealing with before I decide what happens next. Willow needs help, that's a given, but my kid's safety comes first. He's a trusted friend, and he knows when to keep his mouth shut, I tell her, hoping it'll make her feel a smidge better. Without looking back, she walks into the bedroom off the kitchen and closes the door. Whatever. Let her sulk. Separation works for now. She can sort out her thoughts and pull her shit together in peace while I pull up Falk's contact and hit call. He answers on the third ring.
Grady, what's up, my man? Everything cool at the Bobcat?
Leaning against the counter, I smile the second I hear his Oklahoma drawl. The bar's fine. I'm calling 'cause I need some intel. You got a minute?
Sure do. Tori's down at the new dance studio and I'm getting ready to mow the lawn, which
Can wait in this heat. Hearing a noise, I say, "Hold on a minute." The door to the bedroom opens and Willow walks in, wearing her knee-high brown leather boots. She skirts past me and then heads out the sliding glass door. I have to yank my eyes off her ass, bobbing like a lush fruit in those leggings. Pressing a hard fist against my thigh, I dig my knuckles in for focus and ask Falk, "What do you know about exotic animals and the black market?"
Huh?
He lets out a snort.
You gotta be more specific than that. That shit is as deep as the ocean and just as wide. What's going on?
My lips twist, and I whip out the first thing that comes to mind. You ever heard of tiger wine?
Tiger wine? Fuck, Grady. You don't want to get caught up in that. Don't tell me somebody sent a bottle to the Bobcat.
Nah, nothing like that, thank God. I shake my head and push off the counter to walk across the room and look out the sliding glass door. It's not my problem, really, but I might know someone who appears to be getting swept up in something like it. They need help.
Shit fire, dude. You'd better start explaining.
Falk growls. Yeah, he's got me there. I can't dance around the mammoth in the room, especially when that elephant is actually a wildcat bigger than the tractor I use for plowing snow. Willow enters the barn carefully, securing the door behind her. My eyes narrow like a hawk. While watching her, I give Falk a rundown on the last 24 hours and repeat everything Willow told me, hoping I don't sound like I'm ready for the nut house. "Dude," Falk whispers as soon as I finish. Yeah, I grumble back.
Okay, damn it. This is gonna take some thinking. Good news is your barn is the perfect spot to hold a tiger, but we need to get Ridge in on this. He can dig up a good vet considering how many movie stars own exotic pets. Hopefully one who knows about big cats and won't say a word if we grease the wheels enough with cash. Don't ask how I know that, I just do.
Done, I tell him, even if I'm not keen on the idea. It's not a trust issue. Ridge Barnett has been nothing besides a rock-solid friend ever since he left his fancy Hollywood career, took out a few asshole mobsters, and decided Dallas was where he wanted to lay down roots with his wife and kids.
Next up, that brand or burn you mentioned needs to be looked at. There could be info. In the meantime, I bet we can get Ridge to butcher a cow or two for you to keep that cat fed. We both know his organic beef business is booming. Buying the amount of fresh meat you'll need will raise eyebrows anywhere else. Don't worry, I'll call Ridge and get the doctor and the grub lined up. You need to take care of her truck. Where's it at?
Still at the Bobcat. West did what he could in the parking lot, but I didn't want to bring it home and paint a target on my property if there's anyone out on the highway actively looking for it.
Yeah, we need to get that ride hidden right the fuck now. What about the trailer? Is it still in your barn?
It's inside. I'll get the truck hidden as soon as I get off the horn, I say, already feeling better with Falk's FBI brains moving at light speed.
Cool. After I check in with Ridge, I'll make some other calls. I'll keep you posted on whatever I find out about these Foss people and the crooked conservation officer. Whatever you do, keep the tiger thief and her ferocious buddy out of sight.
He pauses.
By the way, where's Sawyer and Avery?
Summer camp. Damn good timing on my part.
I'll say.
He lets out a happy sigh.
Man, I probably don't need to tell you, but this is some serious crap, Grady. We're talking devil-dealing black market runners doing things to critters you don't even want to know.
Yeah, exactly what I've been afraid of.
I'll be in touch soon,
Falk says. Thanks for reminding me what friends are for. Drinks are on the house for the next year if you help save my ass.
Nah, you know my money's good, Grady. And after what you did for me, what are brothers for?
I smile and click off, agreeing with that more than ever. My friends are like extended family, all of us baptized by the fires that love to visit this little town. My gaze lingers on the barn, and I exhale slowly. Falk didn't need to drop that warning, but I read more into it than he'd said. If his instincts are right, Willow and her tiger are in grave danger. I call Weston to give him the latest. He's already taken the liberty of towing her truck to his place and guarantees he'll park it deep in the shed he uses for demo derby stuff. Perfect. He also assures me nobody else is going to know about it, much less come sneaking around his property. I've barely hung up when Ridge calls and tells me to expect a vet before noon and a massive delivery of carved-up meat by tomorrow morning. I thank him and appreciate the way he doesn't probe deeper. Not that I'd have expected it. Right now I'm feeling damn lucky I'd hauled home an extra deep freezer from the Bobcat when I bought a newer model for the bar's kitchen. It's still in good shape and purrs like a champ. I head off to plug it in so it can cool down and tell Willow she's not going anywhere. Not for a few days, at least. She's in the barn, sitting on one of the short walls of stalls that Dad used for birthing sows way back in the day. I nod at her, then enter the storage room and plug in the freezer. It's a good-sized room, but feels small when I turn and see her in the doorway.
Grady, look, I truly am sorry, she says. I didn't mean to storm off after what you've done for me, and I never meant for you to get caught up in all of this. I'm just... stressed isn't even the word.
The sorrow on her face could convince any jury. Kitten, I know. I gestured to a wooden bench along the wall. We'll ignore that spontaneous kitten falling out of my mouth. Take a seat. We need to talk. She does. Then I lean back against the freezer, keeping as much space between us as possible. For some mysterious and worrisome reason, I want to give her a hug, let her know it's not her fault. I'm also smart enough to know where that leads, though, so I keep my grubby paws to myself. How's Bruce holding up? I ask.
Fine. He's as content as ever.
Her face softens as she shakes her head.
He really is a gentle giant, a born sweetheart. I couldn't stand the thought of anyone murdering him for his parts. I only had one chance to stop it from happening. Take him and run.
You're totally sure that's the dirty dealing going on in my not black market tiger stuff? Redundant or not, I need to confirm. Even a little detail or two could mean the world to Falk's investigation.
I am. And it's not just tigers.
She sighs, pushing her face in her palms.
The big cats are just worth the most. Everything I witnessed was for show, not for the good of the animals, and that's why I questioned so many things from the start.
She leans against the wall, arms crossed.
I had a gut feeling right away, but...
Sighing, she adds.
But I didn't act. I didn't turn them in quick enough to the right person.
That's gonna change real fast. The friend I called was an FBI agent once.
No, Grady...
Hold up, honey. Don't jump to conclusions. I said was. He's more like a retired private eye and farmer now, and he's damn sure on our side. Another buddy of mine is sending a vet out here to look at Bruce's paw and get some fresh beef to feed him. I talked to Weston again, too, and he's busy towing your truck to his shop, and we'll keep it hidden.
Hidden? For how long?
A shrug. As long as it takes.
As long as what takes?
Helping your sweet tiger-saving ass out. I growl, nodding to the door. And helping Bruce. She gives me what looks like a real smile for the first time. At least these words of mine still do something.
It's okay. We just need a ride to Wyoming, to the sanctuary there.
She tucks her arms around her shoulders.
No need to go through more trouble.
Yeah? How do you know you'll be safe in Wyoming? I ask, casting her a fierce glance. She leans her head against the wall and closes her pretty blue eyes.
Honestly, I don't. It was the only emergency plan I could think of on the fly.
Holding my breath, I will myself to keep my distance. A hug isn't going to make her feel better, or me. We'll know more after the vet has a look, I say. In the meantime, let's go have some breakfast. She agrees and lets me help her up by the hand. We head back to the house where I fry up an old-fashioned pile of scrambled eggs and bacon with toast. After we eat, I spend more time on the phone, following up with Weston, who has her truck securely hidden now. My backup manager at the Bobcat also gets a call, letting him know I won't be in today. He's just as surprised as I am at the fact that I'm taking a full day off. Seems like even when I do it for the girls, I usually manage to swing by there at least once. After that, it's outside for chores around my place and sweet distance from Willow. If only I had 100 miles more. Shit, I know I'm getting in too deep already. Can't have her or Bruce here when the girls get home. I consider calling Ridge, but his barn would never hold Bruce, and asking him to take on a fucking tiger after the trouble he's had just seems wrong. Plus, he's got a little one with Grace, not to mention his pumpkin-loving father-in-law, Nelson, always roaming around and looking for trouble. Falk's place is off limits too when Tori has a baby on the way. Drake's is full of horses, kids, and has a direct line to the tiny Dallas PD since he's a cop. There's nowhere for Bruce but my concrete barn, damn it. I'm still outside when a familiar truck rolls up the driveway. It's Ridge's, but he's not the one driving it. Assuming it has to be the vet, I walk over as the vehicle rolls to a stop. The guy looks middle-aged with short black hair, and he's wearing aviator shades. "Grady McKnight?" I nod. "Pleasure's mine. I'm Mark Walton." He opens the truck door. "I came straight here after flying into Dickinson." Shaking my hand, he continues. "I've known Ridge for years, and he filled me in on everything he knew, but I might have a few questions after examining our patient." "Of course." I point to the barn. "He's in there." Willow steps out of the house, and I gesture for her to join us. Good timing. "Ask her anything. She knows the cat far better than I do," I say. The two of them introduce themselves, and we walk to the barn. The vet questions her on Bruce's temperament before we reach the door. Of course, all of her answers make Bruce sound like a harmless kitten. The way the vet looks at her over his dark glasses tells me he's taking it with a boulder-sized grain of salt. Once we're in the barn with the door securely shut, the vet follows Willow as she enters the center pen and walks up to the side of the trailer. Bruce is inside, and from where I'm standing, I can hear a dull rumble rattling off the metal walls. It takes me a few seconds to realize it's the beast purring. Guess that's how he greets her. The two of them talk quietly. I'd have to step closer to hear, but considering that means entering a tiger's lair, nope. I don't need to know what they're saying that bad. As I watch from a distance, she whispers and croons softly to the tiger through the slats on the trailer, while the doctor sets his case on the cement block railing and opens it. I don't know much about doctoring animals, but nobody could miss that needle he pulls out. Willow climbs up on the side of the trailer and reaches through the window. She strokes the top of the cat's wide head the second Bruce sits up in the trailer. The vet moves next to her, and though I can't tell for sure, I'm fairly certain he just numbed up our furry friend. A few moments later, the two of them climb down and walk back over to where I'm standing. While Doc Walton says they're waiting for the shot to work, Willow pulls her cell out of a pocket on her leggings and starts scrolling through pictures. "Here it is. I've got a few on here. You can just scroll left and right." She passes the vet her phone, then tells me, "Pictures of those blue stickers I told you about." "Have you ever seen anything like them before?" I ask the vet. "No, but I've heard of something similar. Markers. A few years ago, I worked on a documentary about the black market trade in exotics. The film never made it to full production because the government stepped in and shut it down. The USDA agents told us we were spilling too much classified info on pending cases still in litigation. I saw right through it, and so did the producer." I fold my arms. "Why?" "Because this kind of criminal bullcrap runs deep. They don't want the general public to know," Walton says, enlarging a picture, his busy brows furrowed. Like who's behind where the money comes from and where it ends up. When it's a few bumbling clowns running a tiger sanctuary in the sticks, yeah, they're happy to come down like a ton of bricks. But when the feds or state officials are getting their cut, nope, they're happy to knock out their competition and take illegal kickbacks while pretending to enforce the laws. His tone sours as he pauses, shaking his head. You're saying shady insiders are the norm with this shit? Figures. I grind out. Show me a snake and I'll find the politician keeping him fed. Walton snaps, angry and whimsical. I have no doubt about that. Then the doc glances from me to Willow. That documentary's the reason I'm a vet in Topeka these days instead of L.A. The seriousness of his tone and gaze isn't lost on me. I have a family, he says. I trust Ridge, just like I trusted his mama when she brought her Savannah cat in for checkups years ago. And that's why I'm here. I nod, fully understanding his own plight more. He hands the phone back to Willow. That's a chip sticker, if I'm not mistaken. The numbers on it correlate with the tag inside the animal. Every exotic is supposed to get chipped in the US of A, and that tag's proof when a chip has been deactivated. What? Why would a chip ever need to be deactivated? I ask, fearing I won't like the answer. 2 reasons. Theft, for one, or to make sure no part of the animal can be identified or traced back to the owner, Walton says coldly. Sick. Willow flashes me a sad look. I shift my weight, fighting back the bile in my gut, loathing the fact that I have to share a planet with people who part out tigers. I've officially arrived in a dark jungle I never knew existed. I'm sure you're aware a large percentage of domestic pet owners have their animals chipped mainly in case they're stolen. Exotics must be chipped by law. The chips are the size of a grain of rice. Once inserted, they can move around inside the body sometimes, and they're goddamned impossible to remove. But Doctor... Willow holds a finger up as the doctor's eyes flash. Right, I shouldn't say impossible. He cuts in. A skilled surgeon could remove one, but it would be quite time-consuming and costly if it's shifted to a vulnerable place. An exotic animal's carcass can still be identified by an active chip. Once Bruce is fully sedated, I know what I'll find on his paw. A tattoo that matches the numbers and symbols on that blue sticker. Willow gasps. I reach out, gingerly clasping her shoulder. Call it a bad reflex, but I'm not sorry I try to comfort her. I'm trying to follow. What's that mean if the tattoo's there? I ask slowly. It's proof for whoever he was meant to be sold to that his chip is deactivated. That means they're free to use up every last body part without any fear it'll blow back to the authorities. Shit. I look at Willow, meet her gaze, and see the unshed tears in her eyes. She's shaking. My hand clasps her shoulder and squeezes, this time tighter. So you mean those other blue stickers I saw were because the animals were sold on the black market and sold for parts? Willow's voice breaks. Walton nods. Deactivation devices are all over the black market, too, and that blue sticker is proof they have a good one. It won't print a sticker unless the scanner can't pick up the chip. Holy crap. Willow wobbles slightly, and I shift closer, helping hold her up. It's a farm, isn't it? The whole freaking exotic plains rescue is a black market farm. I take a mental note in my head, since it's the first time I've heard her name the place. If I have my way, then soon the only reason it'll be named by anyone is for history. A place that was stormed and shut the fuck down after every last animal got safely extracted. I'm thoroughly pissed, halfway to becoming the overprotective Neanderthal I turn into around my girls. This is bigger than Willow and Bruce now, even if they're in the gravest danger. That would be my guess, Walton says. What's the name of the main vet there? I never catch her answer, stepping away once I'm confident Willow is back on her feet with her head screwed on straight. Plus, I could use a break with my own mind spinning 100 RPMs a minute. When they check up on the tiger again and then enter the trailer, I tag along. He's an even bigger giant up close and majestic to a fault. His markings and fur are remarkable. His tail twitches at his side, as thick as my arm. I'm actually in awe. Willow asks me to hold the paw up so they can get a few photos from different angles. Walton explains the injury likely resulted from the electric probes used to brand the tattoos on the beasts, something that gets etched into the skin more than inked. A probe went between Bruce's pads and burned through his tender skin. He continues examining the beast while Willow clicks away with her phone camera. Then it's my turn to be branded. The lightning zing of her hand touching mine as she repositions to get the paw in the light makes me bristle. Fuck. It's been years since I felt a young woman's soft, bare skin. And it's not something I need now. I've turned down my fair share of offers from women at the bar for a reason. Between the girls and work, I don't have time for dating or anything else. My attention swings back to the mess I've willingly stepped in when the vet and Willow start talking about drawing Bruce's blood. It sounds like the cat has been lethargic lately, and the vet wants to run some tests to see if he's been drugged. My damn mind is blown, but I stay and help out where I can. Before he takes his leave, Doc Walton gives instructions for how long Bruce should stay sedated, what to watch for when he starts coming around, and promises he'll be in contact with the blood work results. After he drives away, Willow and I go in the house.
There's something else you should see. Hold on,
she says, running off to her room and returning a minute later. I recognize the stolen computer in her hands. It's locked without a password, and I'm afraid we'll trip some security measure that deletes data if we try to just guess. I'll have Falk take a look, I say. If he can't break into it, he'll know someone who can.
Thanks. When?
She asks, seemingly more anxious than before the vet's visit.
We have to get to the bottom of this before they find me.
I'm well aware. I'll call him again. I stop mid-sentence. An unexpected popping noise catches my attention. My ears perk, straining to listen, hoping I just imagined it.
Grady? Was that a car door?
She asks, her eyes widening. Yeah. Shit. I take off and make it as far as the living room when the door flies open. Sawyer and Avery come bounding through it, all whipping hair and smiles that'd be as heartwarming as ever, if only I wasn't completely fucking smashed over the head right now. Act normal. It's my only shot. At least I'm honestly excited to see them and catch them both in big hugs before asking, "What are you two doing home early?"
"We live here, Dad,"
Sawyer says in her usual sassy yet adorable way.
"Did you already forget?"
Now that you mention it, I do remember having a couple munchkins boarding here. I tease, planning a kiss on her forehead.
"Joyce had to pick us up,"
Avery says, ever the quieter and more serious twin. Still hugging one with each arm, I ask, "Where is she? Where's your stuff?"
"Right here, Papa Bear,"
Joyce sings, walking inside.
"Their luggage is on the porch where it needs to stay for now. The camp called me to pick them up this morning, a day early. I texted, but you must have been busy."
Yeah, hell, busy might be the understatement of the year. "Why's that? Was there a problem?" I ask. I don't understand why they're home a day early.
"Sure was. Head lice epidemic at camp. Everyone had to leave early."
She's an older woman, but fit for her age, and she shrugs her trim shoulders.
"They've been treated, but they need to be checked daily. So if you see a bug or nit on these two angels, be sure to shampoo them again. All their stuff should be washed before it comes in the house, too."
"Head lice?" I echo, holding in a groan. When it rains, it fucking pours. A quiver rips up my spine. I try to resist the sudden urge to scratch at my tingling head like a madman. Joyce just grimaces and nods, scrunching up her nose. Can things even get more complicated? I shouldn't ask, because a second later, Sawyer looks over my shoulder at Willow, blinking several times before she drops an atomic bomb.
"Hey, Dad. Who's she?"
5. Tiger's Den. Willow. I bite my bottom lip at the way Grady's entire being quivers. He's trying to put on a brave face and hide it, but it's too freaking late. The poor guy's out of his element. Head lice is no laughing matter, but it's not the end of the world. I had it once as a kid when my entire school came down with a bad case of creepy crawlies. Some rancid-smelling shampoo and a fine-toothed comb made quick work of it. His daughters are adorable, though, and not quite identical like I expected. One's a little taller, and they both have long dark hair, the same shade as his. For some crazy reason, I keep glancing at the woman by the door, wondering who she is. With short dark hair cut fashionably and lines around her eyes, the woman must be in her 50s. I can't assume she's a girlfriend unless Grady's tastes run much older. But who knows? Who cares? I'm not here to wonder about the women in his life, right? Especially when I've got a bashful little face staring at me over her father's shoulder, blinking like she isn't sure if I'm a ghost. "Hey, Dad, who's she?" the kid asks. Delightful. Grady lets go of his girls and slowly turns, staring at me with the same look a deer gives a rapidly approaching pickup truck. Inwardly, I flinch, but I pull up a cheery smile for the girls and the strange woman staring at me. "This is, Willow," I prompt, when I'm sure he can't remember my name in his panic. "Yeah, Willow. She's here for—" Grady clears his throat, his eyes searching mine. "Don't worry, big guy. I've got you covered." "Saving your lives. From messes, I mean. I cleaned this whole floor of the house, but I wasn't sure where to put your clothes," I say, dredging up my best excuse. I certainly can't fess up to the fact that I've brought a flipping tiger onto their farm, and I'm basically a fugitive at this point. Pointing to the piles of clothes still on the coffee table, I smile again. "I wasn't sure what belongs to you girls. Care to help a nanny out?" "Nanny?" The twins say it simultaneously. They stare at me, taking me in, then look at their father like they aren't sure. Oof. Tough crowd. Not that I can blame them. I'd be doing the same thing if I was 10 years old and dear old Dad brought a total stranger into the house without any warning. "Hello, Willow," the older woman cuts in. "I'm Joyce, a good friend of Grady's. I'm so glad he finally listened and hired a nanny while Faye left town. Hope the head lice thing won't scare you off. This is out of the ordinary. We all take good care of these two little angels. Lord knows he needs the help sometimes, right, Papa Bear?" Nanny? Oh God, I said it, didn't I? Now I'm the one who's tongue-tied, and I'm also curious why he needs so much help. Grady gives his friend a pained smile. "The day I turn down an extra pair of hands, you're welcome to slap me upside the head, Joyce." "Well, your load's already lighter. My hairdresser met me at my place and treated the girls as soon as I picked them up this morning. I left you enough shampoo in a bag on the porch for another round. You're welcome." Joyce beams another pearl-white smile around the room. "You're a rock star," Grady tells her before turning back to me. "I put an ad online and Willow answered it yesterday. Lucky me. She was looking for quick work and I was desperate to clean the place up, so here we are, getting along like two strays on catnip." He gives me a brown-eyed wink. Holy crap. I hold in a laugh, both amused and nervous as hell at his cheesy innuendo. Sure, I have to go along with this. Don't have a choice. But we're really rolling with this nanny thing? Wow, this is going to take some serious acting, and I sucked at theater in high school. Fortunately, I did have a string of nannies growing up. "Nice to meet you, Joyce, and it's no big deal. I've dealt with lice before," I say, still smiling. At least that's no lie. I'll give them both a thorough checkup and get their things in the washer right away. Then I notice two sets of big brown eyes still glued to me, thickly lashed, just like their father's. I wave a hand. "Hi, Sawyer and Avery, right? Nice to meet you," I say, unsure which girl is which. The shorter one, by less than half an inch, smiles softly and waves a few fingers back. The taller one frowns and gives me a slight, bashful nod when Grady gently taps her shoulder, as if prompting her. "Hi," she whispers. "Oh, I can't tell you what a relief this is, Willow." Joyce gushes, her eyes sparkling, having also seen Grady's reaction to touching his daughter. I feel so much better leaving them now, knowing Grady doesn't have to deal with this on his own. Good timing, too. I've got an appointment to get my car fumigated, just to be on the safe side. I nod, wondering again how this older woman who isn't related fits in their life. So does Grady before he says,
"Thanks for picking them up, Joyce. I appreciate it. Have the car detailed at Berlin's and tell him to send me the bill."
Nonsense. It needed a deep cleaning anyway. They can have it for the next 2 days while I'm in Montana. Perfect fishing weather, and you know how antsy my daughter gets for company in Missoula. With a friendly parting wave, she adds, "Hey, Willow, call me if you have any issues. I'm always glad to help, and I know this place like the back of my hand." "I will," I respond, even though it's a lie. I won't be here that long, and I'm definitely not a real nanny. As soon as she leaves, Grady pivots back to the girls, dad mode fully activated.
"Go on, you munchkins. Upstairs, shower, put on clean clothes, and bring the ones you're wearing straight down to the laundry room. Don't touch anything on the way to your rooms."
"Aw, Dad," the shorter girl says, pouting for a second before she sighs and trails after her sister. "Fine." I look up at the ceiling and shake my head, but I wait until the girls are running up the stairs before I open my mouth. "So we've found your weakness, huh?" "Cooties," I have to rib him. The opportunity is too good to pass up. He runs a stiff hand through his thick crop of hair, grumbling under his breath. Then his shoulders quiver again as he snatches his hand back, staring like he just touched a hot plate. Relax, dude. You can't catch them that easily. Lice don't have gliders and parachutes to get to your head. Chuckling, I walk toward the staircase. Also, they should take a bath, not a shower. You don't want them to rinse out the medicated shampoo they've just been treated with. He watches me silently without so much as a nod. I swallow, hoping I'm not being too presumptuous here. I've only had lice once, but I've dealt with fleas, mites, and more pests than I could ever name on long trips overseas with Dad into the wild. He touches my arm. It's a light touch, a friendly touch. But for some unholy reason, it's just like before. That skin contact with his rough, thick hand makes my arm tingle. Oh, God. What is it about this dude? I'm not the kind of girl who goes melty for any man. Definitely not the kind who goes weak in the knees, fighting off swarms of butterflies.
"Willow, I'm sorry for that shit show. I blanked. Couldn't think up a better reason why you're here, much less why you'd be staying in the guest room. Don't think they noticed that part. We'll have to explain it later."
I shrug like it's nothing, trying not to rub my arm as I pull away. Forget it. You're helping me, and it's only fair I help you until Bruce and I make our great escape. The thudding door has me heading for the stairs again. I'd better get up there before they jump in the shower. If we're going with this nanny story, I'd better play the part. The upstairs looks like it's been refurbished as well. Hardwood floors gleam with varnish, and all of the trim wood glows papery white, just like downstairs. The doors are a dark gray, which pops nicely with the white trim and soft gray walls. I spot 2 doors, both closed. A purple heart hangs on one with Sawyer painted on it, and there's a pink one on the door across the hall with Avery. I knock on Avery's door first, and after I'm given permission, I open it. "Hey there, just came up to let you know a bath would be better than a shower. You don't want to wash out the shampoo the hairdresser used." "Okay, thanks." Her eyes flit around nervously before looking back at me. "So, you're really going to be our nanny? Like a live-in one?" "Looks that way," I say, giving her a wink. Then I pull the door shut and cross the hall. Sawyer asks the same question, a little more boldly, and I give her the what and why. Once they're both taking turns in the bath, I strip their beds. It's doubtful they had lice before camp, but I might as well take every precaution for Grady's sake. The whole bug thing wigs him out, and he's been too good to me. Thankfully, the girls leave their clothes outside of their bathroom door, just like I'd asked. I bundle the clothes up with the bedding and carry it down to the laundry room to stuff it in the washer. Grady's nowhere in sight. Probably not in the house. I rummage around and find a few large trash bags in the pantry, then take them to the front porch, where I dump the contents of the girls' duffel bags into separate bags before stuffing everything into a couple more huge trash bags. Once they're all tied off, I leave the contaminated stuff on the porch for later, after the washer and dryer are freed up. The girls are out of the tubs and dressed when I return upstairs with the stacks of fresh clothes from the living room. They put everything away like the angels they seem to be, and then help me gather new bedding. Usually when chores are involved, it doesn't take long to find out how well-behaved kids really are. So far, I'm impressed. Grady and his helpers have done their job right with these girls. The twins are both workers, eager to help and friendly, even if they might still be a little weirded out by my presence. Aunt Faye had us change the bedding before she left, Sawyer says, scratching her neck. You're sure you want to tackle this stuff again? I don't mind. We're just going the extra mile for your dad. I slip the pillowcase onto a pillow and set it on the bed, fluffing it a few times with a smile. Yeah, he gets funny with the strangest things. He's such a dad, she says, rolling her eyes. It's nothing unusual. I had lice when I was young, about your age, and my father was just as creeped out. What about your mom? Avery asks, flopping down on the end of the bed. I slip the second pillow in its case and try not to frown. Well, my mom died when I was 3, so it was always just Dad and me. Really? Sawyer stops, leveling a skeptical gaze on me. I can't blame her. She probably thinks I'm BSing just to make friends, but sadly I'm not. Not with this. Yes, really. I don't remember much about my mother, just what I've been told. But my dad's a great guy. He had to travel a lot for work while I was growing up, so I had tons of nannies. Avery sits down on the foot of the bed. We've never had a real nanny before, only Aunt Faye, but she had to go take care of her friend in Colorado this summer. Her friend doesn't have any family and she's real sick. We're all in Avery's room. Sawyer sits down on the white chair that matches the desk near the window. Aunt Faye said Haley Wood's mother, Linda, agreed to take care of us, but none of us wanted that. Sawyer sticks out her tongue to make a point. I laugh. Oh? Why's that? I sit down on the edge of the bed. She only agreed to because she wants Dad to be her boyfriend. Sawyer throws back with disgust. It's true, Avery says with a sigh. Haley's in our grade and her mom is a lunch lady at school. She's always like, oh, my favorite twins. I can't believe how much you look like your daddy. So annoying. And gross, Sawyer chirps, making exaggerated kissy faces in the air. Hilarious. I remember a few women on the prowl after my dad and how cringy it could get. But I turn the subject to school, wondering what grade they're in. 5th, Sawyer answers sharply. 1 more year till middle school. I smile, knowing they'll probably be a lot more concerned about their own crushes soon rather than their dad's romantic life. But I don't tease them. I just let them prattle on about their teachers, Aunt Faye, the many times Linda Wood tried to hit Grady with Cupid's arrow, and little hints of their small-town lives. A short time later, we make our way downstairs. I'm relieved I can relate to these adorable girls, and so far, they don't hate me. It helps that I've been in their shoes, raised by a single father. Also, they're twins, but opposites in many ways. Their personalities define them, and I really like that. Back in the kitchen, Grady sits at the kitchen table with another man, a green-eyed hulk with tattoos and rakish sandy brown hair. He looks like he's only a couple inches shorter than Grady himself. God, what's in the air here? Is Dallas, North Dakota some kinda weird magnet for the hottest men on Earth?
Howdy, ma'am. I'm guessing you're Miss Willow.
Falk, which must be a single-syllable nickname play on his last name, Faulkner, introduces himself and makes me feel like he's sincerely glad to meet me. Surprising when he must know by now I've brought nothing but trouble to his friend's doorstep. I watch as the two men make small talk with the girls until they get antsy, right before Grady says they can go ride their four-wheelers, while the adults talk about boring tax crap. If he stumbled over our cover story earlier, he's become a total smoothie now, and I smile. "Don't forget your helmets, ladies," he belts out after them. "I'll be watching." Then my eyes fall to the table in the eerie silence. My laptop rests there with all the damning but hidden data I hope I've stolen from the rescue. Fuck has some sort of small black external device hooked up to it that looks like a tiny box. There's also a second laptop on the table, presumably his. As soon as the girls are gone, Grady looks at me. "He's transferring what he can to an external drive. Then we'll get it on a secured cloud backup and hook it up to my computer," he tells me. "Yep, it'll be a while before I transfer it to the other machine," Fox says. "Right now we're just aiming to get backups. Can't let whatever's on this thing disappear into the ether." Fox rattles off a litany of techno-babble terms that are over my head. All the things involved with securing, storing, and decrypting data. "So we won't know what we've actually got for a while?" Grady asks. "Yep, no telling till I get a good look. We could be talking hours or days." Fox's eyes gleam like emeralds as he rakes his fingers through his hair. "Soon as I'm in, you'll be the first to know." Grady stands and takes my arm. I gasp and instantly feel like an idiot. His touch is always gentle, yet here I am jumping like he hit me with a cattle prod. Seriously embarrassing. "You need a minute?" He bites off. No, You surprised me. I'm fine." I pause for a breath. I'm ready for this, guys. Lay it on me. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And we will. Just as soon as we check on the girls. They never go messing around the barn, but I want to make damn sure. He growls. "Be back shortly." Falk nods at us as Grady escorts me out the sliding glass door. "The four-wheelers get parked in the pole shed when they're not using them," he says, as we round the corner of the house. The barn is to the left of the house and the pole shed, as well as a wood shed, and two other metal storage units are up ahead, directly on the other side of the driveway. "Are they real four-wheelers?" I ask, knowing the girls are only 10. "Yep, both Hondas that are better for kids. They've been riding them for a couple years with me, and now they're old enough to stick to the trails around my place, where I know it's safe." They're such nice girls. Very polite and talkative, he offers. "I'm sure they've told you everything about our lives." "Not everything," I say. "Just enough. I know your Aunt Faye went to Colorado to take care of a sick friend and set up a woman to help you with the girls, but it sounds like all three of you said no to that idea." His grimace says it all, and I try not to laugh. Apparently the girls weren't exaggerating about how much Haley's mom chases him. No need to look hard to find out why. He's a bearded Hercules, sociable and nice, growly and guarded in a sexy way I can't describe. But I also know that just like my dad, Grady's daughters are his life. Period and end of story. If he wanted a woman, he'd have no trouble finding her and moving her in. The fact that he hasn't means he has zero interest in romance. "Sorry again about the nanny thing, even if it was your idea," he grinds out. "My only other option would have been to say you were a new employee from the Bobcat, but they'd have seen through that one easy. I don't invite waitresses to stay at my house." I laugh. "You wouldn't have wanted me to pretend I'm a waitress. I couldn't pull that one off if I tried. But a nanny?" I shrug. I had enough of those growing up, and I've seen what they do. The overhead door on the pole shed raises, and before it's all the way up, two identical lime blue four-wheelers come roaring out with Sawyer on one, wearing a blue helmet, and Avery with a lime green helmet on the other. "See? Helmets!" Sawyer yells, tapping the side of her head. Grady holds up a hand and they wheel up next to him, stopping, but don't turn off their ATVs. He checks the helmet straps on each girl, then their gloves and knee pads, and what he calls the kill strap that each girl has strapped on their wrists.
"Stay on the short track, girls," he tells them.
"We will," Sawyer says. "We know the rules." Sheesh. "We're going to pick some flowers near the creek," Avery says. "I want to press them in the notebook with the poems I've written."
My heart softens for her.
She's a really sweet kid. Sawyer is a bit harder, more serious, more impatient, but she has an explorer's heart. I'm glad that they balance each other out. I remember how tough being alone with nobody but Dad could be.
"All right," Grady says. "I expect a check-in within the hour. Don't make me come looking."
"We know," they say at the same time. He gives them a final nod and off they go, zooming around us, onto a well-worn trail between the house and a wooden split-rail fence. "How far away is the short track?" I ask, watching the girls disappear in the distance.
"About a quarter mile. It circles that pasture and runs on roughly 3 miles.
3 miles? My eyes are still on the dust being kicked up by the ATVs. Is there a long track?
Yes. It goes around the circumference of the property and then on to other farms. About 10 miles, give or take."
Wow, you trust them a lot. He's their father, of course, and seemingly a good one. But I still have to ask, do you think it's safe to let them out there by themselves?
They aren't alone. They have each other and their phones. They always check in like clockwork every half hour. Or I wouldn't let 'em run off.
Yeah, but
they've been doing it for over a year, Willow. He gives me a sharp look. I know how old they are, and I trust my girls. I also know I damn well can't let them find a stolen Bengal tiger in our barn. So we'll keep them away from the house for a little while, okay?
Ouch. But he's right to push back at my doubts, too. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude or nosy, I tell him as we continue walking. What do I know about parenting anyway? Or about 10-year-old girls when it's been a long time since I was one? Come to think of it, when I wasn't much older, Dad let me drive a Jeep with his help during a safari in Kenya. If that isn't putting a big fat leap of faith in your underage daughter, I don't know what is. Honestly, he probably spoiled me more than Grady does his girls. Humbled, I shut it and follow him back to the barn, where he stops and holds out his arm.
"Here, take it," he growls.
I glance at his hand and the small metal object flickering in the sun. "What's that?"
"A key," he tells me.
"Well, yeah, but for what?"
"It fits all of the new padlocks I put on the barn doors this morning. We have to make sure those doors are sealed tight, as long as we're letting a guest like your boy crash inside."
He gives me an easy smile. Holy hell, here comes the guilt trip, and it's totally my own. He's doing all of this for me, and I was questioning his daddy skills. Hardly a smart move on my part, but ever since he agreed to help me last night, I've wondered why. What the hell motivates a man to take a gamble on a girl in distress with a tiger? Maybe he's just got a heart 10 times bigger than most. He mentioned the army a couple times, and so did his daughters, and I wonder if that's part of it too. I know some people are absolutely fearless after a stint in the military, or else the armed forces just attract natural heroes. No fooling, this man would make a Gold Star hero or 10. For the 100th time since I landed here, I'm so grateful I could break. My arrival in Dallas could have gone down worse in so many ways. "Just one key for all the locks?" I ask, forcing my squirrel of a brain back to the subject.
"All the padlocks are keyed the same on the entire place. I put hasps and locks on the sliders in the side door of the barn."
He glances at the pasture, where plumes of dust are visible, indicating exactly where the girls are driving.
Should keep curious little people from sneaking inside if they hear anything out of the ordinary.
I bite my lip, nodding. His gaze grows serious as he looks at me.
"I can't take that chance. Not once. Can't have my girl sneaking in here. You understand?"
His hands fall to my shoulders, squeezing, and finally, I don't freak out. I might be a little starstruck, staring into those eyes so much like dark brown honey pools in the pale sun. Yep, he's a hero, all right. All fathers are, but Grady? One long look tells me he'd die 10 times over for his precious dolls. And I get it, too. I don't want to see them in danger. Bruce would never hurt them, I assure him, hoping to ease his fears. But you're right, to take every precaution. He's a wild animal with teeth and claws and storm force that could stomp a grown man's head into mush. A caged wild animal. No telling what he might do if they snuck in there. I stop. His look tells me that he's not going to believe another word. Fair enough. If I were in his shoes, and those were my daughters, I wouldn't either. Sorry, you're right. You don't need my promises. I don't want to see them get hurt any more than you do. I just need my truck fixed, and then Bruce and I will be history. His thick dark brows inch up slowly. It's not that simple, darlin'. Fox says your cell's been ringing off the hook. Oh, crap. My heart sinks clear to my toes. I remember I'd left it in the kitchen when the girls came home. The rescue? I ask, knowing and dreading the answer. He nods sternly. From at least 5 different numbers, some with area codes out of state. Fox installed blocks so nothing can ping your location remotely. Hopefully they haven't already done it. Whatever you do, don't turn your GPS back on. They might have all kinds of tricks to track it, or pull that info out of the wireless company if they've got an in with the law. He also suggests ignoring all texts, depending on their carriers. They might know if you've ever read the messages. I haven't. Never opened a single message since I left Minot. I promise. Right before my gut goes into a falling spiral. Guilt, shame, and remorse twist in my belly like something clawing its way out. With Falk busy in the kitchen, that's one more innocent person I've dragged into this crap. My steps feel like lead as we walk to the house. Falk is still there studying his computer screen when we enter the kitchen. Update. We've got ourselves a location we need to check out, he says, looking up. Everything's encrypted, but there are a few coordinates and timestamps coming up pretty often from what I'm seeing in the history. I was able to pull a few pics and examine the details. It ain't too far from here, right near the Montana border. From Google Maps, it's in the middle of state land with nothing around for miles. Trouble is, I can't zoom in too well. This place is out in the sticks and the public satellites only make a pass of those places every few years. I'll have to drive out there to get a good look on the ground. No, Grady snaps. You're doing enough with this computer shit. I'll drive out there, Falk. No, you won't, I cut in. I'll go myself. In what? He asks. Damn it, he's right. My face falls. I hate this. Hate how helpless I feel. Maybe it's time I should give up and call Dad for advice. He's somewhere in Africa, and not always easy to reach, but I know I could get in touch with him if I need to. He's the only person I can totally trust besides these men to call in help. I don't want to, though, because I know how disappointed he'll be by what I've gotten into. There's a part of me that believes my father will understand. Another part of me fears he'll be furious. I just want to make him proud of me. That's all I've ever hoped for. And this fiasco isn't helping me accomplish that. I'm half zoned out, too in my head, listening to Grady and Falk tossing details back and forth like two generals strategizing a war plan. I catch snatches of conversation about the town, the shit that keeps happening here. That's what they call it, even if they don't elaborate. I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to be the guy to bring another flaming bag of crap to our doorstep, Grady growls. I'm not getting any of my friends hurt, especially you. I think having a whole tribe of goats to bail our asses out was a one-time deal. Goats? Huh? Falk bursts out laughing before his tone turns serious. Yeah, well, whoever's doing the driving out to that place,
They'd better be mighty careful. There's no telling what's hanging out there or who. Anybody playing scout needs to look like they belong in those parts, not snooping around. You feel me? I know. I'll take precautions. Maybe break out my gear and the big gun if I need to, Grady continues, leaning toward his friend, speaking in this low whisper I think is meant not to worry me. It does. All in all, their somewhat heated exchange makes me feel like crap on a cracker. Guys, surely there's a vehicle I can rent. I pipe up when I can't take it anymore. What if I get one that makes me look like a vacationer, a clueless hiker checking out the area or something? I like the subterfuge idea. We'll bring my four-wheeler along for the ride and make it look like we're just out exploring, Grady says before he turns to Falk again. I walk to the door while the two big men talk and slip outside. Bruce should be waking up any time now. While walking to the barn, I scan the pasture, looking for plumes of dust. When I see the girls are still far enough away, I quickly run across the property and enter the barn. Just like I thought, Bruce is coming around, but he's groggy and lethargic. This sleeping orange giant with lidded eyes and yawns like a backfiring exhaust. My heart goes out to him. He's so beautiful. And even though he could swallow a moose, he's helpless. He's counting on me, and I'm counting on Grady McKnight. Honestly, I don't know who to feel worse for, Bruce or Grady. Definitely not me. I'm saving my pity party for a time when I know my favorite tiger won't be killed. Grady enters a short time later, and I know another spontaneous apology right now will probably be hollow. Talk is cheap with the expensive trouble I'm causing. The beef's here, he tells me, entering the storage room with a large crate. Come on in, Tobin. My eyes go up at an unexpected sight. A well-dressed man wearing a full suit follows him, a determined look behind his spectacles, carrying another large box. Either this weird little town has some really fancy butcher shops, or else the guy dropping it off is somebody's butler. Regardless, I leave the pen to go help them. Grady stops me near the edge. You keep an eye on Bruce. Tobin and I will bring in the meat. Special delivery from my buddy Ridge. His guy was good enough to bring it out here. Fox said he'd make sure the girls keep away if they come back to the house early. My first instinct is to argue, but if I can smell raw meat, then so can Bruce. He stands up with another yawn like a small hurricane, stretching as he flicks his tail and licks his chops. I have to give these guys credit. They're not used to this like I am. Very few people would be comfortable carrying boxes full of dinner with a hungry tiger in sniffing range. It doesn't take long to have all the meat stuffed in the freezer, and several fresh bales of hay carried into the barn for good measure. Once again, I'm slayed by how much trouble Grady goes through for me, which only deepens my guilt. The stranger, Tobin, leaves with a dramatic bow, just as mysteriously as he arrived. A short time later, Fox's truck drives off, after he tells Grady he'll be in touch soon. Our timing couldn't be closer. Seconds later, the girls come racing into the yard, jabbering back and forth like little birds and laughing. "Hey, Dad, why did Ridge's truck have hay in the back of it?" Sawyer asks, pulling her helmet off as her eyes go wide. "Did he drop it off here? Are we finally gonna get a horse?" Oh boy, the shimmering hope in her eyes has me looking nervously at Grady. "No, baby," Grady says. "I'm just busy with some renovations on the barn. You know how old it is." "With hay?" she asks with a snort. "Dad, if you're trying to surprise us, it won't work." She's a sharp one and doesn't miss much. That worries me. "Sorry to disappoint," I say, chiming in, but hay actually helps make deep cleaning old floors so much easier. It'll absorb any moisture in the floor so everything can be swept up easier. Sawyer nods with a sigh, disappointment in her eyes. That was close. And it still is when Avery speaks up again. "But Dad, why are you renovating the barn if it's not for animals?" she asks, her brows knit together in adorable confusion. "Storage," Grady says. "You know, I've got plenty more to clean out of the back room at the bar from sprucing things up. We just need space for the stuff first.
Oh. Avery's little face falls and she looks as let down as her sister. I still don't see why we can't have an animal or two. We live on a farm.
We've had this talk before,
Grady says gently. More for my benefit than theirs, I think. We know. And we've had the discussion about keeping a pet at Uncle Hank's house, too. He always says he'd be fine with it, Sawyer says, matter-of-factly, clearly not ready to surrender. I don't get why you won't agree to let us try.
Because then you'd have to go over there every day to take care of it, he answers with a sigh.
Oh, Daddy, that wouldn't be so bad, Avery says.
Okay. Grady levels a look at the 2 pint-sized lawyers making their case. If you feel that way, I'll ask Hank to make you help clean out his barn tomorrow. How's that sound?
I smile at the clever response, though the tone in Grady's voice when he mentions Hank makes my spine quiver slightly. Weird. I get the feeling this Uncle Hank isn't one of his favorite people. Tomorrow? Sawyer asks, rubbing one eye.
Yep. You're both going over there then, so here's your chance to impress me. Grady gestures at their ATVs. Go put those away. It's time to start supper. We'll eat early so you two can get some rest for a whole lot of cleaning.
He walks to the house while the girls drive their four-wheelers into the shed, and I look around bewildered. It's a shock to find out hiding Bruce isn't the strangest thing here. I can't help but wonder what else is going on. Despite everything I've seen today, it seems there's a whole lot more to unravel about Grady McKnight.
6. Easy, Tiger. Grady. That does it. Trying to pretend like having a woman in my house is normal is enough to tip me over the edge. No, fuck, this scenario is so completely not normal. Neither is keeping Shere Khan happy and fed in the barn, or knowing that the choice I'd made last night might put all sorts of friends and family in danger. Trying to keep my girl's curiosity under wraps isn't easy when it comes to anything, but this whole situation has them both asking a lot of questions. Luckily, I keep them busy with chores, cleaning everything in our kitchen Willow didn't get to. That keeps them distracted while she sneaks out to check on her beast again. I have Aunt Faye to thank for their well-organized chore list on the fridge. It hasn't changed much for years, except a little rotation, plus adding new tasks for them as they've gotten older. Alone, I might not have realized just how important chores are for developing responsibility. Faye sure taught me plenty about parenting. Later, when we're all in the living room, gathered around the TV, my phone rings. As if my aunt's ears are burning several states away, I see her name lit on the screen when I lift it off the coffee table. I pick up the phone and step away from the teeny-bopper movie the girls picked out. While they're watching the show, Willow runs a tiny comb through Avery's hair, checking for bugs. She'd already checked Sawyer. "Hello?" I say into the phone as I enter the small library that doubles as my office off the living room and close the door behind me.
"Grady, my dear, how are you holding up?"
Aunt Faye starts.
"I have a question."
I can almost see the disappointment in her eyes just from the way she says my name. She's my ma's sister, and they sound so much alike. At times her voice takes me back decades. Especially the way she can reprimand me with a single word in just the right tone. "Anything. Shoot," I tell her.
"I know the girls are coming home from camp tomorrow, so I called Linda. She said that apparently you declined her help?"
Faye asks. Shit. Busted. But can you blame a man when taking favors from Linda Wood means inviting her to dry hump my goddamn leg? "You're right, I did. Everything's under control, and—"
"Grady,"
she says sternly, cutting me off.
"You know you can't take care of them all summer by yourself. Linda works at the school, so she has summers off. It was the perfect solution. Why would you ever say no?"
My jaw pinches shut. Because I don't want any shit with that woman, or any woman. Because the juice is so not worth the squeeze, I'd rather stick with my hand for life. Because I'd rather stay a sexless, overgrown monk than play with a stick of human dynamite. Yeah, I'm only exaggerating a little. If I had a list of hell no's, Linda Wood would be a solid second, right after Carolina Dibbs, the town's resident thief and queen of shady hookups. And at least with Carolina, you know there are a dozen ways you might get fucked over. Linda hasn't even pretended to hide the fact that she's on the hunt for a new husband. I don't tell Faye any of that, of course. How's Jenny doing? I tried changing the subject. I think it works, but I'm not exactly happy about it. She lets out a pitiful sigh.
Not good, dear. She doesn't have much time. The cancer's everywhere.
Damn. I'm so sorry. I'm glad you're there with her, I offer, sincere as ever. Jenny was a schoolyard friend of Aunt Faye's, and they'd stayed close for over 60 years. They're as tight as family, which is a good thing because Jenny doesn't have much. Her husband died years ago, long before Brittany had. Just like me, Jenny only has daughters, but they haven't been the closest. Listen, if there's anything I can do, you tell me, I say.
You're sweet, but you already know the one thing I'll ask,
Aunt Faye says.
Focus on you and the girls. That's why I arranged for Linda to help out. Her daughter's the same age as the twins, so they'd have someone to play with while she's there. You can't take care of them and run the bar at the same time.
I've taken a few days off. We'll be fine. I insist.
A few days? Did I hear you right?
Her voice bristles with surprise, knowing how rare it is for me to take time off.
Don't tell me it's because of me.
No, nothing like that. I just need help renovating the old barn, and Falk had some time off, so...
Oh, no, not more work. Listen, Sonny, I'll see if I can hire someone to take care of Jenny so I can come home sooner and...
No way, I interrupt. I also took a few days off to train in the new nanny. I posted an ad online and hired someone today.
You did? Who? Online? A stranger? Oh, Grady.
I can hear her worries ramping up to turbo. Too many questions for comfort. In her tone seeps pure disappointment. Falk knew her. She's trustworthy, I say. I'm fibbing, obviously, and playing on my aunt's mad respect for Quinn Faulkner, mainly because he married the granddaughter of another close friend, and his approval of Willow will go a long way in calming her near grandmotherly butt down.
Really?
Faye croons.
My. If Quinn trusts her, then I suppose...
Exactly. Don't you worry, and don't even think about coming home a second sooner. Jenny needs help, and you ought to be with her. I hear a doorbell ring in the background. Sounds like you have someone at your door?
That's the hospice nurse,
she tells me with a deflated sigh.
But this conversation isn't over. I'll call you later so I can hear all about this nanny.
Will do, Aunt Faye. Take care. She clicks off. And I have zero doubt she'll be dialing me sooner than I think. I open the door and head for the living room, not expecting the scene on the couch. The girls are packed in close to Willow, one on each side of her. They're all laughing at something on the show they're watching. Interesting. My girls don't normally take to strangers this fast. It's also the perfect medicine for my aunt's jitters. Opening the camera app, I carefully snap a picture from around the corner and open my messenger. See? New nanny's working out great. Everybody's happy as a lark. I text her, adding, no reason at all to worry. I hit send before walking to my recliner, wishing that last part were true. I've got to make damn sure it stays that way, once I've figured out how to get a big mess of teeth and claws off my property. The girls are still laughing like chipmunks glued to the TV. I don't get it. What's so funny about the girl on the screen washing her hair?
Oh, Dad,
Sawyer says, no doubt catching my frown.
You just missed it. She tried putting some green stripes in her hair with food coloring. Look at it.
I manage a smile, but I still don't see the humor. The girls try to explain it a few more times, but I'm just fucking lost and glad when the show finally ends. On their way up to bed, Avery and Sawyer help Willow carry the last of their clothes, including the freshly washed stuff from their duffel bags. She's been busy washing and drying their camp clothes all day. When she comes back down, I head up to say goodnight to my girls. What I don't expect, what hits me like a bullet, are the hugs. Hugs and sweet praise for finding Willow in their words. Shit. I've tried not to notice how much they're already connecting to her. Hadn't dwelled on it with everything else going on. Not till I close their doors and plod back downstairs. Willow's just walking in the sliding glass door when I enter the kitchen. "How's he doing?" I ask, ignoring the emotional shock in my gut.
"Sleeping like the big fat fluff he is,"
she says with an impish grin. I have to fight not to smile back. She's goddamn cute by default. Yeah, but when her eyes sparkle with so much easy blue-tinged humor, their shine reaches down inside me and touches something buried. Something it shouldn't. Something that's been black as night for a long time, like a starless sky over a beach with onyx sands.
"Don't worry, I double-checked the locks. Everything's secure."
She locks the sliding door and walks toward her room.
"I'm going to hit the hay myself,"
she yawns, stretching her arms overhead.
"The lack of sleep is really catching up with me."
"Good night, darling," I whisper, hating how I stare when she stops and turns.
"Night, Grady. And for what it's worth, thanks again. I can't possibly repay all you're doing."
I remain silent. Once the door to her room closes, I release the fierce breath I'd held in and start moving. Shut off the kitchen light, lock the front door, then go kill the rest of the lights before making my way up to my room. The 30-hour exhaustion should be catching up with me too, but even as I settle into bed, my mind won't shut up. Snarling, I roll over, cupping my hands behind my head and crossing my legs at the ankles. It's not like the first time there's a guest under my roof. Aunt Faye slept downstairs for years in the same converted porch when she was here for heavy-duty babysitting, or we were hit with bad weather. Guess it's just different knowing it's a blue-eyed angel with sinful wine lips and a body I'd like to turn my inner Viking loose on. Damn. Yeah, it's different, and I'm an idiot for letting it be. Knowing my daughters have already made friends with the tiger thief doesn't sit well. In fact, it's pretty damn disconcerting. Unleashing a slow sigh, I brace for the avalanche of shit pouring through my head. The girls were so young when Brittany died. They don't remember how her illness stole her memories, her mind, her soul. They don't remember how she didn't know who they were, how the disease took that from her, or how she didn't know who I was either. The disease obliterated our love. Neurological conditions are no fucking joke. Hers hollowed her out, left her little more than a brittle shell of a person when she finally passed. I say finally because it was a long, grueling road for her. For us. A road lined with hell and the sickest emotional torture known to man. It left me alone with a husk of the woman I pledged my life to, every last bit of her gone, devoured from the inside out by an invisible demon no one in their right minds would ever summon. She barely weighed 90 pounds when she died. Hadn't been able to eat for weeks. Her body couldn't function in so many ways. In hindsight, I blame myself for keeping her alive longer. I was the jackass who insisted on the feeding tube, still praying for a miracle, not fucking ready to lose her. If I hadn't been so selfish, if I'd just let her go, she might have died with an ounce of dignity. Instead, thanks to me, she'd withered until there was nothing. I've saved dozens of lives overseas, faced down foreign enemies in Iraq and domestic criminals back home, and survived a slug in the shoulder that nearly killed me on a sweltering street in Baghdad. I got used to hearing the word miracle in the service more times than I can count. I started to believe in them. and that's what set me up for a fall. But the one thing I couldn't survive, couldn't accomplish, was save my wife. Brittany hadn't gotten out of bed for over 2 months before the end came. The memories still break my heart all over again like a jackhammer. She was so alive once upon a time, so charming and beautiful and fun. The day she stepped out of the bathroom screaming with the positive pregnancy test in her hand, waving her arms, she'd leaped on the bed and jumped up and down like a 5-year-old. We did it. We made ourselves a baby times 2. 2 endlessly gorgeous, talented, whip-smart little girls. I think the smile I wore after I heard the news lasted for months. Several years later, she didn't even know who Sawyer and Avery were. Didn't remember how she'd changed her mind 100 times before choosing those 2 names, because they had to be 1,000% perfect. We wanted to give them names they could be proud of. Gifts from a loving mom and dad that'd always remind them how special, how precious their lives are. She didn't remember my name either, or even her own name by the killing end. The last words she said to me a month before she died were simply, "Thank you, doctor." They came out so faint and so slurred it was hard to comprehend, but I'd understood them all right. I understood she didn't know me enough to love me anymore, didn't know where she was, who she was, but in her own sweet way she still found the energy to say thank you for helping her. Thank you and goodbye. Unfair doesn't begin to describe it. Unfair is what happens when you just miss the jackpot in Vegas, or when you're passed up for a promotion because you didn't kiss enough ass. This was a fucking murder. Of her, of us, of the future we should have had. All I have left now are memories, and I'll protect them with everything I have. Keep them front and center, sealed up behind a mile of treacherous barbed wire in my heart. I'll hold them tight and cherish them, because losing Brittany broke me for love. Losing her meant losing my heart forever. The memories strike closer to home the next morning when Hank arrives to pick up the girls. At one time, he was one of my best friends. He was Brittany's older brother, her only brother, and the greatest uncle in the world to Sawyer and Avery. Not like my own brother who moved out of state years ago and left Weston here. Hank adores them, too. No surprise. He was a strapping human rock for them in good times and bad, ready to help out at the drop of a hat since the second they were born. Do I appreciate it? Hell yes. I appreciate him. Good family is the only thing that's harder to find than good help. It's just that I struggle to look him in the eyes. Seeing my brother-in-law is fucking torture, even after all these years. He's never said anything to me, no deep, tearful conversations. There's nothing but warmth behind his smile. But all the shit that goes unsaid, that shows up in subtle movements and awkward glances when he thinks my back is turned. I have to believe he blames me for dragging out Brittany's death, for letting her waste away to papery flesh stretched over frail bones, a living ghost. Why shouldn't he blame me as much as I blame myself? Call it collateral damage, the kind that poisons a relationship when someone passes rather than bringing them together. Fuck it. Some things can't be fixed in life, and this is one of them. And on the dark, restless nights like the one that just passed, when I hold up a mirror to my soul, I know the truth. Hank should hate me. I don't blame him for it. So I try to forget the last 5 strained years of our life as I walk to the center of the driveway where he's stopped his old, slightly battered blue and white Dodge. The windows are already down. Thanks for coming and taking them today, Hank. I should be back by early evening. No problem, man. I have a new Colt I've been wanting them to see. His brown eyes, as dark as Brittany's had been, twinkle as he opens the door. Oh, and Babe had her pups. Nice big litter, all 6 of them healthy and barking up a storm. He laughs before leveling me a look. Take that as fair warning. You're going to hear a lot of puppy begging from the duo real soon. Great, I mumble. More begging from the girls for an animal. They don't get it. They're too young to understand. It's not just about the responsibility. I can't get them an animal and risk having it die. After Brittany, after growing up without a mother, I can't have them experiencing that shit again. Another crippling, unexpected, soul-stealing visit from the Reaper. Another loss they can't get back.
Uncle Hank! Uncle Hank!
I smile. They always shout his name twice as they come flying out of the house. 2 at a time, just like most things that happen around here. The third person with them is what makes me do a double take. Sawyer and Avery each have a fierce hold on Willow's arms, pulling her toward Hank.
You have to meet Willow,
Sawyer chirps.
Uncle Hank, look, here's our new nanny.
Hank's smile grows, but so does the gleam in his eye as he looks at me, one brow raised. I can already feel the punch to my stomach. Nanny, huh? Hank asks. Nanny, I echo dryly. Had to hire one. Didn't have much choice with how crazy it's been around here lately. Plus the bar. Come on, man. He cuts me off. You don't owe me no explaining. There's nothing wrong with a little hired help, Grady. Or with anything else, you know. Hell, Britt would have wanted you to... Not now, Hank. I snap, more harshly than intended. His brows arch up. I can't deal with this again, here in front of the girls and Willow. Yeah, he's told me 100 times how Brittany would want me to get on with my life, not stay mired in the past. Let him think that. Let him tell me everything's just fine and dandy, and we don't think about how she died every time our eyes meet. Fuck. We both know the truth. I know what Brittany would have wanted, and so does he. She didn't want to die. She wanted to be here, raising her daughters, plus the other kids I'll never have a chance to make. She damn sure wouldn't want me to start over, much less with some random pixie blown in by an ill summer wind, carrying the kind of trouble that could literally swallow up our family alive. I'm already defying the past, spitting in the face of what my dead wife would have wanted. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it sucks. Hey, friend, Willow, is it? Hank says merrily as Willow arrives at his truck with the girl still hanging on each arm. He's always been a people-pleaser.
You got it, she answers. And you must be the infamous Uncle Hank. I've heard nothing but wonderful things.
Aw, careful what you believe now. These little meerkats exaggerate everything, he says, using both hands to rub the top of each girl's head through the window as they laugh. I wouldn't do that, Hank, I tell him. Summer camp shut down a day early because of head lice. Hank throws back his head and roars. Oh, Grady. There are days when I don't know if I should feel sorry for you or just laugh because there's nothing else I can do. Good thing for you, little ladies, I'm cootie-proof. I frown, not sure what he means.
I don't know what he thinks lice are, but it has him a little freaked out.
Willow tells Hank under her breath, but loud enough for me to hear. My shoulders bow up. You never had cooties growing up, Grady? Hank asks with another barrel-like chuckle. No, I say coldly, wondering if I'm the only person who never had lice growing up. One thing's for sure, it's an experience I don't care to have as an adult. I did, every frickin' summer, Hank says, looking at Willow with a smile. My mama shaved my head until I was as bald as an eagle's egg. To top it off, I got sunburned on the top of my head and it peeled for weeks.
Oh, dear,
Willow says, trying not to laugh.
Why didn't you wear a hat?
That's what happens when you're a kid who loves swimming more than thinking, he says, over-exaggerating his hand movements like he always does.
Will you take us to the lake, Uncle Hank?
Avery pleads, her little hands grasping his.
The big one Edison always likes to drink from?
Hank laughs again, his permanent state of being. Sure thing, Munchkin. After we get those chores done your daddy drafted you two for, he says, then turns his eyes to me again. Man, Drake and Bella are gonna lose it if that damn Einstein of a horse makes another break for Big Fish Lake. They had to catch him 2 times last week. Even I can't resist smiling at that. It's a running joke around here how often the Larkins' iconic horse, Edison, manages to break into town, the lake, or other people's barns no matter how much they escape-proof their property. The old horse always finds a way to have some fun traveling, along with his mare, Edna. Like I said, we should be back by early evening. I remind him before there's another walk down memory lane from Hank. Willow's truck broke down, so I'm taking her to pick up her stuff. That's the story I'd fed him when I asked if the girls could spend the day at his place anyway. No problem, he says. We have lots to do. He winks at the girls. Roberta was making chocolate chip cookies when I left, and I just might have mentioned some big important guests coming over who might like them.
We do!
The girls exclaim together. For a split second, I envy what Hank has going. His life is neat, happy, and peaceful. It makes sense. Roberta's been his girlfriend for years, yet the two still have no plans to tie the knot. Maybe he learned caution after seeing what happened to me. I'll damn sure never tie the knot again, either. Hank opens his truck door. Come on in, Thing 1 and Thing 2. Hurry so we can eat some cookies while they're still piping hot. After quick hugs, the girls pile into his truck. I wait till they're out of sight before I get busy loading my four-wheeler in the back of my pickup. Willow helps me with the ramps, and after one final check on Bruce, we head out. As we start down the driveway, a shiver nips at my spine. Not counting the brief drive the other night when I hauled her home, it's been years since I've been alone in a vehicle with a woman. Damn. I can't help hoping that helping her won't wind up being another epic regret. The silence in the cab is too intense, so I turn on the radio after a few miles. Good call. We talk a little as the miles drift by, but for the most part, the radio fills in the silence. Then her singing starts, adding to the muted rock lyrics pouring out of the speakers. My brows go up at first when she closes her eyes and starts jamming like she's the only one here. It doesn't bother me. I'm just surprised. I can tell she's nervous, on edge, wondering what the hell we'll find at the coordinates entered in my phone. If she can't clean like a whirlwind to help her nerves, this must be another coping mechanism. And it's hard not to grin when Africa by Toto comes on and she starts belting out the lyrics. I'll never know if it's her inner zoologist or she's just a freak for karaoke. Whatever it is, I'm laughing like hell as she holds her little fist out like a fake mic, screaming into it. You always sing like you're on stage in a strange man's car or what? I ask, rubbing at my face.
Nope, just when I'm jittery as a bee and you look like you could use a laugh,
she tells me as the song ends, looking at me with a dimpled smile.
You should do it more often, Grady. You've got a nice laugh.
Fuck if I know what to say to that. And happy distractions aside, I wonder what's up ahead, too. Wondering how this is all going to end. I haven't told her everything Falk suspects. This shit is waist-deep, dangerous territory, the kind that makes him call in some outside help. His top-secret connections to a mashup of active feds and retired ones like him working for big security agencies always make me nervous. In this case, though, it's absolutely necessary. It also gives me hope that it'll be over and done before anyone else in Dallas discovers I'm harboring a fugitive tiger inside my barn. About half an hour from our destination, we turn onto a low-maintenance road, and I start looking for a place to pull over and park. Without thinking, I switch off the radio while she's still humming along.
Sorry, she says. One of my bad habits.
What?
Singing to the radio, always terribly, and I don't really care. Music takes my mind off things.
I chuckle. She hadn't sounded that off-key, even if people might have wondered how many drinks she'd had if it happened in my bar. Frankly, her singing voice blended in too well with the background music. That's not the reason I turned it off. Shrugging, I say. Call it age or habit, but I turn it down whenever I'm looking for something, like it'll help me see better. She lets out a soft giggle.
I've been known to do that too. It's one of those weird quirks I think a lot of people have.
She glances out the window, staring at the brush-lined ditches and wooded areas along the sides of the road, before turning to me again.
So, are we there yet?
Not the question I thought I'd get without my girls along for a ride. I snort. According to my phone, yes, I'm looking for a discreet place to park. Then we can use the four-wheeler.
You sure? This road doesn't look very well traveled.
No, it doesn't. I agree. But the satellite image on the computer showed another road north of here that ends at the coordinates.
That's why we're taking this one?
Yes. We'll look like a couple of run-of-the-mill ATV riders just out for an adventure. I nod for emphasis, hoping like hell this plan works. She points to a grassy area a short distance ahead.
How about there? That looks like a place to park, right by that Bureau of Land Management sign.
It'll work. I park, and she helps me unload the four-wheeler in no time. With its compartments filled, alongside the saddlebags attached to the front rack, we head out. Willow sticks close behind me. I think I'd need a hammer to the head not to notice. I can feel every inch of where her body touches my back, hips, and the backs of my thighs. It takes focus I haven't summoned up since my army days to ignore the hot sensations every flick of her body against mine causes. To ignore how bad it hurts to suppress my raging heart-on.
What did you do in the military?
She asks. Area reconnaissance in Iraq, mostly, I answer. Checking to make sure the coast was clear in caves and buildings. Then it was active combat. They couldn't ignore the fact that I'm one hell of a shot and dropped me in a sniper unit. I say no more. That was a long time ago, and like other jagged parts of my life, shit happened overseas that I really don't want to remember. Some of those stories are still classified, too.
Wow, that's impressive. How long were you in?
4 years of active duty, 2 of none. I joined while I was still in high school for the post-secondary aid and was sent overseas as soon as I was eligible. Didn't re-up after my parents died. Then I got married, the twins were born, and my voice fades away.
Your wife got ill?
Willow urges softly. Yeah. Thankful for the terrain ahead, I say. Hold on, there's a stream we have to cross. The water doesn't look deep, but it's gonna be rocky. I hold my breath just before we cross. Nothing to do with the rocks in the stream. I'm trying not to react to the way her body rubs against my back as her arms hug my waist. Her tits are so flush against my skin I can feel them, even the taut peaks of her nipples through her shirt and bra from the pressure. Shit. I haven't been physically responsive to a woman in ages, and sure as hell don't need it now.
What was her illness? If it isn't too personal, I mean.
Her breath is warm on the back of my neck. A rare, aggressive neurological disease. Something closely related to Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD, I think. It took her down quickly. Too fast, I think to myself, biting my lip. Within a few years, she was gone.
I'm so sorry, Grady. That must have been awful.
It wasn't easy. I snarl, pinching my lips together, wondering what's gotten into me. I don't share Brittany's illness with strangers. The girls don't even know the name of what killed her. They've never asked, and I've never offered. Am I really letting my mutinous dick loosen my tongue this much? Am I really fucking having a heart-to-heart talk with a tiger thief?
Life has a way of throwing hidden punches that just don't seem fair.
She whispers again, her voice rubbed raw. It's almost worse that she isn't faking sympathy, that she actually feels shredded over my clusterfuck situation. Sure does. All we can do is keep moving forward. Steering down the small embankment to a creek, I add. Hold on to your butt, this is gonna be steep. She hugs me even tighter and stays silent till well after we cross a second creek and climb up the other bank.
Don't you wonder about that sometimes? Life, how things work out?
Don't know. Do you? I think I'm done with question time today.
I have to. My mother died of an aneurysm when I was just 3. She and my father were eating in a restaurant. She suddenly got a headache, and before the waiter arrived with their check, she was gone. Right there at the table. My dad blamed himself for years.
A shiver tickles my spine. Why? Doesn't sound like he could have done anything different.
No, he couldn't have, but he felt like he should have done something. Get her to the hospital faster, or maybe demand an ambulance. I don't know, really. I just know it weighed heavy on him for years. When I was young, I was afraid he'd get remarried again, foolishly. But that's how kids are. Now I wish he had. He was so young when it happened, and he deserved to be happy.
Unsure why she's spilling her guts to me, I just nod, holding my tongue.
Sorry to make things awkward. That was a lot. A load I didn't even know I had,
she says.
Sorry, must be because of all the talking I've done with Sawyer and Avery. Yesterday they had a lot of questions about my mom dying when I was young, and I've tried to be honest. Explain how everyone's situation is different, yet there's always comfort, especially for kids. Life isn't over if they find people they can relate to.
I nod again, sharply, having never thought about it in her terms. The girls don't remember Brittany, yet I'm sure they'll have more questions coming the older they get. How'd you know your father shouldered so much guilt? Did he tell you?
No, not quite.
She lets out a shaky sigh.
My dad wouldn't have admitted that to anyone, especially me. He was my dad, my protector, my hero, but I just knew the way kids know sometimes.
I stop the ATV so I can look over my shoulder at her. Did Avery and Sawyer say something? Do they think that I'm—
No, God, no. I didn't mean it to sound like that, Grady. Not at all. They were just asking me about my mom. The illness, the one your wife had, was totally different. You took care of her, from what I understand. Remodeled your house and everything. There was nothing more you could have done.
Now she sounds too much like Hank. I grip the ATV tighter, trying not to grind my teeth. This isn't the time for heavy shit. Also not the place to have this angel clinging to a ticking bomb.
They haven't said anything like that,
she whispers in my ear.
And I'm sorry if it sounded that way. Like I said, I didn't mean for all of that to come falling out. I'm sorry to have dumped it on you. Must be my nerves. The stress with Bruce wearing on me because I never do deep talks with anyone.
We stop for a second, and I look back at her. The sincerity etched on her face makes me believe she's telling the truth. Hell, hadn't I just admitted the same thing? Spilling secrets I've never told anyone? You're right, I growl back to her. It's the stress of this weird crap getting to us. I turn around and shift our ride back into gear. Sorry.
Don't apologize. I'm the one who's sorry,
she says, wearing a sad smile I can hear in her voice without seeing it.
Do you think we're almost there?
Glad to change the subject, I pull my phone out of my pocket and hand it to her. Check and see. I need both hands for the damn prairie dog town coming up. Keep holding on. I'm hardly exaggerating. The big-ass rodents out in these rural parts make their mounds in big clusters, what they call a town. Looks like the area ahead of us is covered with mounds and critters chirping warnings to each other.
Looks like it's 2 more miles,
she says, reaching around me to drop the phone back in my breast pocket before grabbing a tight hold on my waist again.
Ever gone prairie dog hunting?
What North Dakota boy hasn't? I'm not sure I want to admit to that, her being Miss Zoologist and all. She laughs, must sense me tensing up, and punches me playfully in the arm.
Hey, you're holding out on me, aren't you? You don't have to be scared to admit it, you know. I believe in wildlife management, especially when it's not an endangered species.
You do, huh? I crack a grin.
Duh. Overcrowding any species causes freaky diseases and cannibalism. Mother Nature knows when certain numbers are getting too high.
Have you gone prairie dog hunting yourself? I ask, going slow over the mounds so we aren't jostled off.
No, I haven't spent much time in North Dakota, but I'd like to someday. Dad took me hunting for plenty of elk and deer when I was little, though, mostly in Montana.
Interesting. So the tiger princess gets a hankering for a little blood, just like her boy Bruce. I don't respond because I'm still trying to decipher that, make it jibe with the Willow Macklin I know.
Just because I'm a zoologist doesn't mean I'm against hunting,
She tells me, her tone insistent.
I'm no vegetarian either. I like a good palak paneer or potato curry just as much as anyone, but you won't see me at a meat market putting flowers on packaged meat.
Come again?
That happens in California all the time. Impromptu funerals for all the animals in a meat market. Those rowdy protests make the news every week.
I snort and shake my head, having never heard of it. There are times when I'm glad Dallas is a small place tucked away from the outside world.
It's true, she says. You didn't see me pitch a fit when you and Tobin carried in that mountain of beef, did you? Animals need to eat. Bruce needs to eat. But everybody has an opinion, just like I do. And I'm not going to hold theirs against them.
Knock it off, lady. You're talking too much common sense, I say with a chuckle. Sure would be nice if the world worked that way, wouldn't it? She squeezes my waist tighter in agreement, and I remember why I need to keep these conversations controlled. If I'm not careful, my dick will be the main casualty of this excursion. Something gleaming in the sunlight catches my attention.
What's that?
Willow must see it too. Looks like a strip of pavement, I say, half wanting to rub my eyes. Make that a very out-of-place paved strip that shouldn't be here in the middle of nowhere. I shift into a higher gear now that we've made it through most of the prairie dog town. We arrive in a couple minutes and start speeding along the strip of pavement. Even stranger, it feels like it was pressed down recently under my wheels. It's a landing strip, all right. See those short poles? I pause and point, slowing our speed to a crawl. Portable lights to be set up along the strip.
Freaky, she says. We are still on the Bureau of Land Management turf, right?
Yep, and there's no good reason for them to have a frigging airstrip out here. I slow down as we come to the end of it, this wide paved area, large enough for smaller planes to turn around. A gravel service road comes in from the north, one that looks fairly well used and maintained. I recognize where we are completely. How many makeshift runways did I cover with my rifle like this overseas? Oh, hell. This is a pick-up and drop-off point, the perfect place for planes and vehicles to meet and exchange cargo.
Cargo?
She climbs off the four-wheeler.
What kind do you think?
I stroke my beard. Well, my first guess would be drugs, but in this case, I'm gonna bet it's exotic animals.
God,
she gasps out.
But there's nothing here.
Willow tilts her head, walking around and scanning the area like she needs to convince herself I'm right.
No proof for us to confirm that, I guess,
she whispers. You mean not yet? I walk to the front of the ATV and open the saddlebag. Once we get these cameras set up and hidden, we'll have ourselves a live feed to find out exactly what happens here.
I love how you think.
She grins, all sunshine and teeth so white I wonder what they'd feel like nipping at my skin.
What can I do to help?
First things first, let's scope out locations.
7. Paper Tiger. Willow. We arrive home at Grady's house by dusk, a little later than expected. The first thing I do is run to Bruce. One quick look tells me he's been pacing again. The paw prints in the hay prove he's putting weight on his front paw again, so I'm thankful for that. But I also can't help remembering how the branded burn was for identifying his dead body. A way to match him to the tag that proved his chip was deactivated. I wish I'd realized it when I was still at Exotic Plains. I would have gathered everything I could as evidence. But honestly, I never imagined I'd ever encounter black market dealings. It came up in my studies, just a formality. Our instructors only told us what happens to the animals, not what to look for or how to stop the perpetrators. Ugh! That was left up to the professionals, and I hoped it'd be as simple as reporting the fosses when I tried to get in touch with Officer Bordell. Hell to the nope. I tried calling game and fish, but that backfired in my face. Taking it any further by contacting others and waiting around could have gotten Bruce killed and me along with him.
Need more meat? A voice booms behind me like distant thunder. I turn and shake my head at Grady, totally in Thor mode. When isn't he? Something wrong, Willow? He asks, no doubt seeing the stricken look on my face. That's a mammoth understatement. I should be asking him the same question. Ever since our outing to the illicit airstrip, I've caught him staring at me all day, probably questioning his sanity for helping me, poor guy. It's fine, he's just a little restless. That's to be expected, being in a new environment. It can take a captive tiger weeks to start feeling more at home. Also, he's putting weight on his paw. That's a good thing. Means it's healing up. Grady nods. Has Doc Walton sent you a text yet with the blood results? I haven't checked, I admit. There are so many messages and calls from the rescue and their minions. I haven't scrolled through them to see if there are any others, but I will. I haven't forgotten what you said about opening things very carefully. A chill crawls up my back and wraps around the nape of my neck. For a second, my brain plunges into dire consequences. What happens if I ignore Grady's wisdom? What happens if I just slip? You amaze me, he says. Words that surprise me. My head snaps up and I stare, drinking in his eyes. Whiskey dark in the shadowy barn and ocean deep. Why? Because I'm not checking my phone every 5 minutes like anyone else? I give Bruce a parting wave and walk over to the storage room. Totally hiding the way those innocent words of his make me blush. No. He closes the door to the storage room and steps up beside me, watching Bruce tear into a giant chunk of red meat with a low snarl of delight. I meant, you're amazing because of how at ease you are around him. He's a hell of a cat, but he could swallow you alive. One nibble and you'd be missing an arm. True enough, but we're familiar with each other. He trusts me. All animals, domesticated and wild, are unpredictable. They've got one thing in common: patterns, things to watch for, and behaviors a person should know to expect. Just like people, Bruce senses fear. If he feels you're afraid of him, he'll think he's king. But if he realizes you're the one in control, the person who feeds and cares for him, then he'll be pretty docile. Docile, Grady repeats. You mean you're telling me he just up and forgets he's big enough to dismember an elephant? Not just him. All animals. Even a bear in the wild attacks when he thinks he's in charge. But when a person scares him first, he'll run like the dickens. I let out a laugh that startles him. Not all the time, obviously, so don't try it. But, yeah, that's a general analogy. He chuckles and walks over, opening the door. Can't say I fancy trying that shit with any lions, tigers, or bears, he grumbles. I'm gonna get off your butt and trust you know what you're doing. I do, I say firmly. Then I follow him out the door and wait while he locks everything up. Are you nervous? Did you ever handle anything that scared you? He asks, still fumbling with the padlock. Not really. When you've seen it all with your dad, traveling to more wildlife refuges than I can remember before I was 16, it's natural. I huff out a sigh. What does scare me is this mess that I'm in, and I've pulled you into. I never imagined it would run so deep, so convoluted. It's one of those life punches we talked about earlier, a left hook that caught me unguarded, and I reacted on instinct. You did what you had to do, he tells me. It's not like any of the black market tiger shit comes with a handbook. I've probably ruined my career. It tumbles out, my throat burning as the words come. I hadn't wanted to think along those lines, but he's so easy to talk to. It just slipped out. There I go again, huh? Dumping everything on you like you're my shrink. Nah, it's nothing. I hadn't thought about how this crap could impact your career. But if all goes right, it might not change anything. Hell, it could even open doors. Oh, it'll change things massively, Grady.
All I ever wanted was to follow in Dad's footsteps. With cats, not rhinos, but basically I'd love advancing to his level. Those big dark eyes of his cast me a searching look. He's a world-renowned expert on rhinos. I wanted that with cats. Now when people hear I was caught up with a black market distributor, if and when the Fosses get busted, who would ever hire me?
You don't know that for sure, he growls, a fierceness in his tone. Listen to me. You're young, smart, and pretty.
You called me pretty. I let out a laugh that's as awkward as the little wobble of my heart. Oh, shit. That's what Grady's face says. But he doesn't deny it, doesn't take it back. He just looks at me and smiles like it's only natural.
Seems like you needed to hear it. The world's your oyster.
Oyster, I echo. Grinning wider, he shrugs.
Sure. All you need is a grain or two of sand to start making pearls.
Even as I give him a smile that feels like it'll slide right off my face, I wonder if he's ever taken his own advice. What were his pearls? His bar? The army? His funny, sweet little girls? I swear I've never wondered so much about someone like I do with him. It's probably the crisis we're sharing, but something about Grady McKnight just lifts me out of my head, hoists me up, and puts my feet back on the ground where they belong. Confession? I kinda like it. I like it a lot. We're just entering the house when Grady's phone rings. He answers it and quickly swerves into the little reading room off the main living room. I sit down on the couch and start scrolling through my phone for a message from the vet, careful not to accidentally open anything from the rescue. My mind shifts back to how focused I've always been on myself while I search. Even when the first animal disappeared, I'd been more worried about yours truly, afraid that someone might think I'd done something and the animal escaped, rather than the fact that it was stolen. I'll never forget going into the office as soon as I realized it was gone. Niles Foss was sitting at his desk, hunched over papers with a pen fatter than his thumb clenched in his talon of a hand. He's a tall, pale reed of a man, surrounded by faded-looking photos from the Virgin Islands. If those pictures were there to make him happy, to give him a window into another world where he didn't have to trade and murder helpless creatures for a living, they hadn't worked. He always looked miserable, a permanent scowl plastered on his face, and he certainly did that day, too. So we might have a problem. I can't find Churchill anywhere, Mr. Foss, I say, every part of me going numb. It's like he's just gone. I didn't think anything could hurt worse than my panic over that lovely chimpanzee vanishing into thin air. Then he gives me that look, still branded on my soul. He cocks his head, his lips moving ever so slightly, pulling into a cruel line. Niles looks at me like I've just lost my mind, and I'm the one who should question my own senses. When I push back, sure of what I saw, sure that Churchill the chimp is truly gone, his mood shifts.
"The transfer must have happened early then, Miss Macklin," he says in that stilted, ticking time bomb tone that always makes my skin crawl. "These things happen. Now that you mention it, yes, I do recall the schedule being somewhat flexible for his pickup. Nothing out of the ordinary, I assure you."
But you're saying they transferred him in the middle of the night? I ask, my bones feeling like fragile ice. His gaze darkens at my impudence. Like just asking is this awful cardinal sin. Like no one else ever dares to ask questions, and I'm beginning to realize why.
"It's normal. You're still fairly new to our operations, so I can't fault you for wondering," he tells me in a tone that says he faults me very much, big time. "Animals come and go all the time. Period. If we can't give them the best permanent home and care, we relocate them promptly with folks who can. That's how the system works, and you just have to trust it."
Trust us is what he really means. I never will again. I'm about to bring up that weird blue sticker I saw in Churchill's pen when Priscilla blows into the room, wearing another designer dress and high heels. Her wardrobe looks more suitable for an evening out in Times Square rather than the backwoods of North Dakota. If Niles Foss is a scummy kind of good cop in their nasty duet, then Priscilla is office Satan to her core. You nosy, ridiculous little ingrate. I heard everything. I've also heard about you asking around, bothering the rest of the crew over this nonsense. She snarls, crushing the distance between us, backing me against a corner. Oh, God. Mrs. Foss, please, I was just asking. No! You were snooping. I'm only going to say this once, and I want you to listen good. We don't lose our animals, Miss Macklin. Exotic Plains is not amateur hour. We've been doing this for over a decade, and frankly, we're awfully damn good at it. However, if you really feel strongly that things are so disorganized here, if you think we're such blundering idiots, we'd lose a darling chimpanzee. You can clean out your locker and get the hell out this instant. What? Her ferocious defense makes me question my own sanity. You heard me. You're welcome to leave any time, and encouraged to, really, if you don't trust how things work here. I have no doubt whatsoever you'll have no trouble finding dozens of other sanctuaries who will welcome you with open arms. You're Peter Macklin's daughter, for God's sake. Whoa. She throws me on the spot. I never used my father's name. Not in my resume, not in my interview, not since the day I arrived at the rescue for work. Sure, it would have come up in my background check or a quick search, but the way she'd used it was utterly full of scorn. Weird, out of place, and scary. She prattles on then about the job market for big cats, a not-so-subtle threat. I know exactly what she means. That I should hit the floor and kiss her feet for giving me this job. Oh, I hadn't wanted to lose it, but that day I find a bigger reason to stay on at Exotic Plains for just a little while longer. I make it my mission to unravel what the hell is going on and why. Priscilla doesn't stop. Do psychos ever know when to quit? Of course, she goes on about how it's such a high and mighty privilege to work with rescued animals, and how sad it is that they can't stay at the sanctuary forever. But sometimes they just have to move on to their happy places. That's what she calls them. And knowing what I do now, it's a miracle I don't barf on Grady's couch. I push a clammy hand against my forehead, drop my phone in my lap, and will myself to stop thinking about them. As the memory fades, I lean my head back against the sofa and close my eyes. I hadn't wanted to lose the job, and I left the office then like a coward, desperate for answers. Definitely ashamed that I felt so powerless. Priscilla's parting shot still echoes in my head. You've got a whole heaping lot to learn, dear lady. Less time blabbing, more time hitting the books. That's what'll do you good. Oh, yes. I had a lot to learn. I'm still receiving a brutally twisted education. My eyes snap open. A tiny muffled grunt of surprise pulls me from a dream. For the first time in weeks, it's not another nightmare about Exotic Plains, the Fosses, Bruce, or the many dark and scary things with sharp teeth in my life. It was a good dream, the kind that makes you want to sink back into it, even though you can't remember what was happening. Sorry, Avery sputters, standing next to the sofa. Hey, you, I say, smiling at the girl as I yawn. Guess I fell asleep. Your couch is just too comfy. I didn't even hear you girls come home. Uncle Hank just dropped us off. Yeah? Did you have fun? The way she clenches her little hands into fists and gives them a shake tells me, heck, yes. It was so cool. Babe had puppies and Uncle Hank has a new baby horse. She waves a hand at the door separating the lower level stairs. Dad's in the basement. He said he wants to show you something. Will do. I stand up and quickly stretch. Where's Sawyer? Upstairs. We mucked out the barn, so we kinda have to take a shower and change. Dad says we smell like horse poo. She tells me with a giggle. You smell fine to me, I tell her as we walk to the stairs. Eyes shining, she smiles at me again. Me too. And don't worry, we won't wash our hair yet. You can go right ahead, I tell her. It's been over 24 hours. While she goes upstairs, I head into the basement. It's completely finished downstairs with a large playroom area, an exercise room, and past that, what I have to call a man cave, including a bar and old-timey bar lights. That's Grady's lair, and it's where I find him, busy staring at several computer screens on a table in the far corner. Is this the Bat Cave? I ask. We've already got a Bruce, and I'm no Wayne. He smirks and spins his chair around. You're finally up. Wondering what year it is? Heat flows into my cheeks as I shake my head. I'm not sure if it's because he caught me napping midday, or if the heat in my cheeks is a memory. That lovely dream Avery woke me from? It was starring Grady McKnight. No doubt about it now. Yeah, sorry about that. I crashed harder than I wanted to after we came back. Sorry. I had to send you a pint-sized wake-up call. Had to show you this while the girls are still occupied. Take a look. He spins back around in his chair to face the dual computer screens on his desk. What is it? I ask slowly, stepping forward for a better view over his shoulder. The cameras we installed are working. We've got nearly 360 degrees of vision, and a couple of them even rotate. Nice! I'm amazed that something went right. Those are pretty clear pictures. They're set to stream back steady feeds, but they'll only record interesting movements. The cameras are smart enough to sense humans and animals. Fox still hasn't gotten much out of your laptop. No way he's giving up till he does, though. You said the animals disappeared regularly? Yes, they started to, I say, choking back sadness. How often? Are we talking weekly, nightly? He turns and we lock eyes. I swallow. No, it wasn't nightly. More like a couple of times a week, maybe. Some weeks were quiet stretches, nothing out of the ordinary, no weirdness for a week or more. There was no real schedule, not one that I figured out anyway. We'll see. The cameras should be a big help. But it could be days before anything happens. Bruce and I... Hold up, darling. We need to talk about that, too. I nod slowly, knowing that even with the barn strapped up with new locks and strong enough to hold Bruce, the two of us can't stay there long. Avery and Sawyer will figure out something's afoot sooner or later. Grady leans back in his chair as he faces me, his shirt stretched over washboard abs that warm my blood. I can't keep lying to my daughters. You feel me? I've taught them that's wrong, and my ass is grass if I ever wind up getting caught in a lie this deep. That's setting an extremely poor example. I'm silent, confused where he's going. In principle, he's right, but have no ideas for a good solution. I'm not sure I follow, I say. What do you want to do? We're coming clean. He snaps off. Like it's totally ordinary to admit we've got a Bengal tiger lurking around. Come clean? I stutter. He nods. I've decided to tell them the truth. Or at least enough of it. Holy crap. Shell-shocked, I stand stock still for a moment, a lock of hair frozen in my fingers, mid-twirl. How? You mean you want to tell them about me and... I trail off, my mind floating. Yep, about Bruce in the barn. What about Bruce in the barn? I shake my head. I mean, yeah, sure, tell them Bruce is here, I guess, if you think it's safe. But are you thinking about telling them that he's stolen? That I took him? For the first time since I crashed here, I'm genuinely afraid. I like his girls. I don't want Sawyer and Avery thinking I'm a thief, or that I'm just so freaking reckless I make it a habit to run off with wild animals. Would they even understand it's for a good cause?
Willow.
He purrs my name softly.
What's got you so worried? You're safe with me. The girls are old enough to keep a secret, especially something this serious.
It's just... Talk about poor examples. That would be me. Stealing a tiger to save him with nowhere to go besides your place, and I know you're sticking your neck out, showing far more hospitality than any sane person should. Huh.
Blood surges to my cheeks, leaving me an awkward bundle in cherry-kissed skin. His slow burn grin nearly knocks my socks off as he stands, and next thing I know, those huge arms wrap around me. Dear God, he's such a handsome, warm-hearted guy, especially when those mahogany eyes sparkle with humor and whisper, "Quit worrying." He doesn't need to say it. I read his face so loud, so clear, I desperately want to believe it. We won't tell them everything. They don't need the dirty details about the place you came from or what animal trading psychos do. So we'll tell them he was endangered, threatened, and now we're working to find him a good home. Somewhere he can live out his days in peace and comfort. How's that, darling girl?
I'm shaking when I smile, my hands pressed tight to his back. I think you're making dumb decisions sound righteous and respectful.
Because yours aren't dumb. You put that big cat first, tried to do what's best for him. For all of those poor critters the assholes still have locked up.
His face slips closer to mine. My breath stops before he says,
"Trust me on this. You're a good person trying to do a damn good thing. No shame in that, and no need to hide it from folks you can trust."
I watch him for a breathless minute, wondering about his change of heart. Hopefully my recklessness isn't infecting him. It's easy to appreciate his honesty, his need to keep his girls on the straight and narrow. But this is about his 10-year-old daughters and a full-grown tiger. Something else strikes me then. Oh no. You're worried they'll notice the new padlocks and get curious sooner or later, aren't you? I whisper. Your kids are roamers. He leans his head back and looks up at the ceiling.
They're brilliant girls. No question. It's only a matter of time till they wonder. I don't think they could ever pick the locks, but shit. I'm not rolling any dice I don't need to.
I'm trying hard not to laugh. This isn't a laughing matter. The girls could get hurt if they somehow snuck in the barn and surprised Bruce. But it's how he's worried about the slim possibility of being one-upped by his precocious 10-year-old daughters that makes it kind of funny. People never give kids the credit they deserve until there's trouble. Grady just might be saving himself some major heartache. As our gazes remain locked, I sense that wildfire tingling under my skin. His eyes are these glowing fires, brown eyes lit like flaming coals. I can't ignore the intensity, or the fact that his touch feels like a furnace. If I hold on too long, if I get closer, he'll burn me right now. You've raised them well, I say, desperate to shift the subject.
If you say so.
Eventually he grins.
I've also taught them not to lie.
Relieved, I let my laugh out. I'm sure you have. And I agree wholeheartedly that they'll come skulking around the barn sooner or later. I know I would at their age if my dad started installing locks that weren't there last week.
Same,
he admits, finally peeling away from me. When do we tell them? And how? I ask, walking with him through the man cave.
You tell me. When's Bruce going to be up for some company with his hurt paw?
Oof. I act like I'm considering my options, tapping my chin with one finger. Honestly, I'm buying time because I hardly have a clue. He's watching me as we walk, and I have to admit, I haven't felt so nervous in a long time. I haven't spent a lot of time dating, not with a full load of school, internships, and field work. But if I had the time, if I wasn't just complicating his life, yeah, he'd be a breathtaking man to enjoy alone, over a nice glass of wine or completely naked.
Well,
he asks, nudging me along. Half afraid he's been reading my mind, I say, "How about after supper? As long as we keep a safe distance, I think his paw's on the mend. New people won't freak him out. There were visitors all the time at the sanctuary."
Our dinner or his?
Grady asks with a smirk. He's already had his, so ours.
Do you know how to cook?
A little bit. Why?
Just thinking that goes along with being a nanny. He shrugs. Aunt Faye cooks for us.
I thought we were coming clean.
We are, darling. But look, I still need a nanny. I've got a bar to run, kids to raise, and the big fat mess with finding a tiger a home.
I'm not offended, and it's given me an opening. I bite back a smile. You sure about that? Part of me thinks it's just because you don't want Haley Wood's mother taking the nanny job.
Hell no, he snaps.
Why?
Because I'm never getting married again, and I don't fancy beating her off me with a stick, he growls, a defiant scowl on his face. I burst out laughing. Is it really that bad? When I look at him again, I have my answer. Yes, not that I can blame Miss Wood. Grady has strongman good looks and a fierce attitude that invites lust to make logic into roadkill. Her mom's that desperate? Yeah. Buckshot to the face would be less subtle than Linda Wood trying to stake her claim on yours truly.
He thumbs his chest and gives me a frustrated grin. I laugh again. We're almost to the stairs, so I slow my pace. Poor baby. Should I feel bad for you? He stops and looks at me for several heated seconds.
Will it make you be a nanny for my girls?
My lips turn up again. Probably.
Then yeah, woman. Feel sorry as hell for me. I'll be your lion with a splinter in its paw.
Holy Toledo. The urge to kiss him flares right down to my toes. It must be those wild eyes like melted chocolate rolling down a sundae, or the way he towers over me, or the patchwork of military ink and intricate tattoos running down his arms. Or maybe I'm just on the verge of being dangerously smitten.
The verge, I said.
Don't take that as a confession that I already am, because I know what happens if we start crossing lines that should be carved in stone. If I let myself get closer to this lunk, if I start treating him like he's more than just a kind, small-town stranger who came to my rescue, it won't end well. It'll probably end with my smitten heart blown to smithereens in all 7 winds. I think I can do that, I tell him, desperate to collect myself again. His booming laughter snaps me out of my funk.
No second chances, Willow. You already agreed.
Great. At least I'm laughing too, even while I say, I don't remember signing any contract.
Verbal agreement.
He starts up the steps.
It was implied.
Implied? I bound up 2 steps to be even with him. What's so funny, you guys? Sawyer asks, perched near the doorway above us. A hot flush knifes through me, and I wonder if she's old enough to sense when 2 adults are flirting like playground kids. Eep. I glance at him. Grady nods. Looking at Sawyer with her little face scrunched up, I take a deep breath. Your dad and I were just laughing about a cat, I say carefully. A cat? What cat? Do you have a cat? Where is it? Is that what you went to pick up today? Her face bunches, every sentence firing off faster than the last. Welp, she's basically jumping up and down now. Before I can say anything, or find the off switch, she's yelling with both hands cupped over her small mouth. Avery! Hey, Avery! Come here, you're never gonna believe this! A second later, her feet echo on the stairs overhead, pounding as she climbs up.
So much for implied. That just went to confirmed.
Grady growls, humor flashing in his eyes. Smiling, I shake my head. I already agreed to the nanny thing yesterday, and I'm not one to back out. So fine, mister. Until I leave, I'm your full-time live-in nanny, and if you're really nice, I'll even try my hand at cooking. I skim past him up the last few steps while saying, but don't you come whining at me when you end up with food poisoning.
Food poisoning?
I run faster, afraid he might catch me as I head for the kitchen. He rounds the corner and stops, feet braced, arms at his sides, totally eyeing me, assessing if my next move will be left or right. I shift left, so does he. I bounce right. He mirrors me. Then I just start laughing like a crazy person. "You're nuts, Grady McKnight." "Nope. I just don't want to be poisoned, Willow Macklin." I flip a hand at him and add a nonchalant sigh. "You won't be. Bruce never complained." "He likes his meat 100% red. I'd take mine medium rare." He's way too charming. I suppress a laugh, planting both hands on my hips. "Careful. I said I'd try to cook, remember? Cook. Not fancy foods, not steaks seared to perfection, and no grilling. You might end up with food poisoning if you expect that, and this time I'm not even joking." "Deal." He grins, holding out one massive hand. This time when I take it, I'm ready. The electric heat that grabs me every time we touch feels so much softer now, so much more additive. It's not even a flirty magic, meaningful touch. He just shakes my hand like we've just made the deal of the century. "Is it true? Is it true? Oh, Willow, please say it's true." Avery slides around the corner much like her father did a minute ago. "Say that you brought us a cat." "Tell her it's true." Sawyer belts out as she flies into the kitchen. Too fast. The poor thing loses her footing and hits the floor, skidding on both knees. Grady springs into action before she even tears up, grabbing her off the floor before any real damage is done. But her knees are red, and she's fighting hard not to cry. I find a towel, toss it under cold water, wring it out, and meet Grady at the table as he sets her on a chair. "Best slide into home plate I've ever seen," he says with a dad smile, taking the damp cloth from me and pressing it to Sawyer's knees gingerly, one at a time. I go to the sink, pull another towel out of the drawer, and run it under cold water. After wringing it out, I carry it back to Sawyer. "Here you go, hun." She gives me a half smile and uses it to blot the tears away from the corners of her eyes. I've been there before. That awkward age when you're almost a teenager on her way to womanhood, but not quite. Still a kid, yet too old to want your dad fussing over you. My heart goes out to Grady. His little girls are growing up fast, and he's not sure if he should treat them like 5-year-olds or 15-year-olds. He lets them ride around on ATVs all by themselves, but when they skin their knees, when they hurt and need him, then he's all over them like they're just learning to walk. It's a beautiful, sticky sweetness that plucks at something deep inside me. This human chord that could make me too fond of him if it's strummed too many times. "How are you doing, kiddo?" Grady asks her. "Fine, Dad." Sawyer hands me the cloth I'd given her. "You sure? That was a tumble," he says. "Slip," she corrects. "I just slipped." For a split second, my eyes find his, and we share a knowing smile. Looking at me, she perks up again. "So, do you have a cat or not?" Very slowly, I nod. "I do. Here?" Avery asks, scurrying around the room like it's an Easter egg hunt. "Not in the house," I tell them. "He's in the barn. And I think in a little while, he'd love to meet you."
8. Claws out. Grady. Walking into the shed, I lean against the door frame for a minute and try to screw my head back on. Gotta let my mind catch up with my heart. Mostly because I'm sure that I've lost it today somewhere in between dealing with my girls, a too-hot-for-life tiger thief my hands keep wanting to touch, and, oh yeah, a secret 4-legged monster that could peel my face off. And it looks like said monster is about to become a little less secret. Insanity. That's the only explanation for deciding to let my daughters inside our barn/tiger's den. Obviously, they're keeping a safe distance, and I have a plan so Bruce can't ever get to them. But hell, there are times in a man's life when he blunders back and has to ask himself, what the ever-loving fuck are you doing? Willow's endless courage around the beast still amazes me, and lends a little more courage, suggesting this isn't a godforsaken dumb idea. It's a weird contrast to see such a small, pretty woman next to a behemoth. I can't unsee what we're dealing with every time I look past the orange fur and white scruff of Bruce's lazy face. One claw is over 4 inches long and sharp as a thug's stiletto knife. Hell, I'd rather run into a big city thug than Bruce on any dark night. Probably would have been better off colliding with a man in a knife fight than crashing into Willow Macklin, too. No denying she's got me knotted up in ways I haven't been for years. My back still feels blistered from her hot, tight body pressed against me on the four-wheeler. And dummy me just keeps getting in deeper with every glance, holding her like I did in the basement, and telling myself it was just for her comfort. Yeah, bull. My heart might be bursting with empathy, but my dick has an appetite. I have to stretch my hands high over my head, flexing long and hard, ignoring the pulsating agony below my belt. I have to avoid the devil on my shoulder, the darker side of my conscience who keeps whispering how good it'd feel to pin this woman up against the nearest wall, own her lips long and hard, and then take everything else she's got. Fuck. No, I can't stop looking at her. Not when the simple act of shaking her hand and hugging her left my senses reeling. Her sun-kissed skin is too soft, and her sea-blue eyes quench my thirst the longer I stare, and I want to touch more of it. More of her. Reason number 100 why I've lost my shit. Every last marble gone. When they wrap me up in a straitjacket and bar the door, I think I'll have Willow's name on my lips. Snarling, I push off the doorframe and pull the extension ladder off the hooks on the wall, remembering what I came here to do. My girls are going to get the shock of their lives, but from a safe distance. Just because I'm a crazy man now doesn't mean I'm stupid. Thankfully, the barn has a second-story loft with an outside door, but we'll need the ladder to get up there. Because my girls are adventurous, I always keep it in the storage shed, safely out of reach and far away from the barn. I haul the ladder out and bring it to the side of the barn, then extend it up to the platform for the door and secure it to the ground before walking back to the house. The girls and Willow are waiting near the sliding glass door with bated breath. After Sawyer's wipeout earlier and their happy rush over learning we've got an animal, I've decided we'll go see Bruce before supper. As if I'd have any luck getting them to do anything else when they're this keyed up.
Dad, are we ready?
Sawyer asks, giving me bulging eyes straight out of a cartoon and teething her lip. Avery has her hands clutched to her chest like she might fall over, a hopeful expression filling her face. She's trembling. It's hard as hell not to burst out laughing. They're both animal crazy to their souls, but I appreciate how their giddiness leaves me with a cute moment I'll never forget. The older they get, the more I realize how precious they are and how fast they'll grow up. Almost ready, girls, but first, before we go to the barn, we need to have a talk, I say, folding my arms.
Why?
Sawyer asks, her smile shrinking.
We'll be so good to the kitty, you know we will. We've been around so many farm cats at Uncle Hank's.
Smiling, I kneel down in front of them, unsure how to begin. Well, this is a very special cat, an insanely rare cat who needs to be loved a certain way.
Bruce!
Avery gushes.
His name is Bruce, Daddy, isn't it?
Eyes full of worship, she looks at Willow like she just hung the moon and the stars. My eyes flit to my annoyingly sexy guest. She blushes. I should have known she'd tell them something while I spent 10 minutes rummaging around with the ladder. Willow nods, still looking at me, her eyes lit like stars. The girls are damn near glued to her. Christ. The fact that they already adore her this much is even scarier than what her fuck-hot looks do to me. And I'm already bracing for impact, knowing it'll just get worse after the twins get one good look at the biggest surprise of their lives. There are rules when it comes to Bruce, I say, my voice on full dad tone. Whenever you want to see him, you have to promise me you're going to follow them to the letter of the law, okay, kidlets?
Yeah, sure, but why?
Sawyer asks, tilting her head.
Is he like one of those kitties with no hair, so you have to be careful how you pet him or something? Is that why he's in the barn?
Willow and I share another slow, uncertain look. I clear my throat. He has fur, I say.
Oh, good. Those Sphinx cats scare me,
Avery says, hugging her arms around her.
What color is he?
Damn. No way to answer that without giving too much away. Look, before I answer any more questions, you both have to pinky swear that you aren't going to tell anyone about this cat. You'll want to when you see him, but you can't, not even Uncle Hank. Promise us both, me and Willow. My dad game is stronger than it's ever been today. They both know the pinky swear is sacrosanct. Frowning, the girls look at each other, shrug, then look at me and nod.
Okay, Dad, we'll do it,
Avery says first.
Yeah, pinky swear,
Sawyer chimes in. And you also have to follow every single rule Willow and I put in place. No buts, no exceptions, and no complaining. Again, they look at each other with a weight I only see when they're worried, which means it's sinking in. Good. They silently whisper their agreement before they both look at me and nod several times. Now the moment of truth. I hold up my hand for a pinky swear. It's a thing we've done occasionally for years, and they've never broken a pinky promise. Someday when they're older and trying to stay out past curfew with boys, they'll think it's too corny to work, but that day isn't today. One at a time, they hook their pinky fingers with mine, and then with Willow. All right, now for the ground rules. No messing around the barn, ever, not without Willow or I present. And when I say none, I mean it, girls. You can't go within 10 feet of the barn without us. If I catch you, you'll be grounded for life, and that'll be pretty miserable for everyone, so don't do it. They look at each other gravely again, and then their gazes go to Willow.
You heard the man, kids.
She nods, her mouth pulled into a tight line, even though she's trying to smile.
Forever.
They both sigh and slowly bob their heads. It's now or never. Okay, hold on to Willow, please. We're going for a walk. I stand up straight as I slide open the door and lead them outside. They each grab hold of Willow's hands, one more precaution so she can jerk them back if they can't contain themselves, and the four of us walk to the barn. I head for where I'd put the ladder and step on it, testing its grip before looking back at them. Heads up, I'll be putting this ladder away the instant we all climb down. No one except me is allowed to haul it out here, understood?
Gosh, Dad, it's a cat, not some kind of wild beast,
Sawyer says, rolling her eyes. I hide a grin, loving how wrong she's about to be. Willow leans down and gently bumps her head against the side of Sawyer's.
He's a very special cat, remember? Please be patient. This safety talk will make a lot more sense soon. Is he, like, priceless or something?
Avery asks, her eyes flitting around.
A rare breed like a Burmese or Savannah cat?
Yes, Willow answers quickly. I look at her. I'll go on up first, open the door, then you can send them up one at a time, okay? The girls are good climbers and always safe with heights, so I'm not worried about them finding their way up to the loft.
Okay, ready when you are, Big Daddy,
Willow says eagerly. I climb the ladder and open the door, reminding myself that I need to put a padlock up here for good measure. Sawyer follows me up first, enters, and I tell her to stand next to the wall. Then it's Avery's turn, and Willow comes last. The loft space covers about 3/4 of the barn. I know the perfect spot where they'll be able to see Bruce, even if he's tucked inside the trailer. The railing is almost up to their shoulders, so there's no chance of anyone tumbling over the edge. My gaze meets Willow's, and the way she grins turns my blood molten. This way, ladies, I say, ripping my eyes away. We finally reach the railing, and I hold the girls tight, pointing down. Go on, be very quiet. Take a nice, long look. At first sight of the tiger, the girls freeze, tensing in my arms. Their little chins fall, awestruck wonder shining on their faces.
Dad, that's not a cat,
Sawyer whispers, gawking at Bruce in disbelief.
Dad, that's a...
Shh, I know, baby, believe me, I know. Avery trembles, so fixated on seeing Bruce that she's speechless. As if the king below knows he has an audience, his tail twitches, slapping the hay where he's sprawled out in a huge orange and black heap. A muffled snort billows out of him, just loud enough for us to hear. Sawyer grips my forearm and squeezes for dear life, wearing the biggest smile I've ever seen. I'd better give them fair warning. Listen, girls, he's only with us for a short time. Enjoy it while you can. I'm helping Willow find him a new home.
Why?
Avery stammers. She never takes her eyes off the otherworldly cat tucked in the straw, his huge green gold eyes half-lidded. He couldn't stay at his old place. Searching for an excuse, I add. This big old barn your grandfather built is the only one in the area secure enough to hold him. We're lucky he's here, and so is he.
Oh, Daddy, were they mean to him?
Avery asks, her voice hitching. She looks at Willow.
At his old home, I mean.
Nothing gets past my little detective. My throat tightens.
Yes,
Willow says softly.
It wasn't a good fit. He deserves a better home.
At the sound of her voice, despite the fact that she'd whispered, Bruce lifts his head, his eyes peeling wide open. The girls stiffen in my arms, their breath stuck to their lungs. Then the furry hulk lets out a bellowing yawn, followed by a low growl, tilting his head up to watch us.
Dad, is he mad that we're looking at him?
Sawyer asks nervously.
Nope, that's his happy sound. It means he's really content.
Willow answers sweetly, just as Bruce settles his head on his paws again and goes back to sleep.
He likes it here. He's very comfortable.
But he's a wild animal, I remind them. I can't let Willow's gentle giant talk go to their heads.
Why can't we tell anyone?
Avery twists to look at me.
Why the big secret?
My jaw clenches. This is what I was afraid of. Before I have a chance to get tongue-tied, Willow lays one hand on Avery's shoulder and the other on mine.
It's for his safety. He could get agitated if too many people start coming out to see him, and you know this is a town where nobody's business stays secret for long.
Willow says gently.
And anyone who hears about him, well, they'll react just like you two did. They'll be beating down the doors to this barn for a look. It's not every day you find out there's a tiger next door, right?
Slowly their little heads nod, and I do too. Damn good answer. I'm grateful she saved me some explaining.
So, Willow, are you our nanny or not? Are you actually a zookeeper?
Sawyer asks, always obsessed with finding out everything right down to the smallest detail. My girls could run circles around Holmes and Watson. And are Willow's eyes twinkling, or am I just drunk on adrenaline?
Yes, that's part of the deal,
she whispers.
Your father agreed to help me with Bruce, and I agreed to help him by taking care of you two troublemakers. Until we find a new home for Bruce, I'm your nanny.
We stand there for some time with the girls, rushing out questions, their excitement growing as Willow answers kindly and patiently. Bruce snores on below. I'm relieved to find out their high-pitched little girl voices don't keep him up. When Willow admits she's a zoologist, the animal questions come flying fast and furious. How old is he? What does he eat? Why are tigers striped? Was he born in the wild? How'd you get him here? Does he have cubs? The whip-fast Q&A session makes my brain whirl in a mini tiger education frenzy. Willow takes it in stride, full of wisdom and saintly smiles. Eventually, after a good half hour or more, I say it's time to leave. Naturally, the girls don't want to go, but they'll do anything for another chance to see him. So they agree. After I pinky swear we'll be back a few more times before Bruce leaves.
I'm gonna write a poem about him,
Avery hollers as soon as we're outside and on the ground again.
Oh, and I want to draw pictures. I'll use the fancy crayons you got me for school, Daddy.
Glancing up at me as we walk to the door, she adds,
"But I'll only show it to you and Willow, promise. And me,"
Sawyer says, sticking her tongue out.
"And you."
Avery agrees with a groan. We all share a laugh.
"Time for supper," she says. "What's everybody hungry for?"
I lower the ladder. How about burgers, fries, and milkshakes? Dinner out sounds good after the busy day we've had. Don't think anybody feels up to cooking after all that excitement. The girls cheer, and Willow smiles.
"You're sure about eating out?"
she asks. I fold up the ladder to start carrying it to the shed. Yeah, gotta fuel up the truck anyway. Plus, watching that tiger get his fill of beef makes me jealous. I could use a good burger. She laughs.
"Oh, really? Or are you just that afraid of my cooking? I wasn't serious about the food poisoning, Grady."
Nah, I lift a brow at her. You'll get your chance to wow us another night. She laughs harder, but steers the girls to the house.
"Come on, let's go wash up so we can sink our teeth into burgers and fries. And milkshakes, don't forget the best part,"
Avery adds.
"The strawberry shakes are awesome sauce."
A short time later, we're on our way to town in my truck. Sawyer pulls up the playlist on her phone, and she, Avery, and Willow waste no time singing to the music. Sounds like some modern bubblegum fluff piece about finding love in a gingerbread house by Mila Hawley. Damn if I don't love how they all giggle, cracking up as they try to keep up with the jaunty beat, losing it several times when Avery messes up the lyrics. Looks like I'm in for an encore, too, because Sawyer finds another song the instant the first one finishes, and the singing starts all over again. I'm back in a war zone, only this time I'm surrounded by loud, happy girls punch-drunk on their own music mistakes. It hurts in the best way to have their smiles circling me, though, and the music cut by messy laughter that makes it hard to focus on the road. The fun continues as I pull into the gas station. Sawyer turns her phone off, and I can hear them giggling while I fuel up my ride and pay at the pump. The local hamburger joint is only a couple blocks away, and it looks like the early supper rush is already over. I always get a nostalgic smile every time I step into this place. Hasn't changed a bit since I was a kid. Black and white checkered linoleum plasters the floors. The booths are a worn mix of bright red and licorice black naugahyde, and there's floor-to-ceiling 1950s memorabilia and photos decorating the walls. A few of those pics show off Dallas in its old days, back when I was growing up here with my brother. Everybody who didn't work for Old Man Jonah Reed and North Earhart Oil was a farmer then. God help me, I take Willow's hand, and she flashes me a smile that could own my soul. Can't resist the urge to point at the pics, giving her a quick history lesson on Dallas.
"What's with all the cute little airplanes on the way in?"
she asks, flicking her hair over her shoulder. This town staked its bread and butter on the oil business for a long while, I tell her. North Earhart Oil still signs a lot of paychecks to this day. That's Earhart as in Amelia Earhart. The old man who founded the company swore she was a relative of his. Still a hotly debated subject. I've broken up more fights at the Bobcat than you'd believe over it. Willow laughs, her small round nose wrinkling. Darling, I'm serious. The only thing that's bigger fighting words around here than town history after folks have knocked a few back are town legends. And that oil company's given us plenty of both. The Larkins who own it these days are good people, though. Just like her gramps, Bella Larkin makes sure a lot of that oil money goes to people who really need it here in town. Money doesn't mean much like it does in some places. Rich or poor, we all take care of each other. Her fingers twine with mine, delivering an excited squeeze that says she approves of our old-fashioned ways. I pump her fingers back. There's nothing like an outsider's appreciation to remind a man what makes our little town mean something. She loves the rodeo images and a couple candid shots of wild cougars who'd tear into Dallas from the sticks most of all. No surprise. A waitress finally guides us to a booth where the girls settle in on one side and Willow and I on the other. I'm not used to sharing a seat with anybody, not even with Aunt Faye. I tell myself not to think about it, not to worry. not to wonder why it's so damn difficult to release her hand.
Gosh, Dad,
Sawyer says, her eyelids fluttering as she looks across the booth at us.
are you holding her hand? It's like we're a family or something.
Oh, shit. With my size in a small booth, it's hard to scoot a couple inches away from Willow like she's suddenly on fire, but Lord knows I try. Yeah, I'm being ridiculous, but the kid popped me right between the eyes. My insides flip in this odd way, and suddenly it feels like a feat of strength just to look Willow in the eyes.
More like we're a group of good friends going out for burgers and fries,
Willow says, glancing at me before grinning at the girls.
Kinda refreshing, honestly. I've been so busy I haven't been out with friends like this forever.
Slowly, I sigh and settle back in my seat, thanking my lucky stars this woman just bailed my ass out. Again.
Why not?
Sawyer asks.
Oh, that's how field work goes. I'm still pretty fresh out of school, too. It's a lot to take on.
Leaning across the table, she whispers,
taking care of you-know-who.
The girls cover their mouths and giggle at our shared secret. I'm grateful for her ability to take control of the situation, no matter what my daughters throw at her. As I keep casting glances that last longer than they should at Willow Macklin, there's no denying her talent. Looks like tigers aren't the only things she knows how to tame.
9. An uproar. Willow. Time to check my pulse. I think somewhere on the way to the table, I died and went to heaven. There's a permanent grin digging at my cheeks as I soak in a rustic warmth I'd never find in San Diego. The old-fashioned diner is adorable and authentic. Besides the town photos, it's decked out with images of Elvis, Betty Boop, James Dean, Sylvester the Cat, and more classic rockers than I could try to name. There's even an old jukebox in the corner, currently piping out Hawaii by the Beach Boys. Shiny models of famous cars, all from the 50s, decorate the shelves near the ceiling, glinting in the light so often they draw the eye. But as delightful as this little diner is, it's got nothing on the two sweet girls across the table from me. When Grady first suggested coming clean about Bruce, my heart crawled up my throat and stuck there. But ever since the big reveal, seeing the sugar rush wonder in their eyes as they drank in a shock from another world, I'll admit I was wrong. Grady knows what's best for his kids, and showing them Bruce was a very special thing. We're all part of this secret pact and enjoying every bit of it. I'm convinced they took their promises seriously. They won't tell a single soul about the tiger. At least, not until we're good and gone, and then they'll have to work hard to convince their friends, and maybe even their adored Uncle Hank, that they had a real live tiger in the barn. It's almost too much for anyone to believe, especially coming from two preteen chatterboxes. I'll bet Hank will be the first to find out when Bruce is safe and sound, and I'm hopefully not serving a felony sentence. They've told me about his menagerie, but he's never had a tiger. Legions of cats, dogs, rabbits, horses, goats, cows, chickens, ducks, and geese can't hold a candle to an exotic beast who tells everyone who sees him that they're not in Kansas anymore, or western North Dakota. Not if I have anything to say about it. They're both sorely disappointed that their dad won't let them have a pet, not even a goldfish, per Avery. I have to wonder why as I stare at him, trying to decipher whatever strange logic is behind that chiseled jaw covered in thick dark scruff that makes me wonder how it'd feel on my skin. Wonder far too freaking much. Grady McKnight might have a gold lump in his chest for a heart, and I still don't understand him. The no pets ever thing just doesn't add up. He has the land and the barn to house plenty of animals. I know time could be an issue, what with his bar business and all, but the girls are responsible and old enough. I'm certain they'd pitch in taking care of a cat or dog, or even a few chickens. They've begged to help out with Bruce and given me a litany of all the chores they've done at their uncle's place, cleaning out stables and brushing sheep. They tell me they've helped feed Tori Faulkner's goats a few times, too, and made friends with a mischievous black goat named Hellboy. Of course, there's not much I can let them do with a super cat who can't get within 10 feet of them. But if they can help with offloading future meat deliveries or something, I'll gladly let them. The hamburgers and fries arrive in no time, along with tall frosty milkshakes served in classic glass cups and stainless steel mixers.
"Brace yourself, woman," Grady warns, giving me a heavy look. "You've got to savor your first experience with a Mac burger. 4 kinds of cheese, deep-fried pickles, sautéed onions,
and peppers that could curl your tail," the girls belt out together with smiles so big, it makes me laugh. Avery picks up her burger so fast, a gooey rope of cheese slides right off it. "Did we get it right, Daddy? What Mr. Larkin always says?" Grady gives them a nod before turning back to me.
"Yep. He's damn near given the Mac burger its latest marketing pitch."
Grady takes a massive encouraging bite of his burger, smacking his lips with a smile.
"Don't be scared to get messy," he tells me. "That's the way we roll in this town."
I hoist up my own hefty burger, my brows lifting at the weight in my hand. When in Rome, my final words before I open my mouth wide for a great big bite of what might be the best hamburger on earth. Holy crap! My mouth zings with greasy flavor, fat, salt, and just the right kick. My knees buckle and my legs shift out under the seat, accidentally bumping Grady's leg. Whoa, that's like... I barely remember to keep my mouth closed to chew.
"Yeah,"
Grady echoes.
"Baby, I know."
I'm not even sure if it's the orgasm between 2 buns anymore, or the fire in his eyes and riptide smile. I just know I'm melting into the booth with shameful delight, and he's enjoying every flipping second, those honey dark eyes dancing over me. Heat darts up my spine when I imagine what he's thinking, raking those eyes across my skin, a hunger on his face that's deeper than a hella good diner fare. Thank heaven for the girls. They keep our eyes apart, safely abstinent, and the chatty, laughing twins are just as charming as their father. Right now, they're engaged in a very civil debate about the merits of chocolate versus strawberry shakes.
"Girls, if you want this settled tonight, I think we'd better take a vote," Grady says, smiling down at them both as he chews his dinner. "You know me, I'm voting strawberry. Nothing like having fresh fruit to go with a mess of ice cream and sugar. I like when my sweets come out of the ground."
I can't help snickering, which attracts their attention.
"You want to weigh in on this, Will-O-Wisp?"
he asks, his eyes positively charged as his lips find his straw.
"Chocolate or strawberry?"
My jaw is in my lap. I don't even know where to begin with that Will-O-Wisp thing, much less his totally big snarly dad logic with food. Oh my God, he's such a dude. Such a dad. As a matter of fact, I start, folding my arms and turning my face up. There's a strong case for chocolate if you're basing your argument on what's natural. Ever seen a cacao tree before? Big Daddy snorts and shakes his head. The girls stare at me in awe. It's true. I saw plenty in Africa, and they're always magnificent. They don't call it Theobroma cacao for nothing, you know, I say, holding a hand to my mouth so I can whisper to the kids. That's science speak for food of the gods, ladies. Keep it between us. No big strawberry-lovin' lunks allowed.
"I heard that,"
Grady says with a barely concealed chuckle.
"Enough with closing arguments. Let's vote. Everybody convinced by Miss Fancy Schmancy Scientist and her cacao? Raise your hands."
Mine goes up first. Then 2 more little hands join me. Boom. It's 3-1, with a very adorable grump accepting his loss like a gentleman.
"You ladies have it," he says. "Chocolate it is." I'll be damned if I'm not gonna suck down every last drop of this thick strawberry ambrosia, though.
A giggle bursts out of me again, totally noticing how he tries to throw the ambrosia word back in my face. Guess I'm not the only one at this table who can dredge up $10 words.
Willow, you've been to Africa?
Sawyer asks between bites of her fries, still awed by my very presence. I sure have, sweet girl. Lots of times. So begins a new rapid-fire conversation with the girls. I tell them about the big parks with their roaring waterfalls, the wild flights on burping planes that always landed hard on rainy airstrips tucked in lush jungle, the unholy swarms of mosquitoes in the interior, and the endless visits with the friendly, big-hearted people we'd meet from Nairobi to Kinshasa to Port Elizabeth. Grady's phone goes off while I'm answering another 101 questions. The way he frowns and then tucks his phone back into his pocket pretty fast makes me think it might be a message from Falk or someone else involved in cleaning up my mess. Later, Grady picks up our tab, and as we climb out of the booth, he presses his face so close I can feel his whisper on my neck. Hold tight. I'll tell you the latest when we get home. Faulkner? I mouth back. He gives me a knowing look and barely there nod. My insides tighten, but I try not to panic. The girls make that a little easier on the ride back, hammering me with their bottomless appetite for more adventure stories. They want to know about all the different animals I've worked with and the places I've been. Grady asks questions as well, which I don't mind one bit. It's easy for me to forget how unique my life has been. When you've spent half your youth on unpaved roads tracking rhinos with your father and tensing like a stone during rare brushes with poachers, it's just normal. Not to Grady and his girls, though. To them, my life is interesting, intense, and admirable. In my teen years, I'd travel with Dad all summer, dipping out of Africa for other rhino habitats like India and Indonesia. We'd stay in fancy hotels or soaring castle-like homes generously opened up by wildlife donors. Other times, we had to pitch our own tents and hope we didn't get eaten by a wild beast in the middle of the night.
Oh, Willow, were you scared?
Avery whispers, biting her bottom lip with kitten-like eyes. I throw back an easy smile. I wouldn't be here to tell the tale if anything bad ever happened. But there was this brush with a herd of forest elephants once in the Congo basin. They came trampling through our camp, spooked by a jeep. This huge elephant reared up right in front of me when we came stumbling out of our tents. Dad barely threw me out of the way in time, right before the animal turned at the last second and decided not to run over him. The girls are speechless. Grady gives me a look like granite, a single dark eyebrow raised. "Nice knowing you've made it through some close calls before," he says. I love how he implies I might make it through one more. Yeah, let's hope I have 9 lives, I say with a smile. The memory makes me feel better about my current predicament. Seriously, lady, camping along the Congo sounds unbelievable. You're lucky to have those stories, he tells me. Oh, no question. They were the most incredible times of my life, and that was the same trip when I fell in love with big cats. A few days on the road and we were up close and personal with a whole pride of lions. I knew what I wanted to do when I grew up.
Really? I'm going to be a writer when I grow up,
Avery says, a confidence in her tone that makes me grin.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna own a farm and have every kind of animal possible,
Sawyer says, desperate to one-up her sister.
Maybe even tigers. You go, girl. I'll write about a farm with 100 tigers, Avery whips back. People will come from hundreds of miles to see my cats,
Sawyer replies.
And I'll call it Sawyer McKnight's Farm. Everybody's gonna know the name and not to wear it out.
Psh!
You need a better name than that, her sister insists. Avery McKnight Zoo has a nice ring to it.
As they go back and forth, escalating their grand dreams, Grady shoots me a sideways glance and we share a smile. We both laugh softly at some of the suggestions being tossed around in the back seat. I wish so badly the rest of my time here could be this easy. Back at the house, they ask if I'm going to check on Bruce one more time. When I admit he needs another quick look before bedtime, they ask if they can stand at the door. Grady hems and haws but finally agrees, and while I enter to check on Bruce, they stand at their father's side in the distant entryway with the metal door cracked a sliver, just enough so he can slam it shut in a flash if necessary. At the other end of the barn, Bruce stands in his trailer and walks to the edge of it, where I hold up a hand, encouraging him to stop. I'm sure if he takes a single step into the barn, Grady will be shoving his girls back and slamming the door shut. But my big orange baby doesn't move. He just stands there looking at me, lazily flicking his tail like a paintbrush. "Well, what's the plan?" he seems to ask. I don't know. I wish I had one. So I shrug slowly, blowing him a gentle kiss. "Rest easy tonight, big guy. You're safe and sound and you need to heal that paw. When I know where we're going and when, you'll be the first to know." The giant stretches, his hind end bowing up in bright orange. Paws bigger than catcher's mitts taper out in front of him, and he slowly turns, pacing back into the trailer with a final theatrical flick of his tail. I smile as he settles into his main nesting spot, as if he accepts my answer for now. "I'll wait, lady, but not forever." Those huge, lidded eyes beam back, more green than gold in the dim light. "I know," I whisper into the night. "I'm working hard for you, buddy. Just give me time to figure it out." The water trough is still full, and he's already eaten, so I take my leave, knowing he'll be fine. He's actually very content having his trailer and most of the barn area to roam. Sadly, it's more space than he ever had at Exotic Plains. He was supposed to have a fenced-in exercise area outside most days, but the lions were using it every day since I'd started working there. Sam and Tilda were out there the most, a proud, tawny lion couple. Tilda had just given birth to a litter of 2 cubs a couple weeks before I left, both female. I worry how the babies are doing now. Both Sam and Tilda were older lions, having lived in captivity their entire lives. I was afraid the pregnancy would be too much for Tilda, but she'd come through it like a tough mama. Even so, they hadn't been at the fake rescue for long. Their papers said they'd arrived only a few months before I had, originating from a zoo somewhere down in the Gulf. The place had a storm that flooded the lions' habitat, and they couldn't raise enough money to fix it, so the pair were sent to North Dakota, where the Fosses conveniently had space. According to the records, they were supposed to return to the zoo this winter. I hope that still happens. I hope we can shut that place down and send all the big cats to better homes, away from the filth and the torture that makes Niles and Priscilla disgustingly rich. Her vast designer wardrobe in his retirement home under endless construction in the Virgin Islands didn't just materialize out of thin air. A wave of guilt roils my stomach. There are so many creatures at the rescue needing help. If only I'd had a small ark to take them all. Not just Bruce, or Sam and Tilda and the other lions, or Churchill, the poor MIA chimp. The list is growing all the time. The Fosses keep importing animals and flipping them for reasons God only knows. I have to figure out what's going on, what to do before it's too late to help any of them. And I'd bet my life that those little blue stickers are still being attached to cages. It feels like this constant nagging timer that's always running out for some unlucky creature. With a sigh, I walk to the door and exit behind Grady and the girls. At his urging, they hurry toward the house while I wait for him to lock up. "So did Falk text you earlier?" I ask. He nods, squaring his huge shoulders. "We'll talk after the girls are asleep." A shiver like an army of spiders flits up my neck, wondering if it's good news or bad. I can't blame him for keeping it under wraps, even if the girls know about Bruce. They don't need to know all the sordid, horrifying details of what we're up against. Instead of a movie, the girls decide they want to play a game before bed. They pick Yahtzee, and soon all four of us are sitting on pillows around the coffee table, trying to rack up points as we toss dice around the table. The laughter, the teasing, the fun is something I've been missing since long nights around campfires with Dad, and even that wasn't quite like this. Like a family or something. Sawyer's words from supper hit true. I've never had a family like this, either. When I was young, I always worried Dad would get married again. He'd find a new woman, maybe a woman with kids, and I'd have to learn to fit my lonely self into the patchwork of their lives. Back then, it scared me. I liked having just the two of us around, but now, as an adult, I wonder where those thoughts started. I wonder why they freaked me out. I wonder what I missed. Even though Dad never dated seriously, it was never truly the two of us forever. Nannies became a lovely, supportive third wheel in my life. When I got older, Dad took to calling them live-in housekeepers. He seemed to fear me getting too close, too confused by anyone, even the kind, energetic women and keepers who looked after me during the school year when I couldn't join him on long trips. And that's not counting our travels. We always had good company in fellow researchers, professors so close they felt like kin and eager to impress students on his team. If his latest research excursion wasn't finished by the end of summer, I came home on a plane with one of his team members, where our housekeeper was always waiting with a smile, a few soft words, and more cookies than any teenager should have had access to. The lady we'd had the longest was Margot Carlson. Dad hired her when I was in 10th grade, and she still works for him to this day, even though she just turned 71 her last birthday. We didn't have a large, tight-knit family. We had to make do. So maybe that's why I wonder, as I look around the table, watching how Grady smiles when he reaches across to ruffle the girl's hair, and then jerks his hand back. Dad, no lice, remember? We've been shampooed like 10 times, Sawyer reminds him, sticking her tongue out.
That's so, Peanut? Guess your old man's getting forgetful in his old age. Or just awfully nervous with cooties.
He sticks his tongue out, eyes crossed, and they laugh. Behind my giggle, too many questions are swirling. If I'd been smarter way back then, when I was a kid, would I have hoped my father would remarry so I could have had a sister? Maybe I wouldn't have grown up so lonely, so driven, too busy for boys or, well, anyone besides big cats. It's just adorable how different the girls are. Sawyer and Avery are opposites in many ways, yet deeply connected and concerned for each other. Sure, they bicker sometimes, like all siblings do, but at the end of the day, they're sisters until the bitter end, and the love shared in this three-heart family fills whatever gaping hole was left by Grady's wife. The rest of the night goes by in a cozy blur. Avery wins the first game, Sawyer the second, and Grady the third, meaning we're on for a fourth round. Of course, I can't get a win to save my butt. The other three are flat-out cheating by the end in sympathy, skipping the score, just so I can save face. I'm honored, but no. Enough, guys. Luck's just not on my side tonight. I can barely get a pair, and when I do, it's not a pair I need. Let's just call it a draw, okay? I beam my friendliest smile around the room. The girls try to convince me to play one more game, but Grady takes control.
It's past time for bed, girls, he says. You can have a rematch another night.
Fine, they slur out together. Without another complaint, they agree, and after they each give me a quick hug, they head upstairs. He puts the game in the library office down the hall, and then plods upstairs to tell them good night. I'd left my phone in the kitchen earlier, and I check it for messages, holding my breath. Of course, I haven't forgotten what Grady's holding back, and I'm trying to brace myself for bad news. I just hope it's bad and not devastating. But I think he'd have told me if it was the latter, if it was urgent rather than spending the whole evening enjoying ourselves. My eyes flit over my screen. Carol. Is this Willow Macklin? Hi. I'm from North Auckland University, and I'd just like to... no, I've been to New Zealand, and there is no North Auckland U. Rogers Pit Stop. Congratulations. You've got yourself a brand new $1,000 gift card to your choice of... God, do the gimmicks ever stop? I honestly can't tell if this is honest spam or another low-effort trap by the Fosses to nail my location. I see several more fishy texts promising fake giveaways or begging for donations for every cause imaginable. A message from my dentist in California reminding me my 6-month cleaning is due next month, and another text asking me if I'd like to register to vote. I leave them all unopened. I'm almost ready to scream and chuck my phone across the room when I see the name Walton on the screen. Hi, Miss Macklin. Checking in to let you know the blood work looks good. I apologize for the delay. Perfectly average, healthy results for a grown male. No abnormalities. White cell count adequate. I'd attach the full test results, but it appears your carrier's kicking them back. Call me immediately if he shows signs of discomfort. Finally, some good news. As much as I'd love to see the full blood panel, I remember what Grady and Falk warned me about and won't take attachments. There are no issues yet with his paw healing up, other than the sad fact that he's homeless. Sigh. I have no earthly clue how this is going to work out. By now, the rescue has probably called in help from every other cat sanctuary across the country they can either bamboozle or blackmail. Telling them to be on the lookout for a crazy chick who rocks out like a Dorkosaurus at the wheel and one big stolen tiger in a clunker of an unmarked service truck. I just hope they haven't also called my father, casting their lures. Grady enters the kitchen, snatching me from my thoughts. Biting my lip, I set my phone on the counter, taking a moment to draw in a deep breath. I hold it to calm down the hurried beat of my heart before turning to face him. Grady. Looks like you're ready, he says, raking a hand through his thick dark hair. Give me 1 minute. Ready for what? To check the cameras, he whispers darkly. Oh, crap. Right. Is that the message you got earlier? Yeah. Falk gave me an update. He hasn't cracked your laptop yet, but he's convinced something's bound to happen at the site tonight. If there's one gut instinct I'll always trust, it's his. He wants us to touch base as soon as we see something. He holds up his phone. I have the app on my phone, but the big screens downstairs can show us in better detail. Right behind you, I say. Once we're downstairs, he fetches us each a beer out of the small fridge behind the wooden bar covered with a thick shellac that reflects the overhead light. He then pulls up an extra chair next to the 3 wide screens, each with a split-screen setting so all 6 cameras show with good visibility. It's dark by the airstrip, no surprise, considering the time. There's no movement, an eerie calm. Nothing but a bug or leaf blowing across the nightscape now and then. Why do you have 3 computer screens? I ask, suddenly curious if he makes it a habit to bail out strange, desperate women. I don't. Only one's a monitor. The other 2 are old TVs. Grabbed one from my bedroom and the other from the library. I figured I'd set them up so we could see all 6 cameras at once. I take a sip off my beer bottle before asking a question that's been banging around in my head. So, while we're waiting, why don't you let the girls have pets? You have the perfect place for it. My breath catches in my throat. Sorry, I'm not trying to stomp around in your business, but I'm curious. Don't need the extra work, he says coldly, leaning back in his chair. Sawyer and Avery would help. I'm sure of it after seeing how excited they get with Hank's animals. Same, he agrees. But they're 10 years old,
And hopefully any animal I'd get them would have a good long life. That means they'll grow up in a flash, run off to college, and I'll be stuck here with their leftover critters.
That makes sense, I guess. But I don't believe it's the whole truth. Not by the dark edge in his voice. Where's the harm in that? I venture. Pets would make good company when they're gone and you're home alone here on this big old farm.
Don't need any four-legged company. That's what two-legged friends are for. After so many years running my ass off, frankly, I'll be enjoying my time alone.
His voice slips into a growl, too rigid and annoyed to not be hiding something. I smile, refusing to believe him for a minute. I also remember how lonesome my dad was when I went off to college, whenever he wasn't on his trips. He almost stopped coming home at all, except for holiday breaks we'd spend together. Not like Grady, who's here every day with his daughters. I don't say anything, don't need to. Not with the melancholy, unsure way he's looking at me. Like he's wondering what I'll fire off next. He's too good at reading my thoughts and even better at hiding his behind that stoic mask of scruff and eyes like strong whiskey.
Fine, he says at last. You really want to know, huh? Here's the deal. I don't want to get them a pet, just to have it die.
Wow. What? My lips tremble. I'm not sure I follow. Why would it die?
Who the hell knows? Dallas isn't just the sleepy, quaint little place I'm sure you're thinking from our outing for dinner. It could get hit by a car, eat poison, have a run-in with a coyote. Any number of brutal, fucked-up things.
The unexpected sadness in his voice guts me. I mean, sure, you live in a rural place. Risks are always part of owning pets.
Exactly why I don't want my girls exposed to that, he snaps.
For a second, our gazes lock. His eyes might be hieroglyphics, guarded and unbreakable. Then I realize what he doesn't want them exposed to. It's not just innocent worries about a pet roaming around with coyotes, or speeding cars, or any normal kinds of big bad things. He's shielding them from death. My heartbeat quickens. This is when I should step back and hold my tongue, focus on the cameras, and leave this kind, closed-off beast man behind his barbed wire to brood away in peace. But if you think I'm that kind of girl, if you think I've got that much sense, if you think I'm not hurting like hell for him, well, Grady, you don't have to answer this. But is the pet thing because of your wife? I whisper slowly. His eyes sharpen, fully leveled, naked and vulnerable and ever so slightly pissed off. A storm in a glance that makes my heart wobble.
Watching someone die is pure hell, Will-O-Wisp. Death can get fucked,
he snarls, his knuckles turning white around his beer bottle. I'm half expecting the glass to shatter in his hand. I know I should stop, just shut my mouth and leave him to his agony. This raw wound I've poked at without having any right to. Better to cut my losses before I find out how much of a cornered bear he is. But if he's saving me, I owe him something, don't I? You're a good man and crazy smart, but you know it's also a part of life. Right? I say gently. You can't protect them from something as big as death forever. Eventually they're going to experience it head on.
Not if I can help it, he rumbles. Not if I can spare them that shit. That arrow to the heart. Not if I'm the dad I always swore I'd be.
God. His voice rips through me like a current, an ache oozing to my knees. He sounds so fierce, so stern, so firm that I let it go there. But I do feel sorry for him. His heartache cuts me open and makes me bleed for his sad, brave delusions. He'll have to figure them out on his own, In his state of mind, he's not going to believe what anyone else has to say about it. So, I take another nervous swig of beer and gesture to the screens with my bottle. What convinced Falk that something's happening tonight? Did he give you a reason?
The burn on Bruce's paw.
I sit up straighter. Really?
Yeah. Besides the numbers matching the stickers, we found timestamps, multiple dates. Falk thinks one's meant to be a delivery date.
I see there's more on his stony face, so mellow and dark in the basement light. And? I whisper, tensing in my seat. What about the rest? He looks at me for a long moment before sighing.
And the other's probably one of two things, a pay date or a kill date.
Holy hell. I don't know what falls faster, my heart or my stomach, and shatters like a glass ornament. All the awful blue stickers I'd seen at the rescue since arriving flashed through my mind. I never checked the other animals that went missing for burn marks, but they all must have had them somewhere. Those sickening tattoos. A setup marking their price, their transfer, their doom. Oh no. No, no, no. Tell me more, I urge, swallowing the lump lodged in my throat. Grady, I have to know.
From what he's caught, Falk believes the deaths occur shortly after the animals are shipped, though payment would explain it too. It's usually several hours after the original stamp, which is what he believes is the pickup time.
His angry glance at the screen tells me he's looking at the time. Bruce was supposed to be transported tonight? I ask.
About 15 minutes from now, he says. Unless the tiger disappearing scared them into delaying business. We should see action soon, especially if these sick fucks are as greedy as you say, and they've got more animals to sell.
My head hurts, a dull, brutal throb spun by my heart, banging on my ribs. Everything he's said hits me harder then. So Bruce was scheduled to be transferred and... what? Killed? My question comes out hoarse.
Yes. Last date is marked for roughly 12 hours from now.
And picked up in 15 minutes?
Right.
I wouldn't call it exhilaration, but a form of grim righteousness that I'd been right hits, along with sickly gratitude that Bruce is still alive. Relief slams through me like catching myself on a ledge before a 10-story fall. Damn them! I spit, my head spinning as I glance at the screens. So, even without Bruce, you think they'll still show up? You think they'll transfer...
Another animal, he finishes. Did you ever see more than one go missing at a time?
Sometimes. Smaller ones mostly, but usually with larger animals. It was always just one.
We'll wait and see.
He growls. The edge in his tone says it's the last thing he wants to do. My spine quivers as I stare at the screen, staring into the blackness. It's like we're not in his safe, quiet basement, but there, helpless in the night with sinister things on the prowl. The room grows so silent, I jump when the fridge kicks in behind the bar. I rub the tension in my neck, stretching, fighting the urge to grab a second beer and slam it. I need to be numb for this.
Want another drink? Grady asks, reading my mind. Something stronger, maybe?
No, not yet.
Want something else? Water? Coffee?
No thanks. I'll be up all night with caffeine. I take a deep, shaky breath and release it, trying to regain control. I wish like hell I'd acted sooner. It would have saved so many animals. But if I'd taken off like I did with Bruce and hadn't smacked into Grady, then where would I be? Those thoughts freeze when the screens shift over. Look, lights, I whisper, leaning forward. We both stare intently, our eyes glued to the scene. All 6 cameras, each showing different angles, pick up a cube truck coming up the road. It stops next to the airstrip. A man climbs out then, and his image makes me suck in air so I don't faint.
You recognize him? Willow?
Grady asks, his gaze wild with concern. That's the conservation officer. Wayne Bordell. Crap. There's no mistaking that face, his block of a head, or his boxy build. Starting near the truck, he places lights in the poles along the airstrip, illuminating the entire length of it. They can't leave them out there, Grady explains with a sense that's better than mine for this sort of nightmare. Lights would get picked up by other airplanes, sooner or later, causing someone to grow suspicious and come check it out. So they have to put them up and take them down every trip, every transfer. We both continue watching while I try to remember how to breathe. Sometime in the next 10 minutes, a plane lands. It taxis to the end of the single runway and turns around, stopping next to the truck. A man climbs out of the plane, and though it's definitely a smaller civilian jet, it has a back hatch in the underbelly, completely in view of one camera. When the door slides open like a gaping mouth, it shows an empty cargo hold. Empty except for a dolly that the man retrieves, rolling it down the short ramp onto the paved airstrip. Another man climbs out of the plane. He's short, wearing a black jumpsuit. The camera doesn't show his face close up, but I can tell he has a faint pencil mustache.
Do you recognize him?
Grady asks. No, I whisper, half afraid the people on the screen will hear us. But I definitely recognize her. I point at the woman climbing out of the box truck. Even doing a dirty deal in the middle of the night on a secret runway doesn't faze her. She's wearing one of her signature outfits, a tight skirt and leopard print short jacket, along with zebra-striped heels. Every bit the money-addicted junkie looking for another hit to fuel her bad habit for chic designer fashion and comfort bought in blood. That's Priscilla Foss from the rescue, I tell him, wishing I didn't have to say those words. She saunters over and meets the man with the mustache on the airstrip in one fluid devil walk. We can't hear them from this distance, but I can tell by her movements, mainly her hands as she talks, that she's trying to smooth something over. The evil witch always presses a hand to her heart, like she's oh so wounded whenever anyone doubts her. Guess how many times she did it when she wanted me to shut up, stop asking questions, and believe her. Now guess what she's doing right now. Mr. Mustache shakes his head, his face a scowl. He points at her. Or is it something behind her? She folds her hands across her chest with a haughty eye roll, talks some more, and then gestures for Bordell. He stomps over to the box truck to retrieve something while Priscilla waves her hand at the man with the dolly, as if it won't be needed. Wayne returns carrying what looks like a large blue storage tub. Are those holes poked in the top? Sweet Jesus. I know it's coming before the nausea washes over me. There's an animal inside. And these horrible pukes don't even have the decency or intelligence to transport it in a proper cage. But a second later, I realize there's no need to. Not when Wayne sets it on the ground next to Priscilla, undoes a makeshift wrap of bungee cords holding the lid on, and peels off the cover. Priscilla reaches in with a sour expression and comes back with a small tan-brown lump, squirming in her hands. A lion cub. No, I hiss, gasping, stumbling onto my feet. There's nothing I can do from here, but my fight-or-flight outrage doesn't want to accept it. I wish for its sake. The baby lion was sedated, but its movements tell me otherwise. It's still very much alive, but if Grady and Falk are right about that other timestamp, that vicious, final one, maybe not for long. My soul rips in two. The queen bitch holds it up by the scruff of its neck, as if the poor thing is just one more baggy purse.
Willow, if it's too much, say the word.
Grady's right behind me, laying those big hands on my shoulders like a comfort blanket. God. No, I have to keep watching. I have to know. I think his huge, powerful hands are the only thing that keeps me from breaking apart. That's one of Tilda's cups. I whisper, my voice shaken and beat. A perfectly healthy baby lion cub, born just weeks ago.
They must be trying to placate whoever wanted Bruce. Grady says, these cubs must be awful valuable, even if it's less than a full-grown tiger.
Yes, I whimper, entirely sick to my stomach. The man examines the cub like a butcher inspecting a cut of meat, and I wish to Lord Almighty I could hear what's being said. From the looks of it, it's not an easy discussion, an altercation, some kind of heated talks. The mustache man finally waves at his assistant, who'd pulled the dolly out of the airplane, and Priscilla plunks the cub back into the big blue tub. Wayne puts the lid back on the container, and the dolly man picks it up, carrying it to the plane's yawning cargo hold. My heart dives in my chest. Mustache Bastard mutters a few more mushy-looking words to Priscilla, and she nods, her frustration fading off her face. They shake hands before returning to their vehicles, their crisis seemingly diffused. The plane takes off in no time. Then Bordell collects the lights, loading them in the truck. A minute later, they're gone like they were never there, leaving nothing but still, eerie silence. The entire scene probably lasted less than 10 minutes, but I know it'll affect me for the rest of my life. My knees are weak. My nerves are tangled ropes. My breath clogs my lungs. Mostly, my eyes fucking burn for that poor baby lion, and for Tilda, losing one of her cubs like this. I try to walk across the room, try to breathe, but my knees don't want to work any better than my lungs. I just know I'm more thankful than ever for Grady's arms, which catch me from behind, pinning me to his huge, warm slab of a chest. He holds me upright like a redwood, slowly turning me around to catch my tears in his shirt. When my face touches his fabric, inhaling his scent, I'm absolutely over. His shirt must be soaked with my grief by the end of it. Grady, we have to...
We'll figure this out, he promises,
his voice pure summer thunder again.
Bruce, the cub, the sadists running that place. I made sure the cameras got everything. I'll show it to Falk, and somehow, some way, we'll get it sorted. Don't doubt me.
I don't, even when every frayed thread of hope in my head wants to. Grady's words come straight from the heart. Where there's a will, there's a way. And this man is courage incarnate.
You know we're gonna fix this, right? You trust me?
He asks, his very cadence so soothing. I nod, but I can't unsee that sweet, helpless cub in my head. The image keeps repeating like an old video reel from Satan's crawl space, a gut-punch reminder of just how heartless, savage, and cruel this world can be. I should have stopped it before I grabbed Bruce. I say, shaking through my words. I didn't know. I didn't know if they would hurt me, but I should have stopped it.
Woman, you're stopping it now, he growls back. This shit takes time. So take my patience in the meantime. And you're right, if you'd breathed a word without being safe first, there's no telling what these people would do.
I don't know what he means until he squeezes me so tight I forget my pain. For a hot, anguished second, I'm so sweetly bundled up in this gorgeous man that there's nothing but us. Nothing but his words and warrior-throated promises. How, though? I whisper, lifting my head. How the hell do we stop them? He presses his forehead against mine, urging me to hush. For a second, I'm equally scared and overwhelmed at the thought that he might kiss me to shut me up, his lips only inches away.
We'll figure it out. For now, it's enough that you aren't alone. You've got me and friends I'd trust with my life. I'll exhaust every damn resource I've ever had to put a stop to this crap, Willow. I promise you, I want to save those critters too.
I'm beyond grateful for his help, his support, and his glorious strength pressed so snug against my body. But I'm still worried, still terrified for the animals.
"Time for bed," he says, walking me to my room by the hand. Just before the door closes, I pull back at his hand, lacing my fingers through his and holding on for dear life. It's almost silly how gothic this feels. The moon splashing through the bedroom window, the halo on his face, the dark heat in his eyes, the freaking tiger in the barn, this sad, hot mess of passion and secrets we've become. Call it absurd or just my imagination, but an invisible fraught message passes between us, silent as a grave. We both whisper good night, almost simultaneously, but that's not what I hear. It's something else. And it ripples off every beautiful inch of Grady-like static. You're not alone anymore. This is my fight. This is my promise. And somehow, after closing the door and collapsing in bed, a very confused part of my heart wants to believe he doesn't just mean my quagmire with exotic planes. I lay in bed for hours, too tired for sleep. At least it's a clear night. When counting imaginary sheep gets boring, I resort to staring out the window at the moon and stars, and nothing in particular. The sickness inside me turns to raw anger. I've been around animals my entire life. I've confronted death and sad things plenty of times in nature. But this, the transfer of a lion cub to monsters for nothing but filthy money, makes me so furious I want to get up, drive back to the rescue, and slaughter Priscilla and Niles Foss with my bare hands. Tonight, I'm thankful the truck is still broken down, because if it weren't, I might be tempted to go berserker, and that wouldn't turn out any better than running away. So I let my anger speak and allow my revenge fantasies to pop off in my head through a haze of red. I question calling Dad again, but I know he can't do more than Grady. Actually, Dad wouldn't even be able to help as much as Grady is, not when his contacts are official. And if the Fosses have minions like Bordell from the state helping them, there's no telling how deep this goes. I'm just more thankful than ever that I broke down at the Purple Bobcat and not somewhere else. That was fate, looking me dead in the eye and smiling. Now, I just have to hope my luck holds and brings an end to this mess for everyone involved. The next morning, after sleeping in short fits, I check on Bruce before returning to the house to cook breakfast. Grady's up, sitting at the table with a bowl of cereal and a steaming mug of coffee. His bearish presence makes me grin. I think he's smiling back with those eyes full of mahogany shadows. I was only joking about the food poisoning, you know. I know. But I don't expect you to cook every meal. Aunt Faye never cooked breakfast. That's always been my job. She'd usually come over in the afternoons to be here when the girls got off the bus, and she'd head home when I got back from the bar. If it was early enough, she'd leave before dinner. Or if it was too late or too cold, she'd stay over till morning. The girls told me most of that, too. I walk over and pour a cup of coffee. She's been doing that for what, years? Spending her free time looking after you guys? Yep. We're her main family now. Uncle James died while I was in the Army, and my brother moved out of Dallas years ago. Faye's kids, 2 boys and a girl, are all grown with families now, and they also live out of state. So Aunt Faye's happy as hell to get her time in with the girls.
So you normally work at the bar every day? I ask, taking a slurp off my coffee. I wish this time off was actually relaxing for you. He gives me a wry smile.
Nah. I try to duck out on weekends unless there's a big event going on or something. I try to leave by 10 most nights, too, just so Aunt Faye can get home before it's too late.
He smiles thoughtfully.
Lucky for me, my latest batch of hires is holding up pretty well. Takes the load off my shoulders, and it might also have something to do with folks thinking the Bobcat's where all the big adventures begin. The young folks want to be there at ground zero for the excitement.
Adventures?
I blink. For sure. A lot of the ruckus we've had in Dallas the last couple years started at my bar. First with Ridge and his now-wife, Grace. She came blowing in one night with her sick father and these scumbags in hot pursuit. Then there was Falk, who crossed a real nasty group of folks when he was in the FBI. They came sniffing around after him, and I was careful to tip him off. Even old man Reed used to step in for a drink and a little schemin' with Drake, back when my buddy was just his bodyguard instead of a cop. Grady kicks back in his chair, slurping his coffee, his eyes somewhere else. Guess it's my turn to get mixed up in the thick of it, seeing how Falk wound up settled down with his ballerina. I'm about to ask him more about the crazy happenings he's seen when little feet come plowing into the room. The girls are at his side in seconds, greeting him with a big group hug.
Dad! We got a text from Aunt Faye. She's asking about our cool new nanny. What should we tell her?
Avery grins, a couple cute little gaps in her mouth from missing baby teeth. We talk it over briefly. Grady reminds them not to mention Bruce in any way, shape, or form. I happily agree to a selfie with the duo so they can send it back to her and listen to the long list of things Faye wanted to pass along about the house and, more importantly, the freezer full of meals and casseroles that just need to be thawed and heated. Hey, if it makes my job easier. After checking out the freezer, with their help, we sit down at the table and eat cereal with Grady. The girls are full of suggestions for the day ahead, which all include Bruce. Grady lays down the law and tells them that they can make 2 visits per day, and only with both of us present, if they'll stop pestering him right now.
Okay,
they grudgingly agree. Later, Falk drops by to see the footage from last night. He disappears downstairs with Grady while I try not to think about it. He says it'll be a while before he hears back from his people on how or what we're going to do. Not cool. It's disappointing, sure, but I get that we can't just rush in guns blazing. I'd already made a snap decision the night I took off with Bruce, and if it wasn't for Grady, who knows what would have happened to us. That afternoon, I can sense him getting restless, like he spent just too much time cooped up at home and out of his element. Go on to the bar, I tell him, sliding my fingers lightly over his hairy, inked forearm before I even realize it. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. Absolutely no Bruce time without you. Pinky swear? He snorts as I hold up my little finger and then grasps it with his. By the time we're done giving it a good shake, we're both laughing. I'm sure he sees I'm redder than a radioactive cranberry when I snatch my hand back, too. He leaves us with the house to ourselves and an easy dinner hours later. The girls decide they want a lasagna their great-aunt left behind, so yay for Grady not worrying about me poisoning his girls while he's gone. This little routine, easy and strangely natural, sets the pattern for the next week or so. The girls and I find plenty of projects to stay busy, and marvelously Bruce-free, while Grady spends afternoons and early evenings at the bar. He's always home in time to put them to bed, and he keeps me updated on the latest news from Falk. It's a quiet, peaceful break in the storm, and I'd be a fool to trust it one freaking bit. Every day that passes leaves me wound up, wondering and waiting for the next shoe to drop, like a karate kick to my head.
10. Tiger lilies. Grady. The rest of the guys are already at Weston's garage when I pull in. Willow stayed home with the girls and thinks I'm just checking on her truck. No denying she's the best make-believe nanny a man could hope for. Truthfully, I'm after an update on her ride, but I'm also ready for a strategy jam with every major badass who calls this town home. Falk with his emerald green eyes flashing and focused. He's only slightly smaller than me and bowed up like an angry porcupine in a flannel shirt, leaning against one of Weston's half-constructed cars for the next demo derby. My friend is busy shooting the shit with another man I recognize like the back of my hand. Ridge Barnett isn't far behind him, a tough-as-nails heart behind his movie star perfect face and otherworldly blue eyes. I think the nod we always greet each other with means something more now that he's a daddy. One more thing we have in common. Drake Larkin straggles in with me, parking his police cruiser off to the side. He's a country boy to the bone, with his dirty blonde hair and rogue blue eyes, and probably a shoo-in to be sheriff whenever old Rodney Wallace decides to hang it up. Nobody better I'd rather have at this church session. Then there's my nephew. Weston McKnight looks a lot like I did when I was over 10 years younger, except with lighter hair and a set of dark blue eyes set in his head like storm clouds. He's damn near dripping grease and oil from black streaks across his arms. Sometimes I wonder about him, coming back from overseas just a few years ago. He enlisted young and saw some shit, barely made it home in one piece. And even if he still greets me every time with that shit-eating family grin, I think there's a few shadows behind his face. A boy like him should be dating, hitting the range, or hiking the trails, not playing workaholic. But all he really does is hang out in his garage like a loner when he's not picking up part-time shifts at my bar, taking every local repair job and broken-down outsider he can tow to his place. Sure, he's building himself a good living, but what the hell happened to a young dude having fun? No time for that today, though. Not with a mess of trouble caused by fuckwits who like to make their coin off butchering beautiful, rare animals. I'm just hoping Faulkner, who always winds up being the mastermind in these situations, lays down a plan we can get moving on ASAP. If there's anything I hate with stakes this high, it's waiting. I've never been caught up in something like this before, but damn it, I'm at my limit. If he's still up in his head, telling us it'll be another week or two, then I'll come up with my own fix. I can't leave Willow high and dry for another week, or those poor critters suffering at that outpost of hell in my knot. Seeing that baby lion treated like a slab of fucking meat shanked me in the guts. Same with knowing beyond all doubt there's a goddamn dirty conservation officer enabling it all. The world is an ugly-ass place. I've known it for years, but I still can't fathom what kind of debased turd wants to make money off dragging animals around to be slaughtered. There's evil, and then there's total devilry. I saved the video footage on a jump drive and regretfully jacked it into the computer in Weston's office, where we all gather so the rest of the guys can have a look. Having already seen enough of that shit for this lifetime, Falk and I stand back while the others take it in. A few shoulders tighten, hands reach up, scratching at their heads. Then our friends turn their eyes on us. "What the shit?" Weston says, his blue eyes looking a shade paler as he meets my eyes. "Uncle Grady, was that a baby lion?" "Yes," Falk answers for me. "A very endangered one, and proof of everything I suspected, I reckon. This is a pretty sophisticated black market animal ring. They steal their products from all across the USA. Zoos, shady sanctuaries, and distressed rescue centers are being shut down all the time and can't keep their exotics any longer. They step in with quick cash, get the critters for free, and usually don't spend more than a few months on upkeep before flipping them for a fat profit to sicko buyers." "What the fuck?" Drake snarls, stepping forward. "You guys should have come straight to the sheriff's office. We could—" "Yeah, there's a problem with that. They've got insiders helping them, like I said." I tell him calmly. "If that was an option, you know I would have jumped on it." I expect the shot to the heart, seeing Drake upset, but I still don't like it. He's a hardcore animal lover thanks to his wife, Bella. Owning Edison the horse, the biggest celebrity this town's ever likely to have, Ridge included, does something special to a man. "Falk," I gesture for him to continue. "Right. So like I was saying, these damn illegal wranglers keep some rare animals for show, some for history, and some for steady funding. The donations and grants filtering in from conservation groups help pad their real money-making operation. That's where the others go, sad to say. Lions, tigers, leopards, monkeys of every kind.
Even elephants and giraffes get shipped off to be killed or treated like toys. Every so often, some rich fuck in a place where it's legal to own big cats as pets will keep them alive. But most of them aren't so lucky. Soon as there's a buyer, the critters are off to meet their fate, and she's usually a real bitch to them.
Falk sighs, his breath like raw sandpaper. Doesn't that say it all? Slowly, I glance around the room, taking in the tense, dark faces of men who are just starting to feel it. The same mental torture I've experienced for weeks, wishing like hell I could charge in and end this, but having to check my own courage, or would-be stupidity. Falk, how do you make something alive that weighs hundreds of pounds just up and disappear? Ridge practically spits his words. I saw the plane, but hell, a model that small has to make regular stops for fuel if it's heading across country. How do they keep it under wraps? Falk shifts his weight, sliding his hands together and cracking his knuckles.
That's where it gets interesting. I ran the numbers off the side of that plane days ago, and it's out of Canada. Registered to a guy who lives somewhere on Vancouver Island. Didn't have an American flight plan that night.
Canada? Drake echoes. That makes this crap international.
Sure does, Falk answers. From what I've gathered, their cargo heads up to Canada, and then they put them on ships or long-haul flights to Asia. Big cat trade and more is legal in lots of places, sad to say. Exotic carcasses turn up all the time missing body parts. Won't say more because I don't want you guys puking.
A few tired curses fly around the room. I make a mental note to ask Willow about what she's seen with poachers in Africa, but only for a moment. Talk about a stupid move. She had her heart ripped in half the night that cub vanished into the ether. Unless there's critical intel involved, I'm not keen on squeezing her feelings out again. I just hate this whole shit show, this shit circus, this feeling of having my hands tied. How the hell did they cut them up? Weston asks, his question a dry rattle. Do they even shoot them first? They poisoned them, I tell him. Easy enough when they're barely being fed in these bastards' hands. They'll eat anything. They use shit that isn't deadly to humans, depending on what they're after. The bone trade alone is huge. A lion's skull, intake, fur, that's worth thousands per cat. My gut feels like it's ready to tear. I never want to do this kind of fucked up research again. Jesus, tell me it ends there, Weston growls again. Nope. Everything from making mounts to jewelry to crank cures brings in big money, Falk answers. The lion products are often used as substitutes for the tiger bone trade, which gets even more lucrative. That's where the real princely money is. Holy shit. So we're thinking this buyer on camera was disappointed to get a lion cub instead of a full-grown tiger? I ask, the pieces snapping into place in my head. Downright pissed would be my guess. Falk says, a cub like that ain't gonna be good for much more than a mount. Or maybe they can pass it off to some spoiled rich brat in Dubai who wants to show off his exotic pets on Instagram. Those boneheads have their fun and usually wind up flipping the animals when they're older, and they can't carry them around their yachts like stuffed toys anymore. Then the poor things go to their last buyers, who'll make damn sure to wring every penny they can out of the bones, along with the hide. Silence again. I trade slow, angry looks with the guys. Nobody standing here is a newcomer to danger and assholes with bad intentions visiting Dallas. It's become an exhausting and almost regular occurrence ever since Drake had his trouble with those Jupiter oil folks. Still, this is different, eerie, and dangerous as hell in a way that's new and unfamiliar to all of us. Fuck. Falk, just tell us what to do. I demand darkly, my throat so raw it feels like splinters. I have other folks digging, active duty agents and my old pal James Nobel with Engard Security out west. Got a few more calls to make, then we'll put a plan in place. Falk looks at me. One thing I'm guessing I don't have to repeat is how big a disaster it'd be if Willow and her cat got discovered. Cat? Weston asks, rubbing his temples like his head might blow up. What cat? My nephew still doesn't know about Bruce. I'll explain everything in a minute, I tell him.
Guys, we'd better watch our asses and tread lightly. That dirty conservation rat being involved says this goes deep, and if we've got bad actors from the state up our butts...
He looks at Drake after turning everything over in his head.
We'll have to get the law and the feds involved once we have proof that they can act on.
Trouble is, right now, with such flimsy evidence, they'd take Willow into custody for stealing a tiger, and that would just alert the real crooks behind this. They'd probably have more than enough time to flee the country, I tell them. That video proves how ruthless these people are.
Tiger? You gotta be fucking joking,
Weston whispers, looking totally lost. I wish I were, I growl back.
I agree, Drake says. That airstrip is out of my jurisdiction, so until we can nail them clean, count me in any way you need.
Same for me and Doc Walton, Ridge says with a heavy nod. He told me he's dealt with this kind of trouble before, but he has to keep it on the down low to protect his family. Same for us all. Everyone agrees, and we talk for a while longer before breaking up to head back to our busy lives. After the guys leave, I fill Weston in on everything and tell him Willow's truck can't be seen. Not by anyone. He gets it, and he also agrees to continue covering more of my shifts at the bar, adding he can use the extra money. I'd gone to the Bobcat to catch up the past few days, mainly so no one starts questioning my unusual absence. After our meeting today, though, I think it'd be a lot safer for me to be at the house than at the bar, especially after sundown. Leaving the garage, I head to Fillmore's grocery store, our one-stop shop for everything. Aunt Faye made sure the cupboards and freezer were packed to the brim before she left, but we need fresh milk and produce. Maybe it's Bruce's diet rubbing off on me, but I'm suddenly hungry for a huge pack of steaks to grill for supper. Willow proved her cooking won't send us to the ER, but I've enjoyed teasing her sweet ass off about it. I've also got a bigger problem than bantering back and forth. I've enjoyed coming home to her at the house each night. It's different from anything I've known, this weird, wholesome feeling I've missed since... Yeah, shit, don't fucking say it. Because the second I do, I've got a much bigger personal problem than keeping a tiger thief and her boys safe from a pack of criminals. I'd have to admit that I'm worried about my own safety and what the hell happens if I can't maintain the laser-armed alligator moat around my heart. Then I'd have to admit this crush on the tiger thief is getting way too serious for comfort. Still, there's no denying her positive effect at home. The girls are happier than I've seen them in a long time. Their texts even convinced Aunt Faye that all's well while she cares for her friend. The dense, throbbing summer heat wave whacks me in the face as I climb out of the truck after parking at the store. Visible heat lines fill the air, bouncing off the blacktop, a frying pan of a day that reminds me how miserable North Dakota can get in humid 90-degree weather. An image of Willow flashes in my mind, totally the wisp of soft, womanly curves and blue-balling smiles that's given me that sappy nickname for her. She was in the barn like usual this morning when I came downstairs. I'd been pouring coffee when she'd walked in through the sliding glass door in the kitchen, the morning heat already baking my farm to a crisp. I fight the urge to shake my fist at the sun for the vision it left me with. Sweat glistening on her sun-kissed skin, especially around the neck of her white tank top, a skimpy thing barely holding in her tits. It showed off just enough cleavage to glue my eyes to her body, kicking up a pulsing awareness below my belt line I couldn't shake half the morning. Don't get me started on those faded jean shorts. Proof positive this woman owns a magical ass, and with a single twitch of her hips, abracadabra, she could have me eating right out of her damn palm. She was heading for her bedroom, telling me she'd cleaned out the area Bruce was using as his giant litter box and laid down fresh hay. I told her she should have waited for my help, but she just laughed and said that it was part of her job. Right, If only she knew the help I had in mind wasn't just playing assistant janitor to a wild beast. Lucky for me, it didn't happen. My inner Neanderthal might have made his last mistake trying to take Willow Macklin for a roll in the hay with a frigging Bengal tiger for an audience. Who needs to worry about an overprotective papa with a shotgun when she's got herself a monster eager to shred idiots into human jerky? The worst part is, I couldn't get her out of my head till I'd headed for the meeting with the boys. All because I'd heard water running in her bathroom. The image of her stepping into the shower in nothing but her birthday suit lit every damn inch of me on fire, left me dribbling coffee on the counter from a hand that never gets the shakes. Shoot me right now. I don't know who or what the fuck I'm becoming. This whole having a pretty lady under my roof is taking its toll, carving more out of me every day, breaking down barriers I need to hold. And my mind is still on Willow, naked and glorious, when I'm in the meat department. I'm picking out steaks as big as my head when a shopping cart bangs into mine, shoving it against my hip. I turn to apologize for being in someone's way, but the sparkling eyes on the old woman's face make me grin.
Hey there, handsome,
Granny Coffee belts out, over-caffeinated as ever. Hey yourself, Granny, I reply. She's a charming old gal, the kind who stands in like a grandmother for half the town, and the sort who acts like she's 18 instead of... hell if I know. It's mighty hard guessing her age when she's so youthful and still able to run circles around men as young as Weston. The green and pink flower in her wily gray hair matches the bright pink of her shirt and lime green pants. It flutters as she strolls around her cart and steps up next to me. One thing you find out fast about Granny Coffee is that personal space doesn't exist for her. The top of her head barely reaches my shoulder, and she tips her head back to continue gracing me with those ever-twinkling eyes.
So, how's it going with Linda taking care of your girls?
She whispers conspiratorially. Damn it. 5 seconds in and I'm already boned. I appreciate her discretion, though I'm not pumped at having to think about the woman who could have taken Willow's place as temporary nanny. It's not going. I politely declined the offer, I say, just as quietly.
What? You selfish rascal, don't you know she's over the moon with you and easy pickings?
She doesn't even try to hide her smile as she pats my arm with a soft slap.
I mean, yeah, Linda could use a little more discretion in her pursuits, but here's my concern. Who's helping you with the girls?
I'm staying home with them as much as possible this summer. Weston's picked up a few extra shifts at the bar.
The whole summer?
Her eyes light up.
Grady, dear, you've worked so hard on that bar. And that's exactly why Faye went on a wild goose chase looking for just the right help while she went off to care for poor Jenny. She's not doing so hot, you know.
I'm aware. I talked to Faye. Sad as hell, I say, ignoring the rest of her statement. I also know not to breathe a word about the nanny I have found, or else I'll probably get Granny showing up on my doorstep, scheming to play matchmaker. She rekindled the childhood crush Falk had on her granddaughter in no time, not so long ago.
She's such an angel for being there with Jenny in her last days. The poor thing doesn't have a big family. We all went to school together, you know.
Granny says with a sigh, her eyes somewhere far off. I heard, I tell her with a smile. When was that, 10 years ago? She slowly turns, catches it, and winks at me like the sun going out.
Oh, you wicked rake of a man. It was over 50 years ago and you know it, but I won't turn down your gracious compliment. Just wish you'd save some of that for the younger ladies.
Again she winks. Where's that hole in the ground when I need it?
What you need is a good woman in your life, Grady McKnight. Haven't you noticed all your bachelor buddies dropping like drunk flies lately? Drake, Ridge, Falk, all married off now.
She gushes, clasping her hands in front of her.
And you know how crazy the weddings around these parts can get. Remember what happened with Owl and Hellboy when Quinn and Tori tied the knot?
How could anybody forget? I chuckle. Only you coffee girls get to have your weddings crashed with a keyed-up goat and a bowl of a dog giving chase. I'm not exaggerating. The legendary insanity of that wedding, plus the fact that it even happened, still has Granny tickled pink.
See?
She whispers, elbowing me gently.
You had fun. I'm telling you, son, we'd all have a lot more if you'd just give some little local girl a chance. Or if you don't like the pickings around here, I hear a nice, tall drink of bourbon like yourself can find a mail-order beauty queen at the click of a mouse. Why, my friend Mary Moffat said last week that her son—
Granny, thanks but no thanks. I already have 2 wonderful girls in my life. I tell her, trying to ease out of this gently.
Don't I know it?
She presses a hand to her chest as her eyelashes flutter.
Sawyer and Avery are dolls, you lunk, which is why you ought to share them with some lucky lady in your life. Say, why don't you bring them to stay with me for a day or 2 this summer, or I could come out to your place.
Worry rises up inside me. Having this whirlwind dropping in on my head is the last thing I need with Willow and Bruce laying low at my place. Been a little busy on the home front lately. Got Hank helping me with a few projects, but thanks. We're fine, Granny, and I'll let you know when things settle down for a visit. Maybe once Aunt Faye gets back. She frowns slightly.
You sure? You're acting a little funny, mister. Do you have someone else at your place? A guest? A woman?
Unfortunately, yes, and she drives me fucking batty. Plus, there's that whole frustrating stolen tiger thing. I almost consider cracking and telling Granny because she'd get the hoot of her life out of it. Only this definitely isn't the time or place. Just trying to make it through summer and this heat, I say, wiping my brow for emphasis. It's also been a while since I've taken some real time off, and I'm enjoying it.
Amen to that. I think I'm gonna take an ice bath if we don't get a break soon.
She gives my arm a restless squeeze.
Well, if you change your mind, you have my number. I'd better get my groceries and go home. Andrew says we could have our first 100-degree day of the year. It's a little early for that, but I do like him, don't you? Channel 6 Andrew, he's the best weatherman they've ever had, even when he forgets to comb his hair some mornings.
I bark out a laugh. Andrew the weatherman has become an idol for women of all ages around these parts. The kid's in his early 20s with a slick tongue. He's good-looking enough to catch a lot of eyes and spikes his hair with gel. Sawyer and Avery have pointed that out more than once. No complaints here. Let him fight his admirers off with a stick. Fewer ladies who'll come gunning for me. Already hot as blazes out there, I say with a groan.
Oh, I know. I rode my bike in.
She blows me a kiss while grabbing her cart and scurrying off. I have to chuckle, even if I'm a little worried about heat stroke at her age. Her tandem bike's built for 2. She'd bought it when Tori, her granddaughter, and now Falk's wife, first came to stay with her last year, so the girl could work her injured knee. Ever since Falk and Tori shacked up, Granny keeps riding that big-ass bike all over town whenever weather permits. With her flowered, pointy bike helmet, she's a pint-sized riot, always pedaling fast enough to keep up with traffic. Back to meat shopping and some peace, hopefully. I add some ribs and hamburgers to the pile of steaks. If we're in for this damn heat wave continuing till Kingdom Come, I'm gonna grill my way through it after sunset. Then I check out and head home. On the way, I will myself 1,000 different ways to ignore Willow. I don't want a repeat of this morning. Yeah, good fucking luck. The instant I'm home, my eyes whip to her like she's magnetic. And that's when I know. I know how hard I'm about to get whacked by ignoring that manic voice in the back of my head, jumping up and down and screaming, "Wrong, wrong, wrong." About as hard as I already got smacked by Granny's words, her plea for me to lay claim to a good woman. Every damn part of me tingles like a dowsing rod over a geyser. My body knows it better than my mind. I've found one. As I pull into my long driveway, I see what's keeping Willow busy today besides staying pretty. The girls are hauling shovels, and she's pushing a wheelbarrow around the side of the house. I park my truck and climb out. "What are you three up to now?" I yell, wondering if this is their latest project. They've cleaned and reorganized every closet in the house over the past few days. The girls have always been good helpers and handle their chores well, but Willow's influence on them is next level. I'm almost expecting them to start busting out hard hats and toolboxes for home remodeling.
"Planting flowers, Daddy,"
Avery tells me, beaming with delight. A bolt of guilt knifes my stomach. She loves flowers more than oxygen. I think Avery was born to spend her summers hunting down perfect specimens, picking wild colors fresh off the stem, and then drawing them in her notebooks. My mother used to have flower beds surrounding the house, but over years of half-assed effort and neglect from yours truly, they became overgrown. I let wild grass take over, finding it far easier to just mow everything rather than weed and tend to flowers Avery would love.
"I hope you don't mind,"
Willow says, separating herself from the girls.
"Avery was showing me some of her flower drawings and told me they were growing wild along the fence near the short track."
She's wearing a pair of my work gloves and reaches up to brush a splash of chestnut hair out of her eyes, leaving a thin streak of dirt on her cheek. Fuck, I'm ended. The army never taught me how to resist being flayed open by one look from a woman too gorgeous for life. "Don't mind what?" I ask absent-mindedly.
"The flowers, I mean. If we transplant a few closer to the house, they'll probably grow beautifully. We found a few old stepping stones that were overgrown too. Looks like they used to separate the yard from the flower beds near the foundation. So far we've found wild roses, irises, and tiger lilies."
She pauses and snickers.
The girls thought the last ones were extra fitting.
"I'm sure they did," I say with a growing smile.
"Don't worry, we only cleared out a small patch near the side of the house so far, so if you don't like it..."
"I don't mind. It just sounds like a lot of work in this heat." Her blue eyes ignite, pulling me apart by the second. Her hands go to her ample hips, causing a deadly, sudden weight in my pants.
"So you're saying you're willing to help out?"
Damn. Knowing I'm being duped, I shake my head. It's got nothing to do with the ferocious summer heat rays either, and everything to do with her playfulness. That shit awakens a part of my anatomy I've kept leashed for far too long. Undaunted, Willow steps closer and touches my bicep with her gloved hand.
"We could use the extra muscle if you're not busy. Please?"
The teasing tone makes me laugh. Her touch annihilates my instinct to make up excuses. "Will do, Will-O-Wisp. Just let me get the groceries inside first."
"Great idea."
She gives me a knowing nod.
"Fresh food to make sure I don't kill you."
I flash her a wink before my head pops off. Hours later, I step out from a break in the shade, delving the shovel deep in the ground and staring at the long line of granite stepping stones we've uncovered. My ma's old path was buried so long I'd totally forgotten about it till now. Willow works on her hands and knees, using a hand trowel to even out the freshly churned dirt between the stones and the house, clearing stray grass and weeds. "So you're a horticulturist too?" I ask. She sits down on the ground and looks up at me with a smile that rivals gold.
"No, but my father's housekeeper is plant crazy. Thanks to Margot, I've weeded a whole lot of flower beds in my life, and I know the difference between what to pluck and what to leave growing. You actually have a lot of nice plants still trying to thrive."
My brows go up. "After all these years? Damn, lady."
"They've just gone dormant, waiting for someone to come along and give them a little TLC.
"Plants," I remind myself. She's talking about the frigging plants, man, not you. It's all too easy to forget. Her upturned face and soft, sweet words make something of mine sprout, that's for damn sure. Shifting my weight awkwardly, I try to hide the sledgehammer in my pants, angry and throbbing and ready to take her. A little more rage digging at the ground sets me right again. I pull my eyes off her, looking at the girls as they scamper over. They're just as dirtied up as we are, loving this whole mini landscaping endeavor. They're also sweaty and red in a way that worries me. You know you picked the hottest day of the year for this project. I want you both drinking at least 4 cups of water by supper, I say.
H2O break time,
Willow says, climbing to her feet and pulling the thick gloves off.
Okay,
Sawyer says.
I'll grab some bottles out of the fridge. What?
Willow asks, shaking her head.
We're in the middle of the country, aren't we?
She walks over and turns on the spigot for the hose with a lingering look back at me, waiting for my input. Should be safe. The water's drawn from old wells running deep underground around here. Go ahead and give him a drink, I call back.
Gather round, everybody,
she says with a wicked grin. Then I watch as Willow lets the water run long enough for the hose to push out the hot water from the sun before she dips those heart-shaped lips to the spray for a drink.
Delicious,
she smiles, wiping her chin. She's too right for all the wrong reasons. I think my blood warms to 120 degrees. Thankfully, she can't read my filthy mind. She just holds up the hose with more water burbling out and calls out to us.
Next!
The girls totter over laughing, and I'm right behind them. They drink their fill from the hose before passing it to me. Just as I bend over to take a drink, the water stops. Glancing over, I see Willow kinking the hose with her foot like the fire starter she is. I don't take the bait, keeping my face back safely from the end. I dagger her with a glare that could make this oven-hot day into January. Sawyer and Avery notice the scene and start laughing.
Oh, come on, a little fun never killed you, cranky face.
Laughing, she finally unkinks it, and I drink like a horse that's just come in from a desert trail. Rather, I try. As soon as I start, the she-witch chokes off my water supply again. I stiffen, trying like hell not to smile at the smirk she's beaming back. It's almost as hard as resisting the urge to stalk over and drag her off someplace where I can punish that sweet ass. The girls are on the grass, rolling now like it's the funniest damn thing they've ever seen. Little traitors.
Oops, clumsy me.
With a coy laugh, Willow drops the hose and steps away so I can drink up. And I do, taking long, furious sips to cool off as much as calm my ass down. After one of my thirsts is satisfied, I decide I'm not going to sit back and take it. Time for Willow Macklin to learn you do not fuck with an army sniper raising 2 girls on his lonesome. Before she can guess what I'm planning, I grip the hose in my hands, the spray muted by my fingers, and I run. She's frozen, wide-eyed and staring as I come charging at her like a bull. Once we're just a few feet apart, that's when I let loose, turning the hose's full, glorious force on her. Direct hit. She's drenched in no time, and I level it to her face, nailing her so swiftly the cool stream nearly tumbles her back. Willow lets out a yipping squeal worthy of a scared coyote and flings herself around the side of the house. The girls are breathless with laughter by now. They get sprayed for good measure while I take my turn laughing it up. The sweet surprise ends a second later when a blast of water hits my back. What the? I pivot around, spraying Willow again, who'd snuck off and found another hose from the other side of the house. We've got ourselves an old-fashioned water war in no time. The girls try their best to join in when they're not doubled over. Sawyer and I on one team, Willow and Avery on the other. We chase each other around the house, retreating only when we run out of hose, and then fly back in the other direction. When I notice Sawyer's leg caught on the hose, I twist to pull it away so she won't trip, only to slip on the wet grass and go down myself. Timber. Bang. Ouch. So maybe I'm not as spry as I used to be on a battlefield in Babylon, okay? Avery, in charge of their hose, sees her chance and pounces, dousing me in the face so hard I'm shaking my head like a dog.
Hey,
Willow says, reaching for Avery's hose.
No waterboarding your dad allowed. It's part of the rules to keep it fun.
I'm too fucking soaked to call out a warning as she moves, heading toward me. Willow slips on the same slick grass and goes down hard right on top of me. A cheesy romantic comedy couldn't have written the script any better. Though there's nothing funny about feeling the last tether of sanity snap as I'm down on the ground with a mess of country girl heartbreaker on top of me. My entire being leaps to life the second I make contact with her wet, slick body, suddenly pressed dangerously close to mine. Shit. The girls can't help taking advantage, drowning us in endless sprays of cold water shooting from both hoses. Laughing, shrieking, and breathless, Willow buries her small face in my wet shirt as I bellow, "White flag, ladies, we give up, mercy!" The water stops, and Willow rolls off me, still laughing so hard she might break. She lets out another squeal after realizing she's rolled into a big mud puddle. Then there's a sound like Thor dropping thunder down on our heads. A miniature explosion that takes me a second to figure out it's not some huge machine breaking down, but something alive. Bruce. Our good vibes and ham laughter come to a screeching halt. His raging growl, no, his roar rips our world in half, leaving behind dread silence. My eyes go to the kids first. Sawyer and Avery are pale and boneless.
Oh, crap.
Willow leaps to her feet, hands up, shouting,
It's all right, big dude."
A wicked chill lashes my spine. My eyes flick from her to the barn and back again, a reminder of just how deadly serious this situation is.
He just heard me scream. It's instinct. He thought I was in trouble,"
she says quietly, forcing a grin for the girls. Then Willow takes off running for the barn. "Stay here. Run for the house at the first sign of trouble," I call behind me to the girls, leaping to my feet in hot pursuit, half expecting Bruce to come blasting through one of the barn doors like a wrecking ball wrapped in orange and black stripes. She's working the locks by the time I find my footing on the wet grass and catch up. My heart's fit to pound right out of me, worried as hell at the thought of her facing him alone. "Willow," I growl, clasping her shoulder. She puts a hand on my chest, her touch soft and sure.
"Stay out here. He won't hurt me. He'll calm down as soon as he sees I'm okay."
She looks like something from another world, a place that's pure beauty, somewhere without demonic men and women who enjoy butchering innocent creatures. Water drips off her hair like a mythic siren who's just emerged from the depths. Between the smear of mud and water mingled with sweat, her shirt is plastered against her like a second skin.
"I'll be fine,"
she insists again, her voice hitching.
"He just needs to see me, Grady. Be right back."
Snarling, I let go. Whatever, I'll trust her and hope to every god that ever existed this isn't a fatal mistake. A second later, she slips inside the barn while I'm holding my breath. I grab the door, ready to rip it open at the slightest provocation, the tiniest hint this could go wrong. Yeah, she knows more than I ever will about tigers. Yeah, she's all soft curves, taunting hips, laughter, and eyes like gems, and bubblegum pink lips I want to bite. She's every fragile sweetness a man knows he'll die to protect, and hopefully I'm not about to have Bengal fucking tiger on my death certificate. I count for 10 seconds. It's eerily quiet. "Come on, come the hell on, Will-O-Wisp," I mutter to myself. Can't help it. I open the door a crack and peer inside with one eye.
"Nice and easy, you big baby,"
she's saying softly, just feet away from where he stands at the edge of his trailer. The woman's a portrait of surreal calm, beauty, and the beast brought to life.
"I've never been better, Brucey. See? We were just messing around in the water playing, just like I know you're gonna love to do at your brand new home."
The monster cat snorts as if he wants to deny he'd ever be caught splashing around like a baby. Or maybe he's just impatient as hell for the home she mentioned. "Yeah, buddy, that makes 2 of us," I whisper.
"It's a scorcher today,"
Willow continues, so close I'm expecting her to reach out and stroke his chin.
"You're so lucky. The bricks in this old barn keep it pretty cool in here." Nice and dark and cool as a fall breeze. Just what a big old tiger needs, huh?
Bruce moves then. For a second, I'm about to hurl the fucking door open, even if I know I'd never catch him in time. Not before he's on her and... Oh, the beast slinks by her like an overgrown tabby waiting for a can of tuna, rubbing its owner's heels. Only this fat cat almost bowls her over when his entire furry bulk brushes her side. A low, purring rumble echoes through the barn. Okay, shit. I'll relax. Barely.
That's it, buddy boy,
she says, watching as he walks into the hay.
You're fine, I'm fine, we're all just fine and dandy.
I watch her back out slowly, putting a little more distance between her and our unbelievable guest. Soon, Willow stands near the brick divider wall. Bruce paces around the inside pen. It's the first time I've seen him up and moving this much, and again, I'm struck by his size. That kitten could eat a buffalo for breakfast and still have room to spare. She shocks and awes me all over again by diffusing the crisis, whispering more encouraging words, willing him to take a nice long nappy time. Looks like dealing with pissed-off tigers and upset kids has a lot in common. Bruce's pacing slows, and standing in the center of the pen, he lets out a huge, blustery yawn.
Sorry, Bruce, we didn't mean to interrupt your nap, she says. Go on back to sleep. There's nothing to worry about here. See you later.
Bruce sinks into the straw, batting his eyes, and once she's safely away, I push the door open, urging her to exit. Instead, she waves a hand for me to enter.
He's chill now, she tells me. Honest.
I'm about to take a step inside when the girls ask if everything's okay, both of them maybe 5 feet behind me. Too close for comfort in this situation. Willow hears them.
Tell them yes. Let them have a peek. He's half asleep, not going to do anything.
I don't trust easily, especially this, but I wave the girls over, urging them to stay put behind me and look through the tiny crack in the door I open, too small for a tiger to shove a paw through. I wrap an arm around each one of them, and just like that, we stand at the edge, taking His Royal Highness in as he snores on his straw pile. Bruce lets out another purry groan, smacking his lips as he drowses away. What the hell do tigers dream about anyway? I wonder if Willow rules his sleeping mind as much as she's owned mine this past week. Willow steps out with a sunny smile, and I seal the door, triple-checking the lock.
Is he hurt?
Avery squeaks. Willow shakes her head.
That was so awesome,
Sawyer says with a laugh.
Can we see him a little longer, please? Mind your father, girls. He was just making sure everything's okay. He gets extremely worried when I scream, and unlike people, he can't really tell a scary scream from a fun one. So, no roller coaster rides with Bruce. Ever.
I snort. The girls giggle.
Would he attack if someone was hurting you?
Sawyer asks quietly, a weirdly adult curiosity in her little voice.
Yes,
Willow says without hesitation.
If he could, he'd come charging to my rescue, but this barn is way too solid. He can't escape, not even if he wants to. So stinkin' cool, Sawyer says, scrunching her nose. I want to have a tiger for a bodyguard. You have one,
Willow says, turning and giving me a side-eye.
But I think you call him Dad.
My throat thickens, and before I know what's happening, I'm grinning like the biggest idiot on planet Fool. This woman is imperfect perfection, a living, breathing, achingly beautiful contrast I want to keep in my tapestry of life. She has a way of taming everyone and making them feel like they haven't felt in years. Exactly why she just might ruin me a whole lot faster than a brush with that tiger would.
11. Mating call. Willow. Whatever it is that's happening right now, I can't put it into words to save my life. We had a moment. No other word fits for an occurrence that isn't meant to be put into language. It's supposed to be felt deeply, and this mysterious thing with Grady positively rocked me to my core. My toes are still curled in my drenched sneakers. He's so... I don't even know. All man, I guess. Power, muscle, good looks, heart. A walking cliché of alpha goodness pressed into the skin and bones of a hero who could hold up the whole sky without breaking a sweat. I've never been this attracted to anyone else. Even when he's soaking wet, covered in mud and grass, and afraid Bruce was about to eat me up, he's so flipping handsome. My insides stick like a melted sundae. Let's be real. They've been doing that for hours, days, weeks. Yes, I've got a major case of hot single dad-itis, and I'm not ashamed to say it. While watching him work, laugh, and play with his girls, my admiration only grows. It swells like this steady rising flood. I'm terrified for the onslaught when the dam breaks, and I can't hide it anymore. Yes, that's coming, despite the fact that I've done nothing but detonate his life. He'd protect either of his daughters as fiercely as Bruce guards me, no doubt about it. He's a hero in their eyes. It's sad that he has to be a bigger one ever since I showed up to stomp around in their world. But he's become a big, snarly savior in my eyes, too. Not just because he's helping me, but because of the way he loves his girls, his town, his little kingdom of this farm. Even with the door to the barn shut, I hear Bruce let out a low growl, another whirlwind of a yawn, and I smile at the girls. Time to let him get back to sleep, I tell them. He sure sleeps a lot, Avery says. Tigers do that. You know how much a domestic cat likes to nap? They're lightweights compared to big cats. Bengal tigers will sleep 18 to 20 hours a day sometimes, I say. House cats sleep about 12. Really? Avery asks, rubbing her eyes like the sleepy talk might be infectious. Wow. I nod, gesturing to the door behind them. Grady joins me, standing patiently by my side, his huge shadow enveloping me. But humans only sleep 8 hours, and we still have a lot of work to finish, I say, swiping at the mud covering my shirt. At least we'll be cooler now that we're all wet. The girls race back to the house, and Grady shakes his head.
You're gonna work them to death, or at least to a good night's sleep,
he grumbles. I bump him in the arm with my shoulder as we walk side by side. Is that a bad thing? Are you saying I'm bossy? He looks at me, and the undercurrent that sears the air between us is undeniable.
Don't know. What do you have in mind, Miss Bossy Pants?
He asks. Trying to hide just how deeply he's affecting me, I cover my smile and mumble, "That's for me to know and you to find out. Later." I speed up to a power walk, hurrying into the house. His laughter makes my body tingle, and so do his words.
Woman, you'd best not be foolin'.
Holy crap, it's pure insanity to think anything could ever happen with us. Isn't it? He's still mourning his dead wife. I have a tiger needing a permanent home. But outrageous complications aside, I have to admit, I wouldn't mind a frenzied romp or two with Grady McKnight, one bit. I mean, what person with a pulse would turn down pure heaven? Hours later, the four of us stand back to examine our handiwork. Bluish-gray granite stepping stones encircle the house, spaced neatly and almost as good as new. The nearby flower beds now host a wild bloom of irises, wild roses, and tiger lilies. We were careful where each one was planted, allowing the older roots of past plants room to begin their rebirth in safe new homes. Those tiger lilies are going to look awesome when they start blooming on both sides of the steps, I say, pressing my hands to my hips. Yeah, they will, the girls agree in unison.
I can't wait to draw them, Avery says, a slow smile curling across her face. I can't wait to take a shower, Sawyer says, yawning.
Grady laughs. Now I know you've hit your limit. Don't think I've ever heard you say that before, babe.
Well, you just did, she answers. Can I go shower now, Dad?
She'd wanted to earlier, but Grady said not till all the tools were put away. He's such a dad, nothing ever slips by. Or maybe it's just the military discipline. Whatever it is, it makes Grady a big fat spoonful of alpha sauce, and it's getting harder by the instant not to sneak a taste. He reaches out, ruffling her hair. Run along, and make sure you scrub behind your ears. As both girls make a racing dash for the house, he turns to me. It's been long enough, hasn't it? For what? I frown, wondering what I missed. The medicated shampoo. Oh, geez. We're still stuck on the great lice panic? Yep, plenty of time. I've checked them daily up until this week and not a single nit was found. So it's over? Grady, dude, have you still been freaking out about lice this entire time? My eyes stick to his, barely holding in a laugh. Not worried, necessarily, just concerned. They're my girls, he growls as if anyone could forget it. Oh, Grady, I laugh, throwing my arms around him in a hug. The things that freak you out amaze me. With a slow burn smile that reaches up inside me, he drapes a massive arm around my shoulders as we start walking to the house. Hardly. Think I'm still freaked that you aren't scared being up close and personal with Mr. Congeniality in the barn. Does anything rattle you, Will-O-Wisp? I know huge cats and bug infestations don't. Neither does hard work. Because it feels too right. I loop my arm around his waist. Nope. I'm like a little samurai robot, I guess. Growing up on safaris and research trips hundreds of miles from civilization makes you kinda tough. Resilience makes us stronger. Just like those flower roots we uncovered. In a few months, they'll be regular plants, blooming like they haven't been buried for years. Leaning against him, I add, and someday you'll forget that Sawyer and Avery ever had lice. I think they'll forget a whole lot faster. They'll never forget today, he says, as we climb the front steps of the house. Not sure it'll leave my head for a good long while, honestly. Whoa. The depth and emotion in that statement makes me almost uncomfortable, even if it also makes my soul want to do a rock solo. So like every awkward turtle ever born, I try to make light of it. It's been a fun day, and I know how rare those can be. Hell of a workout, too, I say with a huff. I'll be 80 and my muscles are still going to be sore from all the gardening today. A hot shower will help that, he tells me point blank, opening the door for me. You clean up, and then I'll throw some steaks on the grill. Oh my. Is it the heat that's making me dizzy enough to see stars, or is it just him? Sounds great. You too, I stammer like a fool. The BLTs we ate for lunch, courtesy of Sawyer and Avery using leftover bacon from breakfast, had burned off hours ago. My stomach growls so loud I'm afraid Bruce might hear and think it's another tiger. I'll throw some baked potatoes in the oven before I jump in the shower, I say over my shoulder, eager to keep my hands and brain busy for a few blissful minutes. If I ever needed a distraction, it's right the hell now. A short time later, standing below the hissing warm shower spray, I lean against the wall, rinsing the muck and shampoo out of my hair. A part of me wants to be extra clean, and unfortunately, it's got everything to do with packed muscle, a thick beard, and eyes like brown amber. Even under the hissing waterfall, a certain part of me throbs with an itch I'll never scratch alone. What's the magic word again when you're helplessly smitten with a man you totally can't have? Oh yeah, eep, eep, and also eep. The shower works its magic on my achy muscles,
and the water is still steaming when I turn it off. After wrapping one towel around my hair, I wind a second around my torso, tucking a corner between my breasts to hold it up while I search my scant wardrobe for something to wear. I'd only grabbed a single suitcase of stuff I'd thrown together when I'd left the rescue. I need to throw a load of laundry in the washer because I've gone through what I have for the third time, or else start expanding my wardrobe with the shops in town. I rummage around until I pull out a sundress. It's white with a smattering of orange and black feathery blotches. I skip the bra since they, too, all need washing. It's loose-fitting enough, so no one should notice, thank God. Brushing the snarls out of my hair takes a while, and then I spend a few minutes shining my bracelet before slipping it back on my arm. It's the same one I've worn every day since my father gave it to me for my high school graduation. Shimmering gold and black onyx make faux tiger stripes around the ring. He had it custom made for me by a semi-famous jeweler in Johannesburg he's been friends with for years. Before leaving the room, which I've come to love with its gaping windows always full of streaming sun or shimmering moonlight, I flip my head down and give my hair a good finger combing to keep it from drying in clumps. It's so freaking hot today, I don't feel like blowing it dry, which is the only way it'll hang straight, so I'm calling it good. Just before I open my door, my hand lingers on the knob, my pulse in my throat. I haven't felt like this since my first morning here, unsure what I'd find. But this is worse in a different sense. The signals flying back and forth between us today were unmistakable. I hope Grady wants to get closer. The only question is, will that sexy bourbon sip of a man have the courage to follow through? And if he does, will I? Grady stands in the kitchen when I exit my room with my heart buzzing. Despite all I know about myself and the raw desire flaring like a Roman candle, the sight of him still rips my breath away. He's a human tank. His jeans hug his narrow hips and muscular thighs. His hunter green army shirt outlines his thick biceps and rippled chest in a wicked hint. Complementing the dark swirl of hair around his face, I want to lace my fingers through so badly. God, a man with a beard like his needs a permit to carry. It's basically a lethal weapon to lady kind. Feeling better? He greets me. My mouth has gone too dry to speak, so I just nod. Good. I had the girls bring down their dirty clothes from today, he says. They're in the washer if you want to add yours. Swallowing, I nod again. Oh yeah, good idea. Be right back. I can't decide if I like the sudden distance from him or despise it, but the simple act of gathering my dirty clothes, carrying them to the laundry room, and starting the machine helps me regain control over my baser, wanna jump him now senses. Now let's hope it sticks. I've put the steaks in a marinade, Grady calls from the kitchen. It'll be 45 minutes before I can grill them. Sounds yummy. The potatoes should be done by then. I try to sound as normal as possible while I put the jug of laundry soap back on the shelf. Do I smell citrus? Yep. My ma's old recipe with plenty of garlic, olive oil, and a hint of lemon. Bon appetit. Hope like hell it'll cool off a little by then. My heart skips a beat as I turn, wondering why his voice is louder. Oh, right, he's standing in the doorway. Damn, he's hot. The kinda good-looking that renders you speechless when you're trying to think up more than one way to describe a sexy beast. I swear, I'm not normally like this. I don't get fluttery butterfly crushes on older family men. But with Grady, I'm not just making a major exception. I think he's rewriting the book on what makes me melt. Because it's hard. No, impossible. Imagining feelings springing up for any lesser man after this. Still over 90 out there, he tells me, stepping into the laundry room. Thank fuck I had the AC tuned up last spring. We're flogging it hard today. A faint noise bleeds into the room that makes my ears perk. What's that? ATVs again? His grin widens, a crescent moon in the thick halo of his beard.
The girls are heading to the short track for a drive before dinner. They're looking for more flowers to transplant tomorrow.
Smiling, I press a hand to my forehead, close my eyes, and pretend I'm about to faint. Oh, Lord, what have I started? Laughter fills the room as he catches me around the waist, holding me up. Not quite what I'd been after, but I'm not complaining at the result. Those massive hands on my hips feel good. Firm reminders it wouldn't take more than a flick of his wrists to wind up tossed over his shoulder and carried off to...
It's all your fault, you know.
He growls in my ear. Keeping my eyes closed, I say, yeah, I sorta guessed it was.
This is your fault, too.
My eyes snap open to ask what, but before I can get out a single syllable, I'm silenced. His thick lips collide with mine like a meteor strike. Holy hell. The contact is electric, jolting, and so welcome it shreds what little control I've gotten back earlier. When you're kissing Grady McKnight, it's the kind of thing that demands all of you, and I'm so down to give up everything. Before I can stop myself, I react with a shuddering gasp, my arms looped around his strong neck. I hold on for dear life. Unlike a minute ago, I'm worried I actually will faint from the sultry, all-consuming need lashing through me. Every last bit of me shuts down except what's able to feel, to taste, to savor this man. Grady isn't nearly so paralyzed. Lucky me. Next thing I know, my legs are looped around his waist and he has me pressed up against the washing machine, the bulge in his jeans grinding between my legs, his rough grunt spilling in my mouth. He's pure business, claiming what he wants, pressing my butt hard against the washer like a storm pressed into a man. I'm gone like butter under a heat lamp. Breathless whimpers become full-bodied moans against his marauding tongue. He pushes my lips open with a growl and takes me over, takes what's his, what's always belonged to him since that first strange night together, if I'm brutally honest. Oh my God. The kiss turns open-mouthed, 100 degrees hotter than the air outside, tongues swirling, tasting, fencing. Every time I try to drift away, mostly for precious oxygen, his fierce lips keep our mouths fused. I swear, he's determined to flipping brand me with one long vicious kiss. His hands glide under my dress, skimming up my thighs, his calloused skin raking against my softness. Oh, wow. Wow. I love it. Every searing second. But love doesn't do justice to every wild touch, every caress and stroke. Love can't describe the need, the shock, the fury to have him inside me. In all of 2 minutes, I'm completely drunk on his rough hands. Grady, I whimper, digging my nails into his back. All he has to do is unzip his pants, bite my lip, and plunge in. I'm that ready. Yes, it's insane how fast it's happening. But the lightning swiftness makes it that much more exciting, makes me that much crazier, wishing he'd take me right now. He doesn't, though. With a few smaller, softer, sweeter kisses, he rears back, pressing his forehead against mine.
Shit. Sorry. That was my fault. I've been trying not to all day. I just fucking broke, Willow.
Why? I ask, running a hand across his cheek, adoring the soft scratch of his scruff. Don't get second thoughts. I liked it.
Why? Because you're so fuck hot it kills me, and because I think I'd rather let Bruce out of the barn than deal with the fallout from this.
He rasps, shoving his forehead against mine harder.
Don't know what the hell came over me. This isn't right.
I run my hands down his massive arms that are still holding me against him. No matter what he says, his body has a different sense of right and wrong.
My legs are still wrapped around his waist. Even if he's full of regrets, it isn't smothering the fire. The heave of his chest as he draws another breath and then beams fire in his gaze. Quit apologizing. I obviously don't mind, I whisper, panting the words, staring into deep brown eyes that promise devastation. The kind of ruin any woman would die for. He chuckles, lifting his head to look at me. I don't do this shit, Willow. I don't kiss strange women who only show up because they need help. I don't let my dick get me into trouble. Hell, I don't even date. His chest heaves, and he looks away, wrestling his lust like an angry serpent. Frowning, I know the real reason, the one he doesn't say. He's not ready to move on. Yet I also know his wife is long dead, and he's still very much alive. Grady, baby, I'm not asking for flowers and candy or a nice dinner out, I say, locking my gaze with his so he can't look away. I'm only here for a short time. I'd never expect more than today, more than tonight. His lips turned down, brows pulled together, strained in thought. You mean? I shrug. A little tension relief would be healthy for both of us. Just saying. His frown deepens as he releases me and starts to turn. Sigh. Smiling, I unhook my legs from his waist and lower them to the floor. Then I stand, fixing my dress as I push my other hand to his deliciously bulky shoulder. A hot fling without commitments isn't a sin, Grady. I know you're kinda old-fashioned, but hear me out. To me, it's two healthy adults having fun. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I plant a quick kiss on his lips. Let me know if you change your mind. You know where to find me. Willow. He turns to look at me, all single dad Zeus thunder in his voice and bolts in his eyes. The roar of four-wheelers sounds, this time closer to the house. Oof. Apparently that hot-as-hell makeout session went on longer than I thought. I step away from him, afraid I've gone too far. I don't know what I'm doing. I've truly never thrown myself at a man like this. If you're not interested, that's cool too, I tell him. You've got a lot on your plate. I get it. It wasn't fair for me to... He grasps my arm so suddenly I gasp. Woman, I am damn interested. I started it. But the girls... Smiling, I push a finger to his lips, cutting him off. I don't want him to finish. Not when I'm beaming up at him with my entire being. Because he didn't say no. We don't have to decide this minute, I whisper, suppressing a giggle. Later tonight would be fine. Tonight, he repeats, a burning flicker in his eyes. Yeah, fuck. I'll be there. With a parting sticky glance, I exit the laundry room, careful to put a little extra oomph in my hips for him. I know he's staring as I walk away. I'm still throbbing from head to toe, and I stumble into the kitchen, barely catching a hold of the counter to help me stand just as Avery bursts inside.
Willow, I found more flowers, but, I don't know what they are, she says, bringing a pensive finger to her lips. Can you take a look at them, please? Grady's hands grasp my waist firmly, and he gently pushes me toward the door ahead of him, with his hand skimming down the small of my back. We'll both look, he says. More than willing with that encouragement, I glance over my shoulder at him. I just need my shoes. I'll get them for you, Avery shouts, running into my room and returning a second later with my flip-flops. Grady gives me a slow, silent, oh-so-heavy look. Yeah, the anticipation over tonight might just kill me. Still, I don't shy away from winding an arm around Grady's waist as we head outside. We walk along the starting track on the ATV route, stopping every now and then to examine new plants the girls found. The majority of them are weeds, and although they're flowering, most aren't the kind we want in the flower beds, because they'll choke out everything else. The girls are disappointed when I tell them,
but they understand as we continue around the track, searching for good flowers. At least, I think that's what's going on. It's hard to walk, much less think, when you feel like you might float away like a stray balloon. Touching Grady does that. My nipples are hard, greedy nubs. My tongue presses against the roof of my mouth. My knees almost give out several times. My lungs and my heart are having a skipping contest, especially when Grady caresses the underside of my thigh. Damn him and his secret devil touches. But it's a special kind of fire blazing through me when I squeeze him, and when my breasts touch his back without the extra protection of a bra, hi, welcome to the end of my life. I'm so completely screwed. When we arrive back at the house, I go check on Bruce one more time while he starts the grill. The separation is good and gives me time to think. Will I even survive a close encounter of the sexy kind with him? Honest question. My bedroom experiences have been few and far between. Kinda comes with the territory when you grow up being the teacher's pet with a famous zoologist for a dad. I think I intimidated a lot of boys who might have been interested, so they kept their distance. I wonder if I know what I'm doing. I wonder if we can do this without any heart bruises. Because once this is over, I'll probably never see Grady or his girls ever again. At the same time, I have a deep sense that it's past time Grady found a fresh look on life, a second chance, just like the freshly planted flowers. He's clearly into me, and I'm happy to shake things up. He's been buried in grief and loneliness for too long, and if I can help while I'm here, well, why not? Sure, I think my mind would work up any justification for a night with him, but it does make sense, to me. I think. Either that, or I just really want to wind up under him and find out what every seething inch of that bulldozer body can do.
Willow, is everything all right? Dad's about to put the stakes on.
Sawyer's little nose is right behind me as I close up the barn, and I smile at the sight. I've never gotten so attached so fast, and not just to her fine, freaking father. I'm going to miss this entire family when I leave. Nothing to worry about, I say, checking the locks on the door one more time. I was just watching Bruce. He's still out for his evening nap and totally content in the barn. No lie, he's adapted as quickly to this place as I have, though it's no place for a tiger. Then again, we've both done our fair share of traveling over our lives, and staying anywhere for longer than a few days makes us comfortable. Did you know Bruce was with a circus once? It was before I met him. But it's true, I say, while we walk across the farm.
He was? Wow!
She skips along at my side, carrying a flower in her dainty hand. Yep, he was born in a zoo in upstate New York, and then sold to a circus as a cub. But the circus went bankrupt, and since then he's been bouncing around from small-town zoos and sanctuaries before ending up with me, because his last place had to get rid of all their big cats. I'm careful to leave out any mention of exotic planes or the nefarious crap, hiding it behind my smile.
How old is he?
Sawyer asks. About 15, give or take a few months.
Is that old for a tiger? How long will he live?
Until he's 25 or so, maybe close to 30, if he's lucky. Hopefully he'll wind up a big orange Methuselah, I tell her.
I hope so,
she throws back with a far-off smile. I wish I had more than hope to cling to. With a nice day like this, it's easy to forget I have no clue where Bruce will end up or how comfortable he'll be in a new home. Trying to make myself feel better about it, I explain how tigers in the wild only live to be 12 or so, but in captivity, where they have few natural threats and a regular diet and quality care, they can live twice as long. Our tiger talk continues on the patio with Avery and Grady joining in. The topic shifts from animals to Dallas life as we eat dinner, but there's never a lull in the chatting or the easy laughs. It still feels like a sauna outside, but there's been a shift in the wind. At first, it felt like a heater blowing, while we devoured the best marinated steaks, broccoli, and twice-baked potatoes I think I've ever tasted. Now it's turning dark and ominous. Grady scans the horizon as we start clearing the patio table.
Typical hot-ass day. I think the muggy weather's brewing up a storm, he says.
A bad one?
Avery turns her concern-rippled face to me.
Will it hurt the flowers?
No, hun. Rain is good for them, I assure her. It has more oxygen than irrigation water, too, and releases all the nutrients the plants need.
Oh, all right. Let's hope it's a big rain, then.
Back to her plucky self, she collects a few empty bowls and plates and carries them into the kitchen. Inside, the girls continue helping with cleanup, and then with the laundry before they insist on a Yahtzee rematch. Can't say I mind the excuse to have my eyes on something besides Grady. The storm blows in during the game with loud thunder rattling the windows and sweeping sword-like flashes of lightning. A cute weather guy with his hair styled on TV says it's supposed to come in waves all night. I'm thankful the house is safe and secure, and so is the barn. I've been caught in monsoons and rainstorms in Africa that seemed like whole seas falling down, so I'm not overly concerned. A sturdy roof beats roughing it in a field tent any night. Look at that. Must be my lucky night, I say after winning the second game in a row. Must be. The heated look Grady aims my way sets my face on fire. He's a man of little innuendo, but, wow, does he know how to use it. Trying to hide how the rest of me sizzles, I say, "Or are you all just cheating so I can win?" I flash them a wink. "Never," Grady says.
"I'd never cheat,"
Sawyer says, her head propped up on one hand.
"Nope,"
Avery adds with a yawn. His eyes turn to the kids and he slowly nods.
"I think all the hard work today has worn you two out,"
Grady says, gathering up the dice in one hand.
"Why don't we call it a night? Sounds like a break in the storm and a good chance to get to sleep."
No argument here. Just, so many butterflies exploding in my belly I feel like I'm riding a tsunami. I box up the game and hold it out for him to drop the dice in before I stand. Avery wraps her hands around my arms.
"Will you help tuck me in with the new sheets, Willow? It's always tough to get them just right when they're fresh out of the dryer."
"You bet," I say, happy to buy my tingling body a few more minutes before Judgment Day with Grady. All four of us head upstairs, Grady with Sawyer, who says she wants to talk to him alone. Once Avery's in her PJs and lying down in clean new sheets, I tuck the covers around her. "There you go, bedbug. Nice and comfy." She smiles and points to the nightstand beside her bed.
"Will you give me Bobby? It's a stormy night."
"Bobby?" She gestures at the drawer.
"I like to sleep with him on nights like this. It's a habit."
I open the drawer and find a large purple beanbag bobcat. It makes me grin instantly. I bet this toy has something to do with Grady's bar, and that winking sign that guided me to safety the first night I came stumbling into his life. Avery settles in with the stuffed cat in her arms, and she's dozing off by the time I leave. Grady passes by, entering the room, and I go into Sawyer's to say goodnight to her. I smile again, this time wider when I see an identical purple bobcat tucked against her pillow. Minutes later, Grady and I meet in the hall, pulling each bedroom door closed. The house is freakishly still now. The electricity outside feels minuscule compared to the invisible tension crackling across the hall between us. Even every breath feels loaded, dense as ozone. Giddy with excitement, I take the hand he holds out to me so fast it makes me blush. "So, question, is your bar named after two little stuffed purple bobcats?" I ask him with a knowing wink. He chuckles. "Guilty. They've had them since they were born. It was either the purple bobcat or Bobby, and the second one's not the vibe I'm going for." I laugh. Good choice. What is your vibe, anyway? His lips quirk up in a smile, and I'm drowning in brown-eyed amusement. "The bar was a different place before I bought it.
More of a lawless biker dive than anything else. It was called The Den, back when old Wiley McGill owned it. The dude even kept a shotgun behind the bar to break up knife fights. Holy crap, my eyebrows shoot up. Yeah. When I finally scraped together the cash for the sale and knew he wanted to retire, I set out to do away with that crap. This town needs more places where friends and families can get together without having to worry about anybody losing an eye or having their car broken into while it's parked out back. So I gave it a new name, a makeover, a mess of antique signs and silly jokes, and made it the kind of place anybody could like. I gave Dallas a new happy place. My heart swoons a little harder, hearing his passion and care for his people. They're not just detached clients keeping him afloat financially. The way Grady talks, it's clear he treats everyone like one big extended family. He stops near the staircase then, and I sense his hesitation. If I weren't having a secret conniption fit myself, I'd be over the moon at the thought of Grady being nervous around me. But here we are, smack dab in the middle of now or never. His bedroom is down the hall. Or do we go downstairs to mine? I don't have a preference, but with the girls so close, I think my room might be the better choice. With a grin, he lifts my hand, kisses it, and then starts down the stairs. We don't stop on the main floor like I expect, though, but go all the way to the basement. In his man cave, I ask, "We're not here to watch the cameras, right?" "We'd better not be." "Fuck no." He growls, a hot second before his mouth attacks mine again with the force of a stampede. His kiss might literally leave marks, and I want it. I give it back like I'm starving because, oh hell yes, I am. So completely, so thoroughly, so drunkenly enchanted by his lips, I can barely think when he breaks away. Every inch of my skin hums with electricity. He hollows me out and fills me with his own aggressive strongman energy with every kiss, leaving me wringing down to my toes. Taking hold of my hand again, he leads me across the room to the futon that he flips flat with the toe of one foot. "Bruce won't hear you scream from down here," he whispers, lifting a brow. Oh, crap. I laugh and run my hands over his chest. He's so ripped, so hard and enticing. I shudder. "That's sure, huh? You're going to make me scream?" I bite my bottom lip. "Only for more," he rumbles, kissing me again. "Big promises," I tease, sliding my hands under his shirt. "Promises I'll keep." He cups one of my breasts with one massive hand, teasing my nipple through the dress. "When you opened your bedroom door wearing this, I got hard as fucking steel, and I still am. You've been pure torment all evening." "Oh?" It's a half question, half moan because I love the way he's pinching my nipple. "Yeah. When the sun was coming through the windows behind you, your dress looked translucent." He cups my other breast and slays me with his pressure. I could see two dark, pert little nipples right through it. Knew I'd have to taste them, darling. Fucking knew. His face dips down and his tongue licks my left nipple, sucking it against his mouth through my dress. Sweet hell! I've never felt anything so amazing. I think if he keeps this up, I might just explode still standing. God, trying to downplay just how badly I want him to keep at it, I whisper, "Didn't know my dress was see-through." "I figured. You prance around like you've got no damn clue what you'd do to me. High time you found out," he snarls, releasing my nip, just long enough to grasp the hem of my dress and yank it over my head. In one fell swoop, I'm practically naked in front of him, and flushed beet red. I keep my arms up after he discards my dress, giving him full access to feast on my sight, to feel, to kiss, to do whatever he wants. He doesn't disappoint,
And a second later, we're on the futon, where he picks up touching, licking, kissing me into oblivion. His lips find mine again as his hand slides into my panties. Talk about direct. Of course, I love it. Those thick caveman fingers make me gasp as they tease my pussy, tickling the outside of my slit, then turning in to sink so deep, my breath hitches. But only for a second, before the pad of his thumb slides up, raking my clit, making me a steaming, wilting mess in his arms. You need to know. I haven't been with anyone since Brittany, so you don't have to worry about catching anything, he says. Good thing he remembers, honestly. The thought about protection hadn't crossed my mind in this torn-up state. I peel my eyes open. I'm clean too. I haven't had much time for fun, but the few times I did in college, we were safe. Do you have any condoms? In my room. I'll grab them. But I thought we'd ease into this first before we get down to serious business. Holy screaming shit. Like this isn't serious business already? I'm not even sure I'll survive another 60 seconds of his fingers in me without coming myself blind. Thoroughly enjoying what's happening, I groan, showing him just how much I like his hand. I have to save face, so I shift to playing coy. What kind of fun did you have in mind? This, he growls, and just like that, two of his fingers sink deep, this time to stay. My hips arch, giving him full access, a sigh like hot wax oozing out of me. Grady, God, I think, yeah, I can live with that. Can you live with this? His eyes narrow like steaming crescent moons. His thumb returns to my clit while those fingers pump, rending me in two. A fireball builds in my core, molten and erratic, and dangerously ready to light me up. I have to tighten my thighs to hold on, to keep ecstasy at bay, digging my nails into his shoulders. You hear me, Willow? He asks, fully in his glory as those glowing brown eyes drink me in. Yes, I whine back, my legs starting to shake. Good, because this little nub has a lot more coming, and a lot more fucking coming to do for me. He gently pinches my clit, sending more thrills rocketing through my system. And these nipples, he adds, lowering his teeth to tease, sucking my soft butt against his tongue. Destroyed. My last shred of sanity snaps. I'm humping his hand like an animal in heat, grinding into him, already on the precipice. I'm not even sure how I can talk, but something hits me then. Willow, he breathes, his voice so dark. It doesn't seem fair, I gasp. I'm the only one having all this. Like hell. He moves to the next nipple, staring up at me with those bearish eyes. I'm loving every second, tearing you down, making you mine, showing you how sweet you can come for me. He hoists me off the futon then, tumbling me up, delirious. I fall against him, my knees beginning to buckle as my heartbeat bangs my stomach, and a dense, thudding pulse roars in my blood. I close my eyes, lost in his fingers, his kiss, his promises. This is where the mind turns off and Hurricane Grady sweeps me away. Grady, I whimper, my eyes pinched so tight it hurts. Or rather, it would hurt if he weren't a split second away from bringing me to the best climax of my life. He chuckles and then takes my nipple completely in his mouth while his hand picks me up and throws me over the edge. His attention to detail is impeccable. All sweet, hot tension, a magician's touch crafted to bring a woman under his spell. Totally unlike anything I've ever known. Totally like this man was made to do this, to stroke and rule and seduce me to pieces, and then to catapult me up to all seven heaven. But just when I'm about to lose it, Gripping his shirt and twisting it around my hand, he drops to his knees and takes those glorious fingers away. He shoves my panties down with one swift tug and replaces his hand with his mouth. I'm so over, so undone as he pushes me against the wall. As his tongue sinks into me, as he makes me ride his face and slaps my clit with his tongue and, "Coming!" I shriek, right before I bite down on the back of my wrist. Knock me out with a feather. I never knew a human O could have this many levels. The first is this peppermint heat that bathes my brain in a slow, sugary rush of good feels. The second is all convulsions, intense and merciless, riding the wave of his beard like my life depends on it, and I'm screaming, okay? I hope to all that's holy neither Bruce nor the girls can hear us. The third and final layer to my beautiful destruction is the grin on Grady's face. Even if his mouth is still eating me for breakfast, lunch, and supper, I know I can feel it. He's freaking euphoric that he's brought me such incredible strike-me-down pleasure, at least 2 or 3 minutes of slow-burning inferno that totally empties me out. As if Mother Nature wants in on the fun, there's a loud clap of thunder. I open my eyes to the house shaking, wondering how long the storm kicked back up while we've been blissfully occupied. It's a miracle I'm still on my feet by the end of it, and only because he had the good sense to pin me against the nearest wall, hands braced on his shoulders. I'm panting for dear life as he rises, kisses my lips and whispers, "Stay right here and take a breather. I'll be right back." I run a finger along his jaw. "Don't be long." "Nah," he whispers, shoving his forehead against mine. "Gonna be inside you real soon. Will-o-wisp." "I can't wait." I whimper back, loving how he holds me in his arms. Then, with a parting kiss, just to let him know I'm serious, I watch him smile over his shoulder as he stalks up the stairs on a mission.
12. Here, kitty kitty. Grady. I'm damn near shaking at the superhuman effort it took to hold back till I'd turned Willow Macklin into a shaking hot mess of soft moans and delights. The thought of doing it again, bringing her off harder while I pound us both to paradise, is fucking exhilarating. I take both flights of steps to my room 3 at a time. Thank God Falk gave me a fairly new box of rubbers as a joke last Christmas. Being newly happily married, his smartass now thinks a sweet woman and a lot of nookie is every man's answer to the good life. I'm not ready for the woman part, but as for the nookie, it's game fucking on. I'd given him nothing but shit over it at the time, but now I could hug the man till he chokes. Yeah, I damn near lost it in the laundry room when she first suggested sex. That was right after I'd seen through her summer dress and realized she hadn't been wearing anything except a little pair of cotton panties. They were pink. I'd found that out downstairs and loved shearing them off her as much as I adored everything else. The condoms are in my bathroom, tucked in the back of the closet where not even Aunt Faye would have ever looked. I sure as hell don't need that embarrassment. Darting into my room, I almost hit the light switch, but pause when I realize it should be dark before I turn it on. The light is wrong. The yard light doesn't shine in this window at that angle. What the hell? Leaving the room light off, I walk over and look out the window. Damn, the storm must have gotten worse again while we were busy. The light pole in the yard looks like it's been snapped in half. The light hangs on only by the electrical line running to it. Shit. I can't leave it like that. It's a hazard. I'll have to at least run outside and kill the power to it so we don't risk any bigger disasters. Just my goddamn luck. No sweet fuckery for more years than I care to count. And here I run smack into a mess before we can do the deed. Still, another 10 minutes won't kill me, even if it makes me see red. I stomp back downstairs without the condoms and throw on my shoes before running out the front door. At least it's no longer raining. The thunder booms from the other direction like distant artillery now. Looks like we've had a blast of straight-line winds, though. The yard light pole is cut clean through the middle, while a stray shovel leaned against the shed is still standing up. That's not unusual. Straight-line winds in these parts can take out a whole building and leave the mailbox next to it completely untouched. All part of the charm of summers in flyover country. Leaping down the steps, I jog toward the pole shed, where I'll find the junction box for the yard light so I can turn off the transformer. Halfway there, a creak, then a clanging noise make me turn around. Holy frigging balls. My heart claws at my throat when I see what's happened to the barn. The front sliding door is flapping in the breeze like a metal lid half torn off a can at an odd angle, still attached by only one roller. The track looks flayed away from the main building, hanging down over the opening. I can see inside the lit building, and a few steps later, the stock trailer. No movement, no silhouettes in the darkness. Nothing. My heart throat punches me again as I glance around, looking for a missing tiger. Half-ass wondering if I should whisper, "Here, kitty kitty." Not. But hell, I have to see if he's still alive, still here. With grave caution, I make my way to the barn like I'm back in Fallujah with enemy snipers crouched around every corner, constantly checking all directions with an attentiveness I haven't needed since Iraq. The service door is barely attached by the hinge, and I carefully enter, stepping up on the tongue of the trailer to peek inside. Motherfuck. Empty. Of course it's empty. I shoot back out the door and search the grounds, furiously splashing through huge puddles and throwing my gaze everywhere, wishing I could grow 6 more eyeballs. Sure as shit, near the side of the barn, I spot them. Tiger tracks in the mud. Extremely fresh ones, I hope. Like a bat out of hell, I bullet over to the house, bellowing Willow's name before I damn near rip the door off. She comes flying upstairs, still pulling her dress on over her head.
Grady, what is it? What's wrong?
Bruce, he's gone.
What?
She looks at me like she's just been shot. Her soft, tight body zips past me, dashing out the door before I have a chance to tell her what happened. Noting the flip-flops she must have dropped on her panicked way out, I grab them and chase her out the door, beelining it to the barn.
Brucey? Bruce?
She screams, both hands cupped around her mouth for volume. He's not here, I say, answering her shouts.
Yeah, I can see that.
It was straight-line winds, had to be. That shit snapped the security light and blew the door off one hinge. I point at the ground near the side of the barn. See there? Tiger prints in the mud. She flies past me for a look.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because you keep doing that, Toots, running around like a hen on fire before I can get a word in. Look, darling, we gotta calm both our asses down. Still holding her shoes, I follow her outside and stop next to her. Here, put these on. She takes the shoes, drops them to the ground, and steps into them while ignoring the mud already caked to her feet. She goes back to examining the ground.
They go this way, down along the fence, almost to the road. Oh no, oh shit, Grady, he could have left the farm. And if he was scared by the storm, he could make it all the way to town in no time. He can run over 30 miles an hour.
I don't have the energy to groan. I just slap my thigh, digging in my pocket for my keys. We need to move, I growl. She grabs my arm.
Wait, give me a minute to think. We're going to need the trailer when we find him, and look at that door, the way it's bent. We can't get the trailer out. Dad, Willow, what's wrong?
The set of tiny voices calling out behind us gives me a whole new reason to shudder. Get inside, girls, right now. Lock the door. This is not the time for questions. I shout to Sawyer as she steps on the porch. Go on.
What happened?
She stops as Avery points at the barn.
Is Bruce okay? Dad!
Avery shouts.
Your phone's ringing.
Willow looks at me, her blue eyes ablaze. I know she's thinking what I'm thinking. Damn it all. We both run to the house. Avery hands me my phone as soon as I'm inside, taking a second to make sure both girls are in and they're not going back out. It's Drake, I tell Willow, swiping at the incoming call icon. Grady, Drake says, sounding out of breath. Dude, please tell me your tiger's in your barn. First, I got a phone call from Dean Coffey while he was out storm chasing down the highway. He swore he saw something big and orange on 4 legs, black stripes, mean-looking scowl before it ran off in a cornfield. Then, an hour ago, Thelma Simon said she saw the biggest cougar she'd ever seen creeping around her fence. Please tell me they're seeing things, man. Son of a bitch. I clear my throat before I drop the bomb. Yeah, Drake, they are seeing things, like a goddamn tiger for one. Fuck, Drake growls. Oh, Jesus, shit. Okay, exactly, I say into the phone, looking at Willow, whose sweet face has turned paler than driven snow. While Drake was talking, I heard Sawyer tell Willow that Drake is with the Dallas Police Department. He actually is the police department, mostly. Or at least by far the most active and skilled deputy around these parts, with nothing but a skeleton crew and an aging sheriff. Grady, I wasn't done with the bad news, Drake says. The storm tore a hole in our fence. Edison and Edna are missing too. Shit. We just went from an emergency to a dick-on-fire panic. Even if an encounter isn't really likely, Bruce could kill those 2 horses in less than a heartbeat. We're gonna start looking for him right now, but we need a trailer. Ours is trapped in the barn, I say. You got a spare? Stop by and grab one of mine, Drake answers without hesitation. Bella and I are heading east, straight to Big Fish Lake, Edison's usual getaway place. Okay, we'll grab the trailer and be right behind you. Are we going to look for Bruce? Sawyer asks as I hang up the phone. My jaw clamps shut. I can't have them with me. Not for this, and definitely not if Bruce attacked one of the horses. That would traumatize them forever. But it's also night. I can't leave them alone, and Willow sure as hell won't stay behind to save her life with her boy MIA. And I'll be damned if I'd let her go off on a wild tiger chase alone. She shuts the door and looks at the girls. Bruce might come back here all on his own. I really need you two to stay inside and keep your eyes peeled for him, understood? Keep checking all the windows, and if you see him, call your dad immediately. Whatever you do, don't take a single step outside. I mean it, girls, you can do that, can't you? Yeah, we can, Avery says, standing up tall and proud. This might work, but I have my reservations. My hand lingers on my phone. Half a mind to call Hank, even if I have to fess the hell up about this insanity to one more soul. Listen to Willow or you're grounded for life. Also, I have to kill the power going to the yard light, I say. Can't leave it hanging like that. It could short out and start a fire. We don't need the yard light, Dad, Sawyer says. The barn lights are on, and we'll turn on all the porch lights. We'll stay inside and call you right away if we see anything. We won't go outside, honest. I turn to Willow. You think he might come back? He could. It's familiar turf, sort of. He hasn't been here super long, but it's hard to say. She shrugs, a worried frown sagging on her face. It's the best solution for now, and we're short on time. All right, I'll go hit the power to the light and get the truck. Drake said we can use one of his horse trailers. I need my shoes for this. These flip-flops won't cut it, Willow says, already running. I give the girls another heavy warning about staying inside at all times, and, just for good measure, add that they're not to try and coax Bruce near the house if they see him. We promise, they tell me for the dozenth time. If we make it through this, I think today might be the day my little girls grew up. Just for good measure, I fire off a text to Hank. Hey man, hell of a storm tonight. Did some damage to the barn. Everyone's okay, but I have to run into town for some supplies, plus the Larkin horses are on the loose again. Can you check in with the girls every 10 minutes? I'll fill you in later. I'm relieved he's still awake, and sends back an affirmative a minute later. Then I'm outside in a flash. Willow meets me in the pole shed a minute later. So, Drake Larkin is a cop? She asks, her brows knit together. Yep. Why'd he call you about a tiger sighting? Because he knows about Bruce, about you, and, well, everything.
What?
Her eyes grow wide and snap with anger.
Jesus, Grady, how many people have you told about us?
Just a few close friends, people I know who can help, who've dealt with shit like this before. They'll keep their mouths shut, same as Falk, I promise you. Drake's one of those folks, and he's a good man. I give her a look that says I'd stake my life on that claim.
Well,
her hands are on her hips, and she sighs.
I hope your daughters learned to keep secrets from their mother, but fine.
I grin, not about to get into a pissing match with her right now, I say. Drake has 2 horses missing, Edison and Edna.
Shit,
she hisses.
Not good.
Exactly, I say, knowing she shares my worry about Bruce eating them up. Edison's like a living legend around here. He's old now, very old, and hyper-intelligent. His mare, Edna, she's too friendly with everyone. She'd probably let Bruce come right the hell up to her for a sniff. We have to find that tiger now. She runs both hands through her hair.
All right, I'll take the 4-wheeler. You take the truck and go get the trailer and... Crud! I can't use the GPS on my phone to let you know where I'm at, can I? Not with the risk of getting tracked.
I nod, glad she remembered. Go grab a phone from one of the girls. They keep theirs unlocked, and they only need one while they're here. Plus, I already have a tracking app for them on my phone. She runs out of the pole shed while I pull the truck out, then the 4-wheeler. She's back with Avery's phone, climbing on the ATV with her pretty brown hair that should have been in my fist fluttering in the wind. Do you know how to drive one of these? I ask.
Yes.
She shifts the ATV.
And I've tracked a tiger before at night, so hopefully we'll have the same luck pinning him down.
She's gone then, long chestnut hair flying behind her as she speeds down the driveway. I glance at the house. The girls have the doors shut and wave to me through the window. I wave back and jump in my truck, rocks spraying behind my wheels as I race for the road. How the hell has my life come to this in just a couple weeks? Leaving my girls home alone. Almost having the hottest fling ever with a woman I barely know. Searching for a fucking tiger in the dead of the night. Clearly, fate decided to drop me on my head somewhere along the line. I'm not the same Grady McKnight I've known my entire life. Halfway down the highway, my phone rings. Drake again. I answer. On my way to your place, I tell him.
Good. We're almost to the lake and haven't seen any signs of the horses or the tiger, but I wanted to let you know I have a tranquilizer gun with me. We got a few from County Animal Control last year.
Shit. You really think it'll be enough to take down a roaming tiger? I ask, thankful as hell we won't have to resort to lethal force. I hope.
Remember last fall when Arthur Snowden's bison got loose and came charging into town, knocking over like 10 trash cans and a big blue mailbox? I've kept a few on hand for emergencies ever since.
Watching the lights of the 4-wheeler that's turning off the road toward the old front pasture, I say. Willow's tracking her boy off-road on an ATV right now. She's headed cross-country to your land. At the rate she's going, she'll be there before me, because I have to stay on the road.
I'll keep an eye out for her. Update me ASAP if anything changes.
Drake clicks off. I'm so distracted I accidentally call Sawyer's phone when I mean to dial Avery's, which is Willow's temporary phone.
Dad, no sign of him yet,
Sawyer says as soon as she answers.
We're looking out the windows constantly.
I smile, because I'm sure they are. They'll never forget this excitement their entire lives. If nothing bad comes from this shit show, then maybe someday I'll be glad my girls got to experience chasing down a tiger on the loose. Okay, Peanut, keep in touch with me or Hank, I tell her.
We will.
I hear both of them chime. Then I hang up and call the right phone.
I'm following his tracks as much as I can make out the trail. Looks like they stopped a little while ago after some big breaks,
Willow says. Damn, I figured as much. Just wanted to let you know there's a fence about a mile ahead. It's barbed wire, and if you go another half a mile south, there's a gate to get through.
Good to know. Thanks. I think he's been the only thing through here, judging by the mud trail a few paces back. I saw the prints.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Drake. I rush out, hoping to tell her.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. I have to find him, Grady," she whispers heavily into the phone.
"We will, and I should tell you Drake has a tranquilizer gun, so if you hear a shot, that might be it. I think it's the kind that lets him fire from a distance. No worries, though. He'll do everything he can to not hurt your boy."
"Oh, that's good to know. I see the fence coming up, so I'd better go. But Grady, thanks."
Her voice trembles.
"Thanks for all you've done and keep doing for me and Bruce. I'll make it up to you somehow, I swear."
I grin to myself. "By starting back up where we left off earlier?" I ask with an exaggerated growl that makes her laugh.
"That too, Mr. One-Track Mind. Bye."
I press my foot harder on the gas pedal and click on the app to show the movement of her phone on the truck's display screen. She's up along the highway for a short time and then makes it past Drake's place. Not too close to their house by the looks of it, which hopefully means Bruce didn't catch a whiff of the horses heading for the lake. I get to his ranch a short time after she crosses the road. My gut churns hellfire. She's heading for Big Fish Lake now. I hook up the horse trailer in record time and then take the field road winding toward the lake. It's shorter than going off the main road, at least. The screen shows Willow tracing circles by the time I'm closing in. I'm not sure if that means she's lost the trail or found Bruce. I just keep going as fast as I can, but it's not quick enough. Fuck, I need to call her.
"I've lost his trail,"
she says immediately.
"The grass is short, so it's not lying down through the fields, and there are lots of trees."
She pauses.
"I've been seeing plenty of fresh horse tracks, though."
Crap, that means Edison and Edna ran off to their favorite lake retreat for sure. "On my way. Keep your eyes peeled," I tell her.
"I will."
My phone dings. "Drake's calling me," I grunt.
"Okay."
She hangs up, and I answer Drake. "We see Willow, and we're moving in," Drake says. "Looks like the horses are somewhere close to her, too. We found their trail, and now I can see the lights on the ATV. She says she's seen horse tracks. I'm about 5 minutes out. Meet you there." My heart is fucking pounding by the time I hang up. It'll be a dark damn day for Dallas if anything happens to this town's favorite horse. Never mind the fact that Bruce doesn't belong anywhere in the North Dakota wilds. Scared, lost, he could attack anything in sight, including Willow. I pound my foot into the gas, scouring the night with eagle eyes. It seems like ages before I see lights. A pickup with a stock trailer and a four-wheeler driving toward the truck. I drive faster, causing my truck to bounce hard along the rough trail. The pickup pulls forward, and the ATV approaches.
"Drake, I just saw a black horse,"
Willow yells as I roll down my window.
"Follow me."
She spins the vehicle around and barrels on. I have to slow down once I catch up to Drake's truck and trailer because the rough road narrows. Can't see anything around his rig, and it's driving me nuts. He stops as I slam on my brakes, throw the truck in park, and jump out. Willow is ahead of Drake's truck, and I run past him while he's climbing out.
"There, right there,"
Willow whispers, pointing into the trees.
"See the horses?"
"That's them, all right, Edison and Edna," I say with a nod. Bella, Drake's wife, walks up beside us, along with Drake himself, carrying the long tranquilizer gun.
"See them?"
Willow asks, again pointing into the copse of trees.
"Edison, Edna, meet you at the barn,"
Bella says with a whistle. A horse nickers in reply. My nerves are just about shot to tatters. "Careful, we don't want Bruce to hear," I tell Willow. "He could be stalking them."
"I doubt it," she says, shaking her head. "He's not hungry. He ate his dinner, so as long as he's not cornered, he's not going to treat them like prey." "Lady, you'd better be right,"
Bella tells her with a wink. I hope like hell she is too, for everyone's sake. Sure, he's practically her pet, but I also know he's a wild beast with instincts that aren't like any farm animal, much less a house cat. I keep those thoughts to myself as Bella whistles again. The horse nickers louder. "The hell? Why isn't he coming?" Drake asks his wife. "He always listens to that command."
"I don't know, but it's almost like he wants me to come to him,"
she answers, unsure. Drake grabs her arm and flings her to his chest. "Not on your life. I'll go." he says. Bella looks at him with a look that says, "Try and stop me." If it weren't so damn serious, I'd be laughing. Sometimes I think Drake's still learning what he's in for by wifing up an oil mogul's adventurous granddaughter. Willow climbs off the four-wheeler, and I grab her arm in a flash before she can get ahead of me. She flashes me an "oh really" look, just like the one Drake received. Without another option, we flank the women as all four of us approach the trees. It's not too far before we can make out both horses in the dark. They're standing underneath a huge oak tree with vast coiling branches that hide the small amount of moonlight exposed by the drifting clouds. "Hold up," Drake says, shining his flashlight at the horses and then lashing it around them. I'm doing the same with my light, wondering if Bruce is somewhere close, crouched down in the grasses. Maybe that's why the horses are scared to move, knowing he'll pounce if they do. I can't make out any green-gold eyes in the dark, no movement, nothing that looks out of place.
"Edison,"
Bella calls softly.
"meet you at the barn."
The horse tosses his head and stomps the dirt, but doesn't take a single step away from his post. Weird. "Damn, that's odd. He's never failed to do it," Drake says. Willow reaches over.
"Can I see that flashlight for a sec?"
I hand it to her and follow as she moves forward, shining the light up into the trees. For a second, there's just a tangle of darkness, crisscrossed limbs and gnarled branches barely illuminated. Then I see it, the black blur, a large spot blocking the light that shouldn't be there. Holy fucking hell. "That is you," she hisses, almost in awe. I zero in on where she's shining the light and barely make out a long, thick rope hanging down. No, more like a tail. Bella and Drake gasp, rubbing at their eyes in disbelief. "Fuck, Grady, is that—" "Yeah, Drake, found him," I whisper.
"Well, I'm not climbing up there to get you,"
Willow says matter-of-factly into the darkness.
"You're just gonna have to find your own way down, Brucey."
Bella moves to her other side, reaching out to rub Edison's nose.
"Mission accomplished, Einstein. Thanks a million. Now time for you to get in the trailer with Edna. There'll be a whole box of candy canes for you guys tonight."
Edison nickers, tossing his head like he knows what he deserves. Then he nudges the other horse. They barely pause as they walk past us, heading for the trailer. "Shit, now how the hell are we going to make that cat cooperate?" Drake asks, chuckling. "Don't think the candy cane trick will work on him." "Damned if I know," I admit. We can't just hit him with a dart either. He's hundreds of pounds, and even if he's not up that high, he might crash down and break a few bones if he passes out. Willow walks closer to the tree, up to the place where the horses were. I join her. Bruce is now directly above us, laid out along the branch like a house cat waiting for the fire department to come charging to the rescue. At which point he'd climb higher, of course. Damn it, I hope that tiger doesn't go higher. "So what now?" I ask. "Any ideas?"
"We go help them load up the horses, then I say we pull your truck and trailer as close together as possible,"
Willow replies.
"He'll have an easier time jumping, and I'll make him get in the trailer."
"How are you gonna pull that off? We should have brought some meat," I grind out.
"Oh, I'll think of something."
Seeing how she's been right about everything else, I'd be a fool not to trust her. Edison and Edna clop into Drake's trailer with barely any encouragement. I pull my truck past his, turn it around, and then back up as close to the trees as possible. Once the gate opens and I'm standing outside again, I ask, "What now?"
"Get in the truck."
"Come again?"
"Get in the truck, Grady," she smiles, "and make sure Drake and Bella don't get out of theirs."
"Why? What the hell are you thinking?"
"Just get in the truck and trust me."
I shake my head, refusing to leave her out here alone with a scared tiger.
"Remember when he heard me scream earlier?" she asks. "Unless you want to get ripped to pieces, get in the truck now."
Oh, Mama, let's fucking go. Grinning ear to ear, I walk to the driver's door and climb in, but I keep one hand on the handle and my eyes on the mirror where I can see her. Taking a huge breath, Willow lets out an ear-splitting scream. My heart leaps into my throat. The instant sharp crack of a tree branch grazes the air. Bruce lands on the ground a second later, crouched low and looking around with blazing gold eyes. Willow says his name and talks to him quietly, softly, as he flicks his tail. Very slowly, he moves closer, looking at her and then swinging his head left and right. She keeps talking till he follows, leading him to the ramp and the trailer one step at a time. I leap out and run back, help her lift the door and secure it as fast as my fingers can move. Fuck me, if I hadn't just seen that, I never would have believed it, Drake says, standing at my side, letting out a whistle. Right ahead of you, man. I've been saying that for weeks, I tell him. I think she's a keeper, Drake says with a lopsided grin. No fucking comment. What I can't believe, Willow says with a smile that splits me open,
is the way your horses ran him up the tree and kept him there for us to find.
That's our Edison, Drake says, every bit of fondness bleeding through. I snort. Whoever heard of a tiger scared of horses? Is this real life?
First time for everything,
Willow says, relaxing her head on my shoulder as the last of her energy from this cluster of a night gives out.
13. Come here, tiger. Willow. As much as I wish it would, this long-ass night doesn't end there. While Grady takes the long road home, I drive back on the four-wheeler cross-country and spot a pickup in the driveway as I'm closing in on the farm. Not Grady's, but Uncle Hank's. Crap. Hank's here. I text Grady as I park the ATV and jump off. What? Why? Did something happen? He sends back. I don't know yet. But I need to find out ASAP. And I get my chance a second later when the screen door bangs open and a pint-sized silhouette materializes. "You're back!" Sawyer shouts. "Uncle Hank stopped by to see if we had any damage. I told him you were helping Drake and Bella catch Edison and Edna." Phew, smart freaking girl. "And I just sent a text to Daddy telling him the same thing," Avery adds. "Good job, girls," I answer, jogging toward the house. We should both be crazy thankful they're so quick on their feet for 10-year-olds. Though I feel bad about them distorting the truth, I'm proud of them for keeping our secrets.
"I was at the bar when the storm came tearing through," Hank says as I enter the house. "Had to stay there till it was over. The winds knocked over the whole dumpster out back, and Weston and I cleaned it up before leaving. Grady texted asking me to check in on the girls, so I decided to do it in the flesh." He's a tall, lanky man with a huge cowboy hat riding low on his head, and he grins at me like he's telling some bawdy inside joke. "Oh, thanks. Grady will appreciate it," I say. "He's still coming back from Drake and Bella's. I rode the ATV home." "Well, as long as all's well here, I'm heading out."
He glances at the girls and then back to me as he continues.
"Tell old Grady to call me and I'll come by to help him fix that barn door. Damn good thing he never kept anything alive in there, huh?"
Uh-oh. His probing tone is telling. Hank isn't stupid. He knows something's up. That's a given. Needing him to leave before he figures anything out, I gesture at the girls. "Don't worry. I'll mention it." "Thank you again," I say, trying to be as diplomatic as possible. I need to get the girls off to bed. Nodding with one last smile, he walks out the door and down the steps. My stomach sinks. I've always sensed something isn't quite right between Hank and Grady. The girls adore their uncle like he hung the stars. But there's no denying how Grady seems at odds whenever Hank picks up the girls. Almost like this weird secret wall between them with whole speeches tucked between the lines. I don't get it. The girls start asking questions 2 at a time as soon as I shut the door. I smile, wondering how it's even possible that I haven't been with them that long. Our connection runs deep, the kind of groove you only find when you meet folks who really share your vibe. They've already talked to Grady on the phone and know Bruce is fine. They chatter on with a dozen stories about Edison the genius horse, telling me how Bella let them brush him and feed him candy canes a few times. There, too, I'd felt a connection. Bella Larkin felt like she was on my wavelength, especially in a pretty big crisis. If things were different, I could see myself making friends with these folks and feeling right at home in these parts. After growing up partly in San Diego and spending the rest of my time trekking around the world, a stick-in-the-mud town like Dallas shouldn't be tucked around my heart like a weighted blanket. But every day I'm here, every person I meet, every minute I'm with Grady and his girls. Yeah, something digs in hard and deep, and I'm kinda afraid what that means when the time comes to move on. Headlights reflect off the front door, and I'm instantly reminded it's not all summer fun. This is a freaking mess, and we all just dodged a cannonball. Thankfully, Bruce was full, so he hadn't been out on the prowl for a meal, just frightened by the storm. Now I have to find a place for him until we can get the barn door fixed. Awesome. More work, more complications, and even more frayed nerves. I open the door and step outside, but lock up on the steps when I notice a second truck behind Grady's. It's Uncle Hank's big pickup returning. Mega crap. What now? Staying put on the porch, I watch as the men meet near the loaner stock trailer holding Bruce. I swallow the thickness in my throat. Guess that seals it then. There's no way to keep this hidden any longer. Grady must have decided to give Hank the truth. I turn and tell the girls to stay inside, then walk down the steps to join them. Hank looks frantic after one good look through the slats in the trailer. He lets out a loud whistle, right before slapping a hand over his mouth. "It's okay. He's not going to break out and claw you," Grady tells him. But Hank mutters a few more indecipherable words and breaks away, jogging to his truck by the time I arrive next to Grady. It's dark, but I can see the frustration souring his face, casting deep lines in his brow. Guilt hits me like a wrecking ball. I hate being responsible for all of this trouble and stress and secrecy. I abhor what my mess has done to this gorgeous man and his friends. "He's grabbing his welder and torch to help me fix the barn door," Grady says numbly as he walks back to the open door of his truck. "Tonight?" I ask, surprised. "Yep, tonight. I'll back this trailer into the pole shed, but we won't be able to close the door. Your boy needs a better place to crash. I hate thinking about him being cooped up in this trailer for even a day." "It's a solid trailer," I say. "Bruce won't be able to get out." He reaches in the truck and retrieves his phone off the console. "Maybe not, but people can see inside it. They can see him. Already had to fill one more person in tonight on the fact that I'm housing an illegal tiger, and I can't say I fancy doing it again." Ouch. I get it now, even if it makes me feel like total crap. "Sad to say we've got a new problem, too," he says, palming his phone. After swiping the screen, he passes it over. It's a grainy picture, dark and blurry, but the unmistakable silhouette of a large cat shines darkly, running through a field of grass. "Oh, shit." I purse my lips, already sure it's Bruce. "Who took this?" "Whoever posted it on that face boogers site everybody uses. Probably Thelma Simon, the town's biggest gossip who runs the Earhart Bed and Breakfast. Drake said she reported him skulking around her property," he says. "It's blowing up the Dallas community forum, too, and making its way to other sites. People are forming search crews to look for it. A lot of folks are supposedly debating whether it's the biggest damn cougar they've ever seen or something else." Oh my God. My heart beats like mad as my worst fears come true. He snatches the phone back as my hands go limp. "Drake showed it to me," he continues. "People are tagging the police department's page and county officials, asking what they're doing about this." Crap, 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 I mumble, rubbing my temples furiously, knowing how crazy people get on social media. The tiniest rumor can take on legendary proportions. This is so not good. We've just entered disaster territory.
There's more. Power's blown out all over the county, he says. Crews have already been dispatched. It's only a matter of hours before they show up to fix the downed poles, including my yard light.
You called them? Even before he shakes his head, I know he hasn't. It's just an impulsive question.
No, but it's a big enough light, and their system will tell them the power's disabled. They'll show up to fix it sooner or later. We have to get Bruce back in that barn ASAP.
Forget sleep. I've got plenty of motivation to stay up for the next week. What can I do to help? I ask, feeling another gut punch of guilt.
Do you know how to drive a tractor?
Sure do. Dad took me around a lot of farms on our travels.
Okay. Once I get this trailer backed into the pole shed, we have to take the door off the barn. We'll use the bucket on the tractor to lift the door off, then fix the track and the rollers and get the door back on.
He ticks each task off his fingers, a mannerism that makes me grin. By the time Hank returns, Grady already has a chain around the barn door, standing in the bucket with me, lifting him high enough to get the chain hooked on. He gestures to lower the bucket. I do, and he jumps out and climbs in the tractor next to me.
I'll lay the door on the ground,
Grady shouts to Hank. Hank gives a thumbs up and opens the tailgate on his pickup. Over the next couple hours, while the men work like fiends on the repair, I use rakes and a flashlight to find and erase the paw prints Bruce left in the mud. When they're ready to lift the door again, Grady puts me back on tractor duty. I'm pleasantly surprised at how smooth it goes, getting the door's rollers back in the fixed track. It's still dark out, barely a slash of sunlight twinkling over the horizon, but from what I can see, the door looks like it's as good as new.
Now, how do we get that tiger back in the barn?
Hank asks after I've parked the tractor out of the way. Grady looks at me, waiting for an answer. Fingers crossed, I say, we'll back the trailer in as close to the opening as possible, and I'll coax him inside.
Coax or scream?
Grady asks. The good-natured glint in his eye gives me the first sense of relief I've had since finding Bruce and scrambling our way through this makeshift cover-up all night. Whatever works best, I answer with a wink. Before he gets in his truck to swing the trailer around to the barn, Grady tells Hank to go inside the house and make sure the girls are still asleep. He's happy to oblige, looking more than a little worn out from the surreal situation he's been tossed into. Once the trailer is backed in as close to the barn as possible, still leaving just enough room for me to put down the back door, Grady climbs out of his pickup.
Let's go. I'll put my truck on one side, unhitch the trailer, and let him rip. Already got Hank's truck on the other side. Bruce should be walled in.
He looks at his setup, using the trucks as extra barricades since the Larkins trailer is too tall to back right into the barn. Good idea. I've already laid out a slab of meat in the center of the pen, hoping Bruce will go for it. If we're lucky, maybe his nighttime excursion worked up an appetite. Our plan works perfectly. Within minutes, Bruce is settled back in the barn, with the meat devoured and the new sliding door closed and locked. My last look inside shows him licking his chops. A short time later, Grady leaves to take the stock trailer back to Drake's house, and Hank heads home. I peek in on the girls, both still fast asleep, and then flop down on the sofa. It's after 5 in the flipping morning, and I'm so tired, I feel emptied out. Even so, I wait until I hear Grady's truck pull in closer to the house before drifting off. There's no doubt now. Not that there was much before. This damaged, growly man with a gold-plated heart is the hero I need and the savior I deserve. God help me. It's utterly pathetic, Niles. Why, you should have seen the look on that cretin's face when I told him if he didn't want to pay in full, I'd take our lovely furball and march him right back to... I'm standing in the doorframe to the Foss's office with my heart drumming in my throat. Don't you ever knock? Priscilla snarls, twisting angrily in her seat. Her heels so tall she might snap her neck if she tries to stand up abruptly and falls. Sorry. I just came to let you know Bruce seems extra restless today. I'd noticed him pacing his enclosure since morning, and then the low, mournful-sounding growl when I fed him in the evening. He was slow to eat, which was way weird, almost like he's expecting something.
Oh, posh. Not the upset tummy again. She sighs, clicking her long pink nails on her desk. Don't tell me. We need another look from the vet?
Dear, Niles gives his wife a stern look, his lantern jaw clenched. I believe he's scheduled for a checkup within the next week. Remember? This weird, sinister-looking energy darts back and forth as they make eye contact, and then both turn to face me again.
For such a talented, highly observant young woman, you sure do worry a lot, Priscilla says, her tone oddly flat. Tell you what, Missy, seeing how Niles and I have both got 20 years in with big cats, even if we don't have one of your fancy degrees, how about you trust us on this one,
My mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I'm not sure what the hell to say to that. I just know the way they keep looking at each other implies there's some seriously bad vibes coming. Bad news for Bruce. Understood. I'll keep an eye on him, and I'm sorry to have bothered you. I whisper, slowly backing out. But before I'm able, Niles stands, a tall whipcord of a man. He moves across the office in 2 lunging steps and grabs the door, looking down at me. Forgive me, Miss Macklin, but you're certain you're not becoming, shall we say, attached to Bruce? His eyes are haunted pinpricks, daggers aimed at my soul. What the hell does he mean? My skin crawls. I mean, I know how things work around here, I assure them, forcing the phoniest smile of my life. I know we look after the animals as long as we're able, and sometimes they have to move on, for their own good. You've made that very clear. Bruce is a darling, but if you think I'd ever object... You'd better bloody well not! He spits in that ice-cold accent that's not quite British, but not American either. I wonder if it's something he picked up on the British side of the Virgin Islands he's disturbingly obsessed with. Niles! The queen bitch hisses behind him. He stands up to his full height, barely flustered, adjusting his tie. Then he plasters on that hellish smile I want to rip right off his face. My apologies for the harsh tone. No, you'd never be so foolish, certainly. I think you're practically one of us now, Miss Macklin, he says with an ominous, sly smile. In another month or 2, we'd like to see how you'll handle the full overnight shift. Oh, God. I almost faint. 1,000 dark thoughts whipping through my head like a spinning slideshow. The people who come at night are the dirty ones, or else the people who let the monsters make this their playground, who turn a blind eye to innocent animals vanishing in the darkness. Yeah, okay, I whisper, already backing away as he stares after me. Keep up the diligent work, and I'm sure we'll see you among the stars. I'm down the hall when I break into a run, and hot tears come stinging down my cheeks. My thoughts in a crashing panic. Like hell, you demon turd. I'm not just going to stand by hating you. I'm going to run, first chance I get. And you'll have to murder me before I ever let you lay a claw on that beautiful tiger baby. Bruce! I jerk up in a panic, calling his name. Slick with sweat despite the almost frigid air conditioning overcompensating for the muggy heat. Just a nightmare. He's safe. Thank God. And thank him again for sending me Grady, too. I sink back into the couch, a pillow under my head, and a thin blanket covering me. The full light filling the room makes me blink several times, trying to decipher if that's what woke me, or if it was something else. I'm guessing it's noon, if not later by the brightness. A deep breath brings in the smell of rich coffee. I sit up, stretch, and yawn. The mantel clock above the fireplace shows it's after 11 in the morning. Earlier than I thought. An odd noise comes from outside, and I throw back the blanket, stand, and walk to the window. A crew of men with a boom truck are busy putting in a new yard light pole. Grady is out there too, talking to one of them. I wonder if he's gotten any sleep. My cheeks flush as I recall what was about to go down right before Bruce escaped. Holy hell. If that wasn't a true sign that naked times shouldn't be happening, nothing is. I'm here for one reason, and it doesn't include doing the horizontal mambo with Grady in every deliriously hot position known to man and woman. What was I thinking? I wasn't. Bingo. There's my problem. Leaving the window, I pad through the house to steal a cup of coffee on my way through the kitchen, slugging down half of it before heading for the shower. Luckily, I washed a second load of laundry last night, so I have plenty to wear, including a fresh bra. The girls are in the kitchen when I come back, French toast and sausage links stacked high on their plates. Grady is there too, pouring coffee from a fresh pot he must have made. "Did you get any sleep?" I ask, as I set my empty cup on the counter. "Hit me with another round, sir." His grin is enough to remind me how I wound up downstairs on his futon. "Here you go, darling. Welcome to the land of the living." Good Lord, he's a sight for sore eyes, even at the butt crack of noon after a frenzied night out tiger hunting. I don't have the defense to fight off the magnetic pull he has on me. Guess I need to work on that. As for sleep, I snuck in a couple hours before the power company showed up. He taps the end of my nose. "You were so conked out on the sofa. You didn't make a single sound when I got you a pillow and a blanket." "Oh, geez. Thanks for that. I meant to stay awake until you got home." My cheeks burn again. He probably thinks I'd wanted to stay awake and join him on the futon again. "I'm so sorry I missed brunch. I would have helped you," I say, changing the subject to get his mind, and mine, on something more boring than our missed opportunity for death-defying monkey sex. "You needed to sleep in, and breakfast duty's my gig, remember?" He leans against the counter. "They should be done with the repair job in an hour. Then I have to go to the bar and check it for damage. Gotta stay on top of anything worth the insurance claim. From the sound of it, those winds wreaked havoc across the whole county last night." "Can we go with you, Dad?" Sawyer asks between bites of syrupy toast. "We haven't been to the bar in ages." He flashes her a dad smile that blows my ovaries into confetti. "You mean you haven't played the arcade games for a couple weeks?" he says. "Almost like a month," Avery says, "not weeks." I stand corrected. "Sure, you can tag along." He takes a full drink of coffee while looking at me. "You'd might as well come too. We'll eat a late lunch there and save you the trouble of fixing something. It's bar food, but it's decent. The Bobcat lives up to my favorite celebrity chef's standards." My mind is still in the past, remembering the smoldering looks from last night, the heat of his kiss, the want that's beginning to spark in my veins. I almost forget to answer as I take another pull of coffee. "Oh, okay. You're still that worried about my cooking, I see," I tease. He laughs. "Better safe than sorry." I stick my tongue out at him and grab an apple from the bowl on the counter to hold me over until lunch. I peer over the top of it as I sink my teeth in, my eyes fixed on Grady. The girls roll back in their seats, laughing. "Just be ready in an hour," he tells us, flashing that picture-perfect smile over his shoulder. The girls talk about the games they like while I grab a nibble of French toast. Yes, it's magnificent. And tell me how their father only lets them hang out when there won't be many people at the bar. They stick to the video games and arcade machines because they're too young for darts. Their excitement continues until we arrive at the bar. Grady gives them each a $20 bill to spend on the row of games lining one wall. No one else is at the Bobcat, and Grady spends a few minutes checking doors and opening shades before he says he's going to check out back for damage. The place is rustic, plastered in homey old beer signs and country jokes. But it's also got a modern vibe I like. You'd be hard-pressed not to feel at ease enjoying an evening of fun here. I watch the girls play their games until I see Grady's finished his inspection. Then I meet him near the long, highly shellacked bar. "Everything still in one piece?" I ask, pulling over a glass of water he serves. "Near enough. Like Weston and Hank said, nothing but the trash got flipped, and they took care of that cleanup. Austin just arrived, he's the cook today, and I asked him to put on some chicken wings for the girls when he has a chance. What would you like?" "Wings sound good," I say. "Anything I can do to help out? I feel like I'm just twiddling my thumbs." "Gotta catch up on some paperwork." He grimaces slightly. "If you want to put your lovely organizational skills to good use, I have a few piles of receipts and shipping orders that need to be filed for accounting." "Show me," I say, glad to not just stand around. He opens a door behind the bar that reveals a decent-sized office with stacks of papers on top of every flat surface. "It doesn't all have to be sorted today," he says, gesturing to a round table in one corner. "Just the 2 stacks there. I usually take an evening every week just for filing things, but I haven't gotten around to it lately with all the fun." We trade smiles. "All right. Do they get filed in that cabinet?" I nod at the black metal filing cabinet next to the table. "Good guess. There should be a file next to the invoices that have already been approved, paid, and entered into the system. I just keep paper copies for audits." "I'm on it, boss," I say, very deliberately brushing his wall of a body as I saunter past. Not so fast. He touches my arm, stopping me from crossing the room, and slowly winds his fingers around my wrist. The look on his face makes my heart race. I don't want him to kiss me, I think, because that shouldn't keep happening. Not again. Yeah, I'm not very good at convincing myself, either. "Dad!" Sawyer shouts from the main room. "The bug hunt machine malfunctioned and ate my money." He pinches his lips together and shakes his head, releasing my hand with a sigh. "I'd better get on that. A world might end if the kids can't take pot shots at cartoon bumblebees." "Got you covered," I say with a grin, hurrying to the table to start my task, telling myself I'm glad for the interruption. Again, I'm a horrible little liar. The next half hour feels awkward, mostly because I'm trying to justify not kissing him again next time we're alone, and it's getting more impossible by the second. The girls shout when the chicken wings are served, along with fries and sodas. We sit at the table together, talking and laughing. Easy when the girls are so comical, and their little fights over who beat what arcade game ease the tension inside me. Once we return to Grady's office, I'm definitely feeling better, even with the smoldering, lip-biting sideways glances Mr. Broody Brood keeps casting my way. While Sawyer and Avery run on like tiny chatterboxes, I'm reminded how it's always been just the 3 of them for a long time, and how sweetly they've welcomed me into their lives. I should be honored. They've helped me in a desperate time, and I have to pay it back somehow. I definitely can't leave behind damage. After we eat, I get the filing done in no time and straighten the room. Grady comes in and out of the office, greeting employees as they arrive for the evening, as well as the first few customers. We leave before the bar gets super busy, and then spend the rest of the afternoon at home cleaning up the yard. The storm knocked loose plenty of leaves and branches, plus a few last footprints from Bruce I'd missed. I scratch them out of the ground carefully. The girls head off on their ATVs a little while later, endless bundles of energy, saying they want to check the trails for more messes to clear. Nope, they're just ready for some play after all the yard work, and who am I to object? They really are good kids, and I'm going to miss them like mad whenever Bruce and I leave. "Want to join them?" Grady asks, towering over me. I turn from watching them right away and shake my head. No, let them play. I was just thinking what great kids you have.
Glad you agree,
he says. But he's looking at me with a heavy, thoughtful gaze. His eyes flashing. What? I ask, suddenly feeling shy. He tilts his head slightly to one side.
I get the feeling you've been thinking about what happened last night. Maybe you're changing your mind about a redo.
Wowza. So that's what's on his mind behind that lady killer smile. Or he just reads my mind that easily. I chide myself for not keeping things more hidden. I shrug. After Bruce got out and everything, I bet you probably wondered if it was, well...
No, I don't wonder. It wasn't a mistake, Will-O-Wisp.
His growling confidence shocks me to the core as he slides his hands around my waist, bringing me closer.
And if you're still game, I've been looking forward to starting up right where we left off all damn day.
Oh, snap. He doesn't mess around, does he? Reason 100 on the Grumpalicious Man Beastometer why Grady McKnight might bring me to my knees. More than literally. Excitement flares inside me, sending hot needles through my blood. Yes, I'm hopeless, and that's all there is to it. You're sure? It comes out like a whimper. Very. The tip of his nose touches mine, and then our foreheads meet.
If you're not, whatever, I'll understand. I only fuck the willin', darlin', and I want to fuck you like I need my next breath.
Oh, my God. I need you, I admit, refusing to rethink it all again. I'll have time to do all that after Bruce and I leave. For now, my body does the talking, defying every reason in my head why this is epic trouble. And every last bit of me agrees as his hungry lips catch mine in a long, savory kiss. Though my knees are weaker when the kiss ends, the rest of me feels totally invigorated. For the life of me, I can't remember why I ever thought kissing him again would be a bad idea. Can't imagine why I thought any of this wouldn't feel enthralling.
Gonna hit the shower. You do some thinking,
he says as we walk together, hand in hand toward the house.
I'll grill burgers for supper.
Sounds delish. I'll make a macaroni salad while you're in the shower, I say, trying not to stay stuck on the image forming in my mind. Grady, buck naked. His miles of muscle slick and wet. That massive bulge I'd felt rubbing against me last night hanging down. Or would it be very upright, intense and pulsing and oh so ready to...
Plan B. You could shower with me.
He lifts a brow while opening the front door. My heart skips its next 10 beats as I stumble inside. Oh, yes, I mean, the girls won't be gone that long, will they? Blood rushes to my cheeks. At least, what little I have left above the waist.
Unfortunately, you're right,
he grumbles, closing the door, trapping me against it.
But fuck, Willow. We have a few minutes. We have time.
Time enough for my ruin, he means, and I'm going to love every scorching second. His lips capture mine again, and I arch into him, holding back nothing. The heat, the need, the soaked desires rend the air between us like a current, even hotter than last night. It's as close to desperation as anything I've ever experienced, and I think it's then that the very last walls of good sense come cascading down in rubble. Our hands are everywhere, touching, feeling, caressing with a mission. Grady's next kiss is all growl, a fire to my windy moan. My hands are in his hair, nails against his scalp, urging his lips lower, lower, straight to the target on my neck. Oh, shit, I whimper, going slack against him, loving how his big hand squeezes my ass to hold me up. So maybe it doesn't matter if I'm only here for a short time. This is what I want, what I need, what I'll cherish. The way he's kissing my skin, my lips, neck, shoulders, tells me Grady needs it just as bad as I do. Thunder pours out of him again.
Willow, fuck, I don't think I can wait.
I can't either.
And we're way past caring that it's daylight and the girls could return any time. Our animal lust has us racing for the stairs where he pounces, flinging me over his shoulder. He's all caveman at war then, stripping off my clothes as we go while I rake my nails across his neck. In his room, he once again flattens me against the wall, tearing at his own clothing. I stop and stare, utterly transfixed. Drunk on the sight of that punishing body slowly unveiled. A chest like cut rock slathered in military ink, jagged geometric designs and eagle wings and a flag. A pair of thighs that could crush the world to dust. A bulge to end all hard-ons in his boxers, so big and alive and pulsing, even through the fabric, it scares me. My fingers tremble, reaching out, stroking his length, wondering how I'll ever fit him when he's this damn thick. The heat nearly singes my hand. Holy hell. Goddamn woman. Lose the panties. I didn't come to play. He snarls, reaching for my lacy fabric and thrusting it down my legs. His nostrils flare the second I'm exposed. I'm sure he can smell how savagely wet I am, and it scares me in the best ways. He cups my mound, thumb to my clit, and squeezes hard. Oh, flipping my. I flatten against the wall, barely noticing as he strips his boxers off, kicking them away behind him. I'm almost a freaking puddle by the time his arms fold around me again, engulfing me in bare brown eyes, right before he lifts me off the ground and throws me down on the bed. Don't move. Gonna be right back, he rasps. Hurry, I say, tumbling flat on my back with a shudder. He returns a second later, tearing open a foil condom wrapper with his teeth. I finally get a good look at the hammer throbbing between his legs and bite my lips so hard I almost taste blood. This man is hard as granite, seething, and entirely set on business. I fight the urge to press my thighs together nervously and open my legs for him instead. There'll be another time to slowly make love, explore, and drink each other in. Right now, I'm an itch of quivering curves and I'm going to die without being scratched. I've never been so excited, so exhilarated. I can't pull my eyes away as he stops between my legs, fully buff and looking more like a Greek god than any mere mortal. I'll try, Willow. He grinds out, his face taut with need. Try? I whisper, totally lost. Stopping near the foot of the bed, he slides the condom on over his shaft, and I swear I have a mini climax at the sight. Try to go slow. Try not to break you, but darling, you're so fucking gorgeous and wet I make no promises, he whispers, flicking the head of his cock against my opening. Like hell, I whimper back. We're both too close to losing control. I grab at his shoulders, opening my legs wide, giving him full access. We don't have time for slow. Take me like you mean it, Grady. I want every sweet inch. The gaze he throws at me could rival every big, scary cat I've ever seen. Then his hips start moving, a human bulldozer intent on crushing me under him, shoving me down, down, down like I adore. He feeds 1 inch in at a time, half his length, and then anchors down the rest in one rough jerk. My pleasure sigh slips into a frantic moan, rocking my hips into his, taking Grady's mammoth length as he stretches me to my limit. I'm stunned how well we fit together. The pressure as he slides into the hilt is unbelievable. It's so perfect. I close my eyes, loving the sultry weight of his lips, the way he sinks his teeth into my bottom lip. Claimed, his kiss says, every damn bit of you. M-I-N-E. Insanity. It must be because I've waited my entire life for something to feel this good without even realizing it. No other boy compares when I realize. I've never been with a man. Not until now. His hips take command, pounding me against the bed, long strokes like a slashing sword coming harder and deeper. Building with the low, steady growl in his throat. We find our rhythm. We find our place in heaven.
We find out just how frightfully lost a human being can get in the sins of the flesh, the fever of the kiss, the groaning, shaking pitch of our bodies. "Tight as hell," he snarls, plunging deeper, faster. "Don't want to fucking break you, darling." But my nails beg him to. I want his kind of hurt, his decadent pleasure, uninhibited permission to take me any flipping way he wants. The harsh, desperate scratches at his back say, "Do it, please, give and hold nothing back." It's all the encouragement he needs. We're beyond words as his forehead pushes against mine again and his pubic bone finds my clit, raking across it with just the right pressure. I'm so gone I'm not sure I'll ever be back. My first O hits like rhythmic waves of flame. A rapid, violent chord snaps in my body, lashing every nerve, loosening a white-hot pleasure so intense I can't even scream. I'm just a thing of raw, bestial pleasure underneath his body, his hips slamming into me, hoarse sounds ripping from his throat as he grinds me into the mattress. We're beyond holy shit, people. This is hallowed ground, unholy sex, and I think it always will be with what this man does to me. There's barely a breather as his thrusts quicken, raging through my release, a perfect shadow of muscle hovering over me. He's thick with promises, and thicker with raw friction and guttural groans. "Willow, fuck, I can't, come with me," I scream, locking my legs around his, flinging myself upward and enveloping his beautiful cock. Apparently, this is what it's like taking an avalanche to bed and wanting to be crushed. Because a second later his body goes as rigid as steel. He plunges to my depths, swelling at the edge of my womb with embers from hell in those whiskey-dark eyes, so bright they're almost russet now. It's enough to send me flying right over the edge again, a split second ahead of him exploding in the condom. I swear it's so hot, so intense, so much. I can feel him erupting inside me. The rest of what I feel leaves no doubt whatsoever. His massive body seizes, a ragged curse lodged in his throat. Every last bit of him hell-bent on claiming me for what I know will be the first of many, many rounds. We come together for an age, our hips fighting each other for every last squeeze of pleasure, our voices shot for the next few hours. Dear God, I'm barely coherent enough to gasp for air when he finally rolls off me, shoving his lips on mine for one more possessive, jealous, and all too addicting kiss. Stick a fork in me. I was done 20 minutes ago. I also know this is something I have to experience again. Soon. One wild round with Grady McKnight is so not enough for this lifetime.
14. If he hollers. Grady. I pinch myself, making sure I haven't turned inside the fuck out. Every time I look at Will-O-Wisp, I remember how she shuddered, moaning my name as she came like the 4th of July. I try to keep my proud grin hidden, but I can't. I'm still a dude. Sue me. Go ahead and bet how much I loved every nanosecond of her walls pinching my cock. Loved the feel of her hot, wet pussy clenching, aching, coming undone. I left her in pieces, and I want to be the only man who puts her back together. Worst part is, as soon as I was spent, I wanted her all over again like a man craves an oasis in the dry-ass desert. I never even softened. The only reason I hadn't taken her again was because of the girls. That instinct was right. They were breaking into cookies in the kitchen when I came downstairs after my shower, after Willow, taking my sweet time to avoid rousing suspicion. Don't get me wrong, I've never been annoyed to see my lovely daughters, but at that moment, fuck, I truly wished they were a little older and out for a nice, long country drive instead. All because I wanted to claim, toss, and shake Willow Macklin 7 ways from Sunday. All I wanted were 1,000 more of those hot, wet, sexy-as-all-hell kisses. I'm still aching for her lips, and it's been over 3 hours. Every minute since leaving that bed has been a special torture. After grilling up the burgers for dinner and eating, we took the girls out to the barn to check on Bruce. He's as content as ever, looking bored like he never busted out in the storm. Willow showered too, and now she's wearing a pair of jean shorts and a white t-shirt with purple eyes. One of my spares with the purple Bobcats logo. Damn if it doesn't hang off her like a siren. A man always gets hard enough to break concrete whenever a chick he's drunk on wears his shirt. Facts of life from the Book of Grady. Even worse, my Bobcat's pupils are right over her pert, suckable nipples, teasing me with how bad I'd love another taste. Just remembering how I'd softened those hard nubs with every stroke of my tongue puts lightning in my blood. We're all in the living room now, watching a movie that lost my attention an hour ago. My one-track mind is stuck on her tits, and my cock jolts every time I look at her. So this is how it ends. My entire life gone in a puff of manic, dick-crazed obsession with Little Miss Tiger Thief. Fuck. My eyes keep flicking to the birch-skinned clock above the fireplace, trying to make the minutes go by faster until it's time for the girls to go up to bed. I know, believe me, I know. If I couldn't actually see that silver minute hand slowly chugging along, I'd swear it needs new batteries. The movie finally ends, and we walk the girls up to bed. By the time I meet her in the hall, after we've each told the girls good night, I'm so hard I'm worried I'll explode. She just looks up at me, batting those baby blue eyes under her thick lashes. A husky giggle slips out of those pink parted lips. Just like she knows. Swallowing thickly, I pull her close, attacking her mouth with mine, loving how she feels against me, kissing me back like return fire. Downstairs, I whisper, swatting her ass. Don't make me ask again.
So the Bat Cave tonight? Where no one will hear?
She asks, running a hand under my shirt. Yes. I grasp her ass cheeks again with both hands, kneading her like the most precious dough ever made. It's either that, or I'll have to stuff your panties in your mouth.
Ass!
She swipes my shoulder with a playful smack, adorable merriment in her eyes.
When?
I kiss her slowly, dragging it out, pretending I'm not dying to take her right the hell here. Don't know. How about... long pause. Now. The trip to the basement is a mad dash, and once the door is closed and locked, rabid desperation for what we both want takes over. For the second time today, we nearly rip our clothes off each other, hurling them aside like they're poison between another round of fuck-hot kisses. If anyone knew what she did to me, they'd have me committed. I've never wanted a woman like I want Willow, and I can't believe it's only because I've been with my needs going unsatisfied for years. That might be part of it, but the rest begins and ends with every sweet inch of her. Frankly, I don't care about explanations. We're way past whats and whys. I'm too riled, too ready, and too broke in the head to contemplate anything except my will-o-wisp naked as the day she was born and laid out under me. We don't say a word. She just steps closer, gives me a playful shove, and I throw myself back on the futon, still folded down from our last encounter interrupted by the great tiger escape. It also now has a set of sheets, a couple pillows, and a comforter I'd brought down here earlier, fully anticipating we'd be spending the night together. I look up from the mattress, laughing. She climbs on with a fire-blue glint in her eye, those heavenly legs spread wide, straddling me. Fucking hell, do I love this newfound courage, this other side of her gushing out. Before, her lips tasted nervous, even if they were still blistering hot. Now my innocent Willow becomes a whirlwind. Now she brings her mouth to mine with a breathy, slick hunger that matches my own. My dick jerks against her thigh, grinding into her skin, making her give up a moan that tastes like mulled wine. Grabbing her hands, I urge them to my shoulders, holding her eyes. Eager to be in charge tonight, huh? Or are you just asking for it rough? I growl. Her eyes roll, giving the choice to me as she answers with another kiss that could leave cigarette burns. I love how she's not afraid, how she needs it so bad she's ready to dive in. I also like the position we're in, all the better to rock her to ecstasy and back without feeling like I'm doing all the work. A fierce hand on her ass helps lower her naked body, pressing her delicate pussy lips to my shaft. She's so fucking wet, I could slam into her right now. I could dig my fingers into her lush cheeks, pin every inch of her to me, and sweep long, hard strokes into her body. I could bring her off in firecracker bursts of heat and moans and fleshy ripples. But I don't do that shit. I mean to draw this out tonight, fill her with a slow burning crescendo that'll have her fully alive, fully electric, fully in rapture. Yes, fuck, more insanity. But loving Willow Macklin's body picks every last bit of good sense I own up by the scruff and chucks it out the door. My hands find her breasts, and my palms tease her nipples, sliding over those puckered buds. Her kisses come quicker, her hunger deepening, her moans even sweeter than they tasted before. As soon as her lips leave mine, I snake kisses straight down her neck before taking one of her nipples in my mouth. I capture it between my teeth, a hostage for my tongue, flicking against melting flesh with the darkest intentions. Grady, shit! Her hips rise as she climbs me, her kitten-like claws sinking into the back of my neck. The way she moans makes my cock certifiably insane, and I tell myself to ignore it. Not till I see her splinter, just a little while longer, damn it. No matter how badly I want to anchor my cock deep inside her wet pussy and hold it there like a beast marking his turf, I'll take my time. I'll make her serenade me with candy whimpers. I'll stretch this fun deep into the thick, vibrating night. Her pussy grinds against me again, making my promises harder to keep if I don't get her off my dick right now. So I pull her forward, releasing her nipple to kiss her stomach, then swing her to the mattress next to me so I can move lower. The soft swell of her belly, something I love in a woman because it reminds me she's made to breed, rises as my tongue maps her skin. I trace my way south to the steaming scent of her cream filling my nostrils, this voodoo incense that sets my tongue on fire every second it isn't consuming her. Nuzzling the soft curls over her mound, kissing at her inner thighs, I inhale her like a fiend before I can't anymore. Then my hands move, sliding under her delectable butt, lifting her up and pulling her against my face, where I reward her pussy with a starving mad swipe of my tongue. Oh, she whines. More like, oh shit. Willow tastes so good, all sweet things mingled with spice. I can feel my length stretching like a railroad spike, my balls blazing raw fire. Every fucking taste of her kills me a little more, gives me an addiction I don't think I can quit. I damn well don't want to. I never want to lose this pussy, this mess of chestnut hair and fluttering blue eyes, this woman who's tumbled into my life and my bed and brought me to the brink of rebirth. Snarling, I find her clit and go the fuck to town. It doesn't take long. Her legs begin shaking, thrown over my shoulders. She's gripping the blanket like my mouth might give her the key to defying gravity. Come for me, woman. Come so hard you don't even know what hit you. Just who? Me. As she goes over the edge with a glorious toss of her head, a full-body shudder, her pussy drenches my face as I make her ride my beard. I'm smiling inwardly like a total fool. Guess that's what happens when you bring your new obsession off so fucking hard that Sir Isaac Newton's sweating in the corner, afraid his laws are shattered. We're both floating, high on each other, and she comes beautiful. And my mouth isn't done with her. My tongue plunges deeper into soft pink as her convulsions wane. I take her like that for several minutes, adding my fingers, flinging her back over the cliff. Her hips arch into me, even as her voice becomes one long whisper.
Grady, I can't.
What? She thinks she can't come for me again this soon? I smile as my fingers find that spot on her wall that silences her with a moan like melted caramel. Now she's begging me to let her go because she can't hold back much longer. I pull her down tighter against my face, lapping at her sweetness, determined to prove her wrong. My fingers fuck her in sync with my lashing tongue. When I move my lips to her clit, sucking it with a greedy fury, she's gone. Her groan spills into one long gasp of shock and awe as her release hits like a drug. Her hot pussy clenches around my fingers, so tight I have to fight to keep going, and not to jizz myself when I imagine what it'd feel like pinching my dick, fingering her and sucking, dragging this out, robbing her senses for anything but diving bliss. Yeah, shit. Even though I love every scorching second, I'm also a little scared. I wonder just what the hell I've started. Because something says my new addiction to this woman and the sugar rush between her legs is going to be one cruel spell to break. Laughing, I finally release her when she's panting for air, letting her collapse on top of me. My arms tangle around her, my hard-on seething against her soft belly. I'm intent on filling it up often tonight.
Damn you,
she rasps, her eyes shuddering.
You make me do things I didn't even know were possible.
Surprise, I whisper. And now that you're warmed up, here comes the main course. I'm dead serious. Reaching over, I grab one of the rubbers I'd put on the table by the futon earlier while she and the girls were washing dishes and I'd brought down the bedding. Holding it up like the Holy Grail, I add, I came prepared tonight. If that damn tiger breaks out again, he's just gonna have to content himself with a drink at my bar. We're not stopping. She giggles.
I'm glad, too, about more than one thing.
She takes the package from me with a soft smile, rises up on her knees and scoots backward, past my cock still standing as straight as a flagpole. Then she sits down slowly on my thighs, parting those legs. With nothing but vicious teases in her eyes, she tears the package open, but rather than pulling it out, she leans down and takes my cock in her mouth. Fuck, I grunt, my whole body tensing as her tongue coils down my shaft. She licks the huge vein running my length. Looks like it's my turn for surprises, and I get them in spades. Seeing her mouth slip halfway down my shaft and slide up over my head destroys me. Feels so good I have to hold my breath to keep from losing it on the spot. Willow's a sorceress with that tongue, or else I'm just that bricked, watching her take every inch of me she can. She's a downright worshipful cocksucker. I think I'm in love. She kisses, licks, and pumps my shaft in her small hand till my whole spine ignites. Lava courses in my veins, and I'm too close for comfort, grabbing the sides of her head to make her stop at the last second. Fuck. Thank God she has more sense. It's a mix of heady relief and savage disappointment when she pulls away with a parting kiss for my angry, throbbing cockhead.
Ready for me to put this on you, or should we give it another minute?
She asks with a wink, retrieving the condom from the package. You damn well know I am. She blushes as my gaze fuses to her, so hot I'm half expecting purple arcs of pure energy between our eyes. Smiling, she rolls the condom down the full, swollen length of me. My dick pulses in her hand, leaking with anticipation.
Oh, you are ready. Imagine that.
Damn her. Hop on. I bite off. Grinning with her eyes still blazing, she rises up on her knees and scoots forward, positioning herself above me. I fist her hair the second I'm able with one hand, grabbing at her shoulder, ready to impale her on my cock.
I get top this time,
she whispers, bringing those lips to mine like an encroaching storm. Woman, you can get the moon and the stars as long as I get that pussy right the fuck now. Growling, I grasp her hips as she slowly lowers, taking me into her slick silk. She's hot and thoroughly soaked. Of fucking course she is. And it just makes me madder to break her in two as she leans her head back, arches her back, and thrusts her tits in front of my face.
Love the way you feel me, Grady. Oh, God.
I yank on her hair, twining it around my hand, beginning to shift my hips up into hers. 10 strokes in, I'm pounding her like an anvil, the delicious clap of our skin filling the silent night. I grasp her tit with my free hand, rolling her nip in my fingers, urging her to go for the end zone. Something I love more, I tell her, my voice a dull flame. All of you. I love having you up to my balls like I've never loved anything. The truth hurts, especially when it rips out of me, but it's also the hottest pain of my life to put into words. My hips collide with hers, smacking loudly, our rhythm quickening. I sink down a little deeper with every stroke, stretching her till she gurgles sweetly, pulling at her hair so I get the whites of her eyes. Yeah, fuck, no doubt about it now. This woman was made to take me hard, take me to the stars. She rises up and twists her hips down on me again, engulfing my length, riding me like I'm a mechanical bull, and I'm happy to oblige. She's my chariot, a beautiful, blue-eyed, unexpected mess I know I can't keep. Trouble is, my dick has other plans, and that greedy cudgel beats me over the head with every stroke, as much as each savage thrust brings her a little closer to nirvana. A place where we don't have to worry about Bruce or the kids or the assholes after her. A kingdom where it's just me, her, and both of us sealed in sweet fuckery. Fused and forged and enraptured, body, mind, and soul. And there's so much soul when her next O erupts, my slashing strokes pounding it out of her. A snarl for her lips tears out of me as I smother her under my kisses. Give it the fuck up, pretty darling. Give it all up for me. She does, and beautifully. Every whimper falls against my tongue like she's autumn wind and drifting bright leaves personified. It's so unfathomably hot, I'm near my limit. So I just grab on, letting the pleasure put me to work, lifting her fully onto the bed and laying her down. My cock slides in and knows it won't stop till we're both satisfied, spent, exploding. The inferno at the base of my spine is an urgent throb, a war drum, beating through my entire body as I slam into her, begging to be let loose. Her eyes are doing that pre-orgasmic, oh my God, I can't, flickering thing again. She grasps my biceps with both hands, holding on as I show her what it's like when these hips go to 11. The friction is an earthquake where we're fused. Her tightness, her heat, her butterfly moans are the most sublime pleasure known to man, but watching her face, knowing she's getting crushed as much as I am, holy fucking shit. My climax is imminent, just as hers reaches fever pitch. I jerk her down with a fist back in her hair, pinning her to the mattress, ramming in so deep my balls slap her ass. She's only seconds ahead of me, and the way every darling bit of her convulses tells me she's coming like she never knew she could. My release kicks like an angry mule, winding me up, turning my groan into one big, dark, feral echo of the fire lashing out my balls. We ride the pleasure tide together, consumed, destroyed, rebuilt. Wave after brutal fucking wave that tears us out of our bodies, joins our hearts, and power slams us back into ourselves. It goes on for an eternity till I learn a whole new meaning of drained. Damn. Then she collapses on my heaving chest, all warm curls and sighs, tucking her head under my chin, almost like she needs to feel safe from what the fuck just happened. That makes two of us. After I roll off the condom and tie it shut, tossing it in a nearby garbage can, I fold my arms around her. It's bittersweet holding her, unsure if I'll ever find the words or the inspiration to describe just how amazing this is, and knowing she deserves to hear it. I'm also not sure we'll survive when it ends, and end it fucking must, sooner or later.
Not bad. You're not half bad, Grady McKnight,
she tells me with a smirk, tracing a teasing finger down my chest. Her coy tone makes me laugh. You've had better? Bull. I know I haven't, and I'm older than you.
I mean...
She pauses, her eyes flashing with laughter.
Not in this lifetime. I think it was like a couple 1,000 years ago when I was Cleopatra.
What the hell ever. I growl, smiling anyway, giving her a long, solid hug, then kissing the tip of her ear. One thing's for sure, I've never been this addicted to a woman, and I'm astonished I'm already hard again this soon. Want to give me round two? No Roman boy ever laid it on like I'm about to. I warn her, tugging at her bottom lip with my teeth while my fingers roll her nipple.
So much tough talk, but fine. I thought you'd never ask,
she whispers, her hand already sliding down my thigh, hot and eager to get started. Okay. Shit. Last night was the kind of go at it till we're boneless incredible that only happens once in a blue moon. And good thing, too, or I'd be 6 feet under. But I have to admit the morning is a close second. Waking up next to Willow and watching her sleep makes me think about just how perfectly she fits in my arms. In my life. Before she showed up, I hadn't even known I'd wanted that, much less how much my daughters needed a woman younger than Aunt Faye and Joyce in their lives. In just a few weeks, they've come to adore the shit out of Willow. I've seen a change in them since she's arrived. Hell, a change in everything. A happiness, a wholeness, a sweetness that was missing from our lives. And I have no frigging clue what I'll do with that once she's gone. Another fact I can't help noting, having a morning quickie is one awesome start to the day. What starts with a round of good morning kisses and gentle touches rapidly devolves into her on all fours, begging for my finest. She takes me like our whole day depends on it, if not her life, grinding her hips back on my shaft as I crash into her from behind. It's fast, coarse, and so intense it scalds me when I empty my balls inside her, hating the condom between us. Somehow, some way, I'm going to come inside this woman if it's the last thing I do. A minor miracle happens when we're finally able to peel ourselves off each other, clean up, and head up for breakfast. The text message from Drake that arrives while we're eating is good news. He's managed to squelch the posts online about a big cat sighting by putting out an official post from the police department, confirming a probable mountain lion. The odd cougar isn't that unusual in these parts. We're also damn lucky there were a few wildcat sightings last week around Dickinson. Just close enough to make our cover story believable.
Must be nice having friends in high places,
Willow says after I read his post to her. Even nicer having a butt who only works to help this town out. I smile as she lifts her brows. Drake married a billionaire oil heiress, so he's not in it for the money. If he's got any sheriff ambitions, they're right behind his need to serve and protect. Her eyes grow wide as she glances at the girls and then back to me.
So, is everyone either crazy rich or a movie star or a super hot ex-military guy in this town?
She asks. Dallas is special, but not for the reasons you're thinking. We're one big messed up family, secrets and all. Sorta happens when it's a part of life being up in everybody else's business. I chuckle, loving how pink her cheeks get. She shakes her head at me.
I thought it'd be boring here. Apparently, I have a lot to learn about small-town life.
She says, "You're getting the accelerated course." Okay, yeah, I know this banter feels like high school shit. Still, I'd be lying if I claimed I wasn't delighted by how easy, carefree, and light every word feels. I haven't had this in forever. A woman who can hold a conversation that makes me feel good. No, that wasn't Brittany's fault. Not when she was ravaged by disease, and I made my choice to bury my baser needs for the sake of raising our kids after her death. But hell, having breakfast with Willow at the table gives me something I never even knew I was missing. The girls are still sleepy after just waking up, stuffing food in their mouths and not looking at either one of us, so I reach under the table and brush a hand over Willow's thigh. How the hell can I resist? How can I even think when every glance, every word, every breath feels charged when she's sharing the room?
Does anyone want more waffles?
She says cheerily, grabbing my wrist. The girls shake their heads, but compliment her with a thumbs up on how delicious they are. Great choice this morning, I tell her, adding my appreciation. Can't remember the last time I broke out the old waffle iron, much less ate a batch this good. And no, I'm not keeling over yet either. She winks back at my food poisoning joke, the shine in her eyes saying she's arrived on cloud 9. As soon as they're done, I send them upstairs to get dressed. Before Willow gets a chance to reprimand me on teasing her in front of the girls, I bury her lips under mine. Honestly, the waffles were tasty, but tasting her is heaven sent to earth. She leans against me as we break for air.
We have to be careful,
she whispers softly,
including any innuendo.
I fully get that, but damn, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Don't worry. I kiss her forehead and release her. I'll behave around my girls. When they're otherwise preoccupied, though. No promises, lady.
Easier said than done,
she says darkly, a wry smile on her lips. Nah, I'm thinking it might just be easier done, every single night. I growl, running my hands down her back and pinching her ass. Shit, I'm bad. I give her a parting set of bedroom eyes as I leave the room. It takes a few hours of chores to realize I shouldn't have been so flippant. So maybe I was thinking with my little head and temporarily forgot that the situation we're in is truly dangerous. It's still on my mind when Falk drops by with the computer she'd snatched from the refuge.
Good news, the laptop's been cracked like a walnut,
Falk says with a triumphant grin. There's bad news, isn't there? What is it? I ask. From the moment he parked outside, I could tell by his face that he wasn't here to deliver an easy fix. Falk sighs, rubbing his chin as he says,
The help I called in to decrypt this machine are good men, a lot of current FBI agents. Unfortunately, that means what they found has to be followed up on by the Bureau itself.
His gaze is grave as his green eyes slash from me to Willow.
And that necessity leaves the folks in this room open to serious allegations and a formal look from the government.
The news is a fucking uppercut. I'm too winded for words.
You mean for stealing Bruce and the laptop?
Willow asks, nodding along, her face going slack.
And the truck and trailer, Jesus.
Falk gives a single sad nod.
Those are all pretty minor compared to what's been found, sad to say.
The knot in my stomach hardens into rock. What the hell did you find? I wish I didn't need to ask.
Well, you've heard the old adage, follow the money. That's exactly what we did. A whole lot of tracing. Turns out the faucets look pretty clean.
Falk's gaze snaps to Willow.
You, on the other hand, appear to be money laundering.
What? She hisses, her brows pulling together.
Me? Money laundering? How?
What the hell are you talking about, Falk? Anger barrels up my throat. That's fucking nuts. You know she'd never, ever.
Yeah, I know, but it ain't clear in the records. That computer turned up some real nasty-looking offshore accounts, all based in the Virgin Islands.
Falk says with his Oklahoma twang, scratching his cheek.
Plus a few other places, and as much as I hate to say it, they're all in your name, Willow. Yours and Peter Macklin's, who I reckon must be your dad. Dad? Holy shit, no, I don't have any offshore accounts, and neither does he. Definitely not the illegal kind in the Virgin flipping Islands.
It whips out of her so fast she shakes.
I have one bank account back in California. I've had it since I was 16. That's the only account I've ever had.
Damn it, Falk, I shout, my fists darting up. You can't possibly believe this horse shit, and neither should the FBI.
I don't, but that ain't how the system works, Grady. We're gonna have to prove Willow and her daddy are clean before the FBI formally takes over this case and opens a can of worms. How? Willow asks. How can I prove something I don't know anything about? To start, we've got to show it's a case of stolen identity,
Falk says with a shrug, like it's that damn simple.
Pretty easy for them to do, setting you up, considering they had everything they'd need from your employment records. The rest, they must have pulled down from black market sources.
Willow stands, hands pressed to her forehead like she's about to fall over.
God, how could I have been so stupid? I knew something wasn't right about that place from day one. All the crap they put my name on, the records they wanted for background checks, but I was too scared of losing my job to say anything. Not until I figured out Bruce and the animals were in real danger.
I stand, pulling her close, squeezing her so tight you'd need the jaws of life to pry us apart. You did do something, darling. You got the fuck out of there while the going was good, I tell her.
And I stole a tiger, a compromised laptop, and a truck. I'm going to rot behind bars.
She whispers, her voice so scared, so faint. Like hell, I snap, still glaring at Falk. Is she?
No,
Falk agrees slowly.
She's not, but we have some serious grunt work to do ASAP. The Foss's Sanctuary is a non-profit, and there's a lot of crap that looks murky. Their tax records for one, but that would be an IRS thing. The FBI wouldn't have the sole discretion to dig that deep into financials. However, if they did steal your identity...
They did steal it, I snarl. Not if. Falk nods, his head hanging low for a few seconds before it snaps back up.
I'm sorry as hell to be the messenger, man. Believe me. What I'm saying, though, is that along with Willow's identity, it looks like they've pulled this shit before with other employees. 2, to be exact. Both of those people conveniently had accidents, so they're no longer around to do any talking. They killed them?
Willow asks slowly. Shit, I grind out.
They died in car accidents. There's no proof, but of course the mind goes right to,
Falk shrugs.
The accounts that were set up had exotic planes as the benefactor of their earnings. They also got hefty payments from other accounts obviously being used as mules and shell accounts.
The hell does that mean? I ask with a snort.
Means they're set up only to act as money filters. Real common trick of the trade in the black market dealings. The money runs through so many accounts that are opened and closed as soon as the transfers are done. The trail goes dark. In this case, the refuge ends up with a large donation. Only in reality, it ain't a donation at all. It's blood money from illegal animals. That wart on Minot ain't Priscilla and Niles' first rodeo with big cats either, but it's the first place they've owned outright. The scum have learned to be slick. Their tracks are fully covered, leaving them squeaky clean. Oh my God, what are we going to do?
Willow asks breathlessly.
How do we stop this?
I look at Falk, folding my arms, fighting back the chill creeping up my back. Tell us where to start. Falk's expression is grim.
Start with Bruce. We have to get that poor cat out of here, off to a new permanent home, or he'll end up in FBI seizure for sure. Anything could happen to him then.
He looks at me, a familiar anger hot in his emerald eyes.
Along with your property, Grady, and your business for being an accomplice.
Arrow meet my chest. Suddenly my lungs won't work. Hateful shrapnel lodged in my throat. It hurts to even breathe, but I have to. I need to say,
No.
Willow jumps in.
No way, dude. He's not involved.
Yes, he is, Falk says, his voice torn. Without hard facts, he's been harboring you and the tiger too long to be innocent collateral damage. In the eyes of the Bureau, he's one more suspect. Shit, I huff out, releasing Willow and taking a brisk step away. My fists want to start knocking holes in the wall, but I've never let fear do the talking, and now's not a time to start. Still, fuck. I can't lose everything. Not the purple bobcat, not my place, not Sawyer, not Avery, not my life. I suck in a long, jagged breath, filling my lungs till they burn. There isn't enough oxygen in the whole room to keep me sane. What the hell will I do? I care about Willow deeply, and so do my girls, but I can't risk losing everything I've worked my balls off for. I can't lose my future. The girls need security. They need a dad who isn't under the FBI gun, much less a father in jail. Her staying here, was only supposed to last a few days. Nothing more than a guest in need. Especially not a lover. This painful secret crunch behind my ribs reverberates through me like falling through a frozen lake. I know how this ends. I've always fucking known. Losing Brittany taught me what happens when I dare to love, and I swore I'd never put myself through that agony again. Or my girls. Christ. Love? Where's this even coming from? I'm not in love with Willow. Am I? Brittany hasn't been gone long enough for me to love again. The girls aren't grown, and even if they were, there's a chasm in my chest screaming, "Stupid, stupid, stupid. Did you really think you could fill me, Grady?" I'm barely able to stand as Faulkner clears his throat. "Listen, guys, I've put together a list of good refuges, legit ones," he says. "They've been vetted, and if I'm not mistaken, that place Willow was looking at down in Sheridan, Wyoming, is on there. I suggest you give them a buzz and find out about taking that tiger on a trip real soon. I can't keep the feds off our heels forever. It's going right up the chain to a full investigation. A whole lot sooner than y'all think."
15. Let him go. Willow. The next week blurs by with paradise shattered. Pretending to be a broker for a zoo, I've contacted every sanctuary on Falk's list, looking for a home for Bruce. It came down to 2 in the end, one in Florida and the other place in Wyoming. With limited transportation and keeping him concealed, it'll have to be Let's Roar in Wyoming, but they can't take him in immediately. The owner, Jacob Cook, said he'd let me know as soon as they can. Of course, they also need a significant donation to accept him. Not unusual at all. Like it or not, big hearts aren't enough to support an adult male tiger. It costs over $15,000 a year just to keep Bruce fed, and that's after a secure pen, vet checkups, and proper enclosure space. I have the money. The trouble is, it'll certainly be tracked. Grady says he'll make the donation in my name, but again, Falk pointed out that would raise red flags too. Once the FBI comes charging in, none of that will look good on our part. Grady's other friend, Ridge, the billionaire former Hollywood heartthrob, came up with the donation in cash, claiming it can't be tracked. And though I can pay him back when this is over, I'm reluctant to let anyone else wade into this, especially someone like a celebrity. I'm starting to realize how a fly feels in a spider web. But this web is my life. I'm trapped in another way, too. I keep telling myself to stay away from Grady, just like I know he's trying to hold back, too. But as soon as the sun sets, we morph into 2 different people. People who can't keep their hands and tongues to themselves. We end up downstairs every night, splayed out on the futon, or sometimes just the floor, plunged into the hottest loving of our lives. The quiet moments after we're exhausted and tangled up in each other leave me wrecked. That's when Grady assures me we're going to work this out, everything. But I know he's only saying it to make me feel better. There isn't a crystal ball or a magical happy ending waiting around the bend. We're adults, and we know it. If anything, this probably won't work out perfectly. You know the odds are slim when a former FBI man drops the truth bomb and it guts him. I can tell every interaction with Falk hurts him brutally, like he knows we're doing our damnedest in a losing-pitched battle. Bruce lets out a low growl, snapping my attention back to the task at hand. Sorry, Mr. Snarly Pants. I kink the garden hose and lift it out of the water trough that's currently overflowing. Huffing out a breath, I carry the hose to the wall, turn off the spigot, and hang it up. While pacing around the center of his pen, Bruce keeps his eyes on me. Grady made a few safety modifications after the tiger's jailbreak, besides just fixing doors. The large pen where he roams is now enclosed from floor to ceiling with chain-link mesh. He's restless, and I know why. Besides picking up on my anxiety, he needs a bigger place to roam, to be outside in a pen where he can climb and play with balls and boxes, and doze in peace with his long whiskers twitching in the sunlight. In my ham-fisted efforts to help, I'm ruining his dreams. Mine, too. Each day puts me a little deeper into the quicksand. Not just the investigation hovering over my head, but becoming too emotionally attached to Grady and his girls. I have to take Bruce to Let's Roar and end this. The director, Jacob Cook, assured me 3 times that Bruce will have all the space he needs, inside and out, plus all the other care it takes to properly house big cats. Oddly, that's the easy part. After they've gotten their donation, they'll gladly welcome Bruce with open arms. I'm the idiot making this more difficult than it needs to be. I don't want to leave. I like Grady and the girls, and this small-town summer I wish would never end. I've never had family like this. A community, like I do here, which is stupid because the harsh truth is I don't have it here. Sure, I've gotten to know Drake's wife, Bella, and Fox's wife, Tori, but they aren't my friends. They're Grady's people, however fun and welcoming. Everything I have here is thanks to him, and it makes me feel like I'm taking advantage of him, continuously. I'm also living an illusion. If a magic wand erased my tiger woes, Dallas doesn't fit my life plan. A town without so much as a pet rescue is no place for a zoologist. Sigh. My phone vibrates then, and I question ignoring it, because Priscilla and Niles still fish regularly for a connection. But it might be Cook and Let's Roar wanting to finalize arrangements. So I pull the phone out of my pocket. My heart drops to my toes when I see Dad on the screen. Holy crap. He's still in Africa, somewhere in the Congo with near non-existent cell service. Hoping nothing serious has happened, I click the answer icon. Hey, Dad! Willow! He yells, his voice shrill like I've never heard before. Thank God! I've had a whole voicemail box full of messages saying you've disappeared. Disappeared? From who? Already knowing the answer, I walk over and lean against the storage room door. Exotic planes? The Fosses? What's going on? He rushes out. I'm still in the Congo, but one of my students needed to call home and found me, said it was an emergency. Apparently they left a message on his phone. I had to travel 100 miles cross-country to get back international service, only to find a dozen messages about you vanishing. Where are you? Are you safe? I've never lied to my father. And I can't start now. He'll see through it completely. I'm still in North Dakota. But I kinda quit exotic planes. Quit? What happened? It wasn't a good fit, Dad. I wasn't comfortable with some of the things I saw there. I bite my tongue, unsure how to tell him I've become one of those uncomfortable things. Oh yeah, and they're also trying to frame us both for money laundering in the illegal animal trade. NBD. He's silent for a moment, then I hear his familiar chuckle. I don't want to say I told you so, but... My heart sinks. I know. You told me sanctuaries are nothing like working with cats in the wild. You said I wouldn't be happy working at one because I wouldn't have enough say. And you were so effing right, Dad. I don't add. Wow, was that me? Smart man. He laughs again. Listen, lovely lady, I didn't call to gloat. Let me help you. Once I'm back on the grid, I'll do some checking around and... Dad, no. I'm not ready for that quite yet. Okay, then. How about I arrange a flight for you to join me? I'm in the Congo for another month, and then it's on to India. We'll be regrouping in Tezpur before heading out to Kaziranga for field work. I could use your help. It'll be just like old times. I can hear the excitement in his voice, and it hurts. Oh, he'd love to have me with him again, but I can't say yes. Not when I have to protect him from here. Hoping I can sort out this mess while he's still off the grid. Question. Did you ever talk to anyone at Exotic Plains? I ask. Not after hearing their first few messages. I called you. His tone changes as he asks. Funny, you know, they didn't make it sound like you quit. That's what had me worried. Are you sure you're okay, Willow? Yeah, well, I sorta didn't quit. I pause. I just left without telling anyone. You... what? You didn't have a vehicle last I checked. Where are you now? Where are you staying? His tone turns urgent, worried, afraid for me. I'm fine. Just staying with a friend, I say, answering the only question I can. Willow! He lets out a loud sigh. This is sounding more like that time you got your poor heart broken by that stupid boy in your grad program. You wouldn't stop working and you lost 30 pounds after he cheated. Don't tell me you fell for some new devil at Exotic Plains. God, if only it were that simple. My heart sinks at the worry in his voice. Even when he's halfway around the world, I can't hide anything. It's always been this way. How concerned do I need to be right now? He asks slowly. What sort of trouble are you in? Do I need to transfer more money to your account? No, God, no. Don't do that. Don't transfer any money, Dad. And here comes the freak-out. Too late for me to slap my hand across my lips. Willow, baby, what the hell is going on? I sink down to the floor in a heap, wishing I could tell him everything. Look, Dad, I'm fine, but I just can't tell you anything else right now, okay? For so many reasons. But please, whatever you do, please don't contact Exotic Plains again. I'll tell you everything as soon as I can. I promise. He's silent, digesting the news, and I squeeze my eyes shut, afraid of what's next. Okay, he grinds out slowly. I'm going to trust you on this, Willow. Not only because I don't have another option when I'm in the bush, but because I know you. I know you're doing your best to take care of it. I must say, I feel responsible for not checking out Exotic Plains before letting you accept that job. Damn. I wish I'd flown home then and... No, you shouldn't have. It wouldn't have changed anything. Please, don't worry about me. I have friends, good friends, helping me with this. It's all going to be fine. Friends from the rescue? I hesitate. No, not quite, but they're amazing people. There's another long pause before he clears his throat. Well, don't keep me in the dark too long. You know how to get a hold of me. It might take a day or two, but I'll get back to you as soon as possible. And you know I'll come to the States before India any time. Just say the word. You don't have to do that either, I say, sniffing back tears. I'll definitely be in touch. You'll hear everything soon. Take care of yourself. Even though he's been an incredible dad my entire life, I'm extremely thankful he's so understanding right now. I love you, Dad.
Love you too, Pee-wee. You're my world.
I smile because he's always told me that. Bye, Dad.
Bye, sweetie. Talk soon.
I click off and dip my head back, wondering all over again what the hell I'm really going to do. And if there'll be some forgiveness when I can, actually not fucking lie to my awesome father. The side door sliding open has me leaping to my feet.
Hey,
Grady says, watching me as I grab the side of the wall.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I hold up my phone. Just got the call I knew was coming. Frowning, he asks.
From who?
My father. We lock eyes. In those quiet moments after the best loving of my life, lying together in bed, I've told him a lot, including who my father is and why he's in Africa. Exotic planes sent him a message saying I was missing. His eyes widen into mocha pools, anger rippling through them. And? He asks. I shove the phone in my pocket, and he's doing fine. I'm doing fine. All's good. Dad doesn't know about the FBI probe or the Fosses trying to set us up, and I'm hoping we can keep it that way while he's still off the grid. What are you doing?
Hank just got here to pick up the girls for the rodeo tonight. They want him to see Bruce before they leave.
He glances at the pen, where Bruce is still pacing around.
Is that all right?
I haven't seen Hank since the night he helped with the barn door, but I know the girls text him constantly. Yeah. They'll just need to stand back. Even though it's safe enough with the metal fencing you put up, he's awfully restless today. I think he knows I've found him a new home, and he's getting worried.
He's not the only one right to fret over that,
Grady says with a snort. He knows how worried I am about it, too. Go ahead. Let them in. He looks at me for a still moment, quickening my heart rate. I have to glance away, otherwise I might walk closer and hold my face up to his, expecting a kiss. For shame. I can only do that in private, and it's getting harder all the time to remember it.
Come on in,
Grady says. I walk to the enclosed pen, putting myself between Bruce and the door behind me. This will only be the second time since Grady installed the chain link that we've let the kids in the barn on the main level, with very clear instructions to stay at least 8 feet back from the enclosed pen at all times. So far, they've behaved like little angels. A moment later, Hank follows Sawyer and Avery inside. He's got a tall black cowboy hat on today, the remnants of a cigar hanging from his mouth, and gives me a quick nod before his gaze lands on Bruce. He takes an instinctive step back the second the massive tiger looks up. Shit, he whispers, slapping his thigh. The girls both giggle and try to urge him closer. They're still a good 15 or 20 feet back. He won't hurt you, Uncle Hank, Sawyer says, tugging at his arm.
Yeah. Thing one, you've got that right.
Hank's feet are glued to the floor.
I ain't giving him the chance.
Come on, Uncle Hank. He's friendly. You can come just a little closer, Avery says.
No, sirree. I can see all the black stripes and teeth I need to from here, Hank says with a nod. Damn. He looks even bigger than that night I saw him in the trailer.
That's because he's standing up,
Sawyer says, smiling so hard her nose scrunches. Curious, Bruce walks toward us with a loud yawn, and then he lets out a small half-interested roar. That's his way of saying hello, I tell Hank, who looks like he's about to run for the hills. Bruce comes closer for a better look, propping his head above the wooden wall around the pen, his furry orange and white face pressed to the mesh. His tongue flops out like a big dog for several seconds before he lets out a grunting yawn.
Uncle Hank! Come back!
I hear the shuffle of feet, and by the time I turn around, only Grady stands behind me. Hank has already flown the coop with the girls close behind him. With a grin and a shrug, Grady laughs.
Hot damn. I don't think I've seen Hank move that fast in years.
Well, Bruce takes some getting used to. We exit the barn together, and I wait while Grady secures the locks. Hank leans against his truck, looking like he's just survived the headless horseman. The girls are both busy trying to explain there's nothing to be afraid of.
That was just his way of saying hello,
Sawyer insists. I suppress a laugh.
Yeah, little ladies, if you ask me, that was one big-ass hello, Hank says, looking up as we approach. Dang, man. Can't believe you've got a full-grown tiger. This is news?
Grady chuckles.
I told you. And you saw him that night we fixed the barn.
Hank laughs.
Yeah, well, it was dark that night after the storm. I barely got a glimpse of him lying down in his trailer.
He pats each girl on the head.
You two go get your stuff so we can head on out to the rodeo. Least the Selleck bulls are still the scariest critters there.
The girls run to the house.
Only 'cause Joyce got all her cheating husband's bulls in the divorce,
Grady says with a smirk.
I left my wallet in the house. Hang on, I'll be right back.
As he walks away, Hank looks at me.
That's some cat, Miss Willow. Hope you'll excuse me for turning into a cowardly lion.
He laughs, shaking his head.
Don't know how you did it, neither. But thanks.
Frowning, I ask, thanks? For what?
Oh, you know. Grady's been dead set against having any fur friends around here since before Brittany died. You sure turned his butt around big time.
Well, it's not like Bruce will be staying here permanently, I say. It's just temporary. A freak accident.
I feel that. But it's more than just the giant cat. He's almost back to his old self with the way he is around you. I knew it'd take time, a hell of a lot of time. But, well, all I'm saying is it's good to see him living it up again. He's focusing on his own life, not just the bar and the twins. Before the other night when your boy went on a tear, he barely spoke to me.
Oh, I trail off, lifting my brows, wondering where this is going.
Yeah, I think he always thought I blamed him for my sister's death. I never did, not for one hot minute. He did everything he could for her and more. Fixing that barn door with him was just like the good old times, and it's all thanks to you, Willow. I'm hoping to see a whole lot more of him.
Of what? Grady asks, approaching us.
Tigers, man? What else?
Hank says with a wink for me.
But hell, I prefer it when they're at a zoo behind glass. A nice, thick, big old slab of window.
Grady slaps Hank's shoulder.
Yeah, you're right. He's pretty intimidating, even for a rough-riding cowboy.
Grady then takes several bills out of his wallet and pushes them toward Hank.
For the rodeo, he explains.
Huh?
Keep your cash, Grady. I've got it covered, Hank says. I already bought the tickets.
You don't get it. Grady stuffs the bills in Hank's breast pocket. They'll eat this much worth of fried cheese curds, corn dogs, and cotton candy.
Probably the first hour you're there.
The girls come flying out of the house then, both dressed in jeans, boots, plaid shirts, big belt buckles, and cowboy hats that match their shirts and boots. One pink and one purple. Hank climbs into his truck and throws the passenger door open.
Thing 1 and thing 2. Let's go.
A short time later, as they're driving away, I ask Grady, "Are you sure you don't want to go to the rodeo, too? Looks like a nice time to have fun with the family."
"I'm sure," he says. "You remember what Fox said the other day?"
Oh, right. It's my fault he's stuck here with me. Cue the nervous laughter. Falk made it clear that with everything going on, I should stay out of sight as much as possible and always have someone around to protect me. Apparently, other messy situations that happened in Dallas always wound up with the damsel in distress coming too close for comfort to an ambush. And though I'm no damsel, perish the thought, there's no denying the distressed part. I'm glad Hank was able to take the girls, at least. They were really looking forward to it, and they shouldn't be cooped up here with us just because, you know,
They love it, he rumbles. You would too, I'm sure.
Winking at me, he says,
We'll go another time.
I smile and nod, knowing there won't be another time. As much as I think I like it here, it's not where I belong. I'm a zoologist. It's what I've always wanted to be. And there isn't a zoo here or any exotics besides Bruce for miles. No place for my career. I wish that wasn't true. But I can't just up and abandon everything I've ever wanted. And even if I wanted to, Grady wouldn't let me give up on my dream. There's a buzzing noise. He pulls his phone out of his pocket, looks at the screen, and the canyon of a frown on his face sends a shiver up my spine. What's wrong? I whisper.
The cameras at the airstrip. They're picking up motion.
Another animal? I ask. That's happened several times. Other than the night when Priscilla sold that poor lion cub, there hasn't been any activity besides the occasional deer or a bloated raccoon skittering past.
No, I don't think so. Let's get a better look on the screens downstairs.
It can't be another exchange, I whisper, following him into the house. They always happen in the middle of the night. Head down, he's still staring at his phone.
Looks like someone walking around. I'm not sure. It's too small to tell on this screen.
A hiker? I ask.
We hope.
He growls, this protective snarl in his voice. We head for the basement, and I try hard to keep my eyes off the futon. The girls never come down into his man cave, nor have they noticed the extra bedding I'm washing on a regular basis. It feels odd, this secret love affair. Not that I want them to know. I don't. But a small part of me wishes we could kiss in the open. Foolish, selfish, and 1,000 other bad things. I know.
Do you recognize them?
He asks, pointing at the screen as the app syncs to cast the footage. I take a good look, shaking my head to clear my thoughts. No, I don't think... Wait. I lean closer to the screen. Oh, crap. That's Wayne Bordell, the scummy conservation officer. Looks like he's back.
That's what I thought, Grady agrees. And it looks like he's found one of the cameras, snooping around the edges of the airstrip.
Great, I whisper, trying to fight the icy chill sweeping my blood. I plop down on the other chair and hold my breath as Bordell examines the camera up close, a sneer on his face. Then the feed from his camera goes black. Do you think he'll find the rest?
Guess we'll just have to watch and see.
He picks up his phone and stabs at the screen. Are you texting Falk?
Damn straight. We need to know if the camera feeds are traceable.
His eyes meet mine. Bearish and dark. Oh, Jesus. I hadn't even thought about that. My heart thuds with weighted fear. There's so much about this insanity that keeps surprising me. So many ways to suffer, fall into ruin, or worse. His phone pings almost instantly.
Fox says no. The feeds are blocked, untraceable, no matter what kind of equipment that fuck has.
He just found another camera, I say, feeling thwarted, watching another screen go black.
Let him. He can't hurt you here. I promise, darling.
Grady rests a hand on my knee as if he knows just how to make me feel better. Together we watch as Bordell frantically searches the area and finds all but one camera. He comes close to uncovering the last unit several times, but never touches it where it sits, half covered behind a few long stalks of grass. After about 10 minutes of no movement, Grady leans back in his chair, heaving a sigh.
Looks like he left empty-handed. We've still got one set of eyes, even if this one isn't the best quality, he says.
Did you see a vehicle?
Nope, but he must have had one. It's not on the road, though. Our last camera still shows part of the service road and nothing ever came by.
I nod. And most of the runway. We'll see if something else goes down tonight.
We will. And we'll capture every second if it does. That's more hard evidence Falk can give to the FBI in our defense.
You mean mine, I say weakly, turning to meet his eyes. My mouth goes dry at the way he's looking at me. His gaze drips this odd mix of empathy and desire and promises. I tell myself not to think about what's been on my mind ever since we entered the basement. My body might as well be a hungry dog subjected to Pavlov's conditioning. Being down here puts one thing on my mind, no matter how much bad news hits us in the face. Actually, it's been on my mind well before then. Hard, sweaty, all too addicting sex with Grady McKnight.
You're okay, woman. Looks like you need a reminder,
he growls, holding out a hand. God help me. I move from my chair to his lap, straddling him, loving the rush of instant heat blazing up my legs to the apex between my thighs. Our communication goes rough and primal then. His thick hands slide under my shirt, pushing it up, as his lips capture mine in a long, heated kiss. Our tongues dance with need, fencing each other in a contest to see who gives out first, who needs it right the hell now. When our lips part, I'm definitely the loser, too drunk on him to even consider not continuing what we're craving. He's already unclasped my bra, so I grab it along with the hem of my shirt and yank them both over my head. He catches them in his huge hand and hurls them against the wall. Perfect. His mouth finds my nipple, raking his beard against my skin. Oh, God, I'm already a whimpering mess. And this other one? Heaven, he growls, twisting my other bud between his thumb and forefinger. My panties were already soaking wet for him, but now I can't even feel how drenched they are behind the dull ache. The need to be under his piston hips as he fills me to my limit. He's so damn good at foreplay. Half the time I wind up coming at least once before we get to the main event. It's just amazing and different from anything I've ever had, and I love every second. Today is no exception. He sucks, licks, and lashes my breasts with his animal mouth until I'm squirming against his thick thighs. And then he plunges one hand between my legs, flicks my lace aside, and feels what's already his. You want more, he teases, knowing full well I do, stuffing 2 fingers in my hot cunt. Say the magic word. Slade. I force myself to stop biting my lips so I can actually obey this beast. Yes, I whimper. Grady, please, you know I do. You want me to take you right the fuck here? On this chair. I nod, too far gone for words, a low, sultry moan escaping my mouth. You're lucky I agree, he says with a heavy chuckle. Holy hell, my body is a shrieking mess, my hips rolling, pleading for more. I stand up just long enough to jerk down my shorts and panties. He does the same, fishing a condom package out of his pocket. I grin at how well armed for action he is lately. But I guess that comes with the territory when we can't stop flinging ourselves at each other like wild rabbits. Rather than slide the rubber over his length, he sets the package on the desk and pulls me forward, straddling his lap again as he sits back down. Want me to help put that on? I ask, burning with need. His cock is so perfect. The sight of it alone nearly has me feeling his thrusts. Not yet. I'm not done warming you up. He growls in my ear, threading his fingers through my hair, all hot breath, as he stamps his lips down my neck. I am dead. I suck in a breath as his fingers enter me again, this time stroking with feral intent. You good with this, Will-O-Wisp? You know how bad I get it every time you come for me. He rasps, his needy voice booming against my ear. Oh, God, yes, I know. I grasp the base of his cock and give it a long, slow, winding stroke. Just as long as I can play with you, too, I whisper, trying to keep control against the intense stroke of his fingers. Remind me what that mouth does, he demands, pressing his forehead to mine, filling my eyes with his fire. Suck me, woman. I almost lose it right there, my walls tensing around his fingers. Oh, I'm always down to demonstrate my skills. I'm so in love with how rock hard he gets while still feeling velvety soft, and use both hands in devotion, playing with his balls at the same time. His hands are just as busy. One huge palm gives my tits full attention, along with his mouth, while his other hand owns my pussy, raking pleasure out of me in quickening strokes and teasing my clit with his thumb until I'm a tight, shaking mess, trying to keep control. "Bring it," he whispers against my skin. "Come on my hand. Let it fucking go." Just like that, I'm so flipping gone. My body arches, and I throw my arms around his shoulders, rocking into his strokes. White-hot bliss slams my brain as I go into convulsions. His grasp keeps me grounded while his hand squeezes everything he can get from me, his lips stealing every soft, shaking sigh. When I can remember my own name, I open my eyes as his fingers drift away, loving the insane, raw twinkle in his eyes. "On your knees," he whispers, helping me down. My desire has no brakes, none. I feel like I'm out of my own body, watching this amazing scene as I fall down in devotion, wrapping my fingers around his shaft, pumping slowly up and down. Then my mouth goes down, slowly at first, tonguing his earthy length, and loving how his whole body pulses. "There we fucking go. Good girl," he growls, sending a shiver up my spine. He's never ordered me around quite like this, and it's so hot, it's a struggle to focus. Normally, he holds back until he's inside me, covered with a condom. Not today. I want to see Grady completely let go, so I take him with my lips, my tongue, my fingers, caressing those balls that never seem empty. I take him with licks, with hungry pressure, with a slow corkscrew twist downward, and an urgent flick of my tongue up, stopping under his crown. I take him like I'm honestly addicted to his taste, his masculinity, and pine-like scents and dark things of the forest. And let's face it, I am. I'm so helplessly addicted to this man, and I worship every single inch of him like he deserves. I'm rewarded with a low, savage, grinding noise in his throat as he throws his head back. "Shit, Willow, I only answer by coaxing him harder, fisting his cock faster, a wanton moan of delight vibrating against his dick. "Come on, Grady, we're in this together. Let me have it." "I can't fucking hold it," he growls again. Yeah, me neither. I don't care how ridiculous it sounds. I feel another O closing in. I'm shaking from holding it back. "Willow, damn." His body goes rigid, turning to granite, and his cock jolts like moving steel in my hand. Holy hell. I reach one hand between my legs. My climax hits at the same time he starts pouring in my mouth. His magnificent head swells again and again, a dam breaking, ropes of Grady's release spilling against my greedy tongue, more than I can possibly swallow in one go. We come together so hard it hurts. Him in one long spasm and more guttural cursing breaths than I can count. Me in this otherworldly current spiking through me. This struggle to contain him, to serve him, to love him. Damn it, I said it. Love. And then floating down into each other. We're both gasping, fighting for every breath as we keep the momentum going until our bodies just can't anymore. I lean forward, still wiping my mouth. Grady caresses my face, brings me in for a kiss, and shows me just how much he enjoyed himself. "You know, we can still put that condom to good use," I whisper. Yes, I'm insatiable and proud of it. Mainly because my appetite is all thanks to him. "You better believe it, minx." He slides his finger in and out of me again as soon as I'm back on his lap. My cock's always in the mood for round 2, 3, 4, and 7. Oof. The best part is he's barely exaggerating. I love the way he talks about it like we can never get enough. "You're in luck, mister. As long as it's with you, I think I could go 100 times in a week and still be ready for one more round," I whisper. Then his lips are on mine again, smiling and taking charge, claiming what will always be his, no matter what happens next.
16. The cat's meow. Grady. She lights me on fire every damn day. Willow is a living, breathing wisp of inferno that crawls up under my skin, smelts my blood, and leaves me aching for her burn. Aching for more no matter how many times we wind up kissing, fucking, and rubbing our souls raw. I grab the condom package, fully ready for round 2, when we both freeze at an unexpected chiming sound.
Was that the doorbell?
She asks. Shit. Unfortunately for my dick, she's right.
Did you lock the doors?
She jumps off my lap. Double shit. No, I grunt, right behind her as we scramble to get our clothes back on.
Knock, knock!
A high, squeaky voice calls out. More reason for me to seize up again. Willow grabs my arm.
Who is it?
She whispers. That's Linda goddamn Wood. I snarl between teeth clenched tight. I was stupid enough to let my guard down when I shouldn't. Linda hasn't backed off chasing my ass with Cupid's archery set for the better part of a year, ever since she decided I'd make a nice catch. I don't want to be caught by her in any way.
Grady? Grady McKnight, I know you're here.
Linda calls again, her voice a permanent shriek on chalkboard. I finish zipping up my jeans with such force I could have done damage if I'd still been hard. Then I grab my shirt and jab it on over my head. The humor shining in Willow's eyes has me shaking my head. I wish it were funny.
I'll wait here,
she says, sitting down in the chair we've just had so much fun on. I grab at her arm. Oh, no, you won't. You're gonna help me.
But I'm not supposed to be seen,
she hisses.
Remember?
Yeah, Linda Wood isn't an exotic beast trader and you're just my nanny. Remember? I throw back, hiding a smile behind my beard. That's the part I've hated about all of this. Keeping her as hidden as Bruce. I get that we have to be careful, but I want to show her off and hope it's like flashing a cross at a vampire. Hell, I want this whole thing done and over so we can get back to that second round before my balls turn into overgrown blueberries and fall right off. I don't just mean the sex, either. Every moment with Willow feels precious, fragile as blown glass, and impossible to put into words. Even harder to make sense of when I know it shouldn't be that way. Oh, but fuck, it is. It's exactly that way. I'm hoping against hope and good sense there's some way I can talk Willow back to Dallas when all this crap with the dirty animal sanctuary ends. The girls have asked me more times than I can count if she could stay, even after Aunt Faye comes home. There's a picture on the front of our fridge by my little artist, Avery. She's captured all 4 of us in surprisingly good detail for a 10-year-old, including a flash of Bruce sticking his face out of the barn's open door. Best summer ever for the fam is written across the top. Proof positive Willow's not just a nanny and not just a heaping mess for me to clean up. She's the woman in my life Linda Wood will never be. Quit stalling, sweetheart, I tell Willow, tugging at her arm. I'm not going up there to face her unarmed.
Why?
She grins. She's a barn cat looking to get her hooks in. I bite off.
Oh, right, you are afraid of big cats and lice.
Her smart-ass smile makes me want to bite that lip. Her teasing makes me grin, but I hold it back and give her a glare. Not the nice kind of cat, I tell her.
Okay, fine. I guess if you really need me, who am I to leave you hanging?
We climb the stairs and find Linda next to the kitchen, snooping. She's peeking in the door of Willow's room. Her blonde hair is tucked under a red cowboy hat with matching boots, very high white shorts, and a red-fringed button-up shirt. Linda, I snap, giving her my coldest January tone. She spins around with an utterly carnivorous smile.
Oh, there you are, she beams. I saw the girls with Hank a little while ago, and I couldn't believe you weren't with them at the rodeo.
I clamp my back teeth together to keep from asking her to button her damn shirt the rest of the way up. I'm about as interested in ogling her goods as a corpse needs to breathe. So you thought you'd drive out here and stomp around my home, huh? Uninvited? I'm usually not this hostile, but I've had my fill of her shitty flirt ambushes this past year.
I rang the doorbell,
she says, batting her lashes with a woe-begone frown. We were in the basement. I reach behind me and pull Willow into the room next to me. A lot of hard work being bent over, rearranging furniture. I let the innuendo carpet bomb her.
Willow.
Linda's lips pucker as she looks Willow up and down.
Yes, that's the name Avery and Sawyer mentioned. I was having a hard time remembering exactly what type of tree it was. I was thinking pine or spruce, or maybe dogwood.
The rattle on this snake. I clench my jaw harder.
Yeah, I get that a lot,
Willow says with an easy laugh.
And you must be Haley's mom, right? The girls mentioned her.
I bite back a grin at how she doesn't include the word you. Linda pats at her chest lightly with one hand.
Oh, I'm sure they have. They're my little darlings. They've been in Haley's class for years.
After a fake giggle, Linda levels a nasty glare on Willow.
So you're the new nanny?
She is. Not that it's any of your business, I answer. What is it you wanted? Her smile sinks and worry fills her eyes.
Oh, nothing much. I've just been worried about you, Grady.
She saunters toward me, heels clicking on the tile.
You and the girls, cooped up all alone with poor Faye gone. She's such a dear going to care for her friend, but it isn't fair that a wonderful man like you should lose your right hand and be stuck here all alone.
Perish the fucking thought. We aren't alone, I growl back. Faye's absence is the reason I hired. She lays her hand on my arm, cutting me off mid-sentence.
You shouldn't have. Your aunt was adamant about me helping you while she was gone. I know that you know that.
I jerk myself away from her, turning to guide Willow away from the doorway. And I know you're well aware I told you I didn't need your help.
Well, you know how Faye feels about strangers around the kids. Why, how the whole town feels about strangers lately. They've brought us nothing but trouble. First that poor girl our movie star married, Grace, and then those men after Falk.
Save your breath. I was right in the thick of both situations. Her eyes swell.
You certainly were. Did you see the papers after that big bust with Faulkner, Tori, and the goats? They're starting to call your crew the Knights of Dallas, our own hunky protectors. We got so lucky with you hometown heroes.
Yeah, fuck, how could I forget? The fact that I'm the last real single guy left who moonlights as an ass-kicker was like waving red meat in front of a tiger. But I'd rather be toe-to-toe with Bruce any day than a tigress like Linda would. I take a deep breath for control. Willow isn't a stranger. She's doing a great job around here, and she'll continue. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got some supper to fix. I'm looking to finish our hard, sweaty work in the basement before the girls get home. Willow inhales sharply, no doubt swallowing a laugh. The dagger look Linda throws at Willow has me wanting to toss the intruder out on her ass. I haven't removed my hand from Willow's back. In fact, I step even closer to her side.
Really, Grady?
Linda pauses for 10 brutal seconds, her nose turned up, and then speed walks to the kitchen door.
I'm disappointed in you. I would have thought a man of your caliber wouldn't expose his daughters to this girl.
Now it's my turn to crank the evil eye on full force. What is it you think I'm exposing them to? I ask. Protecting them from someone like you?
From me? Well, I never...
Huffing, she marches out of the kitchen, clucking her tongue. Bye, Linda, I grind out. She storms through my living room, and I follow with Willow's hand in mine, making sure she gets out. I'll let the way she slams my door go. It's relief enough knowing she's finally taken the hint. I'm not fucking interested. I'd said it before, but never so forcefully, much less shown her there's another woman I actually like in the picture. This time, I doubt she'll be back. Thank God. The tires on her truck kick up gravel as she spins the vehicle around, making her exit.
Grady, are you sure that was wise?
Willow asks. She's at my side now, staring out the front window. Was what wise?
Making her believe there's more going on between us than there is.
Laughing, I turn and grasp her hips, pulling her close. You tell me. How much more is actually going on? She slaps at my chest, a sunshine smile turning up her lips.
You know what I mean. I'm not talking about our fun.
I do. Just like I know you're reason number one she came barreling at us, ready to run you off like the screeching barn cat she is.
Hey, it's you she wants, not me.
I'm not up for grabs, and you aren't here to be attacked, I tell her, running my hand along the back of her neck. Let her obsess over another dude now. Willow glances out the window.
I'm surprised you never gave her a chance. She's a pretty woman.
I snort. Is she? I couldn't see past her 10 layers of makeup.
But you saw how her shirt was unbuttoned, right? Just enough to show some cleave.
Cleavage? Hell, it was down far enough to see her belly button. I joke, running my hands up her sides and using my thumb to caress her tits. I'm not having her doubt whose melons I'm interested in for a nanosecond. Besides, the only reason I noticed is because you were stuck on my mind, and I was pretty damn steamed over what she interrupted, I say. She leans forward and lays her head against my chest.
You're sweet, but sometimes I wonder if maybe we shouldn't.
Her phone rings, stopping her from saying more. Good, because my gut said I wasn't gonna like what was hovering on her lips one bit. She pulls the phone out of her back pocket, looks at the screen, and hands it off.
It's Falk.
What's up? I answer her phone.
Hey, Grady, I called your phone first, but you didn't pick up.
Left it downstairs, I reply, my dick warming when I remember why.
What happened with the cameras?
Falk asks. We saw the whole thing. Bordell, the conservation creep. He found all but one and put them out of commission. Only camera left is the unit that's obscured by the grass, but it's better than nothing. Fuck. Falk curses beneath his breath.
I think they're onto us. One of my guys just pinged me. Willow's accounts are being closed down left and right, and there's some mighty odd movements happening at the sanctuary right now. Unmarked cube trucks. The feds won't wait much longer before barging into this. If they do, it could be too late.
Damn it. My head starts pounding like a construction site. Falk has a guy watching the sanctuary in Minot, and if he thinks it'll be too late, it damn well could be, and the Fosses will never be caught. Leaving Willow hanging out to dry under the gun for their bullshit, at least the financial crimes. Bruce is still here, I say. The place in Wyoming can't take him yet.
We have to get that cat out of there, Grady. The FBI will probably come roaming around in a few days, maybe less, but there's reason to believe the Fosses have heard about the tiger sighting near your house. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pulling the plug on their offshore accounts.
Fuck. I feel like the ground caves out from under me. Drake's online cover-up wasn't fast enough. I knew it'd be difficult to scrub the tiger speculation totally off social media, and now it's evidently caught up with us. My brain trips over the conundrum of how the hell we're gonna get out of this. It's hardly as simple as he makes it sound. Get Bruce out of here, call in the FBI to bust the Fosses, and then what? Expect Willow to just hunker down here as a live-in nanny and my plaything? Christ, what if Linda was right? What have I been exposing my daughters to, giving them false hope? How did things get this convoluted, this out of hand?
Tomorrow morning at your place,
Falk is saying, something I didn't catch.
I'll pull everybody together then.
Yeah, got it. I hadn't heard what he'd said before, yet I agree. All right, 8?
Yeah, see you then.
I click off.
What's happening?
Willow asks as I pass her the phone. Besides the tragic death of my hard-on, I think it's a disaster. I have the girls to think about, their future, their safety and security. Like it or lump it, I have to stop thinking with my dick and start using my brain. I'll fill you in on the way to the bar.
The bar? Why?
Because I need a beer. You could use one too. Everyone in town's at the rodeo, so it'll be nice and quiet with just the two of us. We'll eat there.
Grady,
I'll explain everything. I head for the stairs. Be right back. I need my phone. Half an hour later, after we've both changed our clothes, we leave for the bar.
What's going on, Grady? What did Falk say?
She asks as soon as we're on the road. Our time's up. We have to get Bruce out of here ASAP. I answer, holding no punches. The Fosses are closing down those accounts in your name and your dad's. Plus, there's some real unusual crap happening at Exotic Plains.
Define unusual.
He didn't go into a deep dive on details, but we'll meet tomorrow morning to hash it all out. The bottom line is, we have to fucking move.
Then why are we going to the bar?
Good question. My mind is a chaotic stampede, 50 unruly thoughts hoofing it in different directions, trying to figure out how I can save everybody's skin. Willow, the girls, the bobcat. Not to mention making sure the Fosses have their day in court, exposing their sins to the light of day. It doesn't feel like we can win at all. I have to make us. There's no other choice.
Grady?
She looks at me nervously. We're having dinner, like I said. Also, I need to talk to Weston, I answer, just as I'm able to rustle up a few of my loose ideas.
Weston? Why? Is it the truck?
We're calling in his help to take Bruce to Wyoming, I say, nodding because it just makes sense.
I have to take Bruce to Wyoming,
she says, straightening in the seat.
I have to make sure it's a good fit for him, once they call and say they're ready for him.
Whether they've called or not is a moot point. We have to get him the hell out of my barn. I huff out a breath. The clock's running out, Willow. I'm sorry. Falk said the feds will be opening an active case in Dallas soon. Could even be within a day or two. I have to think about my girls. I can't have them in the middle of a fucking raid. She opens her mouth again, but closes it, this sad frown weighing her sweet lips down. I hate this. I'm not even sure what else Falk is planning. Still, I have to make sure there are safety measures in place for everyone. This whole thing has gotten way off the rails. It also proves how whacked in the head stupid I've been. After Brittany's death, I swore it would only be me and my girls. I'd never put them in danger. Not for money or fame or a stranded tiger attached to the most gorgeous, kind-hearted woman who blew into my life. I keep my promises, no matter how much the toll costs in heartache.
17. Cause and effect. Willow. Yes, I get what he's saying. Yes, I agree. And a big fat hell yes to how much I hate knowing I brought this down on him. But at the same time, I can't squelch the idea that he's regretting things. Regretting me. So maybe I am too, but only because there's an open cut in my heart, and I bleed every time I glance at Grady's face. Behind his chiseled, angry hero man mask, I sense the agony, the conflict, the fear, and the brute knowledge that I'm the person responsible. Ever since that last call from Falk, it's like he's retreated deeper into himself and fortified his heart. A defense mechanism, just like he was when I'd first arrived. He's protecting himself as well as Sawyer and Avery. I don't blame him one bit. My own grief isn't his problem. Neither is the crazy notion that I don't want to leave. God, I've been such a flaming idiot. Letting myself get so attached was stupid, leaving my heart ripe for the stabbing. Now it's time to pay the price. I don't need Weston to take us to Wyoming, you know, I say, knowing my truck must be long fixed. I can drive myself. I'll leave tomorrow morning with Bruce, bright and early. In the stolen trailer and truck, without backup? Before I can respond, he continues, "Not gonna happen, darlin'.
If the feds don't know about the truck and trailer, your old bosses do. They'll all be out looking for it. And for you. Crud. I didn't think of that.
Does Weston have a trailer that'll work? I ask, still hating the idea.
No.
He pulls into the bar parking lot, which is nearly empty, and parks near the back.
He has a truck, and we'll wrangle up a new trailer somewhere. Not Drake and Bella's this time. I can't be making their names mud if something goes haywire.
Whose? I ask as he opens his door.
Plenty of folks with trailers around here.
He climbs out and closes his door. I follow and meet him at the door to the bar, feeling like I'm wading through cement. Don't you think you've already involved enough people? It started out with just us, then Falk and Weston and Ridge and Dr. Walton, Drake and Hank, Bella and Tori and... Jesus, why don't you just post it on Facebook? I regret the words as soon as they're out. He jabs me with a wounded look. I grab his arm. Oh, Grady, I'm sorry. I feel so guilty asking for so much from everyone. I just can't stand to see anyone hurt or in trouble with the FB freaking I.
Me either. I wish I'd been focused on that this whole time.
He opens the door and nods for me to enter ahead of him. His words sting because I know the distraction he means is us. What we've been doing every night. Every kiss that tasted like perfection and shredded my heart. Now, our love, did I really just think the dreaded L word again? Is nothing but a ruthless liability. We sit at the bar in our encroaching misery. Weston is tending the place tonight, and a young dark-haired woman waits on the few tables where a couple customers are seated. Grady talks to him about bar business for a while and orders us platters of chicken tenders with fries and coleslaw before he brings up Weston's schedule. There's a noticeable shift in their voices then. They go quieter, discussing who can cover the bar so Weston can help with another job over the next 2 days.
Sure, Uncle Grady,
Weston agrees with a slow, accepting smile before he even asks what the job is. He's a young man in his mid-20s or so with a muted sadness in his face that makes me wonder what put it there. The family resemblance is mostly in the face, the strong jawline and the smile. Grady's nephew has short, sandy blonde hair and restless blue eyes that grow wide when his uncle tells him he's just been drafted to drive me to Wyoming with Bruce. Shit, the tiger? He whispers, tilting his head.
The one and only.
Grady echoes. Man, that's a big job. I'm game to help out, but I've got to ask, why me?
Why not you, West?
Grady fires back, slapping a hand on his nephew's shoulder.
You've got a good head on your shoulders. You're one hell of a mechanic, and you've been through some shit like the rest of my crew. Unlike them, you're not tied down with a woman and kids. Not yet.
Lucky me. Winding up tiger meat because I haven't tied the friggin' knot. Weston shrugs and gives back an aw shucks grin. When?
You need to be at my place tomorrow morning for planning. Once I hear back from Falk, we'll have a more exact time to embark. In the meantime, I want you to make a list of everyone you know with an extra stock trailer who'd be open to renting it out. Ideally, somebody who isn't big into farming or the traveling rodeos, so they don't have any highway violations sticking around. Then we need another truck, a trailer, and somebody with a clean driving record who can keep their mouth shut if we pay 'em well and won't mind playing decoy.
Decoy? Weston whispers. Grady just nods, his dark eyes twinkling with amusement.
You'll see, my boy.
I look at Grady and blink at the decoy thing myself, wondering what in Hades he's plotting. Whatever it is, I know what I have to do. Once I get Bruce settled in Wyoming, I need to head home, back to California. I've caused enough havoc for this lifetime here in North Dakota. I thought I'd known exactly what I'd wanted when I came here, but the truth is, what I wanted doesn't even exist. It was a fantasy. My father warned me, but I'd been too pig-headed to listen. Big cats need help surviving in this world, in the wild against poachers as much as they need a hand against other evildoers in captivity. I hadn't taken any of that into account in my fantasy world. I'd been too focused on myself, on the prestige I'd gain, rather than thinking about what the animals needed. Grady and Weston are still talking, but I'm not listening. Instead, I'm thinking about how much my life has changed forever over the past month. Is that what it's like to grow up? My father always said that had to happen before I'd figure out what I wanted out of life. Like every headstrong girl with a shiny new college degree. I hadn't listened. I thought I was grown up as soon as I graduated. Surprise! I was wrong. And maybe I still am, because I'm not sure responsible adults run around stealing tigers in distress and dumping them in the laps of handsome small-town single dads. The ride home from the bar is silent for good reason. We both know things have changed. I can't help wondering what would have happened if Grady and I met under different circumstances, without Bruce in the picture. Would there still be this magnetic pull? Would I have ever pierced his gunmetal heart? I'll never know. I'll never know a lot of things about the two of us, because there won't be a lasting us to worry about soon. As he parks the truck and turns it off at his house, Grady says, "I'm gonna call Joyce and ask if the girls can stay with her for a few days. It'll be easier on them when you and Bruce leave if they aren't around." I nod, despite my heart turning inside out. "Sorry. I need to protect them." He sucks in a slow breath. "From everything I can, you understand. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't make saying goodbye a big deal." A suffocating pain fills my chest like an angry fist gripping my heart. I can't help the dagger look I throw his way. "Sure. Whatever." I throw the door open and climb out. "I'm going to check on Bruce. Night." "Good night." I barely hear his response because I shut the door before hearing the last syllable. My eyes burn like lit coals. This bleary veil across my vision as I walk to the barn. Bruce is blissfully sleeping, and as I sit on the edge of the wall, looking at him, visions of the past few weeks crisscross my mind. How excited Sawyer and Avery were that they had a huge cat living in the barn. The awe on their faces when they saw Bruce for the very first time, and the many laughs they've given me. I'm going to miss them like hell, but even worse, I know they'll miss me. Remembering an art project from high school, I leave the barn and go to the kitchen. There I mix together salt, flour, and water into a thick dough and carry it back outside to the barn. After forming 2 large heart shapes from the dough, I carefully step into the pen. "Hey, Brucey," I say, watching closely as I walk toward him. "Big day coming up, so you're smart to rest up. I know I'm breaking every rule in the zoologist's handbook by doing this, but I need your help. Avery and Sawyer need a goodbye present before we leave, okay?" He opens his eyes and blinks at me curiously, and for a second, I hesitate. As comfortable as I am around him, I respect the fact that he's a colossal animal with untamable instincts. The tiger is Mother Nature's sledgehammer wrapped in a fashion mogul's dream. He's lying near the trailer, front paw stretched out in front of him, making this adorable snorty sound as I approach. His huge head lolls back, bored by my presence. Nice and easy. I'm just going to borrow a paw and press it into this clay. He lets out one of his low, purring growls, as if to say, "Make it snappy, don't keep me here all day." Stepping closer, I kneel down, nervous in my own right, but smiling so he won't pick up on my jitters. Slowly, I reach out and touch one of his paws. "Obviously, we'll use your good paw, all right? Not the one that's been healing." He lays his head back down with a groan. "So generous, big dude." I slide one of the heart-shaped clumps of dough under his paw and press down for a few seconds, leaving an impression. Then I repeat it with the second one, talking to him softly the entire time, murmuring little things about how much he'll love his new home at Let's Roar. I'm a blubbering mess by the end of it. Careful not to disturb the imprints, I stand, wipe my tears, and thank him before leaving the barn again. In the house, I use a toothpick to carve a huge B and the date on the back of the dough, and then put both prints in the oven to harden. Grady is nowhere in sight, and that's a good thing. So I take a shower, pack my bags, and simply kill time stress cleaning the kitchen and organizing odds and ends until the gifts are fully baked. I pull them out of the oven when the timer goes off and put them in my room only a minute before the front door opens and the girls burst in, full of loud giggles and rodeo stories. I can't help but smile hearing about Uncle Hank getting chucked off a mechanical bull in a contest, and then Granny Coffee beating every man, woman, and child for the prize. Grady comes upstairs from the basement and barely looks at me as he gestures for Hank to follow him outside. The girls continue chattering about the rodeo as I help them settle down for bed. It's not until she's tucked into her sheets that Sawyer yawns and asks, "Hey, is Dad still outside talking to Uncle Hank?" I pause, trying not to let my inner sad face slip out. "I guess so, but I'm sure he'll be up to say goodnight as soon as Hank leaves." "Okay, night, Willow." My eyes sting, knowing this will be the last time I tuck them in. I lean down and kiss her forehead. "Night, Sawyer." I repeat the same heart-wrenching goodbye they aren't even aware of in Avery's room. After kissing her on the forehead, I leave and go back down to my room. I get busy writing out notes to go with the paw print plaques. When I finally crash, sleep doesn't come easily. I'm ping-ponged between sweet dreams that wake me up with a burning need and nightmares that leave me trapped with my heart pounding and tears in my eyes. I'm glad when morning arrives, even if it comes with a hangover-like headache. Ugh. I've overslept, too. It's past 7 o'clock. I take a quick shower and head out to see something I haven't witnessed before. The girls, balking at Grady telling them they need to stay with Joyce for a few days. He refuses to tell them the real reason, because I'm leaving and taking Bruce with me. The tension between the three of them rises like hot steam in the room. Unable to take it, I step up behind the girls and lay a hand on each of their shoulders. "Hey, ladies, your dad isn't trying to be mean," I say softly. "He just needs some time to take care of a few things with me, and we'll be able to do that faster when he doesn't have to worry about you two." "But you're here, Willow, so why do we have to leave?" Avery asks with a pout. "Because he might need my help," I say. "This is about Bruce, isn't it? You're taking him somewhere." Sawyer glares at Grady, folding her small arms. They're too smart. They know when they're being lied to. My heart cracks, and I wish I hadn't said anything. Grady looks at me then, shaking his head. "Sawyer's right. This is about Bruce," he begins, his brown eyes glued to mine. "He's going to a big cat sanctuary, and it'll be easier if you aren't here in case anything happens while he's being loaded. We can't keep him here forever, and you two are old enough to know it." You weren't even going to let us say goodbye, Daddy?" Avery asks, tears brimming in her eyes. "That's not fair, Dad," Sawyer snaps. "Not fair at all." Grady's face might as well be made of stone. There's nothing soft about it when he looks at them. "There isn't time. We need to get moving in the next hour or two and sort this out. It's for his own good and sometimes... Hell. Life just isn't fair, girls," he says, a pain in his voice he can't hide. Now it's my turn to tear up. I whirl around, wiping at my eyes with my sleeve. I was going to leave the plaques and notes for them to find in their rooms, but suddenly I'm changing my mind. "Hang on, guys, I have something for you. I'll be right back." Leaving the letters I'd written to both of them in my room, because those are my final farewell, I carry the 2 plaques back into the kitchen. "Here you go. I made these for both of you last night," I whisper, laying them out on the table. They're terribly simple, just bone-white, heart-shaped pieces of homemade clay with Bruce's print embedded in the center. But the way the girls ooh and ah, anyone would think I just handed them the crown jewels. "Willow, thank you, thank you! This is the most precious thing ever!" Avery gushes, her tears turning to diamond trails rolling down her cheeks. "Glad you like it, Munchkin. I left them white so you can paint them if you want. Just be very careful. You could even have your dad help shellac them and plant them outside, right by the tiger lilies we rescued." "I might someday.
Sawyer says with a wavering smile. I'm gonna keep it beside my bed for now, so I can think about him and you every night.
I like that idea, I tell her. Then, looking at Grady, I say, if it's all right with your dad, I'll take you to the barn so you can have one more quick look. It'll only be 5 minutes. Grady keeps his gaze averted, but nods. That's fine, I guess, if you hurry. I lead them outside then, very deliberately keeping my eyes on the barn, fighting the urge to look back, because if I do, if I see his sad, hard hangdog face one more time, no, just no. I can't let it end like this, but it's already dying, and it's a slow acid drip on my soul. It doesn't take long for the girls to wave Bruce farewell behind the chain-link mesh. He even stands up, licks his chops, and shows off his princely coat of tangerine, cut with fierce black zigzags. The cat lets out a final loud rolling purr for them that they love. If I had my head on straight, this is a moment I'd kill to capture for research, a raging question in the interspecies emotional IQ of Bengal tigers. Instead, I'm so effing shredded it's hard to even stand. But their smiles make me feel so much better, even as a hot tear races down my cheek, and they're far more agreeable about going to Joyce's when we return to the house. They head upstairs to pack their bags. Alone again, Grady shakes his head and shrugs. Thanks. Those plaques are a hell of a nice touch. Really thoughtful, he says. It's not my place, but I can't help what comes pouring out. Look, I know you're just trying to protect them, Grady, but I wish you'd realize there are some things not even you can protect them from. Saying goodbye is one of those things. It's a part of life, and they just did it without hurting a hair on their heads. They'll have a new memory to cherish, even if they're sad right now. Maybe so. There are some things I don't want them exposed to, and that's how it's gonna stay, he says firmly. His dark brown eyes cut me so deep, but I'm too proud and too stubborn to let him see me cry over losing him. I know. I understand. I just think learning how to cope, how to deal with things, is better than avoiding them. I step around him. I'll go see if they need any help packing. Joyce arrives a short time later, and though I hadn't seen her since that first day they came home, she's as friendly as ever, bubbly as if we're long-lost friends. I assure her the head lice panic ended without issue, and I hold on to each girl a little longer than I normally would when I hug them bye. Joyce's car is barely out of sight when Falk arrives, closely followed by Drake, Hank, Weston, and Ridge. His butler, or valet as he calls him, Tobin, is also along for the ride. To my surprise, Tori, Bella, and Grace are there with their husbands, as well as Roberta, Hank's girlfriend. What's this? Grady booms behind me, coming outside. You called the cavalry, man, so we came in force, Ridge says with his billion-dollar movie star smile. More hands on deck than you could need, and let's hope it's more than enough. They congregate in the kitchen like it's a makeshift war room. Tobin starts brewing coffee. The women try to make pleasant conversation, but I mostly just nod and mutter a few words. I'm sick with nerves. Everyone here is now a part of my mess. I have to see this through.
18. Wrapped in a woman's hide. Grady. I can tell Willow's overwhelmed by all the people in the room, and though I want to tell her none of them would have it any other way, that's how we roll in Dallas when someone's in need, I hold my tongue. This whole fucked-up escapade made me take a hard look at my life, at everything I've lost, and might like to recapture again. Someday. That thought lingers in my gut as I glance at the women in the room, all wives and mothers now happily married to my best friends. Men I appreciate and feel damn proud to have standing by my side in any conflict, especially this one. After arriving home from the bar last night, I talked to Falk. We mapped out the plan we'll be sharing with everyone this morning. "We're all here and caffeinated, Grady," Falk says, nudging my side as he takes a loud slurp of coffee. "Go ahead." The room grows quiet. I look at Willow for the briefest moment, wondering when I'll ever be ready to let love into my life again. Real love. Lasting love. Sweet and tender and intense as hell passion. Watching her give the girls those plaques this morning and seeing their reactions made me wish the answer was now. And a deep, aching part of me wishes it was with her. Taking a deep breath, I give her a nod and start slowly. "Well, as you all know, there's a big-ass tiger in my barn who'd be dead if it wasn't for Willow Macklin. The exotic plains rescue in Minot is bad news, and it's been confirmed." I pause, glancing at Drake. "The people who own the place have sent employees, goons, whatever you want to call them, to Dallas to investigate the tiger sighting that went viral on Facebook. They're trying to beat the feds here, who could come swarming in any time, which means getting Bruce out of here is gonna be tight. But we need to move like lightning, because once the FBI follows up on exotic plains for their black market dealings, having an illegal tiger in my barn means very bad shit for me, my girls, and the town." Willow frowns at me. I wish I'd given her the crib notes before my big briefing. I could have last night, but I knew where that would lead. Either her slapping me across the face or another romp in the basement. Or hell, maybe both. So tomorrow morning we're gonna have a convoy of half a dozen trucks and trailers leaving the area. Only one will have the tiger in the trailer, the rest will be decoys. Tobin and a couple other folks have generously decided to help with the diversion. I pause, looking at Ridge's ice-cold butler, who nods. Tobin gives me a rare smirk, pushing his glasses up his aquiline nose. Normally I'd laugh. This guy is a human robot, and I think he's actually having fun for once. "Whoever's looking to follow," I continue, "or possibly trying to intercept the tiger, is going to have a hard time finding the right one. After all those trailers leave, the one that belongs to Exotic Plains will be delivered at the airstrip they use to transfer and sell exotics." "Yep, the FBI has the GPS coordinates for that runway," Falk says, holding up his phone. "And I just got confirmation they'll be arriving both there and in Minot sometime tomorrow." I nod. "That just about covers it," I say, clapping my hands together for dismissal. For the next few hours, we break up into small groups, mapping out routes that our decoys will take north, south, east, and west. A couple will take off a few hours ahead at dawn and go through Montana and South Dakota, all the way to the Wyoming state line. The others will only drive an hour or so from town before turning around and doing it again. Calls get made to more folks we can trust with trucks and trailers, using the recent rodeo and a stolen bull as a cover story. Joyce donates 6 more decoys herself, with her ranch hands driving them. I'm thankful as hell I recruited Falk last year to help scope out her cheating husband and bust his lying ass. What goes around comes around. Only the folks gathered here right now know the entire truth. The others are just that willing to help with few questions. That's the kind of place Dallas is. Small-town heart and soul, and one more reason why I'm proud to call it home. Shortly before noon, an old red car comes racing up the driveway, kicking up plumes of dust. The late 70s, 2-door Chevy Nova, complete with spoiler and mag wheels, looks like it's in mint shape, only driven by a little old lady. And I know which little old lady as I glance at Tori Faulkner. "Did you tell Granny Coffee you were here?"
I called her about an hour ago,"
Tori says sheepishly.
"Sorry, Grady, I didn't tell her what we're doing, just that there's a crowd of us out here needing lunch. You know Granny. If there's an army to be fed, she wants to be the cook."
Falk walks over and drapes an arm around his wife. "You let her pick the menu, right?" Tori laughs.
"No eggplant today, so don't worry. I finally convinced her to take a break."
I smile, since I've heard about the infamous time when Granny's hate affair with the purple vegetable blossomed into a deep affection in an enemies-to-lovers story for the ages. Falk told me she's damn near been eating eggplant dishes 3 times a week ever since. Granny Coffee, once again dressed in her usual bright colors, hops out of the classic car as I walk out the front door.
"Hello, handsome," she shouts. "I brought you all some victuals."
Her laughter rings in the air.
"Send some muscles out here to help bring it in."
The guys help me take care of that, and soon the women and Willow have the kitchen set up with a buffet of food that could feed half the town. "How'd you manage all this in an hour, Granny?" I ask, while waiting for others to fill plates.
"Easy. I cleaned out the deli at the supermarket."
She slaps my arm.
"The tough part was hauling it all home on my bike."
I laugh, knowing she's joking, I think, and snag Willow's arm. "Have you had a chance to meet Granny Coffee?" I ask her. Before Willow can answer, Granny says,
"Of course we were introduced, and I told her I'm over the moon happy that you've got a good woman in your life. You were right about Miss Linda. She can't hold a candle to this lady, judging by everything Tori's said. About time you got those little girls a new mama."
Fuck me. I should have known the can of drama-loving worms Granny would open. It's her specialty. Willow laughs and starts deflecting.
"Oh, Granny, don't you know Grady's secretly been in love with you for years?"
Granny hoots with laughter and gives Willow a hug.
"You just stole my heart completely, you little firecracker."
Releasing Willow from a bear hug, Granny looks at me.
"Go eat, both of you, before the food's all gone."
Good idea. I'm starving. I lay my hand on Willow's back and steer her to the table. "Sorry about that," I whisper once we're out of hearing range. Her eyes shimmer like blue seas with humor.
"It's fine. She's adorable, and I was prepared. The girls warned me with their Granny Coffee stories."
"Yeah, no doubt," I grumble. I also have zero doubt that Granny's statement won't leave my mind anytime soon, especially her point about finding a mother for Sawyer and Avery, something they've never known, not with Brittany's rapidly deteriorating condition when they were little. I hadn't realized how much they needed a grown woman in their life until this morning. Sure, they've always had Aunt Faye, but she's more like a grandmother. Willow handled their anger at me for sending them away with Joyce better than I had. Hell, she'd gotten me to change my mind about them giving Bruce one last send-off, too. And there's no denying it helped diffuse a bad situation. Her point about letting them live, good and bad, struck a vein. Ever since this morning, despite all this ruckus and planning, I've just been bleeding. I'm sorry as shit I've been so dense for so long, and even sorrier to lose this beautiful, whip-smart, bright-eyed woman. I never expected Hurricane Willow, not falling for a desperate chick within weeks of meeting her. And now here I am, re-examining my life, doubting my hard-ass rules and everything I thought I had a grip on for years. If that's not the universe dropping me down on my head, I don't know what the hell is. Trying to shut down my thoughts, I fill my plate high with salads and a piece of a sub sandwich thicker than my arm, then try to focus on eating. That's nearly impossible with Willow next to me. She's talking with the others in the room, men and women, and fits in too well. My heart drops like a swung hammer, looking for something to smash and missing. I stare at my plate, ignoring the urge to look at her, knowing every lingering glance just cuts me in two. Just like those tiger prints she made for the girls, she's stamped her impression on my soul. It's gonna hurt like a knife to the eye when she's gone, leaving behind memories that hollow me out. With the meal over, I head outside, hoping fresh air will clear the storm in my head. Hank is already there, smoking a cigarette around the corner, hiding it from his girlfriend. You know she can smell that crap on you, don't you? He grins. Yup, Roberta knows I smoke. We both just pretend she doesn't. I raise a brow. And you're telling me that works? Sure. He plants a heel on the side of the house and leans back, taking a long drag before saying, So what's going to happen to Miss Willow after all this? I heave out a sigh, remembering all the things she'd told me while lying next to me, lost in her own dreams, in my arms after I pummeled her senseless. Guess she'll go looking for another zoologist job somewhere. Or maybe go to Africa to meet up with her old man. He's this big expert on rhinos and travels the world. Wow, shit. That's too bad, man. Hank sniffs. Too bad. Oh, yeah. I was hoping she'd come back to Dallas and hang around a while longer. Your girls love her like the dickens, and if you ask me... I wait as he takes another puff. And I urge when he doesn't finish. He drops his cigarette butt on the ground and stomps it out with the toe of his boot. Well, it's not my place to say, but I've got to tell you. I like the changes I've seen in you, bud, ever since she showed up. You're almost the old Grady again. I'm human-led. I look away, my jaw clenched. Hank knows me too well. He was there for me and the girls forever. Still, it's only been since the night we fixed the barn door together that I've realized how much I missed doing things with him. Hank, I start, but he cuts me off. Grady, just listen. Brittany was my sis, and I loved her. But I won't pretend to know what you all went through with her illness and death, other than knowing it was more than I'd have ever been capable of handling. Hank lets out a long sigh. Thing is, Grady, I love you too. You'll always be family. I've looked at you as my brother just as much as she was my sister, and it ain't right not to see my brother happy again. You and things 1 and 2 together, I mean. I finally saw that happen the last few weeks, and hoped it'd continue. The rough smile that cuts across my face surprises me. Hell, I think of him as a brother too, and I appreciate his honesty. She has her own life, Hank. One she had before she ever came here, and I have to let her return to it. That's part of what makes me feel so damn empty, so turned out. Yeah, I know that's my fault. There's nobody to blame but myself for getting this attached. Willow stated right from the start that she's only here for a short time. She said she wasn't expecting anything more than I was willing to give before we'd made love the first time. Shrugging, I look at Hank. Like it or not, it's not up to me. So you would like her to stay? Is that what I'm hearing? His face goes tight as he tries to hide a smile. Let's just say I wouldn't be opposed, I admit. Hank slaps my shoulder so hard it catches me off guard. Good man. I'm glad as hell you haven't turned into some sort of Viking monk. Viking monk? I snort. Nah, not really. Hank takes off his cowboy hat and puts it back on as he glances at the house. So I have something else I need to ask you. I give him a side eye. What? Can I, show Granny Coffee the tiger just a little glimpse? You told her about the tiger? I bite off, giving him a dirty look. He throws his hands in the air. Aw, man, she overheard me and the girls at the rodeo whispering and wrangled the rest of it out of me. She won't tell anyone, honest. I shake my head so hard it might spin off before I calm down. I guess she's not as crazy as she seems when you get down to brass tacks, I say. Yeah, all right, she can see the damn tiger. Sweet. I promise I won't let her pull his tail, Hank says, holding up his hands when he gets another look from me. Dude, it's just a joke. Can Willow come with us? I nod. Giving Granny permission basically opens the floodgates. Her visit kicks off a small, steady flow of people following Willow into the barn, 2 at a time, to get a look at the beast who's caused so much drama. Something dawns on me then. Once Willow exits the barn for the last time, I ask, How'd you get those paw prints for the girls anyway? She cocks her head.
It was just flour, salt, and water mixed into a dough. Then I baked them until they were hard.
No, I mean, how did you get the paw print in the dough? Her cheeks turn pink as she looks everywhere but at me.
I pressed his paw into the clay.
Damn, isn't that against your own rule? Never getting too close unless it's absolutely necessary? I bite back a smile. She gives me a shaky nod, twirling her hair pensively.
Yes, but I wanted the girls to have something to remember him by. I took a risk, and I'm kinda glad I did.
Her eyes drift to the house.
I can't believe this, Grady, how all these people turned out to help. I've never seen anything like it.
I shrug. Good people live here. Neighbors who still act like neighbors.
You're a lucky man to have this many wonderful people in your life,
she says, a whimsical smile on her face. No argument. As we start walking to the house, I broach a subject I've been putting off too long. So, after Bruce is settled in Wyoming and this FBI crap ends, I was thinking, if you've got no other plans, you're welcome to come back here and stay till you...
No. Oh, I mean, I can't do that. But thanks. Thank you, Grady. I just have to get home and figure out, well, everything.
She flushes, never meeting my eyes, and increases the speed of her walk.
Granny's leaving. I want to say goodbye.
I don't even follow her into the house. I just stand there, gutted, watching her disappear inside, feeling like a boulder just dropped on my head.
19. Ride the Tiger, Willow. I've had rough nights, where my mind just won't shut off, but last night was a bottomless freaking abyss. I wake up with my pillow soaked and my eyes sore. After everyone left yesterday, Grady and I avoided each other. There's no nice way to put it, and the mood lingers the next morning. We're both like hurt, fragile things. Every soft kiss and urgent moan we ever shared feels like it's been stolen. My heart murdered and dragged out of reach, cast out of this strange temporary paradise we shared. Foolish? Absolutely. I knew from day one I'd only be here for shelter, even on our hottest nights, when we spent so much time locked in fevered kisses and hushed cries. I never stopped planning my post-Grady life. Now try telling my heart that. I'm so torn about leaving, I can barely slug down a cup of coffee, looking away every time he's in the room, trying and failing to hide the redness in my eyes. For the first time in my life, my sadness, my worry, my loss has nothing to do with big cats, much less my own future. It's losing the present, everything I was never meant to share with this rock of a man. Don't get me wrong. I still want to work with exotic animals and pursue my dream. I'm just wondering if I've been wrong in thinking that's all I ever wanted. Living here has shown me what I was missing by not having a big family, never being truly connected to a loving community. This swift detour through madness also revealed what it's like to fall in love. Before Grady McKnight, I was clueless. Sure, I know what love is with Bruce, with Dad, with family, but with the big tall drink of growliness who's still messing up my head? Love is a whimper of pain, a heart rending in half, a brief, all-devouring passion that whispers false promises and turns hearts to salt. All because love is also this sharp, jagged shape that just won't fit into the neat round hole of my life, and our love is so twisted and unexpected and impossible it can't squeeze into Grady's life mold either. At the sound of the front door opening and banging shut, I squeeze my eyes closed, holding back another flood of liquid misery. After last night, you'd think the well would have had to run dry. Nope. Lucky me. I'm smoothing out the last picture Avery drew for me, the one she said I could take. It's almost identical to the drawing hanging on the fridge with the four of us and Bruce. I tuck the lovely memento away in a notebook, close my bag, and zip it shut. Yes, I've already put the letters I wrote to each girl in their bedrooms. The one I've penned for Grady is resting on my pillow, together with my tiger-striped bracelet in gold and onyx. The bracelet is decently valuable, and once I'm able to access my bank account, I'll send him cash instead. Falk advised me not to use my credit or debit cards until they're cleared for use by the FBI. Call it collateral because that's better than what it really is. A splintered, sad fragment of my heart that will always belong to him. The bracelet just gives it substance. Weston's here. At the sound of Grady's voice, I draw in a deep breath to ease the erratic pounding of my heart, then pick up my bag and turn around. Okay, I'm ready. It's early. Dawn is barely breaking, and the number of vehicles in the driveway is a bit overwhelming. I still can't get over how many willing and able-bodied people turned out. No, not just willing. Actual heroes. How should we get Bruce in the trailer? Grady asks. The new ride's too tall to back into the barn. His gaze is like a sweet brown honey I'll never taste again. I thought about the move this morning while feeding Bruce and decided the easiest way would be for me to just lead him. I'll use a leash. A leash? His eyebrows shoot up. You're shitting me, right? Well, I'm sure you country boys call it a lasso. You have one, don't you? It's only a short distance into the trailer once it's pulled up, and I'll just walk him inside. Yes, bud. It'll work. I walk down the steps and see Weston standing near a truck with a huge trailer hitched to it, his eyes sharp and focused. Hey, Weston, go ahead and back up to the barn door, I tell him. Yes, ma'am. He snaps off a crisp salute and sets to work. Once he does that, I put my bag on the back seat of his pickup. Grady is at my side when I close the door, holding a rope in one hand. Thanks. He holds the coil out of my reach. At least let me rope him, okay? We'll need to do that before opening the door. Falk, Drake, and Hank are all here too, along with their wives. Grady gets them all in position before we enter the barn. Bruce is snoring near the concrete block wall, his whiskers twitching in his slumber. The sight makes me smile and also feel a little sad. He's gotten used to this big old barn. I hope he'll tolerate Let's Roar just as well. Looks like you aren't gonna need to lasso him after all. I can just drop the rope around his neck, Grady tells me. I don't argue. We make our way around the brick wall to where Bruce is sleeping and climb up on the concrete base blocks. He's going to lift his head when I say his name, I whisper. Just make it quick. Drop the rope around his neck, but don't pull it too tight. We don't want to startle him. Will do, he whispers, positioning the rope in his hands. Hey, big guy, I say to Bruce. Wakey, wakey. We're going on a road trip. Hope you're well rested. Just as predicted, Bruce lifts his head, letting out a mighty yawn. Grady releases the rope over his head, a perfect catch, and thankfully it doesn't faze Bruce at all in his groggy state. We hear the door unlock. Grady steps out and tells whoever he's positioned there to open it, just wide enough to expose the open end of Weston's trailer. I walk along the top edge of the concrete wall, then jump down and stand next to the ramp leading into the trailer, waving at Bruce. If he wasn't so tame, so content, so gentle, he could bowl me over and be on the loose in a flash, even with Grady holding the rope. Luckily, Bruce is a gentle behemoth, and after standing, stretching, and yawning for what seems like forever, he comes plodding over to me and walks onto the ramp. Just a few more steps. Come on. I don't release the breath I'm holding until he's safe inside. Boom. Let's roll! I hear Grady yell out. The men are quick to lift the ramp, and Grady slides the loose rope off Bruce's neck in one quick jerk. It tugs up over the cat's smacking lips before the men close the trailer. Got everything you need? Grady asks me after he double-checks the latches on the door. I have the cash from Ridge for the donation, cash, and a prepaid debit card from Grady. All my belongings, and one big sleepy tiger. Yep, I guess I'm good. Never mind the fact that I'm leaving half of myself behind. Willow, Grady says, laying a hand on my shoulder. I shake my head, then slowly nod before pulling away from him. His touch ignites my skin, and I can't walk out of here on fire. I have everything, and for what it's worth, thanks for all you've done. Have a nice life, Mr. McKnight. I step away briskly because if I don't, disaster. I'd throw myself into those big arms wider than the sky and never let go. Knowing I don't dare look back, I walk to the passenger side of Weston's truck and climb in. "Time to fall out, people," Fox shouts. I know the plan. At precisely 7 a.m. on the dot, every decoy truck not already on the road will hit the highways, giving the goons Priscilla and Niles sent into town, plus any incoming federal agents, ample prospects to follow. The truck and trailer I stole from Minot will also be leaving. Weston drove it here last night, and it'll soon be hooked up to the empty trailer parked next to the barn. Grady will drive it to the airstrip later, followed by Falk. Fear fills me at the danger they're putting themselves in by driving that truck and showing up at the airstrip. Then again, anyone helping me today is in deep doo-doo. I'll just have to pray no one gets hurt. Jacob Cook from Wyoming responded to my texts last night, confirming he can accept Bruce today. I try to focus on that, on Bruce and his happy new home, as Weston pulls away from the barn and we start winding down the long driveway. We are part of the tactical line of vehicles leaving the yard. I'm already numb when we reach the highway. "So, Grady said I'm your company as long as you need me," Weston says, an awkward note in his voice as he tries to make conversation. "Any clue how long that'll be?" Staring out the passenger window, I turn and say, "You can go as soon as we unload Bruce. I don't think I'll be needing anything beyond that." "You sure? Uncle Grady said you'd have to make sure he's settled." "Oh, I will," I answer, "but you don't have to wait around for that. You're going above and beyond just by chauffeuring us there." "Well, how you planning to get back home if I don't? Figured you'd at least need a ride to the airport or something." "There's not really a home to go back to," I say glumly. My heart clenches at the truth of that. My dad's empty place in San Diego hasn't felt like home in years. After a long silence, Weston asks, "So this is permanent? You aren't coming back to Uncle Grady's?" "I can't go back," I say weakly, more to myself than to Weston. "Damn," he grunts, scratching the back of his neck. "Guess I didn't realize that. Seemed like you two hit it off like a barn on fire. I figured you'd be seeing Dallas again, at least till you've sorted out the rest." The ding of his phone saves me from having to say more. A message flashes on the blue screen on the dash. "Heads up, a black SUV just closed in, and a man inside used binoculars to check what's in my trailer." "Me too," flashes on the screen next. "Shit's flying from decoys already," Weston spits, his blue eyes narrowing in focus. "We started a private channel so we can stay in touch. Hang on to your butt. This might get nuts." Awesome. I should have known this wouldn't be easy. The texts become our discussion topic during our drive for nearly the next hour, especially when a message from Bella says a vehicle tried running her off the road. "They chose the wrong target," Weston growls, shaking his head. "Drake will have their asses locked up over that." He laughs then. "Did you see what Bella had in her trailer?" "No, what?" "A bale of hay covered with a tiger-striped blanket." He grins, showing off his white teeth with the sun slashing across his face. Something that feels awfully rare for this man, even if I don't know him. "Really?" I ask. "Good thinking." "Yep. She's a brainiac." He gestures to the trailer we're pulling with a nod. "This is one of Joyce's trailers. No one can see in it because the vents are too high, mostly around the roof. It's my truck, but her trailer." I nod, thankful for some good news. More messages come swarming in, this time about a squad car in hot pursuit of the SUV that tried knocking Bella off the road. Weston laughs again. "Told ya." The messages peter out then. Weston asks if I'll stay in Wyoming with Bruce, and I explain that I will for a few days before booking a flight back to San Diego to regroup. It's all I can think to do before mashing a big fat reset button on my life. I tell him a few fieldwork stories for the next hour, until he mentions the cooler in the back. "Granny Coffee packed us some lunch," he says. "I'm starving. You?" "Sure." I'm not hungry, but it's something to do, so I unbuckle and lift the cooler into the front seat and open it. "What's in there?" Weston asks, his eyes flicking urgently to the top. I smirk. He looks a lot like his uncle when his stomach's growling. Sub sandwiches, chips, fruit, cookies, bottles of water, and looks like some jerky. I hold the stick of dried meat up, confirming. "All of the above," he says. "Thanks." That makes me grin. He's a nice guy and certainly very helpful. I open a sandwich and set it out along with chips, an apple, and a cookie on the console, plus a water bottle for his cup holder. "Thanks for all you're doing to help me with Bruce," I say, unwrapping a sandwich for myself. "No problem. Happy to help." He takes a bite of his sub. If Uncle Grady asked me to go to the moon for him, I'd make myself into an Apollo astronaut. Because he's your uncle? Family? Nah. Well, that too. He takes another bite, then chews and swallows, his thoughts shifting in his eyes as the sun catches them. Thing is, Grady helps everyone, including me. When I got back from serving overseas, I had a few issues. He helped pull my head out of my ass and set me straight. I owe him. Besides, this is the first time he's ever really asked for help. Like you saw back there, he had a small army ready to join in, no questions asked. His words make my heart flutter because I know just the Grady he means. A proud, lion-hearted man who turned himself inside out just to let his friends into his life. Yeah, I noticed. I whisper, straggling out the words before my throat closes. He's always been too proud to ask for anything, even when he damn well should have, Weston tells me, taking another Bruce-sized bite off his sub. I've still got a mouthful of mine, so I just look at him, unable to form words. I'm talking about when Brittany was sick and dying. Uncle Grady never asked anyone for help, and he sure could have used it. That shit ripped him in half. She didn't even know who he was by the end. Food gets stuck in my throat, and I have to swallow extra hard to push it down. She didn't? I finally get out. Nope. Poor lady didn't remember nothing. Not him, not the girls, not her own friggin' name. It was horrific. She had a feeding tube, and Grady had to do everything for her. Everything. With sad eyes, he pauses, raising a fist from the wheel. Seemed like it went on forever. I can't even imagine what it was like for my uncle. The end was a blessing in disguise when it came, putting her out of her misery, but not for him. Grady always thought he should have done more. He never realized he couldn't have. He's a hell of a guy, but he's not a miracle worker. There was nothing anyone could have done, and he ran himself raw caring for her. He was kind and faithful to the bitter end. Wow. I mouth numbly, feeling my pulse slowing to a crawl. Ah, hello, pain. There's that pesky heartache again, determined to make me spill a few more tears for the incredible man I left behind. The handsome man with a desperado's soul I couldn't even give a proper goodbye to. God, what's wrong with me? Weston takes a drink of water, slugging it back like a whiskey shot. Shit. I was just hoping he was snapping out of this funk he's been in for years, finally getting over it and moving on with his life, you know? The dude deserves a little excitement. A real date or two with a nice woman, if it's in the cards. He turns that sad smile on me. I wasn't that hungry before, but now I can't take another bite and tuck the sandwich back in its wrapper. I had no idea Brittany's death was so awful, so sad. I'd never asked Grady directly, never pried into what he'd gone through. No wonder he's so viciously protective of Sawyer and Avery. Of himself. Watching someone he loved die like that gives a new definition to torture.
If I had 2 wishes, Willow, I'll tell you what they'd be,
Weston says darkly.
For one, I'd wish I could finally get my life back on track, bring in steady business at the shop, and stop looking over my shoulder.
The way he says it sends a chill up my back. Apparently trouble runs in the family with the McKnights. And the other? I venture when he goes quiet.
Easy. I'd want to see my uncle get hitched again to the woman of his dreams. Somebody cool and gorgeous and adventurous. Someone to bring him out of his shell. Somebody to complete his family. Hell, someone to make him smile. Because that man doesn't do it near enough. And when he does, nobody can help but smile back.
His eyes sparkle and I see an adorable smile light up his face. That's really kind of you, I say softly, turning my head sharply to the window. I think he still sees the heavy tear I wipe off my cheek. But I said I wouldn't do this, didn't I? I won't cry over Grady again, much less dwell on the fact that I'm one more loss in his life. I won't go all angsty schoolgirl for this wounded beast man with an unforgettable kiss. Too late. I already am. Weston goes quiet, at least, politely leaving me to my heart being slapped around in my ribs like a drunken volleyball match. I'm grateful for the silence. The messages on the screen mostly stopped after Drake arrested the 2 men in the SUV who made the fatal mistake of chasing his wife. Idiots. For all I know, they'll have to answer to Edison, too. I'm so out of it the miles drift by, and I look up in surprise when Weston speaks again.
We should be in Sheridan in 40 minutes or so according to the GPS, he says.
Our route flashes on the dashboard screen. Every mile makes my stomach cave in a little deeper.
Uncle Grady texted a little bit ago. Said he booked us rooms at a hotel about 15 miles away from the refuge.
Weston says.
Smart, right? I can't wait to take a load off after this.
I nod, picking up my phone to start searching for a rental car place. I'll need wheels to get back and forth to Let's Roar for a few days, and a car to drive to the closest airport once I'm sure Bruce is safe. A short time later, we drive through the large open gate of Let's Roar. 20-foot-tall fences line both sides of the road, like most big cat places. Off in the distance, I see larger pens with wire covering their tops. They look secure and in good shape, unlike half the rusted enclosures in Minot. I so hope Bruce will be happy here, and they'll be good to him. I also hope Weston's wish for Grady comes true. He deserves that. He deserves better than me.
I'm assuming that's our check-in point,
Weston says, waving at a sign that says office and pointing to the left. You're right. Cook said he'll be there, I said, recalling our discussions. It's probably just nerves, but an odd chill coils around my spine. The place seems eerily quiet for early afternoon. There's a parking lot that says visitors, but not a single car there.
They must be closed today,
Weston says, making the same observation and scratching his head. Yeah, Cook said they'd be, but there should still be employees. I spot a barrel-chested man with a silver beard and spectacles walking out of a big log structure that must be the office. Pull up over there. That must be Mr. Cook. Weston parks the truck and kills the engine, but I climb out first, hesitating before I shut my door. The man walking toward me looks like he's worn out, hurt even. His clothes are rumpled, his eyes are red, and he's limping? Hello? Mr. Cook?
Yes?
He nods too briskly for comfort.
I know.
He shakes his head slowly.
I know. Miss Macklin. And I'm sorry. So terribly sorry.
Confused, I turn, looking over my shoulder because that's where he's staring. Fear washes over me in a tidal wave. I see the tall, Lantern-jawed man smiling, standing just a few feet away. He's as fearsome and unexpected as if he'd dropped out of the sky. Niles Foss. "Welcome, Miss Macklin," he snaps, flipping a baseball bat over his shoulder as he approaches. "It's been too long, and I believe you have something that belongs to us." I hear Weston racing toward me, a handgun drawn, but he suddenly drops like he's been shot. But I never heard a gun go off. Did I? Not that it matters. Another large, angry-looking man with a bat steps out, standing over Weston's fallen body. My mouth is dry, my heart racing, and I grab the door of the truck to jump in, but the air whistles like it's boiling before I can move. The bat comes down on my head. I throw up an arm and duck, but I don't even get a chance to scream. Pain explodes in my head with 1,000 hot shrapnel fragments. And then I can't fear anything at all.
20. Wake the Tiger. Grady. It actually worked. I'm fucking elated when I hear the news. Within hours of everybody hitting the road, the goons from Exotic Plains tried running Bella off the road. Drake was on them like flies on shit in minutes. Now they're booked in the Dallas jail, cooling their heels, and already singing like canaries with intel according to the latest update. Menacing the wife of the man who's next in line to be our sheriff wasn't a smart move. One problem down, 100 more to go. Falk and Hank have already turned off the service road, arriving at the airstrip from the rear like Willow and I had when we'd installed the cameras. There's no time for ATVs today. We're coming in full force. My heart vibrates like a fallen rock impacting the ground. I touch the bracelet I'd hung on my blinker switch. After hooking up the trailer to the truck, I'd gone to the house to lock it, and on impulse took a quick peek in what was Willow's room. No, let's be real. There was a reason. I was already missing her. The bracelet was lying on her bed next to an envelope with my name on it. She'd thanked me for all I'd done, and said she agreed with the title on Avery's picture. Best summer of her life. She also said she was leaving the bracelet as collateral. She promised to send money enough to pay everyone back once she's home. Doesn't she get it? She could send me 100 million smackers and it still wouldn't be enough. It never has been. Not in the past and not now. I don't give a shit about coin. I'm still not sure how she did it, but she broke the iron chains trapping me in the past. She helped me pull my forgotten sword from the stone with every kiss, every caress, every night we left in flames. She brought me back from the dead, raising me up, restoring the humanity I thought had died with my wife. Thanks to Willow Macklin, I can finally live again. Except now I can't. Not without her. Sure, the motions are there. Food, breath, work, even my endless love for my daughters, but other than that, I'm an empty fucking vessel. It's different than when Brittany passed. There wasn't anything more I could have done, and fate severed our worlds. Not this time. Willow's very alive, very gorgeous, and begging to be mine. And even if she shoots down my proposals 10 more times, I've decided I won't stop coming. The options are there. Hell, I could sell the purple bobcat and let Ridge use my land for spillover cattle farming. The girls would adapt to a life overseas. I'm sure of it. It's me that's the problem. Dallas has its hooks in almost as deep as Willow, and every time I've ever been away, I've always been mighty anxious to come home to my town. But there's nothing in Dallas for her. Therein lies my choice, and my personal hell. My roots, my life, or her. I try to dampen my conflicted thoughts as the road to the airstrip appears. Once this shit's over, I'll have time to ponder. Then I can talk to the girls and make a decision, right after I track down my tiger thief and lay down one rule. Anything's fair game in this life, as long as I've got her. I slow down, wrenching the wheel around the corner, and wonder how Willow made it all the way to the bar in this old truck the night she stole it. The damn thing steers like a tank, even with Weston's tune-up, and snorts like a geriatric elephant. There's no sneaking in on anyone in this thing. Not that we need to. Falk arranged a meeting with Fuckface Bordell, the not conservation officer. He called in saying he'd capture the tiger spotted around Dallas and wanted to know what state Game and Fish wanted him to do with it. Bordell instantly offered to come and get it. Falk arranged this meeting instead, saying he was already on the road to Montana, getting it the hell away from his livestock. I haven't told Willow about this part of the plan. She had enough on her plate with getting Bruce to the refuge in Wyoming. She knew the plan was for me to drive the truck here, to the Strip, but thought it was just so the FBI could find it. It wasn't till after she and Weston left this morning that Falk made the call to Bordell, flushing his cockroach ass out of the woodwork. Yeah, he'll know something's up as soon as he sees the truck and trailer, just like the kind at Exotic Plains, but by the time he figures it out, the trap swings shut. My phone pings. It's a message from Falk confirming he and Hank are in place. Almost to the airstrip, I dictate and hit send. Another ping sounds, and I click on the new message. Weston. He says they just drove through the gates at Let's Roar. Relieved they made it, I set my phone on the seat. The rest is up to me. Keeping my eyes peeled for any movement, I slow down, lumbering along the road and clamping my back teeth together to keep them from rattling over the rough spots. The Strip soon comes into sight, but I don't see another vehicle. I pull all the way onto the pavement, grab the 9mm off the seat, and tuck it into the back of my jeans while climbing out. We're going in locked and loaded in case Bordell is an easy prey. Once I'm out, I take a peek at the bad art project in my trailer. Ridge's wife, Grace, came up with the idea of using tiger-striped blankets over bales of hay. From a distance, it damn near looks like Bruce is asleep in there, and that's all we need. I also smile, remembering the first night Willow came screaming into my life. That huge cat in the trailer scared the shit out of me then. I sigh, already missing his furry face too. Honest to God, it was pretty damn cool having a tiger in my barn. A roaring engine has me spinning around, casting a look at the road. A cube truck, like the one that delivered the lion cub, comes flying up the road and skids to a halt next to the trailer. Still wearing his game and fish uniform, Officer Bordell jumps out of the passenger seat, a concrete brick of a man with arms and legs, probably former military by his build, just like myself. And the fun part is, he's got his gun drawn. "Arms up now, asshole," he roars. Shit, so much for the element of surprise. He's coming in hotter than a charging black bear, and he's not easily fooled. Sighing, I hold up my arms, elbows bent and hands above my shoulders, watching as two other armed goons climb out of his truck. "How about we chill, officer? What's with the guns?" I ask, giving my hands a shake as I clasp them together over my head, pretending I'm shaken. "I'm just delivering a tiger I caught in my barn. Damn thing could have killed my pigs, yet you're treating me like I'm a crook? Where'd you get that truck and trailer?" he growls, this nasty sneer on his face. "I'm not stupid, chuckle fuck." And I beg to differ. I smile, sensing the movement behind the men. "Truck? Trailer?" I repeat, giving him my dumbest grin. "Look, man, I've been driving them for years. I'm not sure what you're so worried about. If you'll just give me a chance, I'll—" "You heard me," Bordell roars, jerking his gun at me, his face red. "Quit making me repeat myself. Where'd you get—" "Drop the guns, y'all," Falk belts out right as he and Hank cock their rifles. "Now!" There's a second of slow surprise, recognition. The goons hesitate. Sensing Bordell and his boys aren't gonna comply, I dive around the truck for cover as I whip out my 9mm. Can't say I'm thrilled to be in the middle of a proper shootout like I haven't seen since Iraq, but fuck, if Bordell wants to play hardball, I'll oblige. The next few minutes are a flurry of blurry movements and cracking gunfire. I duck around the corner of the truck, aiming at the knees of one goon, bringing him down on the pavement. Even without the sniper rifle I wield like a third arm, I'm a damn good marksman. It's over in seconds. When all falls silent for the count of 8, I glance around the truck again. Bordell and his goons are on the ground, being handcuffed, the bastard I shot screaming that he needs an ambulance. "Hell, buddy, you're okay. It's just a flesh wound," Hank says, looking like an old-timey gunslinger in his cowboy hat, and giving the goon a rough shove with the toe of his boot. "If we wanted your ass dead, you would be. Now sit the fuck up." Ridge might be the Western actor in our crew, but Hank's the guy who could have really lived in the Old West. "Grady?" Falk looks at me, his green eyes flashing. "I'm good. Let's get this trash ready for pickup. Keep your eyes on them," I say. First thing I do is look in the back of their truck after dragging Bordell, whom I'd taken down and cuffed, over to sit next to the goons. It has a big empty cage and nothing else. "Your venture with the Fosses is over, Bordell," I say once I'm leering over him again. "Better get your statement ready for the feds." "Fuck you. Don't know who you're talking about," he lies. "Mighty forgetful, huh?" I laugh at him. "That's okay. Before you shut up my cameras, I got footage of you and Priscilla Foss selling a lion cub. It's already being turned over to the FBI. I make a show of glancing at the sun, as if checking the time. Same folks who started raiding exotic planes about the same time you showed up here." His face falls, fear wiping away the hot, delusional rage he'd worn earlier. Still, I expected a bigger tantrum. Pukes like him usually start bargaining when they know they've got their dicks stuck in a closed door. An eerie sensation hits me hard, and I glance at Falk. He looks up from his phone, talking to some agent, and then at Bordell. "If you want any leniency," Falk growls, peering down at him, "tell me where the Fosses are right now." Bordell sneers like the venomous little creature he is. I grab him by the front of his uniform shirt and lift him off the ground, despite his bulk. "Where the fuck are they? Start talking and tell the nice man, or your fate goes from over to fucking doomed." He turns pasty white, but I don't like that sliver of a smile on his face as he looks at me and whispers one word like a dark incantation. "Wyoming," he rattles. Oh, motherfuck. I throw him to the ground, grinding my teeth, panic flooding my brain. "Grady, what's going on?" Hank asks, rushing over. "They're after Willow." It's all I can say when every instinct stabbing through me screams, "Move." I run to the truck, grab my phone, and hit Weston's number. "Shit, I'll get the truck," Hank shouts, already on the run. My heart sinks as fast as fear rises when no one answers. I try it again. Again and again, and damn it, fuck, again. "No answer?" Falk asks coldly, his frown saying he already knows. I shake my head and reach in, grabbing the bracelet off the blinker switch. "It's a 5-hour drive," I snarl. "If they've been intercepted, we'll never make it in time. Did you forget we've got a friend with a company helicopter?" Falk says with a grin, already swiping his phone. "I'm calling Drake. We'll have the North Earhart chopper pick us up and fly our asses out to Sheridan. I'll call the FBI branch down there, too. Don't worry, we've got this covered. I ain't letting anything happen to your lady or that big old orange poof." Hank, driving my truck, comes flying up the runway, and both Falk and I run toward it. "Hey, what the hell? You can't just leave us here!" Bordell shouts. If I wasn't so worried about Willow and my nephew, I'd have fun making him suffer, but there's no fucking time. We've got them cuffed and strapped down, more helpless than caterpillars. They won't be going anywhere. "Sorry, dude. Important business. The FBI will drop by to pick you up before dark, if no animals come around first," Falk shouts back. Then Hank slams on the brakes, and we both dive into the truck.
21. Red in tooth and claw. Willow. I'm one big throbbing mess of hurt. Bile fills my mouth. So bitter I almost choke. Focus, Willow. How did I get so sick? Oh, right. Reality comes whipping back with guns drawn, dead set on reminding me how completely screwed I am. I will my eyes open and flinch at the pain that causes. In all of my adventures, being knocked out cold is a first. Same for being clobbered across the head with a baseball bat, a brutish surprise from a normally restrained backroom vampire named Niles Foss. I should have known his inner bully would come erupting out of him sooner or later. A groan sticks in my throat as I pry my eyes open. One is swollen and watery, casting this uneven blur over everything. Coming around, I see. About damn time, a woman snaps off. Priscilla's voice. A blizzard of goosebumps prickle my skin. Did you seriously think you could pull one over on us, young lady? You and your merry band of local yokels? Her question drips rattlesnake venom. Fear sinks its teeth into my flesh, and I look around, trying to focus my eyes, trying to figure out where the hell I am, and also find Weston. He's over there, in the hay, in case you're wondering, Priscilla says with a bored sigh. He's still out. He fought a little harder than you. Niles and the boys got a good workout putting him down. She lets out a nasty plastic laugh. Don't worry, doll. We've kept you all together, including your tiger friend. He's in the pen with you and Mr. Lazybones. What? It dawns on me then. I'm in the trailer. So is Weston, slouched on his side and breathing in slow, pained hitches, and a few feet away, Bruce. Holy shit. I don't see any sign that they've hurt him, at least. Bruce looks at me with watery green-gold eyes, his thick tail banging the metal floor like a tree branch, as if to say, what the fuck have we gotten ourselves into? I wish I knew. Priscilla must be standing on a ladder or something, because she's looking down at us through the slats near the ceiling. I do. Hope you fed him this morning, dear. She laughs again. Not that it matters. Sooner or later, he's going to get awfully hungry. Or maybe just mad that you're invading his space. Tigers can be rather territorial, you know. My heart climbs up my throat. Bruce lets out a low growl I have to pray is meant for Priscilla. Why, of course you do, she prattles on, her devious smear of a smile visible through the slats. You're the expert on tigers, Miss Macklin. If standing up and straining to reach the slats wouldn't kill me right now, I'd do it just to stab out her eyes. But even turning my head up to look at her sends this odd, painful rush of blood to my brain. And the world spins. Oh, God. Bruce might not even get the chance to eat me if I have a concussion, if I'm bleeding in the brain from that blow to the head. It can't end like this. I can't help the dry, ragged sobs squirming up my throat. Now, don't cry, Missy. Not unless you're whimpering at your own pathetic decisions. You know, you had it easy. All you had to do was go along. Just this teeny whittle much. Priscilla lilts, holding up her hand with her index finger and thumb, barely an inch apart. And you'd be living the good life right by our side. Go along with killing animals and selling them on the black market? I snarl. I'd rather die. At the sound of my voice, Bruce lifts his head, looking at me, and then at the taunting demon outside. Ah, of course. You just had to take a big fat dump on everything. You had to feed your shitty little martyr complex, and feed it you will. I'm afraid you'll just have to settle for one lonely tiger, rather than an entire den of lions like the Romans did back in the day. I'm not too wrecked to scowl at her, wishing I could shoot lightning from my eyes. Get fucked. You and your spineless, psycho worm of a husband, I hiss. She leans back, gasping, pressing a hand to her chest like I've shot her through the heart. If only. Then she comes flying back at the slats, slapping the trailer loudly with both hands. Weston groans. Bruce's tail thunks the floor, this time louder, becoming an irritated club. Fear stabs me through the rage. Even if his instinct is to protect me, there's no telling what a Bengal tiger might do if he gets pissed and claustrophobic enough. Better tell your kitty cat to calm down, dearie, she snaps. But here's another question. Do you have any idea how much a Javan rhino horn is worth? Rhino horns? The hair on the back of my neck stands up. Someone's coming, a man snaps urgently. I can't see out the trailer, but I recognize Niles' voice. Again? Damn it. What did I tell you? We don't have time for this shit. Priscilla whines. The clanking near the side of the trailer tells me she's stepping down, and I gingerly rise to my feet, forcing myself not to fall from the dizziness. First, I stagger over and check Weston's pulse. He's breathing, and I can feel his heartbeat, slow but seemingly regular. There's a nasty bruise running up the side of his head and dried blood under his nose. He's alive and well, though, which seems like a small hope. Then I slowly scramble up on a wheel well and peek out one of the slats. We're inside a building, a large one by the looks of it. It's the police again, Niles says sharply. Wait here, Priscilla tells him right before she disappears out of my vision. I hear a door open and close. Something scrapes the side of the trailer. Quickly, I lower myself back to the floor. Bruce is near the front of the trailer, watching me intently. I'm near the back door, and so is Weston, slumped against the sidewall, like he'd just been hoisted up and thrown inside. I think we both were before they parked this trailer inside the mystery building. I have no idea how long I've been out, how long we've been here. But it must have been hours. More clanking sounds, and another ugly, pissed-off face looks through the slats. Don't make a single whimper, or you're all dead, Niles whispers, drawing the words out like the snake he is. I lean my head back, trying to think of a way out of this trailer, out of this mess. Yeah, it's kinda late for that. The FBI's on to you, Niles. His bitter laugh sounds just as soulless as Priscilla's. We know. They hit the sanctuary around the same time you arrived. He chortles again. Yes, flipping chortles. But we aren't there now, are we? And as fortune would have it, we're going to ensure we make up our losses. I try not to shudder, or even guess what he means. I hadn't taken a good look at the trailer earlier, not when I was too focused on leaving Grady and my heart in pieces to think about much of anything. Now, though, as I look around, I realize there are large side windows that open, only from the outside. Crap. I knew hiring you would be an asset, one way or another, Niles says matter-of-factly. My heart stalls. You sure? Seems like I've brought you nothing but ruin, and I'm not sorry. You could have joined us, he sneers. Your connections would have made us all a lot of money, but you chose your pride. And pride goeth before a fall. I roll my eyes, despising when he slips into his mask of civility and starts quoting literature or Bible verses. It's a false, mocking, entirely twisted wisdom this man thinks he has. A door opens and closes again somewhere behind him. Cook got rid of them. Said she hadn't shown up yet. Just a couple bumbling Barney Fife townies. Of course, Wilco had his gun the entire time, Priscilla says, pausing with what must be relief. Is she still awake? Talking? I frown at hearing the name Wilco, Priscilla's brother. Probably the other big man I saw who knocked out Weston. Yes, Niles answers, climbing down. Time to call her father. Dad? What the hell? I stand up and climb back on the wheel well, looking down. Priscilla has a phone to her ear, pulling at her leopard shirt like it's suddenly too tight. Is it ringing? Niles asks. Quiet, Priscilla barks back. Then come the words I dread. Mr. Macklin, hi. You wanted to hear your daughter's voice, and we can make that happen. My heart slips into my gut. I can't hear what he's saying, but I know it's really Dad on the other end, and by now I'm sure he knows they've kidnapped me. That's the whole reason they hired me in the first place, to play their dirty game and get agonizingly rare rhino parts from my father. When that didn't work, it was on to Plan B, direct extortion. How stupid can a person be? I fell into their web from the start. Is the transfer ready? Priscilla asks again. My father says something, but his voice is too low and garbled for me to make out. Hold on, Priscilla says, walking toward the trailer. She sees me looking through the slat and freezes. I don't bother moving. She steps up on something with an annoyed huff, so she's eye level with me. Then she holds her phone out and clicks on the speaker button. Tell your daddy dearest hello, Miss Macklin, she says with a cruel smile. I pinch my lips together. Willow? Willow! Dad sounds frantic. Are you there? Talk to me, honey. Talk to me. Nothing could have prepared me for this. My eyes sting. My throat closes. My pulse slows to mud. Willow? Jesus, I can't take it. I don't want to go along with them. I hate being their hostage, but I can't stand the sad desperation in my father's voice. Yeah, Dad, I'm here, I whisper numbly. Oh, thank God. Listen, you're going to be fine, baby. He slurs into the speaker through his fear. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of everything. I'll give them whatever the hell they want, anything to get you home safe. Priscilla jerks the phone away and steps down. Taking it off speaker, she holds it up to her ear again. Yes, sir. As soon as the money hits our account, she'll be released. We'll drop her at a neutral pickup site where she can be collected by the local authorities, and we can all go about our merry way. I'm going to be sick. Priscilla walks away, her ice-cold voice fading to nothing, and I can't hear the conversation. My knees lose their ability to keep me upright, and I slide off the wheel well, crumbling onto the floor. Bruce tilts his head and lets out one of his low, purring growls. It's all right, dude, I whisper, knowing full well nothing's all right. Not anymore. What the fuck? Weston mumbles quietly, smacking his lips. I scramble over and plant my hand across his mouth. Shh, I whisper near his ear. Pretend you're out. The poor man looks like he's hurt worse than I am, and it's better not to remind them they can do more damage. I'm also terrified how he'll react if he opens his eyes and see we're trapped with Bruce. He twists, looking at me like I'm nuts. There's a lump the size of a duck egg on the side of his forehead, rising from a stain of deep purple splotches. Willow, he whispers, a dry rattle. Just rest, Weston, please. They've got us locked up. I whisper back. But it's only me they want, so if you're quiet, if they forget you're even here. I trail off, feeling like I'm asking for another miracle that won't manifest. Let's be real. My track record with miracles lately kinda sucks. Also, the Fosses aren't the whole reason why I want him keeping a low profile. Bruce may tolerate me in the trailer with him, but anything could happen if Weston, a total stranger, starts moving or freaking out. As if on cue, Weston's eyes flutter open, slowly gaining focus as he stares at me. I lean over him, squeezing his shoulder, trying to obscure the tiger behind me. Yep, I knew this wouldn't be easy. Whatever you do, don't move. Don't scream. I whisper slowly, ready to cover his mouth if I need to. We're in the trailer with Bruce. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. He stiffens, panicked, but collapses again with a groan. The fucking tiger. He rushes out in one word. Yes, he won't hurt you. Just stay still. Be quiet. And as soon as I see the first chance, I'll handle it. I whisper, searching his icy blue eyes. Can you do that? He nods. Okay. Good man, I tell him, lifting one finger to my lips. He nods again, but otherwise remains stock still, pinching his eyes shut. Oh my fuck, does everyone here have their heads up their asses? What do you mean it's not working? Priscilla shouts. I move back over to the wheel well and climb up quietly. My mobile hotspot can't get a signal, Niles grumbles, stabbing desperately at his phone's screen. It must be this metal building out here in no man's land. I need the hotspot function for the laptop to get online, and I need the computer to transfer the money to our holding place as soon as it arrives. Damnation. I'm going to have to go outside. Hurry it up, and don't let anyone see you. Those cops could be back any time, she bites off. I thought you said Cook got rid of them, Niles asks. He did. Just hurry, you idiot. I told Macklin he had 30 minutes to make the transfer. Otherwise, I'd be calling him right back so he could hear his daughter scream. Something hits the side of the trailer. Her fist. You hear that? You little bitch. I wonder how that tiger would like a whiff of your blood. I pinch my jaw shut, refusing to give her the slightest sound. With great risks come great rewards. This plan is better, Niles says in his arrogant tone. You know how many cats we'd have to sell for this cash, and a rhino horn worth an extra $5 million? Yeah, well, we should have asked for $50 million for all the trouble she's been. Just calm down, love, Niles tells her. The instant I get that money moving and we can leave this God-forsaken place, it'll be off to paradise. We'll say adieu to the United States by nightfall, free and clear. The door opens and closes at the same time something thunks the side of the trailer again, this time so hard that Bruce stands, his angry eyes searching. I slowly climb down and take a step toward Weston. Did you catch all that, you ingrate? Priscilla shrieks, hitting the trailer again. Your daddy's paying us millions of dollars for his precious little daughter. Do thank him when you're reunited in one piece. We hope. The loud, angry thud must be more than her fist, because it shakes the whole side of the trailer. Probably the baseball bat, and the booming discord definitely annoys Bruce. Her nasty cackle does her no favors with a livid tiger echoing off the roof of the building and darting back down to the trailer. Bruce's teeth shine in the dim light. You'd better hope Daddy Dearest keeps his word, because if he doesn't, there won't be anything left of you to bury, she says, finally taking a break with the bat. By the time someone finds you, your little kitty there will have enjoyed quite the feast. She laughs again, a monster too in love with her own sick voice. Don't think I've forgotten about your friend. Why, maybe we'll start with him. A nice big cut of meat like that would... Fuck. I snap my neck around to look at Weston, who now has his hand over his mouth. But the deep, angry growl that echoes through the cavernous space has me twisting back to Bruce, now arching his back in a defensive stance, swinging his head from side to side. Uh-oh. Crap, I whisper, copying Weston's sentiment. Holding up both hands, I make eye contact with Bruce and hold it. We're okay, I say cheerfully. Everything's cool. Far more afraid for Weston than myself, I move closer to him. See, Brucey, no big ruckus here. Just lie down, relax. Slowly, back legs first, he lowers onto the floor with his anger in his eyes softening to resignation. Really, lady? I know, I think to myself, wishing we shared a psychic link. I don't believe it either, but please stay calm just a little while longer. That's it, buddy. Nice and easy. I back up slowly, keeping myself in front of Weston. Have a nap. When you wake up again, I'm sure everything will be just peachy. Having trouble in there? Priscilla asks softly, and even before she speaks again, I know what's coming next. Hey, maybe this will help. The bat slams the side of the trailer as hard as she can swing it, reverberating through the metal walls like a huge crashing cymbal. Bruce bolts back up, unleashing a snarl that could rival a cannon's boom. I die a little inside then, because I know it's about to get worse. For some insane reason, all I can think of is Grady again. If I'm about to get bitten in half, then I want to go out with my mind full of eyes like brown sugar and a warm, strong smile I don't deserve. Maybe in the next life. Maybe then I'll be free to fall in love with Grady McKnight.
22. Tiger burning bright. Grady. The pilot puts the helicopter down on the road leading to the refuge. At this point, I don't even give a shit if we're blocking it. The instant the landing slides hit the ground, I'm bounding out the door, locked and loaded with the sniper rifle I'd pulled from my truck. Falk is right behind me, head down due to the wind from the blades. We rush over to where 2 squad cars are parked. They've been expecting us for the past hour, and thank hell Falk took the gamble on these guys keeping their cool when he called them. Guess small-town Wyoming cops aren't so different from small-town North Dakota ones. We've talked to the owner twice, one of the officers says, tucking his thumbs in his belt loops. He swears the lady you're looking for hasn't shown up yet. They're here, I say. I'm absolutely sure of it. Could be. This place is awfully big. They've got something like over 50 huge cats, Officer 2 says, a sheriff's badge shining on his chest. They've got the works, lions, tigers, and fucking bears, I shout, so frustrated I'm about to flip my shit. Look, guys, I don't give a damn what kind of animals are here. Willow's trapped in there with my nephew, Weston, and that's all that matters. Easy, pal, the first cop says. We've talked to the owner, Jacob Cook. He's a good, law-abiding citizen in these parts. He swears he's the only one here today. Have you looked? I ask. Looked inside the buildings or barns or whatever the hell they have? Don't tell me, I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. You boys need a proper warrant? Grady. I turn, Falk's holding a warning hand up and gabbing into his phone. Yeah, I know when to rein it in. Barely. The last thing I'm here to do is wind up arrested, though. The sheriff's gaze snaps to my rifle. Awful big Yule log to bring to a fire. Sure hope you're not thinking about taking anything into your own hands. We've got this covered. Yeah, maybe, but your SWAT unit must be running late. I pause, rolling up my sleeve, exposing the snake and arrow inked on my arm from half a lifetime ago. I came for backup because it looks like you boys need it. Dang, the other cop whistles. Sharpshooter, huh? You dudes saved my butt 5 times in Kandahar when I did my time. Iraq for me, I tell him, and we spend a few minutes making small talk about the brushfire wars that snapped up our generation after 9/11. It's a welcome distraction, though I'm keenly aware every second matters, and they're slipping by with every word of idle chatter. Finally, Falk walks over, phone in hand. I have the FBI on the phone, gents. Peter Macklin just reported the kidnapping of his daughter. Snarling, I throw my hands in the air and motion at the officers. Fuck, we're wasting time. Anger boils my veins, churning through me like a hot current. It can't end like this. It can't. This is the last place she was reported, Falk tells them, far more cool and collected than I could be right now. I suggest you call in every officer you have right now. To hell with more waiting. I'm not standing by for anyone as the 2 officers share a concerned look and slowly nod, reaching for their radios. Told you, I grunt at the cops. I sprint past them while they're busy, breaking into a full, ground-eating run. Hey, mister, get back here, the sheriff yells. Grady, hold up. Falk's footsteps pound the pavement, catching up with me roughly 30 seconds later in a few big strides. Hold up, man, we should wait for backup. Bullshit. If that was Tori in there, would you wait around with your dick hanging out? I flash him a scalding look that drives home how riled I am. Point taken. He snaps after a minute. Let's get her out of there and get these assholes licked. For the shortest second, I raise an eyebrow, amused by the crap that comes out of his mouth through an Oklahoma filter sometimes. We'll laugh about it later. I hope. Right now, we both shift into high gear, charging the entrance gate. Tall pine trees line the road, and thinking alike, we stop behind their massive trunks. Their easy cover as we dart forward from tree to tree, only pausing to scope out any obvious dangers. At a Y in the road, we pause. A sign one way says office, the other says enclosures, private. Falk looks at me. Enclosures, I growl, running on pure instinct. Staying close to the trees, we make our way to an area that has several tall, sprawling cement structures crowded in with a few service buildings. I catch movement outside a large metal shed. A man carrying an open laptop. Falk sees him too. With a stiff nod, I let him know I'm darting left, around an adjacent wooden building. Falk stays near the trees, working his way toward the metal shed from the right. There are definitely pens and roaming areas for animals, far too many to count. Lions, tigers, cougars, panthers, and other exotic cats all stare at me in silent interest when I finally stop on the backside of the wooden building adjacent to the one the tall man's pacing around. He's cursing, muttering about being in a hot fucking jam. I inch along the building's outskirts and peer around the edge. The goon's back is turned to me, but I have no way of knowing if there's anyone else around. He's definitely not some run-of-the-mill groundskeeper, dressed in all black, a sidearm bulging in his waistband outlined under his shirt. I crouch down, lifting my rifle, using the scope. No imminent danger. Just dozens of goddamn hiding spots, tight corners, nooks, and crannies in the compound where alert guards could be lurking. If the Fosses were smart, then they brought backup for a hostile takeover, assuming this Cook guy wasn't compromised all along. Yeah, I could pick off my mark in one shot from here, but I don't want to use lethal force unless absolutely necessary. Plus, there's some risk of him keeling over and alerting others I haven't seen. Fuck it. Only one way to find out. Pushing off the wall, I flash Faulkner a thumbs up. Then I hoist my rifle to my shoulder and charge straight at the man before he sees me coming. Maybe it's instinct or the scuffing sound of my feet hitting the ground. Either way, the prick turns half a second before I'm on him. Too late, friend. Arms crossed, elbows out, teeth bared, I plow into him like a 6-foot-plus battering ram of solid muscle. I hear a snap like something breaking, maybe a rib or two on impact, and Twig Boy goes down hard. Hopefully he's still conscious. His laptop flies one way, his crooked body the other, hitting the ground so hard he's stunned. Eyes wide, staring up at me through broken glasses and mouth open, he coughs as if he's trying to breathe. I so don't have time for this shit. Growling, I grab his shirt with one hand and pull back a fist. Where is she? Hurry the fuck up. He coughs again, barely moving an arm to point at the metal shed. Before I'm even up, there's a splintering crash from inside the building. A deafening roar unlike anything I've ever heard erupts. No, scratch that. I remember exactly where I've heard that sound before, too much like Zeus on a drunken bender tearing open the whole damn sky and coming to take names. The barn that day, Willow screamed. Bruce. And behind all that noise, a second blood-curdling scream rips through the air. My blood becomes a lava flow because I know that scream, too. I don't recognize the louder, more masculine one. It's definitely not Willow, but it's enough to get me moving, my legs spinning like a windmill as I race toward the sound. I notice the walk-in door just in time and fling my hand out, grabbing at the handle. Just as I start to pull, the side of the building rumbles like a small earthquake. Something hits it hard from the inside. I throw open the door, leap in, and come skidding to a halt. I'm frozen with my gun raised, trying to process what the fuck I'm seeing. Bruce is loose, very much not in the trailer anymore. He's standing on his hind legs, front paws on the wall, so pissed he looks like he could maul a small army in no time. And someone's under him, pinned against his chest, having their life crushed out, if they're not missing their head already. All I can see is a high heel kicked out under the tiger on one side, a leg twitching, curled, almost like a certain wicked witch crushed by a fallen house. But that's good news. Willow wouldn't wear heels to this party, thank fuck. I spin around and spot Weston's truck and the trailer. The back door hangs open like a busted jaw. Glancing back at Bruce, making sure he doesn't move, I jog over to look around the side of the trailer. Weston and I make eye contact, even as he's doubled over, barely standing. His face only makes me angrier, a network of harsh bruises, knots, and swollen red pain. Uncle Grady? He almost collapses with relief, catching himself at the last second. Holy crap, am I glad it's you. Same, my boy. Can you walk? Where's Willow? I ask, throwing an arm around him for support. He leans into me. Weston pauses, pointing at the door he was about to open. She told me to get in the truck. I'm about to ask him if he can stand when an angel's voice rings out a few feet away. Grady? She whispers in a soft rush. Willow. I round the back of the trailer, pulling Weston along with me, and see her standing there inside. Smudged with dirt, dried blood on her forehead, hair looking like more of a chestnut mess than ever. But hell, she's alive, she's gorgeous, and she's mine. Running as fast as those long legs can carry her, she uses the open trailer door as a springboard and lands in my arms. Grady, I thought I was seeing things when you ran through the... I stop whatever she was about to say with a world-ending kiss that could shock Robert Oppenheimer. I know we're not out of the woods yet. I know common sense should rule. I know I should be very fucking concerned about the fact that there's a raging tiger less than 20 feet away. But I also know a man can't stop a star from going supernova. And right now that star is my heart. You'd better believe I throw myself at her, press her to my chest, kissing and hugging and hell-bent on never letting her out of my sight. Grady, I hate to interrupt, but... She trails off with a fading smile. I break the kiss and set her down, my rifle swinging back up. Hey, Unc, you really might want to let her go. Weston's voice penetrates the blood roaring in my ears as he staggers to the cab of the truck. I look over Willow's head to see why. Bruce, head swinging with fury and eyes flashing like an entire jungle at war, slowly approaches, Behind him, near the wall, is the crumpled body of a woman on the floor, not moving. Shit. I keep my rifle up, looking for blood on Bruce's face, hating like hell that I might have to put this beast down if he's got a taste for human flesh now.
Hey, Grady, go easy. He's just upset.
Willow whispers, looking at me oddly.
He won't...
Yeah, I know. I nod over her head, hoping to everything holy she's right. I want like hell to believe her, but the bloodlust shine in that cat's dark eyes right now would make any grown man piss himself. Stay back, guy, I mutter, my hands frozen on the gun, the trigger scalding my finger. She twists, forcing a smile, and releases me to turn all the way around.
It's okay, Bruce. You know Grady. He's a friend.
But the monster cat doesn't look the least bit friendly. Bruce stiffens in this weird way that reminds me of a barn cat getting ready to chase down a mouse. Christ, if he jumps, he'll knock us both flat before we even have a second to realize it. Worse, he's growling, this low, ominous thunder oozing out of him. My lungs turn to concrete. I don't want to shoot him. Not at all. I damn sure don't want to put him down in front of Willow, but if he doesn't back his big orange and black furry ass up right the fuck now... Another roar comes exploding out of him that shakes my bones. Even Willow gasps. Only it's not aimed at us, not with the way he's got his fierce head twisted. He's looking past us, looking up. I whirl, throwing Willow to the ground just in time to crouch down and see a tall man on the metal walkway overhead, firing off a shot. A hot bullet soars through the air where our heads were a second ago and ricochets off the side of the trailer with a booming clatter. Scope up, focused, eyes like knives, I catch his sneaky arm in my sights and pull the trigger. The high-pitched, girlish shriek and the dull thud of his gun hitting the metal walkway under him tells me I nailed my target. The man staggers back and slumps against the wall, clutching his arm, dark red rapidly pouring through his starched white sleeve. Keep Bruce distracted, I tell Willow. If there's any way to get up there, he'll find it as soon as he smells that bastard's blood. Thankfully, the hero of the hour releases another booming growl, paces a few steps back, and then sits down on his haunches and lets out a gaping yawn. Willow turns back to me as I help her up.
How did you get here? We haven't been here that long, have we?
My rage renews itself as I get a good look at her eye. It's swollen, and there's an ugly gash on the side of her temple marring her beautiful face. The whole side of her face is swollen like she fell face first into fire ants. Who did this? I growl.
Niles Foss. He's up there. I think you got him.
She looks up just as the man lets out another loud groan above, but I catch her arm.
He's trying to transfer the money they stole from my dad. We have to stop him.
We will. Falk's outside, I say. Just give me a minute to find...
Right behind you,
Falk says, sticking his head in the door.
And I ain't moving till that pussycat gets pinned up again. The cops are on their way. I heard a couple gunshots. Got it under control?
He nods at the body by the wall with her loose heels curled out in front of her.
Shit, who's that? Priscilla Foss,
Willow says, spitting her name like a curse.
Is she dead?
Falk asks, taking a tentative step inside.
Not unless she died from a heart attack,
Willow says.
Bruce didn't hurt her. He just pinned her against the wall, I think. More importantly, Grady shot her husband right before he put a hole through my head. We've got to find some way to get him down.
Pointing, she gives me a quick kiss, and then turns to the tiger.
Come on, Bruce. Everything's wrapped up now. Time for a nap.
The cat stands and plods toward the trailer. I'm not sure if I should move or not with the way he's staring at me, though his look seems more disinterested than before, the kind of, "Oh, you again?" looks he'd give me in my barn.
He knows you're a good guy,
Willow tells me. Yeah, well, I trail off, listening to the beat of Falk's footsteps pounding up the metal stairs to the catwalk. Less than a minute later, he's got Niles Foss in custody, totally disarmed and moaning like the pitiful bitch he is as Falk frog marches him down to the ground level. The tiger lets out what sounds like a satisfied grunt as he stomps up the metal door into the trailer. All in a day's work, he says with the swish of his tail. Fuck it. I grin like the madman this insanity is turning me into. As soon as we've got the ramp door closed up and locked, with half a dozen deputies pouring To hell with more waiting. I'm not standing by for anyone as the two officers share a concerned look and slowly nod, reaching for their radios. Told you, I grunt at the cops. I sprint past them while they're busy, breaking into a full ground-eating run. "Hey, mister, get back here!" the sheriff yells. "Grady, hold up!" Falk's footsteps pound the pavement, catching up with me roughly 30 seconds later in a few big strides. "Hold up, man, we should wait for backup." Bullshit. If that was Tori in there, would you wait around with your dick hanging out? I flash him a scalding look that drives home how riled I am. Point taken, he snaps after a minute. Let's get her out of there and get these assholes licked. For the shortest second, I raise an eyebrow, amused by the crap that comes out of his mouth through an Oklahoma filter sometimes. We'll laugh about it later. I hope. Right now, we both shift into high gear, charging the entrance gate. Tall pine trees line the road, and thinking alike, we stop behind their massive trunks. Their easy cover as we dart forward from tree to tree, only pausing to scope out any obvious dangers. At a Y in the road, we pause. A sign one way says office, the other says enclosures, private. Falk looks at me. Enclosures, I growl, running on pure instinct. Staying close to the trees, we make our way to an area that has several tall, sprawling cement structures crowded in with a few service buildings. I catch movement outside a large metal shed. A man carrying an open laptop. Falk sees him too. With a stiff nod, I let him know I'm darting left, around an adjacent wooden building. Falk stays near the trees, working his way toward the metal shed from the right. There are definitely pens and roaming areas for animals, far too many to count. Lions, tigers, cougars, panthers, and other exotic cats all stare at me in silent interest when I finally stop on the backside of the wooden building adjacent to the one the tall man's pacing around. He's cursing, muttering about being in a hot fucking jam. I inch along the building's outskirts and peer around the edge. The goon's back is turned to me, but I have no way of knowing if there's anyone else around. He's definitely not some run-of-the-mill groundskeeper dressed in all black, a sidearm bulging in his waistband outlined under his shirt. I crouch down, lifting my rifle, using the scope. No imminent danger. Just dozens of goddamn hiding spots, tight corners, nooks and crannies in the compound where alert guards could be lurking. If the Fosses were smart, then they brought backup for a hostile takeover, assuming this Cook guy wasn't compromised all along. Yeah, I could pick off my mark in one shot from here, but I don't want to use lethal force unless absolutely necessary. Plus, there's some risk of him keeling over and alerting others I haven't seen. Fuck it. Only one way to find out. Pushing off the wall, I flash Faulkner a thumbs up. Then I hoist my rifle to my shoulder and charge straight at the man before he sees me coming. Maybe it's instinct or the scuffing sound of my feet hitting the ground. Either way, the prick turns half a second before I'm on him. Too late, friend. Arms crossed, elbows out, teeth bared, I plow into him like a 6-foot-plus battering ram of solid muscle. I hear a snap like something breaking, maybe a rib or two on impact, and Twig Boy goes down hard. Hopefully he's still conscious. His laptop flies one way, his crooked body the other, hitting the ground so hard he's stunned. Eyes wide, staring up at me through broken glasses and mouth open, he coughs as if he's trying to breathe. I so don't have time for this shit. Growling, I grab his shirt with one hand and pull back a fist. Where is she? Hurry the fuck up. He coughs again, barely moving an arm to point at the metal shed. Before I'm even up, there's a splintering crash from inside the building. A deafening roar unlike anything I've ever heard erupts. No, scratch that. I remember exactly where I've heard that sound before, too much like Zeus on a drunken bender tearing open the whole damn sky and coming to take names. The barn that day, Willow screamed. Bruce. And behind all that noise, a second blood-curdling scream rips through the air. My blood becomes a lava flow because I know that scream, too. I don't recognize the louder, more masculine one. It's definitely not Willow, but it's enough to get me moving, my legs spinning like a windmill as I race toward the sound. I notice the walk-in door just in time and fling my hand out, grabbing at the handle. Just as I start to pull, the side of the building rumbles like a small earthquake. Something hits it hard from the inside. I throw open the door, leap in, and come skidding to a halt. I'm frozen with my gun raised, trying to process what the fuck I'm seeing. Bruce is loose, very much not in the trailer anymore. He's standing on his hind legs, front paws on the wall, so pissed he looks like he could maul a small army in no time. And someone's under him, pinned against his chest, having their life crushed out, if they're not missing their head already. All I can see is a high heel kicked out under the tiger on one side, a leg twitching, curled, almost like a certain wicked witch crushed by a fallen house. But that's good news. Willow wouldn't wear heels to this party, thank fuck. I spin around and spot Weston's truck and the trailer. The back door hangs open like a busted jaw. Glancing back at Bruce, making sure he doesn't move, I jog over to look around the side of the trailer. Weston and I make eye contact, even as he's doubled over, barely standing. His face only makes me angrier, a network of harsh bruises, knots, and swollen red pain. Uncle Grady? He almost collapses with relief, catching himself at the last second. Holy crap, am I glad it's you. Same, my boy. Can you walk? Where's Willow? I ask, throwing an arm around him for support. He leans into me. Weston pauses, pointing at the door he was about to open. She told me to get in the truck. I'm about to ask him if he can stand when an angel's voice rings out a few feet away. "Grady?" she whispers in a soft rush. "Willow." I round the back of the trailer, pulling Weston along with me, and see her standing there inside. Smudged with dirt, dried blood on her forehead, hair looking like more of a chestnut mess than ever. But hell, she's alive, she's gorgeous, and she's mine. Running as fast as those long legs can carry her, she uses the open trailer door as a springboard and lands in my arms.
"Grady, I thought I was seeing things when you ran through the—"
I stop whatever she was about to say with a world-ending kiss that could shock Robert Oppenheimer. I know we're not out of the woods yet. I know common sense should rule. I know I should be very fucking concerned about the fact that there's a raging tiger less than 20 feet away. But I also know a man can't stop a star from going supernova. And right now that star is my heart. You'd better believe I throw myself at her, press her to my chest, kissing and hugging and hell-bent on never letting her out of my sight.
Grady, I hate to interrupt, but—"
She trails off with a fading smile. I break the kiss and set her down, my rifle swinging back up.
"Hey, Unc, you really might want to let her go."
Weston's voice penetrates the blood roaring in my ears as he staggers to the cab of the truck. I look over Willow's head to see why. Bruce, head swinging with fury and eyes flashing like an entire jungle at war, slowly approaches. Behind him, near the wall, is the crumpled body of a woman on the floor. Not moving. Shit. I keep my rifle up, looking for blood on Bruce's face, hating like hell that I might have to put this beast down if he's got a taste for human flesh now.
"Hey, Grady, go easy. He's just upset,"
Willow whispers, looking at me oddly.
"He won't—"
"Yeah, I know." I nod over her head, hoping to everything holy she's right. I want like hell to believe her, but the bloodlust shine in that cat's dark eyes right now would make any grown man piss himself. "Stay back, guy," I mutter, my hands frozen on the gun, the trigger scalding my finger. She twists, forcing a smile, and releases me to turn all the way around.
"It's okay, Bruce. You know Grady. He's a friend."
But the monster cat doesn't look the least bit friendly. Bruce stiffens in this weird way that reminds me of a barn cat getting ready to chase down a mouse. Christ, if he jumps, he'll knock us both flat before we even have a second to realize it. Worse, he's growling. This low, ominous thunder oozing out of him. My lungs turn to concrete. I don't want to shoot him. Not at all. I damn sure don't want to put him down in front of Willow, but if he doesn't back his big orange and black furry ass up right the fuck now. Another roar comes exploding out of him that shakes my bones. Even Willow gasps. Only it's not aimed at us, not with the way he's got his fierce head twisted. He's looking past us, looking up. I whirl, throwing Willow to the ground just in time to crouch down and see a tall man on the metal walkway overhead, firing off a shot. A hot bullet soars through the air where our heads were a second ago and ricochets off the side of the trailer with a booming clatter. Scope up, focused, eyes like knives, I catch his sneaky arm in my sights and pull the trigger. The high-pitched, girlish shriek and the dull thud of his gun hitting the metal walkway under him tells me I nailed my target. The man staggers back and slumps against the wall, clutching his arm, dark red rapidly pouring through his starched white sleeve. "Keep Bruce distracted," I tell Willow. "If there's any way to get up there, he'll find it as soon as he smells that bastard's blood." Thankfully, the hero of the hour releases another booming growl, paces a few steps back, and then sits down on his haunches and lets out a gaping yawn. Willow turns back to me as I help her up.
"How did you get here? We haven't been here that long, have we?"
My rage renews itself as I get a good look at her eye. It's swollen, and there's an ugly gash on the side of her temple marring her beautiful face. The whole side of her face is swollen like she fell face first into fire ants. "Who did this?" I growl.
Niles Foss. He's up there. I think you got him."
She looks up just as the man lets out another loud groan above, but I catch her arm.
"He's trying to transfer the money they stole from my dad. We have to stop him."
"We will. Falk's outside," I say. "Just give me a minute to find—"
"Right behind you,"
Falk says, sticking his head in the door.
"And I ain't moving till that pussycat gets pinned up again. The cops are on their way. I heard a couple gunshots. Got it under control?"
He nods at the body by the wall with her loose heels curled out in front of her.
"Shit, who's that?" "Priscilla Foss,"
Willow says, spitting her name like a curse.
"Is she dead?"
Falk asks, taking a tentative step inside.
"Not unless she died from a heart attack,"
Willow says.
"Bruce didn't hurt her. He just pinned her against the wall, I think. More importantly, Grady shot her husband right before he put a hole through my head. We've got to find some way to get him down."
Pointing, she gives me a quick kiss, and then turns to the tiger.
"Come on, Bruce. Everything's wrapped up now. Time for a nap."
The cat stands and plods toward the trailer. I'm not sure if I should move or not with the way he's staring at me, though his look seems more disinterested than before, the kind of "oh, you again" looks he'd give me in my barn.
"He knows you're a good guy,"
Willow tells me. "Yeah, well," I trail off, listening to the beat of Falk's footsteps pounding up the metal stairs to the catwalk. Less than a minute later, he's got Niles Foss in custody, totally disarmed and moaning like the pitiful bitch he is as Falk frog marches him down to the ground level. The tiger lets out what sounds like a satisfied grunt as he stomps up the metal door into the trailer. "All in a day's work," he says with the swish of his tail. Fuck it. I grin like the madman this insanity is turning me into. As soon as we've got the ramp door closed up and locked, with half a dozen deputies pouring